Chapter 1. Lu Nange. Upon the towering bridge, a multitude of vehicles collided in a chaotic chain reaction. The cacophony of twisted metal, shattering glass, anguished cries, and agonizing wails intermingled, creating a haunting symphony of despair. Lu Nange, engulfed in excruciating pain, involuntarily convulsed. With great difficulty, she pried open her heavy eyelids, only to be met with a blinding expanse of crimson. It seemed that despite her desperate attempt to press the accelerator to the floor, she had been unable to evade the impending doom of the colossal truck that had toppled beside her. Struggling through the narrow crevice, Lu Nange extracted her hands, wiping her eyes in an effort to regain clarity. Before her lay a grotesquely bloodied body. Vivid scarlet droplets cascaded from the form of an unfamiliar woman, falling like scattered pearls, each drop striking her face with a chilling warmth. "Are you all right? Wake up, please." Lu Nange's throat was parched and hoarse, her voice barely a whisper. She raised her hand, summoning every ounce of strength to push against the woman's lifeless form. Yet before she could utter another word, a wave of dizziness swept over her, plunging her into darkness. Her head throbbed as if it might burst, an overwhelming pressure crashing upon her like a relentless tide. Countless unfamiliar, yet eerily familiar scenes surged into her mind, an overwhelming flood of memories. She had perished, only to find herself within the confines of a novel. She had become a character in a dystopian, malicentric narrative. The character she had embodied also bore the name Lu Nange, sister to Lu Shitsi, the male protagonist's most trusted ally, a quintessential foil destined to be forgotten. In the original tale, this sister merely existed within Lu Shitsi's recollections, having tragically succumbed to a cataclysmic car explosion prior to the apocalypse. A car crash? An explosion? Lu Nange's dazed expression sharpened into focus. Before her lay two paths: to remain ensconced in the vehicle, awaiting her demise, or to crawl out and confront the impending apocalypse. A faint sound stirred her from her thoughts, and she felt the weight of her mother's body, which had been clutching her tightly, shift slightly away. Almost immediately, a visage marred by wounds and drenched in blood loomed above her. "Nan Nan, do not be afraid, take your father's hand." The man's voice, laden with urgency and tenderness, resonated in her ears. Gazing at the bloodied, glass-laden hand reaching toward her, an inexplicable lump formed in Lu Nange's throat. "Nan Nan, listen to your father. Climb out through the window. I will support you just as I did when you were little. Do not fear." With determination, Lu Nange grasped her father's hand and began to navigate her way through the rear seat window. As she did so, she distinctly felt her father shielding her from the jagged shards of glass. At last, when Lu Nange finally emerged from the window and turned to glance back, a scene of hellish devastation met her eyes. The Lu family's vehicle lay overturned, its structure grotesquely contorted. Her mother had been in the back seat with her, and in that fateful moment of the accident, her mother had instinctively shielded her. Her father, seated in the passenger seat, had sensed the encroaching peril and turned desperately, intending to protect his wife and daughter with his own body, yet everything had transpired too swiftly. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through her body, Lu Nange persevered, stumbling and dashing towards the passenger seat. A deafening explosion erupted from the distance, followed by a blinding flash that soared into the heavens, staining the sky crimson. That a torrent of thick smoke, accompanied by a searing wave of heat, rushed towards her, igniting the very air around. "Nange, hurry, don't worry about your father." Lu Papa's voice pierced through the chaotic din with urgency. Lu Nange grasped her father's hand, her fingertips turning pale from exertion, only to be forcefully shoved away. "Nange, listen to me. Call your brother. Take care of yourself and your younger brother until he returns." Staggering, Lu Nange fell to the ground, and in that moment, she realized her father's body appeared as if it had been severed in half, blood seeping from the vehicle onto the ground. If she were to forcibly drag him out, it would likely mean that the remnants of his body would be torn apart. What to do? What to do? "Lu Nange, don't look back, run forward. Take care of yourself and your brother. Do you hear me?" Lu Papa shouted again, his voice strained and trembling, laden with profound concern for his daughter. Lu Nange's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, flowing uncontrollably. Though she was not the original owner of this body, at this moment, her heart ached deeply. How did he manage to push himself out in such agony? Since she could remember, her grandmother had taken the insurance money from her parents' tragic accident, casting her from one relative's home to another like a discarded ball, drifting from place to place, enduring a life of dependency until she reached adulthood. Did her parents truly fight with every last breath to protect their child? Lu Papa caught a glimpse of the approaching flames and the tear-streaked face of his daughter. Summoning every ounce of strength, he urgently called out to Lu Nange. Lu Nange, stand up. Take care of yourself and your brother. Can you do that until your brother returns? Lu Nange wiped her tears away. Dad, I can. I will take care of myself and my brother. I will wait for my brother. Lu Nange, don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, your father and mother will always be behind you. Lu Papa's voice gradually faded. Chapter 2. Officer Lu Nange's legs moved as if wound with a spring, mechanically advancing forward. Behind her, the explosions roared like thunder, and the scorching waves of heat surged like tumultuous tides, crashing towards her. Enveloped by this heat, Lu Nange stumbled, nearly losing her footing several times. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder intertwined with the overwhelming stench of blood, evoking a sense of nausea. She dared not pause, her father's admonition echoing relentlessly in her mind. Take care of yourself and your brother. In her past life, she had no parents, but upon entering this narrative, the original parents had shielded her with their lives. She did not consider herself a paragon of virtue, but having promised another and taken possession of their body, she was resolute in her commitment. At the very least, she must find a way to safeguard Liu Bei, ensuring his safety until he could be entrusted to Lu Shizhi. The explosions were too fierce, and the area beneath the bridge was teeming with people, yet they hesitated, paralyzed by fear. Following the memories of her original self, Lu Nange desperately raced towards her family's home. Passers-by witnessed a blood-soaked girl recklessly sprinting forward, their faces etched with terror as they recoiled in fear. At that moment, the sound of police sirens and ambulances grew ever closer. From a distance, the police officers in the patrol car caught sight of Lu Nange, covered in crimson stains, their expressions tightening as they swiftly applied the brakes. The car door swung open with a force, and several officers rushed towards her, raising their hands to halt her advance. One female officer, her tone gentle and reassuring, spoke. Young lady, we are police officers. Please do not be afraid. Are you a victim of the explosion on the bridge? Can you tell me what transpired? Lu Nange halted, her breaths coming in rapid succession, a chain collision, which led to the explosion. The officers' expressions turned grave as they pressed on. Are there any survivors? Lu Nange shook her head slightly, her disheveled hair swaying. I do not know. I was quite far from the epicenter of the explosion. An older officer spoke softly. Lu Man, you stay here. We will head to the scene. The female officer nodded slightly, then turned to Lu Nange. Young lady, you are injured. It is best to accompany the ambulance to the hospital for treatment. Lu Nange replied, thank you, but it is unnecessary. My brother has autism. He will be frightened alone at home with the nanny when night falls. I must return home first. The female officer insisted. Young lady, you are severely injured. Please let us take you to the hospital first, and we can call your parents. Images of her father, smiling with hands hanging down, flashed in Lu Nange's mind. Her amber eyes, glistening with tears, whispered, they are all gone. The female officer accepted a towel from the nurse and wrapped it around Lu Nange. I will take you home to fetch your brother, and then we can go to the hospital together. All right? Reflecting on a narrative from her book, Lu Nange nodded. Thank you, Officer Lu. The Lu family owns several large chain supermarkets in the southern city, earning a notable reputation. The love story of Lu Nange's parents resembled a classic tale from a novel. Lu Nange's mother, a pampered young lady, fell head over heels for Lu Nange's father, a poor boy from a remote village. Unlike the tumultuous romances often depicted in literature, Lu Nange's mother did not lose in her gamble of love. The impoverished youth managed to carve out a respectable life for himself. After marriage, Lu Nange's father remained devoted to her mother for a decade. With her fragile health and the temperate climate of the southern city, he brought her to reside there. They welcomed a son, Lu Shizhi, a daughter, Lu Nange, and a younger son, Liu Bei. As Officer Lu drove Lu Nange back to her family home, she instructed her to sit in the back seat. The iodine and cotton swabs beside you were provided by the nurse. Please tend to your wounds, and once we pick up your brother, We shall proceed to the hospital for further care." Lu Nange expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Lu." The Lu family resided in a villa district known as Jiuzhongshan. As Lu Man assisted Lu Nange through the door, they found Lu Bei seated on the soft carpet of the living room, engrossed in building with Lego blocks. Hearing the commotion, Aunt Sue emerged from the kitchen, and upon seeing Lu Nange, bloodied and battered, she let out a piercing scream. Lu Nange furrowed her brow slightly and said, "Aunt Sue, please do not frighten I." Upon hearing her voice, Lu Bei lifted his head, his gaze settling on Lu Nange. He tilted his head, observing his sister, who was smeared with blood and dirt, her expression devoid of emotion as if twisted in anguish. He rose to his feet and hurried toward Lu Nange. Like Lu Nange, Lu Bei possessed light chestnut eyes, adorned with long lashes that resembled delicate fans. Dressed in a white shirt, suspenders, and small white socks, he embodied the essence of a refined young master. Lu Nange regarded Lu Bei, this adorable little bundle, and her heart melted at his charm. Unbidden, her mind conjured the tragic fate she had envisioned for him in the book, a wave of sorrow washing over her. Instinctively, she crouched down, yearning to embrace him. Realizing her own dirtiness, her outstretched hand froze in midair. After a moment of hesitation, she silently resolved to withdraw it. However, Lu Bei seemed oblivious to her retraction, cautiously nestling into Lu Nange's embrace. Murmuring, "It hurts." Having read the original text, Lu Nange was aware that Lu Bei did not suffer from autism, rather, his intellect far surpassed that of his peers. He found little interest in the childish games of those around him. Knowing the child's brilliance, she feared that any slip of her words or actions might be detected by Lu Bei. She mimicked the original character's gesture, gently stroking his soft hair and reassured, "It doesn't hurt. Sister is dirty, let me bathe first, and then I shall hold you. All right?" Yet, Lu Bei stubbornly shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on the wounds adorning Lu Nange's hands. Without delay, he turned and scampered toward the cabinet in the living room, his short legs carrying him swiftly. Before long, he returned, clutching a medicine box in his small arms. Aunt Sue, with a worried expression, interjected, "I apologize, Mississippi. I was merely startled by your appearance. But how did you come to be injured like this?" Lu Nange casually replied, "I accidentally fell." "Aunt Sue, please tidy up and head home for today." Upon hearing Lu Nange's words, Aunt Sue instinctively wished to retort. Glancing at Lu Man, who stood beside Lu Nange in her police uniform, doubt crept in her mind. "Miss, are you dismissing me?" Lu Nange gazed at Aunt Sue's kind and gentle face, assuring her, "Aunt Sue, your salary will remain unaffected. We will notify you to return once we are back." Aunt Sue nodded with a smile. "All right, Mississippi. I will just gather a couple of clothing items and then leave." Throughout the conversation between Lu Nange and Aunt Sue, Lu Man remained silent, though puzzled as to why the young girl did not mention her parents' passing. Nevertheless, she refrained from interjecting. Once Aunt Sue's figure vanished at the door, Lu Man turned to Lu Nange and proposed, "Nange, take your brother and let us go to the hospital. Shall we?" Lu Nange gently shook her head, rolling up her sleeves to reveal the wounds on her arms, indicating that the injuries were not severe. "Lu Man, I truly am fine. As for my parents..." At this point, she cast a glance at the little bundle nestled in her arms, who was now solemnly regarding the medicine box. Softening her tone, she continued, "My brother is not particularly fond of hospitals, Sister Lu Man. I am grateful for your kindness in escorting me home. As you can see, my injuries are merely superficial, and I have a well-stocked first aid kit at home. Once my brother returns, we shall visit the hospital together. There is no need for haste." Lu Man observed the scratches on her hands, recognizing that binding her for a trip to the hospital was not a viable option. Glancing at the boy in Lu Nange's arms, she could only nod in agreement. "Please keep my number. Feel free to call me anytime if you need assistance. It is possible that we may require your presence at the police station to provide a statement." Chapter 3. The prelude unfolds as soon as Lu Man departed. Lu Nange promptly changed the password of the villa's entrance. She crouched down, mimicking the demeanor of the original owner in her memories. With a gentle gaze directed at Lu Bei, she softly murmured, "Aye, sister will take a bath. You stay in a living room and play nicely for a while, all right?" Concern clouded Lu Bei's small face as he leaned closer to Lu Nange's wound. tenderly blowing upon it, and in his sweet, childish voice, he protested, "No bath, it hurts." A faint smile graced Lu Nange's lips as she reached out to caress the soft hair of the little one. "Sister is all dirty and feels quite uncomfortable. Once I bathe and reapply the medicine, my wound will heal faster." Liu Bei tilted his head in contemplation, his small brows furrowed together. After a moment, he solemnly nodded and chirped, "Hurry." The Liu residence was an independent villa, comprising 3 floors above ground and 2 below, totaling 5 levels. Before bathing, Lu Nange meticulously checked every window, ensuring they were securely closed. Holding Liu Bei's phone, she glanced at the time but refrained from calling Lu Shizhi. Making the call now might lead to unforeseen consequences for Lu Shizhi. Bathing first. Warm water cascaded from the shower head, the fine droplets striking Lu Nange's skin, alleviating some of her fatigue and granting her a moment of tranquility to reflect on the narrative within the book. The original owner had performed admirably in her studies, achieving the top rank in the college entrance examination in Nanshi. Today, Lu's parents were to escort their daughter to Nanshi No. 1 high school to receive her awards and certificates. Tragically, on their return home, they encountered a calamitous mishap, resulting in the untimely demise of all 3 family members. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a tempest surged forth, violent winds entwined with torrential rain, akin to a ferocious beast rampaging through the city. Initially, the populace remained oblivious to the imminent peril concealed within the storm, passively awaiting its cessation. Little did they know, the prologue to the apocalypse had begun. As time progressed, the weather worsened. The relentless downpour continued unabated. The city gradually succumbed to a dire state of water and power shortages, and darkness and panic swiftly spread among the crowds, instilling fear in every heart. Aunt Sue, the family's maid, had initially treated Liu Bei with relative kindness. However, as days turned into weeks and she found herself unable to contact Lu's parents or even Lu Shizhi, ulterior motives began to fester within her. Soon, she summoned her husband and son to reside in the Liu household. Aunt Sue's son, a violent individual, despite Liu Bei's cleverness, posed an insurmountable threat to the defenseless child. As the water levels rose day by day, the 4 of them ascended from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor of the Liu residence. Food became increasingly scarce. Liu Bei was bound by the 3, reduced to being their source of sustenance. 3 months into the apocalypse, the night Liu Bei succumbed to starvation, he became merely a lamb to the slaughter. The day after Liu Bei's death, Lu Shizhi arrived. Thus, this indicated that she must resolutely endure with Liu Bei until 3 months had elapsed before encountering Lu Shizhi, the male counterpart. Only by harnessing a fraction of the male protagonist's fortuitous aura could they possibly weather this catastrophic upheaval and await the dawn of a new era. Within the span of 3 months, the provisions in the villa are scarce, and it is possible that Aunt Shi and others may pay a visit. The crux of the matter lies in how to endure these 3 months. Lu Nange emerged from the bathroom, the wounds on her body still oozing blood, the vivid crimson staining the pristine white towel. She seated herself on the edge of the bed, deftly reaching for the iodine, gently applying it to her wounds, the sting causing her to frown slightly. Subsequently, she squeezed out some eupiricin ointment, evenly covering the surface of the injury, and then carefully bandaged it before rising to dress. Reflecting on the apocalyptic novel she had read, Lu Nange intentionally left one of her arms still seeping blood, the flesh paling around the wound. She hurried to the original owner's wardrobe, letting droplets of blood fall onto all the jewelry. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed, no reaction whatsoever. Undeterred, Lu Nange dashed to her mother-esque closet, repeating the same act of letting her blood fall. Yet the result was unchanged. Silence reigned around her, and no anomalies occurred. Damn it, Lu Nange could not help but mutter under her breath. Having traversed into a novel, how is it that I, as a mere supporting character, cannot gain prominence? Where are the promised tropes of transmigration, space, supernatural abilities? Yet here I am, thrust into an apocalypse from the very beginning. What happened to the zero-cost acquisitions, the extraordinary powers? How am I to survive? Although I hold a 4th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, taking down a few non-martial artists in my previous life was surely no challenge. The problem lies in this body's lack of strength. Merely remembering the movements in this apocalypse amounts to nothing more than ornamental martial arts. Peering through the crack in the door, Liu Bei observed his sister with a look of frustration etched on his face. He dashed back to his room and, after a short while, returned with a wooden box clutched in his small arms. "Sister here," Liu Bei exclaimed, running up to Lu Nange, lifting his little head to thrust the box into her embrace. Lu Nange sat up from the sofa, perplexed as she opened the wooden box. A kaleidoscope of colors erupting forth. Inside lay an array of red, yellow, and blue gemstones. Where did you acquire these?" she inquired. Liu Bei settled beside Lu Nange on the sofa, his voice sweetly childlike, as he replied, "Uncle gave them to me." Lu Nange strained to recall the corners of the original owner's memories, and soon a recollection surfaced. Her uncle owned mine. The precious gems unearthed were either gifted to the three siblings or presented to their mother. Gently, Lu Nange reached out to stroke her brother's hair, speaking softly. "Thank you, Shall we head downstairs for dinner?" Liu Bei lifted his head. Father and mother haven't returned yet. A twinge of anxiety gripped Lu Nange's heart as she explained softly. "Father and mother are on a sudden business trip and will return in a few days." "I didn't know." Liu Bei pouted, clearly displeased by their parents' unexpected absence. "Yes, it was rather urgent, and father and mother asked me to inform you," Lu Nange responded. Hearing this, Liu Bei finally stood up, took Lu Nange's hand, and obediently led the way to the dining room downstairs. After dinner, Liu Bei nestled in the embrace of his sister, Lu Nange, his gaze fixed intently on the tablet, the screen's glow illuminating his face. Lu Nange glanced out the window, where the sky, dark as ink, was suddenly pierced by a flash of white lightning, swiftly followed by a deafening clap of thunder. A tempestuous wind swept in, bringing down torrents of rain. Lu Nange hurriedly took Liu Bei's hand, gently covering his ears, then rose to swiftly draw all the curtains. Once Liu Bei had finished his bath and succumbed to slumber, Lu Nange began her search for sustenance within the house. The Lu family, blessed with 3 children, boasted a pantry brimming with snacks. Opening 2 double-door refrigerators revealed a trove of frozen ingredients, predominantly seafood. Yet, she was acutely aware that in a month's time, a power outage would ensue, rendering the preservation of these seafood treasures a daunting predicament. After a thorough rummage, she found very few items suitable for long-term storage. Apart from a couple of cans of luncheon meat, there was not even a single packet of instant noodles. Chapter 4. Late is still better than never. Lu Nange sat on the sofa in the living room, surrounded by an oppressive silence, broken only by the sound of the wind outside. Her left hand unconsciously rested gently on the wooden box that Liu Bei had given her. Aunt Sue had temporarily left. Yet Lu Nange understood that this person was akin to a ticking time bomb. Who could predict whether Aunt Sue might, driven by greed for these provisions, suddenly strike back? Aunt Sue's son and husband were no saints. Each was more avaricious and ruthless than the last, as described in books. Even if Lu Nange diligently honed her physical prowess day and night, she could not be certain of escaping unscathed in a confrontation with 2 grown men, especially since she also had to protect Ai. Her gaze drifted around the villa, where large expanses of tempered glass adorned the space. While visually appealing, in a post-apocalyptic world, a mere knock could shatter the glass, much like her current state of mind. The villa lacked steel and aluminum alloy, and even if it had, she could not reinforce the doors and windows like Aunt Sue and her companions. The basement did contain some wooden boards originally intended for a shelter, but how much protection could they truly offer? The thought alone was disheartening, even if she exerted every effort to nail the boards in place. A single kick would likely dislodge them, providing little defense against those with malicious intent. Suddenly, Lu Nange's eyes brightened as she recalled the 18th birthday gift given to her by her parents last month. Apart from Liu Bei, no one knew about the exquisite apartment on the top floor of a small building in the same community, 1 unit per floor, with a rooftop terrace elegantly decorated. Truly a treasure. Prioritizing safety for their daughter, her parents had even opted for the latest precision metal door, an exceptional choice indeed. Her gaze gradually settled on the carefully organized food supplies, her brow furrowed tightly in concern. There were no provisions available, and under such harsh conditions, relocating with this food seemed utterly fantastical. If the food were to become damp and damaged, their subsequent days would only grow more arduous. She contemplated how to endure these challenging circumstances for 3 months, until Lu Shizhi returned from the capital. Unbeknownst to her, the wooden box beside her and the gems within had turned to dust. A fractured sound of electricity buzzed in her mind until a ding resonated through the air. "Hello, host. I'm the Growth Assistance System Yu. I hail from the advanced dimension of Blue Star and encountered you when you were crushed by a truck. After expending all my energy to transport you to this small world, I entered a dormant state until I sensed energy fluctuations nearby, which prompted my awakening." Lu Nange felt her heart race with excitement, her trembling hands reflecting her anticipation. "It's here. It's finally here. The essential feature of transmigration has appeared." Her voice instinctively softened. "You, my little darling, right? I wonder what a growth assistance system entails." The electronic screen flickered, adorned with little pink hearts. "Host, do you think Yu is a little darling?" Lu Nange replied. "Of course, Yu, you're the most adorable being in the world. Host, Yu likes you. You are also the cutest cub in the world." Lu Nange, "So you enjoy compliments, do you?" "No problem. What does the growth assistance system signify?" "Host, we are here for sign-ins. You have 3 opportunities to sign in daily: morning, noon, and night, accumulating for a period of 10 days. Different locations yield varied rewards, which you must explore on your own. You may repeat sign-ins at the same place, with a cooldown period of 1 day." Lu Nange, sign in? Different locations for sign-ins? In this apocalyptic world, do you wish for me to venture out? Are you concerned I might perish too late? Rest assured, I am one with you, and the rewards will correspond to your actual circumstances. Lu Nange, other systems offer novice gift packs. Do we have one? Host, I am the latest model. The novice gift pack has been distributed, granting you an unlimited system backpack, capable of storing your possessions. Time within it remains static, preserving the items. It is visible only to you. A gentle reminder. Living creatures cannot be stored at this time. Other functionalities await unlocking. Lu Nange, space. Is this not what it is? Is there more? Host, you have 3 sign-in opportunities remaining today. You may sign in at the Lu family's living room. Do you wish to proceed? Sign in. Reward, beauty value 1. Lu Nange, a heart attack. In this apocalypse, what use do I have for such a trivial reward? Speed 1, strength 1, 1 pound of strawberries, 1 pound of cherries, 1 durian. Food has been automatically stored in the system backpack. Lu Nange, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, there's still hope. Host, I must slumber for the majority of the time. Once the system activates, it will function autonomously. Please explore other system rules on your own. Lu Nange, my adorable assistant, how may I find you? Feeling the harsh words in Lu Nange's mind, I sighed. Do not worry. I can sense your danger. I will awaken promptly to support you. During this period, please sign in diligently. And once the zombies appear, gathering enough energy will allow me to remain awake continuously. Lu Nange, after I fell into slumber. Lu Nange signed in once in the Lu family kitchen and once in Lu Shizhi's room. Rewards: explosive power 1, reaction ability 1, strength 1, weapon accuracy 1. 30 thermos water bottles, 10 packs of instant noodles, 3 cases of mineral water, 2 cans of milk powder, 1 case of river snail rice noodles, 1 case of instant hot pot. Lu Nange hurriedly stored all food into the system backpack, then swiftly traversed the villa, running up and down. She cleared out all rooms, including her parents' room, study, elder brother's room, and her own, as well as communal areas. Everything was transferred into the system backpack, neatly organized and displayed in text form. She could retrieve anything she needed directly. Now, only Lu Bei's room and the living room remained to be organized. Lu Nange understood that tonight's impending storm, while seemingly fierce, would pale in comparison to the challenges of the following 3 months. This was an opportunity not to be missed. In the garage, there remained a magnificent G-Class belonging to Lu Shizhi. Lu Nange, having just turned 20 in her previous life, had purchased a domestic baby bus for convenience in her part-time endeavors. She swiftly retrieved the key to the G-Class from her system backpack and ascended the stairs with purpose. With utmost care, she approached the bedside and gently lifted her sleeping brother, enveloping him snugly in a blanket, ensuring he was cocooned from the outside world. Despite her meticulous caution, Liu Bei stirred, his drowsy eyes fluttering open. In a voice thick with sleep, he inquired, "Sister, where are we going?" Lu Nange softly patted his back, soothing him with gentle words. "Do you remember my new house?" Liu Bei nestled against her shoulder, his little head nodding affirmatively. "Yes, I remember." Lu Nange continued, "We will stay at the new home for a few days. Once our parents return, we will come back here, all right?" Chapter 5. Liu Bei. Loft 1601. Lu Nange gently guided Liu Bei in a circle, revealing a space entirely adorned in creamy decor. The balcony had been enclosed, and 2 of the original 4 rooms had been combined to create a master bedroom. The remaining 2 rooms comprised only a guest room and a somewhat superfluous piano room. At 2217, within the master bedroom, Liu Bei lay soundly asleep beneath the soft covers, his steady breaths rising and falling in the tranquil atmosphere. Lu Nange rose on tiptoe, leaving behind a small lamp casting a feeble glow, before quietly closing the door. She needed to return to the villa to gather all remaining belongings from Liu Bei's room and the common areas into her system backpack. Just as her silhouette faded from sight, Liu Bei abruptly awoke from his slumber, sitting upright and gasping for air, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. His hand instinctively brushed against the soft blanket covering him, his movements slow and slightly bewildered. The word sister had been sealed away in the depths of his memory for so long that he had nearly forgotten the warmth of being cared for by her. "Have I been reborn?" Liu Bei murmured, his voice trembling with a quiver he was unaware of. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze icy and fierce, starkly contrasting with his youthful visage. Barefoot, he descended from the bed, glancing down at his small, underdeveloped limbs. The frailty of his unfinished body rendering him even more vulnerable in this harsh apocalypse. He took several strides to the window and abruptly drew back the curtains. A flash of crimson lightning streaked across the night sky, followed by the familiar, deafening roar of thunder. The fierce wind, accompanied by torrential rain, battered against the window. Indeed, the prelude to the apocalypse had begun once more. Yet soon, his brow furrowed deeply, confusion clouding his eyes. Why was it that this time his sister was still alive? Memories surged like a tide. The first time, he had starved to death. The second time, he had fled, seeking refuge within this house. On the day the rain ceased, he awakened his golden abilities. Being so young, he could only follow one team after another towards the capital city, searching for Lu Shizhi. After 2 long years, just as he neared his destination, he was betrayed by his companions, thrust into a horde of zombies. Liu Bei clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, a faint sound from the living room caught his attention. Reacting swiftly, he scrambled back into bed, just managing to close his eyes before sensing the door of the room gently creaking open. Lu Nange confirmed that Liu Bei was asleep before returning to the living room. Her gaze fell upon the series of missed calls on Liu Bei's phone. She had refrained from calling Lu Shizhi before bathing, fearing he might encounter severe weather conditions on his way back. If a plane crash were to occur, how could she possibly benefit from the male lead's aura? The nation was currently experiencing severe weather, with all flights grounded. Directly informing Lu Shizhi of the tragic news regarding his parents would undoubtedly compel him to drive back in haste. Nanchang, located inland, would likely remain unaffected by flooding for another 3 days. However, Lu Shizhi would need to pass through several coastal cities on his journey back from the capital. This implies that, whether departing at midnight or in the early hours of tomorrow, Lu Shizhi may encounter unforeseen circumstances. She and Liu Bei are still unable to bask in the radiance of the male protagonist, striving to survive until the very end. Therefore, it is imperative that the truth not be disclosed to Lu Shizhi at this juncture. She must endure with Yi for 3 months, awaiting Lu Shizhi and the male protagonist's arrival. Having contemplated all of this, Lu Nange dialed Lu Shizhi's number. The phone rang just once before being promptly answered. Lu Shizhi's anxious voice resonating through the line. "Yi?" Lu Nange suppressed her emotions, adopting a familiar tone as she softly replied, "Brother, it's me, Nan Nan." "Nan Nan, why have I been unable to reach you?" and our parents?" came Lu Shixi's concerned inquiry. Images of their parents flashed through Lu Nange's mind, tightening her throat. Mom and Dad are celebrating today, having indulged in a little drink, and have already retired for the night. I was playing with Ayi in the living room and didn't check my phone. That's a relief, given the inclement weather, and since none of you were answering the phone, I was quite worried. Lu Shixi sighed in relief. "Brother, with the weather being so unpredictable, please prepare extra food in case the water level rises and makes it difficult to venture outside. It's quite late. You should rest early." "All right, I will be cautious." Nan, you also take care and rest early. I shall call you again tomorrow." "Okay." After ending the call, Lu Shixi gazed out at the stormy night sky, a sense of unease settling within her. Lu Nange, weary, leaned back against the sofa, her eyes fixed on the ceiling, her thoughts a tangled web. The Lu family owns 5 large import supermarkets in Nanxing, with an ample supply encompassing all necessities. She must transfer all the items from the Lu family's expansive chain supermarket into her system backpack. These supplies will serve as crucial sustenance for her and her brother in the impending apocalypse. According to the original storyline, the first floor of Nanxing would be inundated 3 days hence. Tomorrow, people would continue their routines, entirely oblivious to the creeping danger. It would not be until the 3rd day, when the first floor is flooded, that everyone would be compelled to stay indoors. The Lu family's supermarkets are scattered across various locations, with only the one on Huaixing Road situated on the 1st floor, while the remaining 4 are located on the 2nd and 3rd floors of major shopping centers, providing relative safety. To ensure the smooth transfer of supplies, for safety's sake, she must contact Uncle Chun, her father's assistant, tomorrow to grant leave to the supermarket staff. This would allow her to clear out the supermarket on Huaixing Road during the stillness of the night. Subsequently, she would transfer all remaining supplies from the other 4 stores into her system backpack. Additionally, she must ascertain whether she can enlist help tomorrow to block the elevator and stairway entrances. Chapter 6. Blame my innocuous appearance. For everyone believes what I say the following day. The sky remained shrouded in darkness. Lu Nange called out a couple of times for Yu, but received no response. Only after confirming that the sign-in system was functioning properly did she feel at ease. Methodically, she retrieved the supplies from her system backpack, filling the kitchen cabinets to the brim, ensuring every compartment of the refrigerator was utilized to its fullest, with various ingredients arranged neatly. She then placed snacks and long-lasting sign-in rewards in the living room and the piano room. Having completed these tasks, she promptly organized the clothing for herself and Liu Bei, folding each piece with care and categorizing them on the sofa. Next, she took out the toiletries, intending to place them in the wardrobe and bathroom once Liu Bei awoke. After finishing her preparations, Lu Nange began to make breakfast. Considering that Liu Bei was still a child, she heated some milk and prepared a sandwich, layering golden fried eggs, fresh vegetables, and fragrant ham, which was visually appetizing. Just as she was about to call Liu Bei from the room, she caught sight of the little fellow quietly nestled on the living room sofa. "Ah, you're awake. Why didn't you call for your sister?" Liu Bei slowly lifted his head, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Nange, a hint of complex emotion reflected in his gaze. Even if they were to start over twice, it would only be 3 years. Observing his demeanor, Lu Nange assumed he was simply a child feeling fearful and uneasy in an unfamiliar environment. She walked a few steps to the sofa, gently bending down to pick Liu Bei up. He was not accustomed to such embraces and instinctively struggled to get down. But Lu Nange seemed to sense his discomfort, lightly lifting her hand to pat his back soothingly. The calming gesture prompted the little one to stop struggling instinctively, wrapping his small arms tightly around her neck, his little head tilting as it rested on her shoulder. "You're already a brave little man, Don't be afraid. Your sister is here. I will always protect you, and no one can harm you," Lu Nange whispered softly in his ear. Liu Bei tugged at the corners of his mouth, quietly absorbing the familiar strength surging within him. He murmured to himself, though he did not understand why she was here this time. He resolved to protect her. After breakfast, Lu Nange was about to dial Chun when her phone screen lit up, displaying a call from Lu Man. She glanced at Liu Bei, who was engrossed in the television, and gently turned, walking into her room while closing the door behind her. "Hello, Sister Lu Man. Lu Man first inquired with concern about Lu Nange's health, but her tone soon shifted to a more somber note, delicately conveying that due to the explosion on the bridge, the scene had been severely damaged, and it might be impossible to recover the bodies of Lu Ba and Lu Ma. She asked if there were any other adults at home and whether her brother had returned, to which Lu Nange responded evasively. Lu Man then mentioned that once Lu Nange was feeling better and the weather improved, she should go to the police station to give a statement. After hanging up the phone with Lu Man, Lu Nange took a moment to collect her thoughts. Lu Nange called Chun Yi, who answered the phone with palpable excitement. Nan, where are your parents? I couldn't reach them all night. From the original memories. Lu Nange was aware that her parents often embarked on spontaneous trips and would remind Lu Shizhi to keep in touch with Chun Yi. After Lu Shizhi entered university, her father would frequently advise Lu Nange. Thus, she replied without hesitation, Uncle Chun, my parents flew abroad last night. They just arrived at their destination and encountered a typhoon. The signal is intermittent. They called me yesterday and specifically asked me to contact you. Chun Yi rolled his eyes, not overly suspicious, as it was common for the Lu couple to engage in such escapades, which often inconvenienced him, a mere working man. Nan, what did your father say? Uncle, my dad called this morning and, amidst interruptions, mentioned the severe weather these days with strong convective storms, making it dangerous to venture outside. He asked you to inform all employees that starting tomorrow, there will be a holiday, with salaries continuing as usual, including for the security staff. Once the weather improves, he will contact you to notify the resumption of work. Chun Yi was taken aback. What kind of whim is this early in the morning? Just like that, a holiday is declared. Uncle, given the magnitude of this situation, I can only relay the message. My father mentioned receiving a notification from higher-ups and nationwide. Holidays will be arranged sequentially starting tomorrow. Understanding Lu Nange's obedient nature, Chun Yi knew she would not lie. He also pondered that Lu's mother had solid connections, suggesting there might indeed be some internal news. Otherwise, the notoriously stingy Galang Tai, who was generous only with his sister-in-law, would never close shop. All right then, I will notify everyone to take a holiday starting tomorrow. Thank you, Uncle Chun. With the bad weather, please stock up on food at home just in case. All right, Nan, you shouldn't go out in this weather either. Once you reach your father, have him call me back at the earliest opportunity. Where has he gone this time? To some remote mountain with no signal? Last time in Country F, I couldn't reach him for half a month. If he doesn't return your call, a WeChat message would suffice. Lu Nange replied cautiously, sighing in relief. Okay, Uncle Chun, it's just you and Xiaoye at home. Feel free to call me anytime if anything arises. Actually, there's something I need to trouble you with. Could you arrange for a few people to help me install some large doors today? What doors? My parents gifted me a penthouse, claiming the rooftop was included, which is why I chose the top floor. However, I discovered yesterday that the rooftop is littered with garbage, likely from the neighbors below barbecuing. I want to block the stairway to prevent them from accessing it. Chun Yi did not inquire further, considering it a simple task. I'll contact someone shortly to take measurements. Thank you, Uncle Chun, but there's no need for measurements. I've already done that. Just send me the contact information. Very well, I will arrange for them to call you. And you can decide which type of door you prefer. Chapter 7. The door was chosen by Liu Bei, an aluminum alloy armored door. The installation craftsman enthusiastically extolled its virtues. Fireproof, soundproof, thermally insulated, and even bulletproof. Lu Nange nodded frequently on the phone, impressed by the young one's discerning taste. However, to endure for 3 months, Lu Nange felt it somewhat lacking and resolved to add an additional stainless steel door. The craftsman on the line did not fully comprehend, yet offered his respect. In a high-end residential community, the affluent possess unique preferences, which is not entirely ungraspable. After some negotiation regarding the price, the installation fee escalated from initial $500 to $5,000. The craftsman finally relented, agreeing to bring a team for installation at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Once the door was selected, Lu Nange left her phone with Liu Bei and set out alone. She intended to replace the original owner's phone card and procure some supplies today. After all, she was currently spending the funds from Liu Bei's phone. She understood that the original owner was somewhat affluent, with a considerable savings, thus today, her spending was boundless. It was inconvenient to bring Liu Bei along. He was aware that the weather had been poor lately, posing no immediate danger, and wished to take advantage of her absence to test his metal-based abilities. Only with such powers could he protect her. Otherwise, his slight frame would only hinder her. Better to take a leap than to be a burden. Consequently, he nodded obediently. If sister returns late and you feel hungry, just nibble on some snacks. Liu Bei replied earnestly. Lu Nange couldn't shake the feeling that the young one seemed less enthusiastic today. The fierce wind howled, swirling the torrential rain, crashing through the heavens and earth. A cacophony of chaos. Lu Nange felt as though the windshield wipers might just smoke from the strain. The roads were nearly devoid of pedestrians. Only a multitude of vehicles struggled through the curtain of rain, their headlights flickering. After replacing her phone card, Lu Nange used her card to purchase a new phone. She swiftly powered it on, logging back into WeChat and her banking app. Upon seeing the 7-digit sum in the original owner's account, a pang of envy struck her heart. It was a visceral, unadulterated jealousy. The Lu family supermarket was vast, stocked with an astonishing quantity of supplies. Not only would she and Liu Bei be well provided for, but even if Lu Shizi and their group were added, they could comfortably sustain themselves for generations without depleting their resources. Nevertheless, Lu Nange was acutely aware that this was no time for complacency in the face of an apocalypse. She needed to prepare some medications and medical supplies, particularly for common ailments like colds and fevers in children, as their immune systems were fragile and could not be taken lightly. She meticulously noted all the medical supplies she researched in her phone's memo: medications, antibiotics, cold medicine, fever reducers, pain relievers, anti-inflammatories, gastrointestinal medicine, antihistamines. Medical supplies, first aid kit, bandages, gauze, tourniquets, iodine, alcohol, cotton swabs, adhesive bandages. Moreover, seeds, planting tools, and energy equipment were also essentials, crucial for long-term survival in the future. Lu Nange activated her mobile navigation, weaving through the streets and alleys, visiting several pharmacies in succession to procure a selection of essential medications. However, she was cautious not to purchase excessively, as drawing too much attention could be detrimental. While selecting the drugs, she keenly observed the layout of each pharmacy, discreetly comparing them, and eventually decided on 2 stores that were relatively easy to access. She silently calculated that before the flood engulfed everything, she would seek an opportunity to return for a zero-cost acquisition to further replenish her stock of medicines. Ding! Pharmacy check-in successful. Does the host wish to check in? Check in. Rewards: Strength 1, Speed 1, Recovery Ability 1, Strength Pills 3, Cleansing Pills 2. Sent to System Backpack. Please check. Seated in the driver's seat, she noted the warm prompt regarding the strength pills, which allowed her to lift objects weighing up to 300 pounds for a month with just 1 pill. A smile crept across Lu Nange's face. It seemed that her desires were being fulfilled. In high spirits, she searched for nearby electrical markets, hardware stores, and outdoor supply markets. Discovering that the electrical market was the closest, she made her way there directly. She purchased a diesel generator, a gasoline generator, and a solar generator from various specialty stores, all of which were stored in her system backpack. After a busy day, she glanced at the time and hurried home. Tonight, after gathering supplies from the Lu family supermarket, she would return to continue her zero-cost acquisitions, hoarding as much as possible. It was better to prepare in advance than to be caught unawares by the flood. Upon entering her community, Lu Nange informed the property management about the need to replace her door. As she stepped through her front door, she noticed Liu Bei cozily nestled on the sofa, his eyes following her movements. While changing in her slippers, she inquired, "Are you hungry?" Liu Bei replied, "I had bread and milk, so I'm not hungry." Lu Nange felt a twinge of sadness. Just yesterday, this little one had snuggled in her arms, and today he had transformed into a stoic boy. "How about I make you some seafood noodles?" Lu Nange had learned to cook from a young age, so her culinary skills were quite commendable. Living alone, she did not deny herself good food. Whenever she had free time, she watched short videos to learn new recipes. And now she could whip up a variety of delicious dishes. Preparing a bowl of exquisite seafood noodles was a trivial task. Before long, the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen reached Liu Bei's nose, and his stomach rumbled twice. Had 3 years truly changed so much? Had his sister really learned to cook? 2 steaming bowls of seafood noodles were served at the table. The firm noodles soaked in a creamy broth were adorned with vibrant red shrimp and green onions, making a sight that could make anyone's mouth water. Liu Bei cradled a large bowl, sipping the soup. Unable to resist teasing him, Lu Nange remarked, Is my cooking that delicious? Liu Bei lifted his head from the bowl, his expression still cool, and nodded emphatically. It's delicious. He thought to himself how truly delectable it was, especially since just yesterday he had been eating bugs. After finishing their meal, the phone call from the door installation master came through. In this community, every floor required individual access permissions or card swipes. As the doors were unlocked, Master Zhang, the skilled carpenter, arrived with several workers, carrying the doors with great care. Throughout the afternoon, the air resonated with the rhythmic sounds of clanging metal, the whir of power drills, and the steady thuds of hammers. Occasionally, Lu Nange would step outside to assess the progress. And as she beheld the nearly installed grand double doors, her sense of security was notably heightened. Liu Bei cast glances at his sister from time to time, pondering the notion that she too seemed to have undergone a rebirth. The endeavors of the past few days appeared to be orchestrated in anticipation of an impending apocalypse. Uncertain, he resolved to observe further. Chapter 8. Collecting as the phone rang, the holiday notice from the Lu family chain supermarket caught Lu Nange's attention. She coaxed Liu Bei in his sleep. At 7 o'clock, Lu Nange stepped outside. The night had already unfurled like thick ink, enveloping everything in darkness. The distance to Huaixing Road was considerable, and she drove through the night, reaching her destination after half an hour. Dressed in a black tactical jacket, a hat pulled low, and a mask concealing much of her face, she wore black knee-high boots, blending seamlessly into the night. Lu Nange swallowed a stamina pill and, having parked her car steadily, began to stroll slowly around the Lu family supermarket. The establishment was surrounded by tightly closed rolling shutters, aluminum mesh covering the windows, and cameras positioned all around. Only the back door was made of glass, presenting a challenging puzzle for entry. Suddenly, a crisp electronic voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Lu family chain supermarket, Huaixing Road branch, 1 sign-in available. Would the host like to sign in? Lu Nange paused briefly, then felt a surge of joy in her heart, promptly thinking, Sign in. The system's prompt chimed again. Reward, Signal Jammer 1, Universal Lockpick 1, Speed 1, Reaction Ability 1. Lu Nange silently cheered, exclaiming in her mind, Yes, you are my savior. Eagerly, she took out the signal jammer and the universal key. A gentle swipe of the key across the glass door produced a crisp sound, and the door slowly creaked open. Lu Nange shut the door behind her, feeling like a cat on the prowl, and stealthily made her way to the surveillance room. As expected, her figure was absent from the monitoring screen, which repeatedly played previous footage. Elated, she could hardly contain her excitement as she hurried into the supermarket. Upon entering the shopping area, she marveled at the extensive selection. Truly, it was a remarkable import chain. The electronics section boasted computers, laptops, tablets, and phones. The home appliances area featured refrigerators, washing machines, and air conditioners. The refrigerated section displayed meat, seafood, fruits, and vegetables. The bakery offered cakes, bread, and pastries. The snack aisle was filled with cookies, nuts, and dried fruits. Beverages, baby supplies, pet products, daily necessities, personal care items, sports equipment, and outdoor gear. Collect, collect, collect. Hoard, hoard, hoard. Even though Lu Nange only needed to place her hands on the shelves to gather entire rows of items into her system backpack, the supermarket's vastness, with its towering shelves and mountains of goods, meant that despite her frantic pace, she spent a full 3 hours scouring every corner of the 3-story supermarket and its storerooms. Upon completing her final collection, she turned to see the once bustling, merchandise-laden supermarket now transformed into a desolate emptiness. It was the kind of emptiness that echoed with every sound. Before leaving, Lu Nange returned to the surveillance room, where the screen continued to display images of the supermarket brimming with goods, showing no signs of disturbance. Only then did she feel reassured enough to turn and depart. At 3 in the morning, Lu Nange had finally completed the collection of supplies from the 3 supermarkets. It must be the effect of the vitality pill. She felt no fatigue at all. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to continue to the remaining 2 supermarkets, as only one day was left. If she did not collect them, they would be wasted when submerged. It was better to gather them now and wait for the waters to recede before seeking suitable opportunities to retrieve them. It was already past midnight, and the water level had noticeably risen. After tonight, the flood would engulf the first floor by morning, making passage for vehicles nearly impossible. Leaving no time for further preparations, she exerted every ounce of her strength, weaving through the city's nocturnal shadows. By the time she completed gathering supplies from the last supermarket, dawn was breaking on the horizon, and the clock indicated it was just past 7. She hurried home, took a shower, shared breakfast with Liu Bei, and then fell asleep. Knowing she had not returned all night, Liu Bei turned off the television and climbed the stairs at the entrance of their home. He felt weak, despite his abilities. Even a short walk left him exhausted. He needed to train rigorously, and only after breaking a sweat did he return to his room for a shower. At noon, Lu Nange was awakened by the alarm clock. Thinking of Liu Bei, she got up to prepare a meal. After satisfying her hunger, she returned to sleep for the rest of the afternoon, fully revitalized. After dinner, Lu Nange gazed out the window. Liu Bei feigned fatigue, yawning repeatedly, and then obediently climbed into the master bedroom's bed, lying quietly. Once she saw her brother settled, Lu Nange swiftly grabbed the car keys and hurried out, her figure quickly disappearing into the night. It was still early, and she was uncertain whether the pharmacy was open. Weighing her options, she decided to head to the machinery market, the hardware store, and the outdoor goods store first. The car sped through the streets, splashing water as it went. Soon, she arrived at the machinery market. After exiting the vehicle, she ran, nimbly navigating between the various shops. Her movements were practiced, regardless of their utility. She collected everything from wrenches and hammers to generator parts, stuffing them into her bag. Next, she moved to the hardware store, where she swiftly cleared the shelves of screws, nails, pipes, and more. Following that, in the outdoor goods store, tents, sleeping bags, and hiking boots were also added to her system backpack. As she finished, she glanced at the time. It was already 11 at night. On her way to the pharmacy, the outline of a large shopping mall came into view. Lu Nange's heart raced. Instinctively, she slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to take her chances inside. Crouching low, she moved cautiously, clutching her silencer tightly, and approached the mall entrance. After looting the place, Lu Nange made a beeline for the pharmacy. At 2 in the morning, the streets were eerily silent, and the pharmacy was devoid of life. She darted between the shelves, her hands moving swiftly as various medications flowed into her system backpack. Soon, the shelves, once laden with products, stood empty. Taking advantage of a brief moment, she used up all the sign-in opportunities she had accumulated throughout the day. It was then that she noticed the water level rising rapidly, a tightening sensation in her chest reminding her she still needed to visit the gas station. After all, aside from the generator, she had just collected quite a few vehicles at the mall. Gasoline and diesel were indeed necessities. Upon reaching the gas station, she found it brightly lit yet locked tight, devoid of any human presence. Presumably, the rising water levels had prompted the staff to evacuate early. Lu Nange retrieved her signal jammer and strode confidently into the gas station. With swift movements, she transferred all the gasoline and diesel from the storage tanks in her system backpack, and then, struck by a sudden inspiration, she attempted to fit the outdoor gas pumps into her pack as well. The scene resembled a locust-ravaged landscape, now left desolate and empty. After completing this audacious stockpiling endeavor, Lu Nange drove back to her community. Within the complex, she sought out a concealed corner. Once she confirmed that the surroundings were shrouded in darkness and devoid of any onlookers, she placed her vehicle inside the system backpack and, with a satisfied clap of her hands, ascended the stairs. The elevation of her community was considerable. By this time, the water level had risen past her knees, and it was likely that the areas previously swept through in the city had seen the first floors nearly submerged. Fortunately, she had put in extra hours this evening. With this thought, she felt no fatigue whatsoever. Instead, a thrill surged through her. Liu Bei had been listening intently to the sounds outside, and only after confirming that Lu Nange had safely entered did he turn over and drift into slumber. Chapter 9. In the second week, the rain poured down incessantly, as if the heavens had torn open a great chasm, unleashing a torrent that drenched the earth. The thunder rumbled relentlessly, echoing like the oaths of the world's miscreants. Lu Shizhi made several phone calls, all of which Lu Nange managed to deflect with skill, thanks to the preservation feature of the system's backpack. Lu Nange immersed herself in the kitchen these past few days, akin to a clockwork machine. A month hence, she resolved to refrain from cooking if possible, prioritizing the stockpiling of provisions above all else. Thus, she busily prepared an array of foods, her mind solely focused on gathering as much as she could. The kitchen was enveloped in the enticing aroma of food from dawn till dusk. Liu Bei also concluded that the speed at which his sister was stockpiling indicated her awareness of the impending apocalypse. One remained ensconced in the kitchen all day, while the other exercised diligently in her room. They coexisted without interference. Liu Bei refrained from questioning, and Lu Nange found no outlet for the myriad of clever excuses she had concocted to placate the child. The sole source of her concern was the check-in system. The system allowed the accumulation of only 10 days' worth at a time. She had initially planned to prepare her ingredients, then settle in at home to exercise and check in, patiently awaiting Lu Shizhi's arrival. After all, with 10 strength pills and her prior experience in Taekwondo, she estimated that facing 3 opponents should pose little challenge, provided she remained indoors. Even if others came knocking, the multiple layers of doors in their home could offer some measure of protection. However, after 2 days of attempting to check in at home, she discovered that the system would not allow her to check in again after cooling down 3 times in one location. Furthermore, the quality of the items obtained from the check-ins diminished with each subsequent attempt. Consequently, she understood that venturing outside was inevitable. To acquire more useful resources, she must seek new check-in locations beyond the confines of home. In the second week, torrential rain poured down, engulfing the city in a vast deluge. The water level rose at an astonishing pace, with murky waves ruthlessly inundating the second floor of the residential complex. Jisong Shanhe, nestled on a hillside, was not particularly low-lying, yet even the small buildings were submerged to their second story. This indicated that in the villas above, the first floors were also half underwater. Reports indicated that in the southern city, the water level had surpassed the 4th floor. The muddy water line served as a demarcation, signaling the shattering of a once tranquil existence. Lu Nange was added to the owners group by the property management, and since the first day of flooding, the chat was rife with complaints. The owners' anger and anxiety surged like a tidal wave. After all, this was an affluent area, with many high-rise units remaining unsold and unoccupied. The property management urgently mobilized personnel to relocate residents from the 1st and 2nd floors to the higher floors where no one was residing or where owners were absent. The owners, well-resourced, ensured that the property management dispatched a substantial supply of provisions. To blend in, Lu Nange also purchased a considerable amount. With the elevators out of commission, the management delivered supplies door to door. When Lu Nange heard a knock, she approached, her face concealed except for her eyes. The staff, noticing the locked staircase, expressed their curiosity and inquired further. Unfazed, Lu Nange calmly replied, "This is secured by my parents. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics. Miss Lu, would you like assistance bringing it inside?" They offered. Lu Nange shook her head. "No need, just leave it here. My father and uncle will come for it once they finish." Gazing at the surging waters, she realized that after 10 days of waiting, she had to venture out tonight. After a shower, Lu Nange quietly examined her reflection in the mirror. Her features bore an 8/10 resemblance to her original self, with the sole distinction being her eyes. She possessed a pair of alluring peach blossom eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, while her original self had doe-like eyes, a stark contrast to her own enchanting allure. Her striking features radiated vibrancy, evoking an immediate sense of allure. The doe-like eyes, glistening and clear, tempered her vivid beauty. Having relied on herself since childhood, Lu Nange understood that beauty devoid of capability was but a burden. Moreover, in a world governed by the law of the jungle, beauty could herald disaster. She sighed. contemplating her increasingly fair and delicate skin. The scars from the accident, whether a result of the cleansing pills or her body's innate healing abilities, had left no trace behind. Lu Nange rummaged through her wardrobe, finding a complete outfit in black, and retrieved a mask and hat from her system's backpack, wrapping herself securely from head to toe. In the event of encountering others outside, obscuring her features would mitigate unnecessary complications. After all, in this perilous world rife with danger, an extra measure of caution ensured a greater chance of survival. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the only sound was the relentless thunder and rain raging through the night sky. Lu Nange silenced her breath and descended the staircase slowly, step by step. With a vigilant eye, she surveyed her surroundings, ensuring that no anomalies were present and that not a single shadow was in sight before she could finally ease her mind. Retrieving an inflatable boat from her system backpack, Lu Nange deftly climbed out of the third-floor window. When selecting the boat from her system, she consciously opted for the manually paddled version, eschewing the engine-powered model. While the latter offered greater speed, its thunderous roar could easily disrupt the tranquil night, potentially drawing unwanted attention. Thus, she decisively chose the quieter alternative. With a strength-enhancing pill in hand, she felt confident in her physical prowess. Leaving the community, she diligently checked in at various distant locations, knowing that venturing out would only become increasingly challenging. To be cautious, she decided to retain the check-in points surrounding her neighborhood for future use. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye as Lu Nange quietly returned. She stowed the inflatable boat back into her system backpack and retrieved a signal jammer, meticulously scanning from the third floor upward, level by level. After a thorough inspection, she found that the 4th, 7th, and 15th floors exhibited no signs of life. This indicated that only 11 households, including her own, resided within the building. Once confirmed, she returned to her home and securely closed the door behind her. Chapter 10, Let It Be. In a dimly lit room, Lu Nange meticulously organized the rewards from her 30 sign-ins. What quickened her breath was the sign-in reward at the entrance of the police station, a 92F pistol along with 30 rounds of ammunition. Her fingers trembled slightly as she gazed at the details of the system, overwhelmed by an uncontainable excitement. 15 rounds, double magazine, effective range of 50 meters, she murmured softly. Yet, before long, this exhilaration was doused like a bucket of cold water, as she abruptly realized that she had no idea how to wield such a weapon. For the time being, it was merely an ornament. Just as she contemplated retracting the system backpack, she discovered a small, heartwarming reminder at the very end. Pairing with accuracy skills will enable the host to achieve perfect precision. Upon reading this, Lu Nange momentarily froze, then erupted into hearty laughter, her mirth echoing in the stillness of the room. Fearing she might alarm Lu Bai, she instinctively covered her mouth. Regaining her composure, she nearly tore the details page with her enthusiasm. Following the instructions, she emptied the magazine and practiced shooting in simulation, adjusting her stance repeatedly. Time slipped away unnoticed as she reluctantly stowed the pistol away. Gazing out the window, she observed the street remained eerily silent, shrouded in darkness. Without checking the time, one could hardly discern whether it was day or night. The zombies had yet to appear. Otherwise, she would have eagerly ventured out to test the pistol's might. The following day, Lu Nange continued her culinary endeavors in the kitchen, deftly stirring and simmering. Meanwhile, Lu Bai nestled comfortably on the sofa, cradling a cup of milk tea lovingly prepared by his sister. With each sip, he squinted his eyes in satisfaction, his little feet unconsciously swaying gently. When a phone's ringtone reverberated, Lu Bai reluctantly set his drink aside, quickly leaping off the sofa and padding barefoot towards the kitchen. "Sister, the phone is ringing," he called out, his voice preceding him into the kitchen. Hearing this, Lu Nange removed her gloves and answered the phone. "Nan, how is everything at home?" Came the voice of Lu Shixi, thick with concern. "Brother, we're doing well. How about you?" Lu Nange replied, her gaze drifting towards Lu Bai as she gestured for him to play in the living room. Lu Bai turned to leave the kitchen, exclaiming, "Sweet water. Here I come. Is everything all right with you? Is there enough food at home? Are Mom and Dad there today? I can't seem to reach them." Lu Shixi asked anxiously. Lu Nange gently closed the kitchen door, leaning against the refrigerator. Brother, take care of yourself. We're really fine. Mom and Dad have been busy handling supermarket matters these past few days and might not be able to answer their phones. By the way, our home got flooded, and we have moved to the 16th floor of Building 6 in the same community. If you come back, you can find us here. There was a pause from Lu Shici. Nan, please tell me the truth. Where have Mom and Dad really gone? Brother, I've already told you. They are busy with the supermarket. Lu Nange's heart tightened, an ominous feeling washing over her. Uncle Chin called me. Lu Shici's words struck Lu Nange like a heavy blow, leaving her head buzzing. She realized with a sinking heart that in her preoccupation with cooking and stockpiling supplies, she had forgotten to maintain contact. Nan, tell your brother what has happened to our parents. Lu Nange closed her eyes. Mom and Dad are gone. The line fell into a chilling silence, broken only by Lu Shici's rapid breathing. On that day of severe convective weather, Mom, Dad, and I were in a car accident. I intended to call you when I got home, but seeing the news about the extreme weather made me fear for your safety on the road. I can't lose you too, brother. As Lu Nange spoke, Lu Shici's eyes immediately brimmed with tears, his voice thick with emotion. Nan, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I will find a way to come back. Don't be afraid. Is there enough food at home? I can arrange for someone to send some supplies over. Brother, we are fine. Yi and I have brought all the food back home. It will last us for several months. Lu Shici, recalling the recent spate of unfortunate events, cautioned, as long as you have food, make sure to lock the doors. And do not venture outside. After Lu Nange reassured him multiple times, Lu Shici finally hung up. She set her phone down and wearily rubbed her forehead, a wave of bewilderment suddenly washing over her. On her first day, Lu Bea only mentioned her parents briefly, before she could dwell on her thoughts. Chunyi's call came through. Nan, your brother cannot reach your parents. Are you able to contact your father at this moment? Chun-Yi's voice was laced with evident urgency, diving straight into anxious inquiries without even a greeting. Uncle Chin, what is happening? Everything is gone? Absolutely everything. The supermarket is entirely empty. Chun-Yi's voice cracked, revealing despair and frustration. Lu Nange, I am aware, I am moving, but I cannot disclose anything. Uncle Chun, what's going on? I, along with a few security guards, took a speedboat to the supermarket to assess the situation. When we arrived, we found that our supermarket had been completely looted. Nothing remained. Chun-Yi's agitation escalated. Lu Nange fell silent for a moment, then slowly replied, Uncle Chun, I too cannot reach my parents. Perhaps we should wait until the weather improves to deliberate further. What do you think? With no alternatives? Chun-Yi could not devise a solution with his niece, and thus ended the call. In the capital city, after hanging up, Lu Shici felt as though all her strength had been drained, sitting vacantly on the sofa, her gaze hollow, as everything around her became indistinct. Chi Yanzhou retrieved a bottle of cola from the refrigerator. The sound of the can popping open interrupted the silence with an almost jarring effervescence. He approached Lu Shici, noticing his friend's despondent demeanor, and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Did someone kick you? Lu Shici slowly lifted his eyelids, his eyes reddened from sorrow. Chi Yanzhou offered him a cigarette. Shall we talk? Lu Shici's voice trembled. My parents are gone, and my sister is home alone with my brother. Each word felt as though it was squeezed from the depths of his heart, heavy enough to suffocate. Chi Yanzhou stood up and patted Lu Shici on the shoulder. Gather your things. I'll accompany you back tomorrow to take a look. Lu Shici raised his gaze, scrutinizing him. The roads are flooded. How can we return? Chi Yanzhou replied, solutions can always be devised. Acquiring a boat, isn't an insurmountable task. Chapter 11. Hoarding with a sudden crisp crack. Darkness enveloped the entire house as the power went out. In the obscurity, everything became indistinct, and the silence was unsettling. Faintly outside, screams rose and fell, echoing in the gloom, each reverberation striking the eardrums and intensifying the atmosphere of anxiety and unease. Lu Bei slid off the bed, and after acclimating to the darkness, he hurried towards Lu Nange's room. Simultaneously, Lu Nange retrieved a flashlight from her system backpack and dashed toward her brother's room. Just as Lu Bei reached out to push the door open, they collided with one another. Lu Nange immediately wrapped her arms around her brother, softly reassuring him. Are you scared? Liu Bei tightened his small arms around his sister's neck, mumbling softly, a little. Yet inwardly he thought, never mind. My sister must be too shy to admit her fear. I shall sacrifice a bit and keep her company. The following morning, the neighborhood remained without power. The owner's group chat erupted into chaos, notifications pinging incessantly, and the red, unread marks flashing like a dizzying light. Upon opening it, Lu Nange was met with a deluge of anxious inquiries. Does anyone have extra food? Can someone lend a power bank? My phone is about to die. Each urgent message conveyed a palpable concern over the scarcity of resources. In stark contrast, the property management, once attentive and cordial, now seemed to have entered a state of hibernation. Regardless of the uproar in the chat, they remained silent and unmoving, allowing the homeowners' anxiety to spread like wildfire. Rumors of an impending apocalypse ran rampant online. Some claimed that chaos had erupted within the city, with reports of looting. Others shared blurry images from the scene, leaving the truth ambiguous. Various harrowing narratives and seemingly credible leaks emerged, each one a grain of salt thrown upon the already uneasy hearts of the people. Fear and confusion filled their minds, their gazes towards the window reflecting a dread of the unknown future, uncertain of when this turmoil would cease. Disaster struck suddenly, engulfing the nation in turmoil. The existing order teetered on the brink of collapse, like a precariously balanced edifice poised to crumble at any moment. The end of the world had, without warning, drawn back its curtain. Seizing the opportunity presented by her need to check in, Lu Nange distributed supplies from the zero-cost acquisition at the large shopping mall to the upper levels of various tall buildings. Apart from the Lu family supermarket, Nanjing boasted numerous other markets. It was likely that everyone would rush to the larger ones first. By placing supplies in high-rise buildings, she not only safeguarded them from flooding, but also increased the chances for more ordinary people to find emergency food. She even delivered a substantial amount of food to Chen Yi. After knocking on Chen Yi's door, Lu Nange concealed herself in the shadows, ensuring that he had quietly moved everything inside before she turned and returned home. Lu family. Lu Nange retrieved the smallest diesel generator, switched it on, and after securing the door, she ensured that no sound emanated from the outside corridor before she felt at ease to return home. With the lights dimmed and only a few lamps aglow, she drew the curtains tightly, allowing Liu Bei to watch his tablet in the living room. Meanwhile, Lu Nange plunged into the kitchen. Upon turning on the gas, she suddenly realized that while she had stockpiled numerous small gas canisters for her portable stove, she possessed none of the traditional gas tanks. With the entire first floor submerged, it was uncertain whether any could still be found. Time was of the essence. She had to complete her tasks before the gas ran out. Liu Bei sat in the living room, observing his sister as she darted busily between the restroom and the kitchen, utterly engrossed in her endeavors. Noticing her air of secrecy, he wisely chose to refrain from asking questions, lest she concoct excuses to mislead him further. Lu Nange first boiled copious amounts of water, filling the thermos awarded by the system to the brim, steam enveloping the cramped space. Subsequently, she tirelessly transported batch after batch of basins, buckets, and bathtubs from her stockpile, systematically filling them with hot and warm water. Although her supply of bottled water was ample, she acknowledged the preciousness of water, uncertain if the external source would remain drinkable in the future. Stockpiling continued, as she mused that one could hardly use bottled water for bathing, and thus the accumulation persisted. Chapter 12. When one's needs are met, honor and shame are known. The rain fell in torrents, while the thunder had ceased. Amidst the intermittent sound of the rain, faint cries echoed from all directions. The screen of Lu Nange's phone flickered incessantly, notifications from the homeowners group chiming relentlessly. The display was awash with accusations and vitriolic remarks directed at the property management. A quick glance revealed that the third floor was already inundated. Drawing back the curtains and gazing out, murky waves surged, transforming the streets into a vast ocean. Numerous rescue boats navigated the turbulent waters, going back and forth. Lu Nange rummaged through her backpack and retrieved a pair of binoculars, spotting various floating debris and packaging bags on the water surface. Many residents were stationed at elevated spots, armed with long poles and nets, desperately fishing for food adrift in the flood. Lu Nange reclined on the sofa, the glow of her phone illuminating her numbed expression. She mechanically scrolled through the screen, switching between news pages from different cities, yet each notification mirrored the last, all urgent updates regarding the deluge. Mudslides, landslides, coastal areas submerged. The panic of water and power outages spread through the streets and alleys. Everywhere she looked, there were signals of distress, yet the magnitude of the calamity was overwhelming. In the face of the ravaging flood and collapsing ruins, people were wholly consumed by the instinct to protect themselves and their families, unable to extend a hand to others. The world seemed shrouded in the shadow of an impending apocalypse, suffocating in its oppressive gloom. Lu Nange understood that this was merely the beginning. When one's basic needs are met, the concepts of honor and shame become apparent. As food began to dwindle and survival hung by a thread, the fragility and darkness of human nature might be magnified endlessly. To survive became the quintessential goal. The official calls for assistance were unceasing. Though disaster is merciless, humanity remains compassionate, and only through collective effort can calamity be resisted. Lines of resolute text flickered on the screen. Still, many held steadfast in their belief that after the storm, the sun would inevitably pierce through the gloom, and the city would be rejuvenated, order restored. In the dimly lit living room, the light from the phone extinguished, followed by a soft sigh. She was merely an ordinary person, fortunate enough to keep herself and Ai alive. The task of saving the world was better left to the protagonists. The day after the complete loss of water, electricity, and gas, Lu Nange glanced at her phone. It was 5 a.m, the screen displaying a no-service symbol, the network entirely paralyzed. She opened the aluminum armored door, found a ribbon, and wove it through the gaps of the stainless steel door to secure it. Once fastened, she closed the armored door and pulled the ribbon through the gap above. Traversing the corridor, she tied the ribbon to her front door, affixing a bell. Thus, any movement of the stainless steel door would cause the bell to ring, enabling her to detect it from inside. After setting up the arrangement, Lu Nange ascended to the rooftop. Unlocking the rooftop door and giving it a gentle push, the iron gate creaked open, and a heart-wrenching wail pierced her ears. Damn thieves. Neighbors stealing from my home. How am I to survive this? Lu Nange donned her raincoat and glanced at the large barrel on the rooftop, filled to the brim with rainwater, before stowing it away in her system's backpack. She retrieved another batch, arranging it meticulously, then turned to secure the iron door, effectively muffling the cries beyond. Each floor housed a mere 11 families, yet malevolence had begun to proliferate uncontrollably. She needed to seize the opportunity tonight to exhaust her accumulated sign-in attempts. In a day or two, those driven mad by hunger and greed might set their sights on them. At that point, she would need to remain constantly by Liu Bei's side. Downstairs, after the 3rd floor had been flooded, a family of 5 began knocking on doors, starting from the 4th floor. Yet the residents of the 5th and 6th floors resolutely remained behind closed doors, refusing entry. Father Zhang exchanged a glance with his son before leading Mother Zhang, his daughter-in-law, and grandson to pry open the door to the 7th floor, taking refuge there. However, the 7th floor had only undergone basic renovations. The interior was stark and devoid of any provisions. Hunger soon overwhelmed them, forcing them to venture out once more, nervously knocking on doors in search of food. Yet when they reached the 9th floor, every door remained tightly shut, with not a single household willing to open up. The 5th floor even hurled harsh insults at them. Disheartened, the 2 men abandoned their quest and returned to the 7th floor, where the meager food supply on the 5th floor was swiftly depleted that night. At 3 a.m, when fatigue weighed heaviest, Lu Nange closed her front door. Shortly thereafter, the door to the master bedroom creaked open, emitting a soft squeak. Liu Bei stood by the living room window, gazing out into the abyss of darkness, where not even a hand could be seen. Illuminated only by the faintest hint of night, his gaze drifted to the medicine on the shelf in the corner, his expression vacant, as if lost in contemplation. He then hurried to the master bathroom, seized a handful of cold water from the corner, and without hesitation, doused himself. The icy water instantly soaked through his clothing, sending shivers coursing through him. Meanwhile, Lu Nange, clutching a fruit knife tightly in her right hand, stealthily ascended to the fourth floor. Confirming that no one was present, she deftly climbed out the window. Concerned for Liu Bei, who was alone at home, she dared not delay even for a moment. In the vicinity of the complex, she expended her accumulated attempts before rowing her inflatable boat back home. Throughout her journey, she noticed an increasing number of individuals venturing out into the night in search of sustenance. Chapter 13. The gold element. Upon returning home, Lu Nange, as was her custom, prepared to glance at Liu Bei before retiring for the night. She gently pushed open the door to the master bedroom, and the rhythmic sound of the little one's breathing was noticeably heavier than usual. Bathed in the soft, warm glow of the bedside lamp, Lu Nange leaned closer to the bed, noticing her brother's small face flushed with fever. She raised her hand to touch his forehead, which felt alarmingly hot. Without delay, she dashed to the living room in search of the children's fever-reducing medicine. As she exited the master bedroom, it dawned on her that the necessary items were already in her system backpack. Swiftly, she summoned the medicine and warm water with her thoughts. Upon returning to the bedroom, she administered the medicine to Liu Bei, followed by applying a cooling patch. As time ticked by, Liu Bei remained unresponsive, causing Lu Nange's brow to furrow deeper with concern. The hospitals outside had all closed, leaving her without any means of medical assistance. Suddenly, she remembered the cleansing pills in her backpack. Retrieving one, which was the size of a chocolate, she feared Liu Bei might choke, so she flattened it and fed it to him piece by piece. Feigning unconsciousness, Liu Bei longed to respond to his sister's persistent efforts to feed him. Yet, knowing that awakening his powers would require at least a day of deep slumber, he continued to feign a lack of awareness. He felt Lu Nange gently wiping his body with warm water, a tender motion that made him feel increasingly uncomfortable. When she paused, a foul stench invaded Liu Bei's nostrils, nearly provoking a gag reflex. He felt himself being gently lifted and placed into a warm bucket of water by Lu Nange, who had set up 3 large tubs. She swished him in the first, then transferred him to the second. Just as she was about to move him to the third, she removed his clothes. As she prepared to take off his undergarments, Liu Bei could no longer contain himself. He abruptly reached out and grasped the sides of his undergarment tightly. Awake? Liu Bei's face flushed crimson. Whether from fever or embarrassment was uncertain. His voice was stiff and stammered as he insisted, "I'll wash myself." Lu Nange teased, "Little brat, if you wish to wash yourself, I shall turn my back. Is that acceptable?" Liu Bei retorted, "You just go outside." Lu Nange replied, "You're running a fever. Can't I at least turn around and not look at you?" With gritted teeth, Liu Bei exclaimed, "I'm fine. I want to wash by myself." Lu Nange observed his cute, bashful demeanor as he squirmed in the bucket, his hands tightly gripping his undergarment. She stifled a laugh and stepped outside, determined to hold back her amusement lest the little one sulk for days. Reaching the doorway, she paused and raised her voice, "I'll be right here at the door, so do respond at any moment. Otherwise, I might think you fainted and rush in." From within, Liu Bei's voice emerged, slightly impatient. I know. You're sick, so don't take too long." Moments later, Liu Bei called out, "I'm done washing." As Lu Nange pushed the door open and entered, she beheld the little one already adeptly clad in his attire, wrapped snugly like a diminutive silkworm, obediently nestled within the covers. Approaching the bedside, Lu Nange gently picked up a dry, large towel and, with delicate motions, wiped Liu Bei's head. Once satisfied with her ministrations, she proceeded to the bathroom, where she retrieved a hairdryer, setting it to a gentle warm breeze, and gradually helped him dry his hair. Holding a thermometer, she lightly tapped Liu Bei's forehead, declaring, "The fever has subsided. You may rest a while longer." With utmost seriousness, Liu Bei gazed intently at her, stating, "I feel something is amiss." Internally, Lu Nange could only scoff at the remarkable sensitivity of this little rascal. After consuming the cleansing pill, his body had expelled all impurities, and he should feel invigorated. She forced a smile, inquiring, "What feels amiss?" "You're well now. Of course you should feel refreshed." Extending his right hand, Lu Nange was startled to see a golden orb in his palm, which instantaneously morphed into the shape of a baseball bat. Her mouth fell agape in astonishment. With a resigned sigh, Liu Bei stood up and gently closed his sister's mouth with his left hand. "What is this?" she stammered. Liu Bei feigned innocence, shaking his head. Internally, Lu Nange was in turmoil. How could he awaken his abilities so early? She instinctively reached out, murmuring, could it be an affinity for the gold element? Given Liu Bei's apparent naivety, she mused that even if she were to be reborn, it wouldn't extend her life significantly. Sighing, she pondered the challenges of nurturing him, providing sustenance for so many days. He needed to inform her of his powers so he could protect her at all times. Leaning against the bedpost, Lu Nange contemplated where things had gone awry. If Yi had indeed awakened his powers this early, how could he have been starved to death by Aunt Sue and her family? The logic was flawed. Could it be that she had entered the wrong narrative? In recent days, the door at the stairwell had been incessantly pounded upon, each knock louder than the last. Lu Nange remained unfazed, oblivious to the commotion beyond 2 layers of doors. Instead, she opened the living room door, ever vigilant as she taught Liu Bei Taekwondo, her gaze frequently darting toward the outside. After several days of training, Lu Nange was increasingly impressed by Liu Bei's intelligence. He grasped concepts almost instantaneously, retaining movements after just a single demonstration. However, his youth meant he lacked strength. Thus, during mealtime, Lu Nange discreetly administered a strength-enhancing pill to him. The moment the effects took hold, Liu Bei immediately sensed a difference in his body. Glancing at the now distorted spoon in his hand, his lips twitching. Did his sister truly think him a fool? What would he do but comply? As night deepened, the bell in the living room rang abruptly, its clear chime piercing the silence of the night. Lu Nange swiftly seized the electric baton from her bedside, nimbly springing from her bed. She hastened outside, only to encounter Liu Bei emerging from the master bedroom, wielding a resplendent golden baseball bat. "Stay home," he commanded, approaching her. Lu Nange gazed at her younger brother, who exuded an air of arrogance and coolness, and playfully ruffled his hair. "Be good and wait for me at home. I shall return shortly." "Stop nagging. Let's go together," Liu Bei retorted. The two of them stealthily stepped into the dimly lit corridor, faint rustles emanating from outside. Lu Nange instinctively pulled Liu Bei behind her. With a sudden burst of strength, she flung open the cast aluminum armored door, swiftly following with a forceful push of the stainless steel door. Utilizing the momentum, she delivered a fierce kick towards the person standing at the entrance, just as she intended to turn back and shove Liu Bei inside, locking the door behind them. She caught a glimpse of him adeptly shutting the door with a swift motion, brandishing a baseball bat, striking at the intruder as if playing a game of whack-a-mole. Lu Nange's nerves jolted. It was utterly ruthless, too ruthless. The figure at the stairway, clutching a candle, turned pale as a ghost, trembling uncontrollably, the candle flickering in his unsteady grip, and he collapsed his knees, crying out, "We were wrong. We are sorry. We had no idea anyone was home." On the ground lay 2 individuals, their bodies curled up like shrimp, emitting pitiful wails. The masked girl tilted her head, her features appearing even more sinister in the candlelight. "If they're SA next time, I'll have you cut down. Now get lost." Chapter 14. The ultimate weapon. The following day, a tranquil night enveloped the surroundings. Liu Bei, with his arms crossed and cherubic visage, appeared earnest and solemn. "Let's go. I will protect you." Lu Nange glanced at the little one's stature. "Staying up late will affect your height." Liu Bei shot her a haughty glance. "From a genetic perspective, my height will not be less than 1.80 meters. "Very well, but you must stay within my line of sight at all times." Liu Bei murmured in agreement, nodding quietly. Lu Nange extended her pinky finger. "Pinky promise. How childish." Liu Bei exclaimed with evident disdain, yet his hand moved without hesitation. Accompanying Liu Bei, Lu Nange feigned a trip to the piano room in search of equipment. From her System S backpack, she retrieved a Child S Life vest and a rain suit, assisting Liu Bei in donning them properly before retrieving the inflatable boat. Liu Bei eyed the boat, a flicker of annoyance crossing his brow. "Do you truly think I am foolish?" Under the cover of night, the 2 figures, one tall and one short, slipped out. Lu Nange secured the door and observed as Liu Bei hoisted the inflatable boat, struggling down the stairs with his little legs. Concerned that he might stumble in the beam of the flashlight, Lu Nange hurriedly stepped forward to take the boat from him. I can manage, Liu Bei insisted stubbornly. Lu Nange, infused with emotional support, reassured him, Sister knows our IE is strong, but as an adult, I cannot let a child bear such burdens. Quickly, help me by holding the flashlight and leading the way. The corridor was eerily silent as Lu Nange tossed the inflatable boat out through the window. She handed the rope to Liu Bei, then agilely climbed out herself, landing firmly on the boat before pulling Liu Bei through the window. The rain continued to pour heavily, the relentless droplets crashing against the water's surface, sending up sprays of liquid. The current was swift, and with Liu Bei alongside her, Lu Nange paddled towards the distance. Drawing on her memories from the previous day's preparations, she navigated through the curtain of rain. After more than an hour, the silhouette of a large shopping mall finally emerged in the distance. Finding a window to serve as an entrance, Lu Nange produced a pair of binoculars, surveying the interior of the mall. Confirming that it was devoid of any presence, she secured the rope from the inflatable boat to a hook, launching it forcefully towards a concrete ledge beside the window where it latched on firmly. She lifted Liu Bei and sent him through the window, then followed suit. She quickly shed her raincoat while Liu Bei was occupied with his. Seizing the moment, she swiftly stowed the inflatable boat back into her system backpack. Gripping Liu Bei's tiny hand tightly with one hand and holding the flashlight aloft with the other, she methodically swept the beam across the area. Indeed, the urban landscape was severely flooded, with water levels alarmingly high. What was once a 5-story mall was now entirely submerged, leaving no trace behind. Only the upper floors remained, towering office buildings. The glass doors of the companies were shattered into countless fragments, shards strewn across the floor. Documents and office supplies lay scattered everywhere, creating a scene of utter chaos. It is evident that this place has already been visited, and all the resources that could be scavenged have likely been stripped bare. Not far around the corner, several blinding beams of light pierced through the dense darkness, and Lu Nange suspected they were fellow travelers. However, she was entirely unaware of their identities. Should a conflict arise, the two siblings would find themselves in dire straits, outnumbered and vulnerable. As the light illuminated the area, Lu Nange swiftly picked up Liu Bei and slipped behind a wall. Liu Bei obediently wrapped his arms around her neck, resting his head on her shoulder. Adjusting to the darkness, with 7 more sign-ins yet to complete, Lu Nange steeled herself and cautiously felt her way upstairs. As she approached the staircase, the cacophony of voices grew increasingly distinct. A child's voice, laced with cries, desperately called out, "Let go. You must let go of my mother." The youthful tone was saturated with fear and helplessness. Following this, a dull thud echoed as a heavy object fell, followed by a woman's piercing scream. Yuan, Yuan, let go of my son." From Lu Nange's vantage point, she could only see a disheveled woman lunging forward, fiercely biting the ear of the man before her. Enraged and humiliated, the man yanked the woman's hair and struck her across the face, his words crude and brutish. "You filthy whore. You were traded for a bag of bread. So what pretense of virtue do you maintain?" The two men beside him wore grotesque, lecherous expressions, fixated on the chaotic and brutal scene unfolding. One of them licked his lips and obsequiously addressed the leading man. "Elder brother, you go first. Let us two have our fun later." His tone was reminiscent of a wolf salivating over its prey. The small boy, having been kicked away, lay motionless on the ground, his tiny frame entirely still. In a corner, another man was obliviously gnawing on bread, utterly indifferent to the turmoil surrounding him. Lu Nange understood that in the wake of the apocalypse, morality and order had collapsed, and the ugliness of human nature had been magnified beyond comprehension. Such scenes would only become increasingly commonplace. All she could do was ensure her own survival. Liu Bei, having witnessed too much of this in his previous life, covered Lu Nange's eyes with his hand, whispering, "Sister, don't look." The image of the woman's despairing eyes lingered in Lu Nange's mind, refusing to dissipate. "You dare bite me, you filthy whore. How audacious!" Though her eyes were covered, her other senses sharpened, and the vile words and agonizing cries continued to assault her ears. Gently placing Liu Bei down, she instructed, "Stay here. I will be back shortly." She swiftly drew out her stun baton from her waist and charged forward, the baton slicing through the air as it struck the kneeling man's knee with a resounding crack. The man's legs buckled at once, collapsing heavily to the ground, a blood-curdling scream erupting from his throat. Lu Nange then raised her gaze to the two men rushing towards her, their expressions filled with disdain and contempt, as if they were regarding a revolting pile of refuse. She struck the head of one of the men adorned with floral tattoos and a fierce countenance. The electric baton collided with his skull, producing a dull thud. He scarcely had time to utter a cry of pain before his body convulsed and collapsed onto the ground. Lu Bai, wielding a gleaming baseball bat, struck the calf of another man standing behind the tattooed one. As the man fell to the ground in agony, Lu Bai's eyes gleamed with a fierce determination as he lifted the bat and brought it down forcefully upon the man's head. The woman, in a frenzy, rushed forward and tightly embraced the child lying on the ground, her body trembling violently with fear and excitement. Bowing her head, she repeatedly murmured, "Thank you, thank you." Lu Nange retrieved a coat from her backpack and tossed it over. The cacophony of the men's curses and screams that had once filled the air suddenly vanished. Lu Nange instinctively turned to look back, only to find three men sprawled haphazardly on the ground, their heads shattered by Lu Bai's blows. Crimson blood spreading across the ground. Lu Nange, it's over. I have raised my brother into a killing machine. Chapter 15. Do trash deserve it? In the depths of Lu Bai's captivating gaze, a hint of ferocity glimmered. Upon hearing a sound, Lu Bai lifted her head to observe Lu Nange, her lips murmuring softly, as if a torrent of words swelled within her, yet ultimately swallowed back, leaving her voiceless. The golden baseball bat dragged across the ground, producing a spine-chilling sound in the dim light. The little one approached Lu Nange, extending a small hand to gently tug at her fingers, resting his head against her side. Sensing the child's unease, Lu Nange bent down and gathered him in her arms, turning to leave. The woman on the ground, witnessing this, hastily rose, her expression fraught with anxiety as she took a few steps forward. Lu Nange paused, retrieving a fruit knife and some wound care supplies from her bag, casting them onto the ground. Survival of the fittest. One must never rely on others for their own life. In the shadows, Lu Bai retracted the golden baseball bat, encircling Lu Nange's neck with his arms. A piercing scream erupted, the man's agonized cries reverberating through the corridor, sending chills down one's spine. My name is Du Ning. Thank you. Lu Nange's pace faltered, yet she did not turn back. The soft yellow light cascaded gently onto the sofa, where Lu Nange and Lu Bai sat opposite each other, their light chestnut eyes mirroring one another. Unconsciously, Lu Nange's fingertips curled slightly. After a moment, she raised her hand from her backpack, presenting a basket of washed strawberries to Lu Bai. Observing Lu Bai's unfazed expression, she confirmed that the little rascal indeed knew everything. Sister did not intend to deceive you. Lu Bai appeared to say, "Go on, I'm listening." With a hint of resignation, Lu Nange spread her hands. "But you have your own little secrets too." Tilting his head, Lu Bai replied, "I am 10 years old and have been reborn twice. The first time my parents, you and my brother vanished, and I starved to death. The second time the police called Aunt Sue, and I heard you all had died. I sneaked out, awakened my abilities, and sought my brother in the capital, but I died on the road not far from there. The third time you were by my side." Lu Nange gazed at his tearful, aggrieved eyes and enveloped him in her embrace. "I'm sorry. It's my fault for not finding you sooner." Nestled against Lu Nange's shoulder, Lu Bai, with a quivering voice, replied, I forgive you." In the 3 small villas of Jiusong Mountain River, a dozen men gathered together. Among them was a stout man, his belly slightly protruding, wearing a broad grin that caused the flesh on his face to quiver. He leaned slightly forward, a sycophantic glint in his eyes as he spoke to the burly man with a buzz cut seated at the center, flattering him profusely. "Brother Guang, it's our turn for Building 6 today. When shall we head over?" The imposing buzz-cut man was He Guang, emanating an air of menace. Silently, he extinguished his cigarette forcefully against the windowsill, sparks flying up only to quickly die out. He lifted his eyelids slightly, his coarse voice rasping like sandpaper. "Old Shun, Leave half of the men with you to guard our stronghold. I'll take Chunzi and a few others. Old Shun hurriedly stood up, leaning slightly forward, and respectfully replied, "Understood, boss." Guang, accompanied by Chunzi and 4 others, swiftly boarded the rubber dinghy. Upon reaching Building 6, they skillfully climbed through a window. The corridor was permeated with a damp, decaying odor. Guang led the way, the iron rod in his hand unintentionally sliding against the stair railing, producing a clanging sound that echoed through the silent hallway, each clang resonating like a heavy hammer striking the heart. They scoured from the 5th to the 7th floor, only to find meager, scattered supplies on the floor, igniting a surge of fury within them, glaring menacingly at the cowering men below. The iron rod in his hand fell relentlessly, fists raining down like a torrential downpour, striking with increasing ferocity. "Useless scoundrels! This is a wealthy district, and you have so little? What about your pride?" Several women, terrified, clutched their children, huddling in the corners, trembling and barely daring to breathe. A squat, portly man named Li Shu leered at Zhang Chun's wife on the 7th floor. Zhang Chun, witnessing Li Shu reaching for his wife, shouted hoarsely, "Big brother, I know there's food on the 16th floor. Only 2 siblings live there. They've never come out, so they must have food." Guang, upon hearing this, halted his assault and slowly turned around, a barely perceptible cold smile gracing his lips. He began to leisurely tap Zhang Chen's face with the iron rod. "2 siblings have food? Yet you choose not to seize it, but instead, you stand here trying to deceive me?" Zhang Chun quickly waved his hands, his voice tinged with desperation. "It's true, big brother. We really intended to take it. But they have 2 large iron doors at the stairwell. We couldn't get in." Guang's face darkened with rage as he abruptly lifted his foot and kicked Zhang Chun in the side. "You little brat, if you dare trick me, I'll throw you off the 16th floor." Though Zhang Chun repeatedly protested, he seized the moment to frantically shove past Li Shu, who stumbled and nearly fell. Cursing at Zhang Chun, Guang quickly stepped forward, seized Zhang Chun by the collar, lifting him off the ground, and then forcefully shoved him toward the stairs. "Lead the way." 16th floor. The stainless steel door of the stairwell reverberated with loud thuds from his kicks. "If you don't open the door, I'll dismantle it myself," Guang bellowed angrily. Inside, Lu Nange bent slightly, peering through the peephole to observe the commotion outside. A layer of stainless steel obscured her view, but she could faintly discern a throng of people, estimating their numbers to be considerable. She shook the electrobat in her hand and turned to Liu Bei. Gripping a golden baseball bat, Liu Bei's small face was tense. "There are quite a few of them," Lu Nange whispered. Liu Bei nodded in affirmation. "I'm ready." Lu Nange swiftly opened the first layer of the door and, with a sudden burst of strength, forcefully pushed the stainless steel door wide. The immense impact caught the few individuals who were tightly pressed against the door off guard, causing their bodies to uncontrollably topple backward. Those standing precariously at the edge of the staircase fared even worse, tumbling down the stairs amidst a cacophony of terrified screams and the dull thud of bodies colliding with the steps. Liu Bei reacted promptly, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos to swiftly secure the door behind him. The 2 siblings exchanged a glance, their smiles tinged with an eerie mischief. Guang, after stumbling clumsily a few steps, finally managed to regain his footing, a flicker of anger flashing across his face. Upon catching sight of Lu Nange's appearance, he smirked, letting out a lewd whistle, his eyes filled with lascivious intent as he brazenly scrutinized her, as if she were a piece of meat laid out on his chopping board for him to toy with at will. Just as Guang was about to utter some crass and vile remarks, a small figure darted out from the side. A golden baseball bat, propelled by the rush of wind, swung down fiercely toward Guang's head. Liu Bei struck relentlessly, his blows fierce, inwardly cursing, "Rubbish. How dare you lay eyes on my sister? I'll knock your eyes out." The siblings wreaked havoc upstairs, completely oblivious to the waves of excited cheers resonating from below. Chapter 16. The halo of the protagonist, a modest, yet quietly docked beneath the 6-story building, its hull gently swaying with the current. Numerous onlookers waved from the windows, mistakenly believing it to be an official rescue vessel. A few tall, slender figures descended from the yacht, standing out strikingly. They deftly made their way into the building. As soon as they entered, the sounds of fierce combat erupted from above. Thudding blows, anguished cries, and the clattering of objects intertwined, echoing down the stairwell. The foremost young man instinctively furrowed his brow and strode purposefully upward. The three others closely followed, their footsteps resonating in the corridor. Above, the cacophony of screams filled the air as the residents of the sixth floor, led by Zhang Chun, huddled together in a corner, terror etched on every face. The two siblings were terrifying, especially the younger brother, whose brutality belied his tender age. Zhang Chun. It was all over. He Guang, a ruthless character, lay like a heap of mud. Liu Bei contemplated that if it weren't for the fear of dirtying his doorstep, he would have certainly dealt with it. Li Shu and his companions gazed at Lu Nange with lewd and unscrupulous eyes, leering at her unabashedly. This blatant act incensed both Lu Nange and Liu Bei, who armed themselves and cornered their pursuers, delivering a relentless thrashing. Among the newcomers was a boy with deer-like eyes, sporting a slightly rebellious demeanor, who paused at the stairway. Disbelief etched across his face. He instinctively rubbed his eyes, searching for his delicate, porcelain doll-like sister and his adorably plump, docile brother. Among those trailing behind, a red-haired youth nudged Lu Shitzi, saying, "Brother Ci, is this your sweet sister? Your adorable brother? Surely, you must be mistaken." Hearing the voice, Lu Nange and Lu Shitzi turned in unison toward the stairway. A curious ancestral pressure took effect, causing the two figures, one tall and one small, to swiftly conceal their bloodied weapons behind their backs. Hizhua exclaimed, "Wow, Brother Ci, your sister must be a celestial being from the heavens, devoid of any worldly essence." Lu Shitzi retorted, "Shut up." Qi Yinzhou's soulful peach blossom eyes blinked, his obsidian pupils deepening with intensity. "What is this? Has Big Brother forgotten us?" Lu Nange and her brother exchanged glances, tilting their heads innocently. "Big Brother. Hi damn." Qi Yinzhou's atoms apple-bobbed. In room 1601, a row of boys sat on the sofa, while two girls conversed softly at the dining table. Lu Nange nestled comfortably in a lazy chair, with Liu Bei closely tucked beside his sister. The red-haired boy's voice echoed through the room, "Brother Ci, your family's genes are simply outstanding. An 18-year-old fairy sister and an 8-year-old handsome brother. Two children in a safe house with water, electricity, and resources, and such strength. Incredible." Lu Shitzi shot him a glare. "Be quiet." Hizhua Xan, fully understanding the situation, playfully mimicked the action of zipping his lips tightly, and then promptly plopped down onto the floor. Lu Shicai, with a grin he deemed amiable, introduced the group. In an instant, several pairs of eyes turned in unison towards the Lu siblings. Lu Shicai first pointed to the young man leaning against the sofa, clad in a black windbreaker, exuding an air of noble arrogance. "This is Qi Yinzhou," Lu Shicai announced. Lu Nange nodded slightly in acknowledgement, while internally, a voice screamed in confusion. What had gone awry? There was still a month to go. Why had Lu Shicai brought the male lead here? Next, Lu Shicai gestured towards the young man in white attire. "This is Gu Qi." Gu Qi smiled and nodded at the siblings, his eyes brimming with friendliness. Lu Nange muttered to herself, "If Qi Yinzhou embodies the essence of a delicate, manga-like youth, then Gu Qi is the epitome of a refined rogue." The elder brother serves as the left arm of the male lead, while Gu Qi is the right. Lu Shicai then looked at the bespectacled, scholarly young man. He is Ji Xian, Lu Nange thought, a love-stricken supporting character, yet he possesses an air of nobility. Ji Xian adjusted his glasses and smiled gently. The red-haired one is Hizhua. Upon hearing his name, Hizhua sprang up from the floor and rendered a rather unrefined military salute. Lu Nange mused, a sunny type, rather foolishly endearing. Hizhua exclaimed, "Hello, younger siblings." Finally, Lu Shicai gestured towards the two young women at the dining table. The long-haired sister is Ji Xian's girlfriend, when Lu Nange thought. The typical whimpering creature, a white lotus supporting character. The short-haired sister is Gu Qi's sister, Guan. Guarding the yacht downstairs is Qi. The bodyguard of your brother, Yinzhou. Lu Nange reflected. a boisterous and grand presence, highlighting the supporting character's delicate naivety. Chi, the male lead's formidable bodyguard. Lu Shixi introduced, "This is my sister Nan, Lu Nange, and my brother Ai, Lu Bai." Chi Zhou lifted his eyelids, slowly straightening from his relaxed position on the sofa and standing upright. "Brother Ci, you all continue your conversation. It seems this place cannot accommodate us. Let us seek nearby lodging." The group stared at Chi Zhou in astonishment. Lu Shixi stepped back, his expression one of disbelief. Though the camaraderie among boys often bordered on paternal, did Chi Zhou just call me Brother Ci? With a nonchalant flick of his eyelids and a smile gracing his lips, Chi Zhou inquired, "What is wrong?" The group shook their heads simultaneously, with Gu Qi reacting the quickest. "Yingu, let us go." Lu Nange interjected, "The 15th floor downstairs should be vacant. I have a universal key with a password." She shot a glance at Lu Shixi, her survival instincts kicking in, while Lu Bai added, "My sister and I found it at the supermarket." Lu Shixi regarded the two siblings, their eyes glistening with a similar innocent charm. "I want to devour you." Lu Nange dashed towards the guest room, feigning a search, and presented the universal key to Chi Zhou. Internally elated, she thought, "Mother, I have made progress. I have made progress. As a mere supporting character, I have also basked in the male lead's aura." Once the group departed, room 1601 was left with just the three siblings. Lu Shixi casually tucked his hands into his pockets and inquired, "Come clean, where did the two of you acquire such strength?" The siblings exchanged a knowing glance, and in perfect unison, they shrugged their shoulders and shook their heads like bobbing drums, replying in chorus, "We have no idea." Lu Shixi couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation, reaching out to ruffle their hair vigorously, transforming their once orderly locks into a chaotic mess. "Still pretending? Who taught you how to fight?" Lu Nange glanced at Lu Bai, who sighed inwardly, realizing he had to step in. He spoke slowly, "My sister and I don't fight. We simply possess great strength, which might be hereditary." Lu Shixi's brows furrowed in disbelief. "Are you trying to fool me? Then why don't I have it?" Once again, the siblings exchanged glances and continued to shake their heads in synchronized motion. Lu Shixi internally screamed in frustration, "The rebellious phase is upon us. Just spill it. Who are you trying to deceive?" Lu Bai waved the golden baseball bat in his hand, and Lu Shixi's eyes widened in shock as he watched the metallic object transform into a golden wolf fawn club. His eyes bulged to their limits, and he exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" Lu Nange replied, Bai has awakened his golden ability, while I have awakened my spatial ability." Lu Shixi reclined on the sofa, slightly leaning back, and placed a hand on his forehead, muttering to himself, "Let me gather my thoughts. What's this golden ability? And what is a spatial ability?" Lu Shixi asked. Lu Nange explained, "The golden ability is precisely what you see. Bai can control all metallic objects." As she spoke, she retrieved 3 ice creams from her system backpack, handing one to Lu Shixi, while she and Bai each took one. Lu Shixi watched in awe as his sister conjured ice cream seemingly from thin air, and he stood up, circling around her twice. "Stop spinning, brother, it's making me dizzy." "The spatial ability allows for storage," Lu Nange explained, having previously conspired with Lu Bai to share this truth. She believed that as an elder brother and a crucial male supporting character, Lu Shixi was undoubtedly trustworthy. The two siblings, who had been tiptoeing around the truth, decided it was better to let Lu Shixi deal with the headache while they followed his lead. After all, the narrative indicated that Lu Shixi was astute and perceptive, while they, the siblings, were rather naive and transparent, akin to a sieve. Unbeknownst to Lu Bai, Lu Nange's musings would have provoked a rebuttal had he been aware, as he would have retorted that only she was as transparent as a sieve. Chapter 17, Room Arrangements. When Gu Qi descended the stairs to summon Ji Xian and the others, He Guang and his companions had already been placed in a corner of the staircase on the 14th floor by Zhang Chun and other residents below. As they ascended, Wenin, terrified, nestled herself in Ji Xian's embrace upon seeing He Guang and the others huddled against the wall. Upon reaching the 16th floor, they found Zhang Chun, sycophantically leading a group, cleaning the corridor and stairs. By the time the four entered, The 16th floor was spotless. Fearing retaliation, Zhang Chun conspired with the other residents to take decisive action and directly threw He Guang and his companions down from above. Before casting them into the flood below, Zhang's father keenly noticed a yacht down below, presumably belonging to the notorious individuals on the 16th floor, and decided to toss them to the other side. Zhang Chun instructed the women in his household to return home first, and once they departed, he relocated He Guang and the others to the window on the opposite side of the yacht. Before discarding Li Shu, Zhang Chun viciously struck him with a kitchen knife multiple times. As Qi Yanzhou and his group descended, they were suddenly startled by the sound of a heavy object splashing into the water. Hizhua leaned by the window to peer down, noticing Zhang Chun and his companion's hands still suspended in midair. Hizhua murmured, "Goodness, they're truly ruthless characters." Ji Xian, Wan En, and Gu Wan looked on in bewilderment. Gu Qi speculated, "It's likely that those dealt with by Nan Nan and Yi have been thrown down." Wan An's face reflected her dismay as she tightened her grip on Ji Xian's arm, speaking softly, "Brother Xian, how can they do such a thing? This is murder. They're far too cruel." Hizhua's lips twitched, internally critiquing, "My goodness, is this woman not revolting? I have goosebumps." "Hold your tongue. You can't comment on a brother's woman." Gu Qi shot a glance at Ji Xian and pulled Gu Wan closer to his side. Qi Yanzhou, without lifting his head, merely fiddled with the universal key in his hand. With a beep, the door to the 15th floor swung open. Hizhua gazed at Qi Yanzhou's universal key, his eyes lighting up with envy. "I wish I could be like Brother Ci." Turning back to Gu Qi and the others, he asked, "What do you think? Is it reliable for me to become Brother Ci's brother-in-law?" Gu Qi replied, "There are no mirrors in this room. Surely there must be a restroom?" Hizhua retorted, "Damn. Gu, I'm still a flower of the capital." As Lu Shizhi descended with cleaning supplies, Qi Yanzhou and his companions were dividing the rooms. The door was unlocked, and Lu Shizhi pushed it open, inquiring, "How is it? Is it livable?" Hizhua waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry, we can manage. Yanzhou cannot share a bed with us. He'll have his own room, while I and Gu Qi will squeeze together. Gu Wan can have her own room, and Ji Xian and Miss Wan can share." Wan En, clinging to Ji Xian's arm, interjected with a hint of irritation, "Brother Xian, there are no beds. We can't possibly sleep on the floor." Lu Shizhi responded, "Nan Nan found 4 air mattresses and an electric pump. Would you like to move down with me?" Hizhua's eyes brightened, and he excitedly opened his arms, rushing towards Lu Shizhi. "Brother Ci, Nan Nan, I adore you both." Lu Shizhi sidestepped to the right, evading Hizhua. "There's truly no need for that." Having spoken, disregarding Hizhua's expression reminiscent of a lovesick maiden, he turned his gaze towards Qi Yanzhou, who was leaning against the window. "Yan, would you like to reside upstairs with me?" Qi Yanzhou, casually leaning against the window, gently bit the unlit cigarette, but at the corner of his mouth, his brows slightly lowered. "Is that appropriate, Ciga?" The others once again addressed him as Ciga. Lu Shizhi shivered, recalling the incident of enticing Qi Yanzhou into mischief, and pretended to cover his mouth, clearing his throat lightly. "I share a room with a Yi. Nan Nan has one, and yours is just right. Downstairs, a Qi and the others can manage just fine." Qi Yanzhou nodded slightly, rising to his feet and strolling leisurely towards the doorway. Hizhua quietly retreated to Gu Qi's side, turning his head to murmur softly, "Why do I feel like Yin Gu is acting a bit strange today?" Gu Qi fixed his gaze on Qi Yanzhou's retreating figure. "He has blossomed." Hizhua emitted a sound of disbelief. "No way." Gu Qi continued, "A few years ago, we were watching dramas together, discussing the girls we admired." Hizhua glanced at Qi Yanzhou's silhouette, then at Gu Qi, suddenly awakening to a startling realization. "Oh my, Nan Nan seems to embody everything he..." Gu Qi shot him a sidelong glance. Someone might not remain human for long. Since moving to the 16th floor, Liu Bei had long desired to exchange rooms with Lu Nange, believing his sister to be a princess who deserved only the finest, even in the apocalypse. If only he were older, perhaps. After several persistent attempts, he ultimately failed to make the switch. Who could have anticipated that on Lu Shizhi's first day back, the room arrangements would be promptly reassigned? On the 15th floor, Gu Qi, Gu Wan, and Hizhua each had their own room, while Ji Xian shared with Wan En. The 16th floor featured a spacious piano room, with supplies relocated to the living room. Lu Nange retrieved a 2-meter bed from the system's warehouse, transforming the original piano room into the shared quarters of Lu Shixi and Lu Bai. Qi and Zhou moved into the smaller bedroom previously occupied by Lu Nange. The decision to have Qi and Zhou move in was reached after careful deliberation among Lu Shixi, Lu Nange, and their brother. Lu Shixi expressed that his return was solely to bring his siblings along. With their parents gone, he, as the eldest brother, felt it was only natural for him to be where his sister and brother were. He currently could not remain in their hometown once the waters receded. His studies and business awaited him in the capital, thus requiring his sister and brother to reside with him temporarily. This meant that en route to the capital, the 3 siblings would inevitably live alongside Qi and Zhou and the others. After 4 years of acquaintance, Lu Shixi was well aware of Qi Yinzhou's intellect. He refrained from speaking now, knowing that eventually, Qi Yinzhou and Gu Qi would discern the truth through the minutiae. It was better to be forthright with Qi Yinzhou about the matter, as he could assist in keeping it under wraps. Lu Nange raised both hands in agreement, stating that after the rain ceased, supernatural abilities would proliferate, and she was uncertain if she would awaken other powers. Possessing spatial abilities would allow her to stockpile supplies for everyone. For now, they would endure and assess the realities of survival in this new world, while also exploring the possibility of awakening combat-oriented powers. In this world, one must possess absolute strength to navigate the challenges alone. Lu Nange believes that, for the time being, she does not possess such power. Forming a team is crucial, and the choice of teammates is even more vital. The team led by her elder brother, the male protagonist, is undoubtedly her first choice. The male protagonist group is formidable, though it still requires development in its early stages. As Qi Yinzhou is the original male lead, it is likely that the team will survive until the conclusion. Ultimately, they will all converge at the male protagonist's base in the capital, awaiting the dawn of a new era. Why indulge in sentimentality? It would be wiser to join from the outset. Moreover, from the very first day of her arrival, Lu Nange has been alongside Lu Bai. Initially, her intention was merely to wait until Lu Shixi came to retrieve Lu Bai, allowing her to retire gracefully. However, she now finds herself reluctant to part ways with Lu Bai. Chapter 18. The yacht Lu Nange emerged from her system backpack, presenting dishes still steaming with warmth. The fragrant vapor instantly enveloping the surroundings in an enticing aroma. Qi and Zhou glanced down at Lu Nange, saying, "Put away. It's best if no one mentions this in the future." Lu Nange cast him a sidelong glance, subtly nodding in compliance as she obediently stowed the food back into her system backpack. However, she was no fool. If Lu Shixi and the male lead intended to take advantage of her hard-earned supplies, she would not hesitate to disregard their identities. At that point, she would resolutely embrace the role of a lone wolf. Fortunately, both Lu Shixi and Qi Yinzhou were mindful, having no intentions of claiming her resources. In retrospect, perhaps it was she who had harbored a narrow-minded suspicion. Qi Yinzhou observed the young girl before him, her light chestnut eyes shimmering like amber, glistening with a wistful innocence. He sighed quietly within, forcing himself to divert his gaze as he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Shixi. Qi is still downstairs guarding the boat. We'll bring the food up shortly, rest for 2 days, then we shall return to the capital. That evening, the group gathered to share self-heating rice. When an absent-mindedly poked at her bowl with a spoon, her lips curling downward in discontent, she silently lamented that had she known the journey would be so tumultuous, she would have chosen to remain in the capital and await their return. The entire trip had deprived her of both proper meals and restful sleep, while Jician kept a watchful eye like a hawk, leaving her with no opportunity to approach Qi Yinzhou or Gu Qi. To make matters worse, she was burdened with accompanying Gu Wan, whose ambiguous demeanor irked her to no end. The Jiani families were of similar standing, yet He Zhuo was a carefree dandy, markedly inferior to Jician. Lu Shixi was indeed handsome, but with 2 dependents in tow, it was likely his family's supermarket was in disarray. Given these circumstances, she doubted his suitability even as a backup option. Seated beside, Wan and Jician noticed her lack of appetite and leaned closer, whispering, "You should eat a bit more. In a few days, once we return to the capital, I'll treat you to something delicious." Wen pouted slightly, her voice soft and affectionate. "You're the best." Xiange. The moment those words escaped her lips, both Yizhuo and Guwan, who had been engrossed in their meals, visibly shuddered. As if jolted by an electric shock, a chill running down their spines. Lu Nange, seated directly opposite Wen, lifted her gaze and was met with the sight of An's puckered lips. A cacophony of whimsical thoughts began to swirl around her mind, and she couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to join in the absurdity. After the meal, Ji Xian carried a bucket in one hand and a thermos in the other as he escorted Wen downstairs to freshen up. Lu Nange handed her a flashlight and a few candles. Once the two departed, Yizhuo and Guwan felt as if they had been liberated from their restraints. Exhaling deeply as they reclined heavily against the sofa, Yizhuo exclaimed, "I was suffocating. I truly had no idea when Ji Xian became so blind." Guwan rubbed her temples, responding with irritation, "Tell me about it. They're both in their 20s, yet she still speaks with that high-pitched voice. I can't handle it." Gu Qi observed the two individuals with a serene expression, remarking that their infrequent interactions could be endured, irrespective of the gossip that might circulate behind their backs. Upon hearing this, Hijua straightened up immediately, her face a mask of indignation. "Last time, she practically fell into my arms. If it hadn't been for my swift escape, my reputation would have been at stake." She even whispered to old Ji, claiming that if I had caught her, she wouldn't have tumbled to the ground. Had I known Ji Xian was bringing her along, I wouldn't have come. However, that would have meant missing the first meeting between Sister Nan Nan and Brother A Yi. I should have avoided sharing a boat with her. This journey has been quite the ordeal. Guan also sat up, nodding emphatically. Indeed, as soon as she entered, she called Sister Nan Nan sister, and I was so taken aback that I nearly retreated 800 meters. The group turned their gazes toward Lu Nange, who was engrossed in building Lego with Liu Beiyi. Their eyes were filled with fervor, prompting the siblings to glance back at them. Yizhuo could no longer contain her curiosity. "Sister Nan Nan, the one who just left that. No, wait, the one who spoke so oddly. Did she just call you sister?" Liu Beiyi blinked and interjected, "Yes, I called her Annie." Her face turned so dark, it was quite amusing. Upon hearing this, Guwan burst into laughter, slapping the sofa beside her with glee. "Huh, I wondered why she looked so constipated. It turns out it was your auntie that left her speechless." The others couldn't help but smile, their lips curving upward. Before leading Yizhuo and Guwan downstairs, Gu Qi glanced back. Qi Yinzhou was lounging on the sofa, assisting Lu Nange and her brother with their Lego construction. Gu Qi inquired, "Shall we take over for Qi Yi in the latter half of the night?" Qi Yinzhou slowly lifted his gaze. "No need, just rest well." Gu Qi, upon hearing this, chose not to press further. Qi Yinzhou was meticulous in his approach. Since he had stated so, it was evident that he had everything under control. Thus, Gu Qi accepted the items handed to him by Lu Shixi and descended the stairs with Yizhuo and Guwan. After Lu Shixi closed the door to the stairwell and returned, he raised an eyebrow at the trio beneath the lamp, noting their harmonious demeanor. "Again, when are we leaving?" Qi Yinzhou lowered his gaze to Lu Nange. "I wonder if there is still an air mattress in Sister Nan Nan's space?" Without hesitation, Lu Nange produced the air mattress from her system backpack. Qi Yinzhou stood and lifted the curtain to glance outside. "Shall we go?" In the stairwell, Lu Shixi held Liu Beiyi in one arm, while grasping Lu Nange's hand with the other, following closely behind Qi Yinzhou. Lu Shixi felt uneasy about leaving the two siblings with Qi Yinzhou, not out of distrust in him, but out of concern for their safety. After much contemplation, he concluded that it was best for all four of them to go together. The four of them climbed through the window into the yacht. Qi Yinzhou instructed Qi Yi to wait on the 16th floor. Qi Yi promptly took the flashlight and swiftly vanished around the corner of the staircase. The night was shrouded in darkness, and the rain pattered against the yacht's glass, blurring their vision. Qi Yinzhou piloted the yacht through the neighborhood, circling a few times before extinguishing the vessel's powerful lights and finally anchoring it in a secluded corner. Lu Nange retrieved a speedboat, casting it upon the water surface. Once the four of them boarded the small craft, Lu Nange gently raised his hand, retracting the yacht into the confines of his system backpack. Despite Qi Yanzhou and Lu Shizi having witnessed this phenomenon several times before, the act of Lu Nange stowing away the yacht still evoked a sense of wonder within them. Chapter 19. The rain has ceased the next day. A piercing scream shattered the stillness as the torrential rain finally abated. Lu Nange jolted awake, her heart racing violently within her chest. Drawing back the curtains, blinding light flooded the room, prompting her to squint instinctively. Before her lay the drenched streets. The rain had ceased, and the sun had emerged. To her astonishment, this relentless downpour had concluded a month ahead of schedule. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Could it be that the sudden appearance of the male protagonist and Lu Shizi in Nansheng had disrupted the fabric of reality? As she pondered this, a knock resounded at the door, and Lu Shizi's voice called out, "Nange, hurry up. The rain has stopped. There are monsters everywhere." Since her arrival, Lu Nange had been fully armed even in sleep. She opened the door and followed Lu Shizi into the living room, where Qi Yanzhou handed her a pair of binoculars. Although Lu Nange had mentally prepared herself, having seen countless depictions of zombies in television and cinema, the scene outside through the lenses still elicited a sharp intake of breath. The zombies moved with grotesque postures, their bodies contorted and eyes a ghastly white as they lunged at the survivors with ravenous intent. The hallway was a cacophony of chaos. Filled with piercing screams, the undead pursued and savaged the panicked, fleeing individuals. On the water's surface, survivors desperately paddled for safety, only to be pursued by the relentless zombies behind them. Lu Nange realized that the apocalyptic survival challenge had truly begun. As soon as she lowered the binoculars, she noticed Qi Yi and Gu Qi hurriedly entering, accompanied by others. When it was nearly limp in Ji Xian's arms, weeping uncontrollably, gasping for breath. Both of them splattered with blood. Upon seeing this, Liu Bei instantly became vigilant, seizing the baseball bat that Lu Nange had gifted him, positioning it protectively in front of her. He pointed the bat directly at Ji Xian and went in, demanding, "Have you been bitten?" Lu Shizi quickly intervened, attempting to lower the bat from Liu Bei's grasp while urging, "You mustn't be rude." However, Liu Bei, filled with determination, proved impervious to Lu Shizi's efforts to budge the bat even the slightest. The little one's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Ji Xian and went in, enunciating each word with gravity, reiterating his question, "Have you been bitten?" The fierce intensity in Liu Bei's eyes belied his tender age. His cold stare piercing through Ji Xian, and when Ji Xian instinctively tightened his embrace around Wen, unnerved by the scrutiny, and after a moment's hesitation, he quickly shook his head, insisting, "No, truly not. They lunged at us, but I kicked them away." Yet Liu Bei showed no signs of relenting, shifting his focus to Wen and pressing, "And what about this ant?" Wen, already with swollen, red-rimmed eyes from crying, felt even more aggrieved upon hearing this. Looking up with tearful eyes as she lamented to Ji Xian, Xian sob, he actually called me ant." Lu Nange's expression remained indifferent, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of detachment. Bending down to lift Liu Bei, he spoke in a chilling tone, "You would be wise to examine the two of them closely. If they have been bitten, they will inevitably transform into those wretched zombies outside." As his words fell, Hishua hurried over to Lu Nange, curiosity etched upon his face. "Sister Nange, how did you come to know this?" Lu Nange cast a faint glance at him. "If you look outside with a telescope, you will see that anyone who has been bitten will soon metamorphose into a zombie, their eyes turning a murky gray, relentlessly pursuing the living." Gu Qi and Lu Shizi swiftly approached the cabinet, reaching for the telescope to gaze out the window. In the corridor, those who had been bitten struggled in agony before rising again, confirming Lu Nange's words as they transformed into zombies. Hishua, anxious, began to stamp his feet between Gu Qi and Lu Shizi. "Have you seen enough? Show me, quickly." Bang, bang, bang. "Esteemed ones, we are the residents from downstairs. Please, save us. We implore you." The urgent knocking was accompanied by desperate cries for help. Ji Xian, who had been holding Wen near the door, instinctively retreated deeper into the room upon hearing the commotion. Qi Yi stepped forward to shield the two, to which Ji Xian inquired, Qi Yi, what is this? Qi Yi remained composed. Young Master Ji, I regret to inform you that Miss Lu's warnings require your utmost attention. We cannot ascertain whether you have been bitten. Our priority is your safety, so please refrain from advancing further. Qi Yinzhou slowly lifted his gaze, his expression nonchalant, merely whispering, Qi Yi. Qi Yi nodded slightly and took a few steps back. Thank you, Brother Yin. Ji Xian led, went in toward the stools by the dining table. Outside, the knocking grew ever more frantic, each thud amplifying the oppressive atmosphere within. Guan instinctively tightened her grip on Gu Qi's sleeve, whispering, Brother, are we truly not going to help them? Liu Bei wrapped his arm around Lu Nange's neck and leaned close to her ear, speaking in a hushed yet urgent tone. Meant only for her. Sister, we must leave. The noise outside is too loud. Soon, it will attract a horde of zombies, placing us in greater peril. Lu Nange patted his head, signaling her understanding. At that moment, the knocking outside abruptly transformed into a cacophony of heart-wrenching screams. A chill raced up their spines. With many people inside, Lu Nange placed Liu Bei into Lu Shizi's embrace and resolved to find a kitchen knife. Her mind recalling the ghastly visage of the zombies she had seen through the telescope. She lamented that a kitchen knife would be insufficient. She turned and dashed back to her room, retrieving 2 Tang swords from her system backpack as reward from a previous check-in. Unbeknownst to her, Qi Yinzhou stood in the corridor, intercepting her. I shall go. Lu Shizi urged. Nange, you and I must remain here. We shall go investigate. Hijua echoed. Indeed. Sister Nange, your brothers are here. We cannot allow you 2 children to take action. Guan grasped both Lu Nange and Liu Bei's hands. Let's wait here. Lu Nange felt a sense of helplessness. Confronting zombies was an inevitable trial she wished to undertake today. It seemed, however, that she would have to bide her time for another opportunity. She passed the Tang Dao in her hand, urging, do not get bitten. Qi Yinzhou and Lu Shizi each grasped a Tang Dao, and one could hardly blame Lu Nange for her favoritism. After all, one was a brother and the other the male lead. Hijua clutched a baseball bat belonging to Liu Bei, while Gu Qi brandished a kitchen knife, and Qi Yi held a fruit knife. As the door to the hallway swung open, the zombies, previously engrossed in a frenzied feast, all lifted their heads. A low, guttural growl emanated from their throats. Hijua gripped the baseball bat, his stomach churning at the sight of the zombies at the entrance, nearly overwhelming him with nausea. What met his gaze were grotesque, disfigured faces, twisted limbs, and even exposed entrails and spleens. Most horrifying of all, they continued to gnaw on bloody chunks of flesh. Qi Yinzhou and Lu Shizi swung their Tang Daos, the blades slicing through the zombies' hands and feet, yet they persisted in their crawling. Hijua fought against his queasiness, veins bulging on his forehead as he hefted the baseball bat, following closely behind the 4, delivering crushing blows to the zombies on the ground. With a dull thud, the zombies' brain matter splattered, a mixture of red and white liquid staining the floor. To his astonishment, Hijua noticed that the zombie had finally fallen silent. Ignoring his revulsion, he shouted hoarsely to the others, Aim for the head! Aim for the head! Upon hearing this, the 4 intensified their attacks, their weapons swinging fiercely towards the zombies' heads. The hallway was now teeming with a dozen zombies, the ground soaked in thick blood, mingled with the nauseating stench that emanated from the undead, suffocatingly filling the entire corridor. Chapter 20. Zombies. Several individuals were splattered with a dark, foul-smelling crimson liquid. Gu Qi raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. Wan, open the door. Guan released the hands of Lu Nange and the others, hastily making her way toward the door. As soon as the door was cracked open, Hijua charged in. Brother, what happened to Hijua? Guan inquired, but all that met her ears was the violent sound of retching coming from within. She glanced behind the group, only to be greeted by a chaotic scene of dismembered corpses strewn across the floor, blood gushing freely as if it would soon inundate the ground. Gu Qi shielded her eyes, turning her around. We must go back. Once inside, the group seemed to have all their strength sapped, leaning against the corridor wall outside the door. Lu Shizi could not contain his expletive. What the hell are these things? Lu Nange looked up slightly, her gaze distant as she murmured, Doesn't it feel like the apocalypse has arrived? Her voice, though soft, reverberated like thunder within their hearts. The group turned to her in unison. It resembles the apocalyptic dramas I've watched to a T, Lu Nange continued. Chi Yinzhou furrowed his brow. Once the water recedes, we will head back to the capital. Everyone nodded, fully aware that every second of delay only made their journey back more arduous. One by one, Lu Shizi and the others took turns washing up. A sense of unknown dread permeated the air, and the room was enveloped in silence, so quiet that the ticking of the wall clock could be heard. Each person was lost in their own thoughts, while Lu Nange and Lu Bai nestled on the carpet, fiddling with Lego blocks. Chi Yinzhou stood by the window with binoculars in hand. It was only after everyone had finished washing up that he set down the binoculars and began to analyze the situation clearly. Currently, it seems that only bites can transmit the infection. Those zombies appear to have lost their sense of pain, even with twisted and broken limbs. Their torsos continue to move uncontrollably, exhibiting extreme aggression. Their only vulnerability lies in the head. All present were astute individuals, and the situation had become apparent. Lu Nange chose to remain silent. Ji Xian voiced his concerns anxiously. So how do we get back? Wenin, with her delicate, high-pitched voice, chimed in. Can we just leave today? Gu Qi replied, Miss Wen, perhaps you could enlighten us on how to depart under these circumstances? Wen responded, we can take a yacht. Isn't that simple? Gu Qi countered, the water is infested with zombies, and besides, the rain has stopped, causing the water level to continue to drop. Upon hearing this, Wen shot a furious glare at Lu Nange. Her irritation grew as she deemed Lu Nange, despite her youth, to resemble a cunning vixen, and she pointedly accused. It's all your fault. If we hadn't come looking for you siblings, we wouldn't be trapped in this wretched place, suffering this torment. Lu Shizi's previously calm demeanor darkened instantly. Lu Nange raised an eyebrow. We siblings do not know Miss Wen. Since you dislike us so much, why not just leave my house right now? Lu Bai's eyes brimmed with menace. If you glare at my sister again, I'll have your eyes dug out. Wen trembled in fear at Lu Bai's piercing gaze. Quickly retreating into Ji Xian's embrace, her voice tinged with a whimper as she plaintively exclaimed, Brother Xian, look at them. They are being so unreasonable. Dijua, unable to tolerate Wan An's theatrics any longer, muttered under his breath, out of respect for Lao Ji, I've endured your antics for quite some time. Yi Xian, brimming with indignation, retorted, Lao He, what do you mean by that? His tone was laced with offended anger and frustration. Upon hearing this, Gu Wan erupted like a firecracker. What do you mean, Brother Ji Xian? It's not that I want to meddle, but Wen is in her 20s, and yet she bullies Nan Nan and a Yi. Does that make any sense? Besides, your Miss Wen has been crying both day and night. Even in this apocalyptic world, she's still sobbing away. If she thinks her tears will spare her from zombies, then I might as well join in the weeping. This is utterly exasperating. Ji Xian's face darkened considerably at Gu Wan's retort, alternating between shades of blue and red. He clenched his teeth, holding one in tightly, suddenly rising as if ready to confront someone. Gu Qi quickly intervened, raising his voice enough. What time is it to still be arguing? Chi Yinzhou lounged on the sofa, legs slightly bent, and remarked, Ji Xian, manage her. Ji Xian opened his mouth to retort, but found his words stuck in his throat. He was acutely aware of Chi Yinzhou's status, realizing that they were worlds apart. Were it not for his good relations with He Zhuo and Gu Qi, he would have no chance to associate with someone like Chi Yinzhou. Back in the capital, he might have indulged in his whims, but now, amidst the threat of zombies, with one in tow, he had no choice but to align himself with Chi Yinzhou and the others. After all, they were all seasoned fighters. With this thought, Ji Xian could only pat Wan An's back, swallowing his pent-up frustration and dissatisfaction. Wan An stifled her sobs and tugged at Ji Xian's sleeve, understanding that returning to the capital safely meant sticking with Chi Yinzhou and the others. Gu Qi stated, what we need most right now is food and weapons. Chi Yinzhou replied, we must venture out to search before the water recedes. He Zhuo, visibly puzzled, scratched his head and asked Brother Yin, why don't we simply wait until the water completely recedes before going out? Gu Qi responded, we need to seize the opportunity while others are still in a state of confusion. Once everyone begins to act, resources will become scarce. making it increasingly difficult to acquire sufficient supplies. Yizhua slapped his forehead, right? But how do we get out now? Lu Nange chimed in. We have a speedboat at home. Yizhua's eyes lit up. Sister Nange, you are indeed a walking treasure trove. Lu Shizhi smiled slightly and explained, I used to enjoy playing with it, so Nange brought it over. Yizhua then inquired, by the way, what about our yacht? I searched with binoculars for ages and couldn't find it. Qi and Zhou replied, Brother Z and I hid it, but given the current water level, the yacht is no longer of any use. Yizhuang could not resist teasing. Yin Gu, your Gu sounds rather smooth. Haven't you become addicted? Qi and Zhou cast a sidelong glance at Yizhuang. What? Do you have an opinion? Yizhuang hastily waved his hand, a broad smile adorning his face. No. How could I dare to have an opinion? So when shall we set off? Qi and Zhou glanced at the sunlight streaming through the window now. The evening brings obstructed visibility, which is more perilous. Lu Shizhi, accompanied by Qi and Zhou, entered the master bedroom with Lu Nange and retrieved the speedboat. In the corridor, Lu Shizhi gently stroked Lu Nange and Lu Beiyao's hair. Nange, take care of yourself. Yao, look after your sister. Lu Beiyao, you speak. Ji Xian looked at Wenin and then wait for my return. Wenin, holding on to Ji Xian reluctantly, said, Brother Xian, please be sure to stay safe. I will await your return. Chapter 21. The water recedes. With weapons in hand, Qi and Zhou and his companions descended the stairs, resembling cold-faced demons. The murky water had receded to the second floor, leaving behind a trail of mottled brown stains on the walls, marked by floating debris. Qi cautiously bent down to inspect his surroundings, relieved to find no trace of zombies. The group swiftly climbed out of the window. The motor of the speedboat roared to life, successfully capturing the attention of nearby survivors and zombies alike. Lu Nange had deliberately taken out the electric speedboat for its swift speed, allowing them to evade danger at a critical moment. Qi, possessing commendable skills, steered the boat towards the office building circled on the map by Lu Nange. Within mere minutes, several towering skyscrapers emerged majestically above the water surface. Yizhuang, smash it! Qi commanded. Yizhuang gripped the baseball bat tightly, his teeth clenched, summoning all his strength to strike the window with ferocity. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered. The violent noise roused the zombies aimlessly wandering the corridor, instantly activating them as they surged toward Qi and his companions with reckless abandon. The foremost zombie's eyes were a ghastly white, its pupils reduced to mere pinpricks, presenting a horrifying sight. Its body was riddled with bites, its face smeared with blood. The lips were torn in half, exposing the gums, with remnants of what appeared to be flesh caught between its teeth. With a swift motion, Qi wielded his Tang Dao, cleaving downwards. With a crunch, the zombie was severed in half from the scalp, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Standing on the speedboat, Qi and Lu Shizhi brandished their long knives, their movements agile as they continuously repelled the advancing zombies. The fallen zombies were forcefully dispatched into the water by Yizhuang and his companions, splashing murky water everywhere. The group searched upward through the floors, third, fourth, fifth, only to find the aftermath of the previous flooding. The water had just receded, leaving chaos in its wake. Various supplies lay, soaked and swollen, emitting a nauseating odor of rot. The ground was littered with disintegrated papers, damaged office supplies, and long-expired food, creating a repulsive scene. They hastily scanned the area, showing no inclination to collect the ruined, waterlogged items. Upon reaching the sixth floor, they found no traces of flooding. After a thorough search, they had dealt with numerous zombies and gathered 3 large bags of food, mostly snacks, instant noodles, and beverages sourced from desks, offices, and break rooms. As they returned to the community, the weapons in Qi Yinzhou's hands were still dripping with fresh blood. The commotion of the speedboat attracted zombies lurking in the water, their stiff bodies writhing as they clawed toward the vessel. Qi and Lu Shizhi remained unfazed, dispatching them with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Survivors in the building, hearing the commotion, craned their necks to gaze outside, but upon witnessing such a gruesome and violent spectacle, quickly withdrew their heads. For a brief moment, the surface of the water was littered with the lifeless bodies of the undead, their crimson blood swirling and mingling with the murky waves. In a dark corner of the community, a man named Lao Shun, previously mingling with Iguang, stood surrounded by four burly figures. Their imposing frames exuding an air of menace. Gripped in their hands were iron rods and daggers, their eyes gleaming with avarice and ferocity. One of the men, fixated on the speedboat occupied by Qi Yanzhou and his companions, swallowed hard and whispered, "Brother Shun, they must have plenty of food on that boat. Should we seize it?" Lao Shun seized the man by the throat, his expression fierce as he scolded, "Are you blind? Can't you see that they are all seasoned fighters? If you wish to court death, I shall not stop you." The man, his face reddened from the chokehold, hastily gestured for silence, deterred from speaking further. Meanwhile, Qi Yanzhou and his group carried the supplies they had gathered, as well as the speedboat, into the building. The zombies in the vicinity had been cleared prior to their arrival, and the curious neighbors, hearing the commotion, stealthily peered through their peepholes. Upon glimpsing the large bags of supplies in the hands of the newcomers, envy gripped their hearts. Recalling the vivid scene they had just witnessed from their windows, they regarded the group as formidable beings not to be trifled with. They could only suppress their covetous thoughts and reluctantly step back. On the 16th floor, the sound of knocking was accompanied by the voice of Lu Nange, prompting one to dash forward. Just as her hand was about to grasp the doorknob, she abruptly halted, retreating a few steps down the corridor. Gu Wan, who had followed closely, rolled her eyes in exasperation, her thoughts echoing the sentiment of disbelief. The door was pulled open by Gu Wan, and as Qi Yanzhou and his companions stepped into the corridor, one lunged into Ji Xian's embrace. Startled by the bloodstains on his clothing, Ji Xian quickly stepped back, while the others chose to ignore the scene entirely. The following day, sunlight cascaded down, yet shadows lingered. As hunger and fear spread through every corner of the city, the devastating flood had receded completely, but the aftermath was a sight of utter devastation. The streets were muddied, and the neighborhoods were haunted by wandering corpses. Numerous bodies lay sprawled across the roads, swelling under the relentless sun. The stench of decay emanated from the remains, permeating the air, while flies buzzed chaotically around the lifeless forms. Families depleted of resources were a common sight, in a desperate bid for survival. Most mustered the courage to confront the monsters, stepping outside to scavenge for supplies. The food and materials exposed to the elements had mostly rotted away, releasing a nauseating sour odor. Only those items that remained well packaged, such as canned goods, had survived. However, in the face of overwhelming demand, they were but a drop in the ocean. The scarcity of resources led to brutal conflicts, transforming every city into a battleground of the law of the jungle, where the gruesome scenes of murder or being murdered played out incessantly. Family, friends, strangers. In this apocalyptic world, the darkness within humanity was magnified infinitely. The only tools of value were the weapons in hand. Only those who wielded strength had a voice. In the 16th floor living room, Qi Yanzhou leaned against the window, observing the zombies wandering below. "Today we shall seek a vehicle, and tomorrow we will set forth back to Beijing." Gucci stepped forward. "We are 10 in number and must find 3 cars." He Zhuang sighed, his tone tinged with despair. "Given the current situation, can we truly find any vehicles? I fear they may all have been submerged." Lu Nange suggested, "Perhaps we could venture around the mall, or the rooftop parking areas, which are relatively elevated, and try our luck." Qi Yanzhou tilted his head slightly. The auto show, the 4S dealerships. He Zhuang's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh with excitement and exclaimed, "Indeed, especially the luxury car 4S dealerships, which are typically situated on higher floors. There might be a pleasant surprise." Gucci and Lu Nange approached the table, unfurled the map, and picked up a pen, directly circling several locations on the map. Chapter 22. Firecrackers. Once the destination and route were determined, the group, armed and ready, prepared to embark. In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies moved sluggishly, their bodies rigid and dragging heavy steps, making them less daunting compared to later stages. Leading the charge was Qi Yanzhou, his peach blossom eyes glinting with a cold, piercing intensity. Lu Nange and the others flanked him, ever vigilant, attuned to the slightest sound around them. Qi brought up the rear, their focus unwavering, alert for any possible ambush from the shadows. Standing by the window, Lu Nange raised a pair of binoculars, surveying the chaotic scene below. Before her lay a gruesome tableau, dark red blood mingling with splattered gray matter, a visceral sight that struck with overwhelming force. Observing Lu Shitsi and his companions dispatching zombies with ease, Lu Nange marveled inwardly, thinking, truly the protagonists, just as she intended to lower the binoculars. A flicker of movement caught her eye, a shadow, ignited by sparks, hurtling towards Lu Shitsi and his crew. Not far off, within a nearby building, a burly man witnessed Lao Shun hurling firecrackers and swallowed hard, murmuring, "Brother, what a clever tactic." Another echoed his sentiment, a greedy glint in his eyes. Indeed, once these folks are torn to shreds by the monsters, their supplies will belong to us. The firecrackers landed near Lu Shitsi and the others, erupting in a cacophony that seized the attention of all nearby zombies. A horde of grotesque creatures, snarling and baring their teeth in a nightmarish display, surged towards Lu Shitsi and his companions with frenzied urgency. "Fall back quickly," He Zhuang shouted, valiantly swinging his baseball bat to fend off the encroaching zombies. "Yinzhou, we can't retreat. There are too many zombies closing in from all sides. There's no way out." The group formed a tight defensive circle, backs pressed together, slowly retreating towards Building 6. The ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of numerous zombies, the air thick with the metallic stench of blood, overwhelming their senses. He Zhuang gripped his bat tightly, exclaiming, "Damn it, am I really going to meet my end here?" Meanwhile, Lu Nange burst forth from the first floor of Building 6, sprinting towards the security booth in the corner. Uncertain of hidden eyes in the surrounding buildings, she pretended to rummage through her backpack, tossing bottles of liquor towards the booth. The sharp sound of glass shattering drew the attention of a male zombie lagging behind, which let out a roar and charged at her. The zombie's face was a grotesque mess, skin torn and hanging, swaying with its movements, and where its nose once was, there remained only a gory cavity. An utterly horrifying sight. Lu Nange fixed her gaze on the approaching creature, her hands never faltering as she twisted open a small bottle of gasoline, pouring it around the security booth. She then produced a Bluetooth speaker, cranking the volume to its maximum, placing it in the booth's blind spot. As the zombie drew near, Lu Nange's pupils dilated, and without hesitation, she unsheathed her electric baton, striking the creature's head with tremendous force. A dull thud echoed as the zombie's skull burst apart like a melon struck by a heavy hammer. Brain matter and blood splattered, tiny droplets dotting the face and body of Lu Nange, leaving a nauseating, sticky residue. The acrid, metallic scent of blood surged into her nostrils, striking her consciousness with fierce intensity. Lu Nange's grip on the electric baton tightened, her hand trembling involuntarily. In the distance, Hizhu's urgent shouts pierced through her momentary daze, pulling her back to reality with no time for contemplation. With a sudden surge of energy, she sprinted towards Building 6. Ascending to the second floor, she retrieved her phone connected to the Bluetooth speaker, cranked the volume to its zenith, and unleashed a rendition of the Great Compassion Mantra. The ethereal yet slightly eerie melody reverberated around her, successfully drawing the attention of the zombies trailing behind. Those grotesquely contorted figures, staggering with unsteady steps, responded with feral howls, redirecting their path towards the security booth. "Now's our chance," Qi Yinzhou urged. Upon hearing this, everyone swung their weapons with fervor, carving a bloody path as they retreated towards Building 6. As Lu Nange observed the horde of zombies surging towards the security booth, she remained vigilant. Glancing back at the staircase, her peripheral vision caught sight of Liu Bei descending hastily with a golden baseball bat, sending a jolt of alarm through her. "What are you doing down here?" Liu Bei huffed in response. A hint of dissatisfaction etched on his face. "You don't want me anymore." "Nonsense. How could I ever abandon you? I saw you were asleep earlier, so I didn't wake you. We'll discuss this later. Can you handle those zombies behind Elder Brother?" With a haughty grunt, Liu Bei retracted his golden bat, commanding a flurry of golden darts that soared towards the zombies near Lu Shitsi and the others. A series of soft thuds echoed as the undead collapsed one by one. Once the threat was neutralized, Liu Bei turned his head, his eyes sparkling with pride as he looked at his sister, an expression that seemed to plead for praise. Lu Nange gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Lu Shixi and the others, undeterred by the fallen zombies, seized the momentum and charged towards Building 6. In a moment of stealth, Lu Nange drew her 92F pistol, aiming at the security booth before pulling the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck its target, igniting a conflagration that was accompanied by the anguished wails of the zombies. Upon reaching the second floor, Lu Shixi and the others panted heavily, their chests heaving. Bijou exclaimed, "Wow, Nange, you were incredible." Lu Nange scooped up Liu Bei. "Let's head home." Back in the living room, they gasped for breath, their hearts racing from the adrenaline. Lu Shixi's eyes glistened with frustration and anger as he raised his voice. "Lu Nange, Liu Bei, didn't I tell you to stay at home? Who allowed you to come downstairs?" He raised a hand, his fingers marked by sharp knuckles, covering his eyes as his voice trembled. "If something happened to you, how am I supposed to explain it to Mom and Dad?" Lu Nange and Liu Bei exchanged glances, pondering how to soothe him. They tiptoed closer to Lu Shixi, each grasping the hem of his shirt. Lu Nange gently shook him and spoke softly, "Brother." Lu Nange was at a loss for words, and she subtly gestured to Liu Bei. Without hesitation, Liu Bei responded then, "Should my sister and I not come to the rescue next time?" The crowd exchanged glances. Gucci remarked, "Brother Ci, we truly owe our gratitude to Nange and I. Otherwise, the 6 of us might have met our demise here." Hijua added, "Indeed, Brother Ci, thanks to Sister Nange and Brother I, we are still catching our breath. Speaking of this matter angers me. I wonder which scoundrel threw those firecrackers that attracted all the zombies. When I find him, I shall make him pay dearly." Qi Yinzhou noticed Lu Nange's subtle movements as she delicately brushed her fingers before casually returning them to her pocket. With a softened gaze, he suggested, "Brother Ci, Sister Nange is covered in bloodstains. Perhaps she should wash up first?" Lu Shixi turned his head, his gaze landing on Lu Nange, the fury in his eyes having dissipated, replaced by concern and remorse. "Nange, I should not have scolded you. Please go wash up first." Chapter 23. Luring the snake out of its hole as Lu Nange finished her ablutions, Lu Shixi leisurely stepped into the master bedroom. Lu Shixi inquired, Nan, where did you acquire that firearm?" Lu Nange paused momentarily in drying her hair and replied, nonchalantly, "I stumbled upon it while gathering supplies in the office of a certain domineering CEO." Lu Shixi raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression that conveyed skepticism. Liu Bei, with his light chestnut eyes blinking innocently, chimed in, "It was pouring that day. My sister and I pried it out of a square box." Lu Shixi clicked his tongue softly, inwardly grumbling. "So, the 2 of you are conspiring against me? Is it just the 3 of us siblings who are excluded?" With a shift in thought, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself, realizing he was getting competitive with his own children. He affectionately ruffled their hair, saying, "In this unpredictable world, I hope it becomes a better place. Knowing you and I can protect yourselves gives me some peace of mind. Thank you for rescuing your brother today, but remember, your safety comes first in such situations. I have my own ways of handling things, do you understand?" Liu Bei tilted his head slightly, adopting a playful tone. "Brother, have you ever considered why my sister and I saved you?" With lowered brows and a hint of a smile playing on his lips, Lu Shixi replied with interest, "Do tell, dear brother." Liu Bei arched his eyebrows and crossed his arms, retorting, "It's simply because you are the weakest." Lu Shixi, where did this little rascal come from? Liu Bei, as the eldest brother, today I must impart the meaning of respecting one's elders. Laughter and merriment echoed from the master bedroom. Qi Yinzhou leaned back against the wall, his eyelids drooping lazily, as his thoughts drifted back to the scene at the staircase. Outside, the flames danced wildly, casting a warm orange glow that gently illuminated the girl's fair skin, while her clear, bright chestnut eyes radiated purity and innocence. Considering the presence of women and children at home, the group had tacitly agreed to avoid the discomfort of smoke by taking turns to smoke in the corridor. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Shixi noticed Qi Yinzhou rising and discreetly followed him. Qi Yinzhou strolled leisurely to a corner at the far end of the corridor, pushed open half a window, and let the gentle breeze rush in. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, Qi Yanzhou appeared fatigued, leaning languidly against the window's sill, his eyelids lazily lifting. Recognizing Lu Shixi, he slightly raised his wrist and offered him the cigarette box. Lu Shixi took it effortlessly, leaning against the wall beside Qi Yanzhou, both facing the door. In a hushed tone, Lu Shixi remarked, "Nan knows where there are cars. We should search for them. She must have hidden some." The security booth stood deserted, and the flames outside had diminished. Qi Yanzhou gazed at the flickering light, a tempest of anger brewing in his eyes, his aura suddenly turning frigid. He flicked the half-burnt cigarette, but to the ground, and ground it beneath his shoe, speaking coldly, "There must be someone in the community watching us from the shadows. We need to take care of this first." Previously, while bathing, Lu Nange contemplated that they were likely being watched by a certain group within the community. After careful consideration, she confided in Lu Shixi about having a vehicle in her possession. After all, as a mere pawn in this narrative, with a Yi having met his demise twice already, the two of them were akin to siblings facing adversity. The rain had ceased prematurely, and one could never predict whether further unforeseen complications might arise. It seemed wiser to closely follow the male protagonist group for the time being. Upon hearing Qi Yanzhou's words, Lu Shixi's expression instantly turned cold. Having established a plan, before nightfall completely enveloped the surroundings, Lu Nange and Lu Bai accompanied a few individuals out, leaving only Gu Wan and Wen at home. The blaze at the security booth had long been extinguished, leaving behind charred corpses of zombies scattered haphazardly across the vicinity. A pungent and eerie odor permeated the air, reminiscent of burnt meat, yet tainted with a foul stench that was nauseating. The group pretended to exit the community, only to cleverly return through the back entrance. Qi Yanzhou led the way, purposefully avoiding buildings 3 and 5, opting for concealed corners as he guided the group into building 4. Upon entering, they meticulously searched from the first floor, ascending floor by floor until they reached the 3rd. Each door stood ajar, and the ground was strewn with severed limbs and entrails, creating a gruesome scene. Lu Shixi instinctively covered Lu Bai's eyes as he held him close. Lu Bai's eyelashes fluttered slightly, yet he obediently remained still, nestled quietly in Lu Shixi's embrace. As the group proceeded to inspect the rooms, a zombie suddenly lunged from the left room, roaring with its mouth gaping wide, revealing a maw filled with decaying flesh as it lunged towards Lu Nange. In a swift motion, Qi Yanzhou reached out, pulling her behind him, and almost simultaneously raised his other hand, wielding a sharp tang knife, to strike at the creature's head. The blade sliced through the air with force, cleaving the zombie in two. Its entrails erupted forth, clearly visible, as the severed body fell heavily to the ground. Blood splattered, delivering a striking visual impact. Lu Nange glanced at Qi Yanzhou, who was now splattered with blood, pursing her lips. Truthfully, had she wielded her electric baton with a firm strike, the scene would not have been so gory. As Lu Shixi carried Lu Bai past, he inquired, "Nange, are you all right?" Qi Yanzhou slightly loosened his grip, and Lu Nange shook her head in response before turning to express her gratitude to him. Once assured that no other zombies resided within the house, Qi closed the door. Ji Xian and Qi each held a pair of binoculars, intently focused on the area below Building 6. As anticipated, merely 10 minutes later, a frail man came into view, surrounded by 4 burly figures, each wielding iron rods and daggers, their expressions fierce as they hurried towards Building 6 with ill intent. Had that woman from yesterday followed them as well? One man, slightly shorter in stature and sporting a buzz cut, leaned in closer to the leader, referred to as Brother Shun, and whispered, "Brother Shun, you need not worry. I witnessed it with my own eyes." That woman, exuding an aura of uncanny allure, departed alongside those men just yesterday. Trailing behind them, the heavily tattooed man, his eyes darting with intrigue, licked his lips and lamented, "Ah, what a pity. That woman is truly a rare gem." Upon hearing this, Brother Shin abruptly halted his ascent, slowly pivoting to face the tattooed man. His gaze, cold as the depths of an ice cavern, seemed laced with venom, fixated intently on the tattooed man. In that instant, the tattooed man felt as if he had plunged into an abyss of frost, the sensation akin to being ensnared by a lethal serpent. Every hair on his body stood on end. Instinctively he bent forward, his voice trembling as he stammered, "Brother Shun, rest assured, I shall not jeopardize our grand undertaking." Chapter 24. Sister, you are incredible. The stainless steel door was slammed with a resounding thud, causing the air to tremble. Woman was huddled in the corner of the living room, too frightened to breathe. Gu Wan retrieved a kitchen knife, her fingers tightly gripping the handle. She leaned against the front door, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the staircase entrance. "Gu Wan, will you come in? If my brother and the others don't return in time, those people will rush in. At least this door can hold them off for a while," she implored. Gu Wan appeared unperturbed, ignoring Wen completely. She focused intently on the sounds outside, intending to peer through the peephole at the first sign of her brother's voice, hoping to launch a surprise attack to assist them. The clamor outside intensified, brazen and raucous, punctuated by a man's coarse shouts. Wen, anxious and terrified, pressed, "Are you coming in or not? If not, then stay outside. I'm closing the door." Gu Wan rolled her eyes and retorted, "Be quiet. If you're afraid, go hide inside." Meanwhile, Lu Nange and her companions stealthily ascended the stairs, the cacophony of insults growing increasingly jarring. A tattooed man, alongside a buzz-cut individual, attempted to pry open the door with a crowbar while bellowing threats, his voice both piercing and brutish. "You filthy women, if you don't open the door, just wait and see how I'll make you regret it." A torrent of vile language spewed from his lips, each insult more vulgar than the last. Lu Nange tapped her electric baton against the handrail at the staircase's edge, the sound echoing ominously through the hallway. Shen Gu and his group instinctively looked down, the offensive shouts and the clanging of the crowbar abruptly ceasing. Shen Gu, observing the swords held by Qi Yanzhou and Lu Shitzi, forced a smile that lacked sincerity, his cold eyes narrowing slightly. "Is this your territory, gentlemen? A misunderstanding indeed. We had no idea this was your domain. We'll take our leave immediately." Lu Nange's gaze shifted past Shen Gu to their own stainless steel door, now distorted and mangled from the attempted break-in. The tattooed man leered at her, licking his lips with a lewd expression. Lu Nange, sensing danger, positioned herself in front, while Qi Yanzhou, eyes filled with suppressed fury, brandished his sword, ready to charge forward. Internally, Lu Nange lamented, "The male lead is going to hinder my training again." Terrified, she steadied herself on the handrail and leaped into the staircase, brandishing her electric baton as she rushed toward the tattooed man. Behind her, Liu Bei jumped down from Lu Shitzi's embrace, resembling a little cannonball, following closely behind Lu Nange while muttering, "Ah, how dare this scoundrel stare at my sister? I shall gouge out his eyes today." Lu Nange moved swiftly, reaching the tattooed man in the blink of an eye, her electric baton cutting through the air before striking him squarely in the face. He crashed against the door with a dull thud. A surge of electricity coursed through his body, causing involuntary spasms as he attempted to rise with the support of the door. In that moment, Lu Nange executed a flying kick, striking the tattooed man squarely in the face and sending him crashing to the ground. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, they witnessed Liu Bei launch two golden objects from his hand, moving with such speed that they were nearly imperceptible. In the next instant, accompanied by the tattooed man's agonizing screams, his eyes were transformed into two gaping wounds, blood gushing forth in a gruesome spectacle. Lu Shitzi and the others exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting their shock. Qi Yanzhou gripped his tang knife and rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lu Nange and Liu Bei. He Zhua's eyes burned with exhilaration. "What are you waiting for, brothers? Let's go." Lu Nange glanced at Qi Yanzhou, who stood resolutely before him, and smirked, knowing full well what was to come. His gaze shifted to Liu Bei, who held several golden throwing darts. Lu Nange affectionately ruffled the child's soft hair. Instinctively, Liu Bei looked up, their eyes meeting, and Lu Nange subtly mouthed the words, "Put them away." Liu Bei tilted his head slightly and obediently stowed the darts. The stairway was completely blocked, with Lao Shun and his companions backed against the wall, with nowhere left to retreat. The atmosphere in the confined space was tense and charged. The buzz-cut man brandished an iron rod, shouting defiantly, "I'm not afraid of you." If you want to fight, then fight. However, given the difficulties of the world, shouldn't we help one another? Lao Shan was taken aback by the unexpected eloquence of his usually boisterous subordinate, forcing a hypocritical smile and nodding in agreement. Big brothers and sisters, we truly didn't know this was your territory. How about we leave now? Upon hearing this, Hijua's anger flared. Do you not recognize who we are? Are you throwing firecrackers into a horde of zombies? Do you want to jeopardize our lives, you wretch? Realizing the situation had unraveled, Lao Shan's gaze turned cold and venomous. He withdrew a pistol from his pocket, raising his arm as the ominous barrel pointed directly at the group. His finger poised on the trigger. Blame yourselves for not knowing better. Don't hold it against me for being ruthless. Bang! The report of a gunshot echoed as Lao Shan's head exploded, the bullet piercing his forehead, leaving behind a grotesque mass of blood and flesh. With blood spraying from the back of his skull as he toppled backward, Gu Qi and the others surged forward, seizing iron rods from the remaining men and striking fiercely at the last three, their cries of agony ringing out incessantly. Lu Shizhi swiftly bent down to retrieve the handgun that Lao Shan had dropped. Noticing Lu Nange's unusual demeanor, Qi Yanzhou placed a steadying hand on his trembling arm. Lu Nange, look at me, take a deep breath. Thank you for saving us. Gu Qi and the others halted their assault, turning to observe Lu Nange's changing emotions. Hijua and the others each delivered a kick, sending their attackers tumbling down the stairs. The three men, battered and bruised, scrambled and rolled as they fled in a panic downwards. Gu Qi cast a glance at the lifeless body of old Shun on the ground, alongside another unconscious individual. Remove these two from the floor, he commanded. The three men swiftly turned around, hastily lifting the two figures and stumbling out of sight amidst the crowd. Lu Nange was lost in her own emotions, her arm mechanically frozen in the position of firing a weapon, the muzzle slightly drooping. Her gaze was hollow and vacant. She had taken a life, a living being. A voice deep within her fervently shouted, Lu Nange, this is the apocalypse. You have done well. Gradually, the surrounding cacophony shattered the dense fog enveloping her consciousness, becoming clearer by the moment. The anxious faces of Qi Yanzhou and Lu Shizhi loomed larger before her, their mouths moving incessantly as if uttering words she could not comprehend. Liu Bei was pushing through the crowd with urgency, exclaiming, Sister, sister. The youthful yet desperate voice finally penetrated Lu Nange's chaotic thoughts, allowing her focus to sharpen slightly. Lu Nange, take a deep breath. You have done excellently, Qi Yanzhou urged. Nange, come back to us. Lu Shizhi called. Sister Nange, Hijua reassured, that was a bad person. It's all right. Liu Bei wrapped his arms tightly around his sister's waist, exclaiming, Sister, you were amazing. You protected me. Chapter 25. Half-siblings. The steam wafted gently in the bathroom as Lu Nange closed her eyes, her body trembling slightly as she mechanically sank into the bathtub. In her mind, the image of that figure collapsing played out like a silent film on a relentless loop, each frame incessantly replaying. The angle at which the body fell, the moment the bullet pierced through the forehead. Every minute detail was stretched infinitely, until the water in the tub gradually lost its warmth. She continued to gaze blankly at the ceiling, her expression vacant and bewildered. Was she afraid? She asked herself, and the answer was unequivocal. As someone raised in a sheltered environment, she had never imagined she would take a life. The moment she pulled the trigger, there was no room for contemplation. Her body acted instinctively before her mind could catch up. But when the warm blood splattered and the metallic scent permeated the air, a profound sense of fear surged within her, gnawing at her nerves. Yet this was a post-apocalyptic world, a realm where chaos reigned and the strong preyed upon the weak. To survive, one must accept, adapt, and confront the grotesque and intricate nature of humanity, far more insidious than the fangs of any zombie. Nan, Lu Shizhi's voice floated in from outside the bathroom. Sister, you need to come out quickly, or I will come in. Liu Bei's youthful tone was laced with urgency. For as long as Lu Nange lingered in the bathroom, Liu Bei squatted anxiously by the door. It was only when Lu Shizhi pushed the door open that Lu Nange jolted back to reality, snapping out of her dazed thoughts upon hearing their voices. She raised her hand to wipe her face. Brother, I'll be out shortly. She had forgotten to bring in a towel from the bedroom, momentarily neglecting the fact that she had a backpack with supplies. After dressing, she stepped out of the bathroom, her hair still damp. Liu Bei looked up at her with wide eyes, then dashed towards the sofa with his little legs. In no time, he returned, clutching a towel and offering it to Lu Nange. Before she could reach for it, Lu Shixi took the towel from Liu Bei's hands, tenderly wrapping it around Lu Nange's wet hair. Liu Bei pouted, saying, "Humph, once I grow taller, I won't need my brother anymore. I can protect my sister myself." He tugged at Lu Nange's hand, pulling her to sit beside the sofa. Lu Shixi stood behind her, meticulously drying her hair. "Brother, I can manage," Lu Nange insisted, having just taken a towel from Lu Shixi. She then noticed Liu Bei hurriedly running to start the generator, swiftly plugging in a hairdryer, and even laboriously dragging over a small stool to stand behind her, diligently drying her hair. "Sister, is it too hot?" Lu Shixi asked with a smile, observing the scene. "Should I take a turn?" Without looking up, Liu Bei shot a sidelong glance at his older brother, crisply retorting, "No need." Lu Shixi, Qi Yanzhou lazily leaned against the wall of the master bedroom, his peach blossom eyes fixated on the door, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the wall. Upon seeing Lu Shixi emerge, he straightened his back abruptly, his previously languid gaze sharpening. Only after Lu Shixi gently closed the door behind him did he speak. "How is it? Are you coming out after drying your hair? Perhaps we should postpone until tomorrow?" Qi Yanzhou's jaw tightened, his brow slightly furrowed. Lu Shixi shook his head. Nan said she would be coming soon. Qi Yanzhou responded with a non-committal his eyelids half closed, an inscrutable emotion concealed within his peach blossom eyes. Emerging from the master bedroom, Liu Bei clutched his sister Lu Nange's hand tightly, his small fingers gripping firmly. The child stubbornly believed that this would provide Lu Nange with ample security. The few individuals scattered across the living room, upon hearing the commotion, lifted their heads in unison to gaze toward them. Gu Wan's eyes sparkled as she trotted forward, affectionately linking arms with Lu Nange, her tone brimming with admiration and excitement. "Nan, you are so cool." Hijua nodded vigorously from the side, his voice raised in agreement. "Exactly, Sister Nan. You are simply amazing. You are the pride of your brother. From today on, we shall be sworn siblings, though we share different fathers and mothers. This life of mine is yours to command. I would not dare to defy you." Qi Yanzhou observed the little girl's eyes crinkling into a smile. A subtle grin gracing his lips, and a flicker of amusement danced in his peach blossom eyes as he feigned a kick, playfully chiding, "Stop embellishing your role." "Who is your sister?" Lu Shixi interjected. "Right, has my biological brother given his consent? How can you claim to be my half-sibling?" Hijua, clutching his kickback side, instantly adopted a woe-is-me expression, gazing pitifully at Qi Yanzhou and Lu Shixi. "Yenge, you actually kicked me. Zhige, you do not agree? Am I not your little zhuozhua?" His demeanor resembled that of a wronged little bride. Gu Qi quipped. "Hijua, who are you trying to disgust?" Gu Wan, hands on her hips, added, "Exactly. You should not take advantage of Nan. If we are to consider half-siblings, Nan ought to be my half-sister as well. Why should it be you?" Lu Nange quietly observed the playful banter among them, feeling Liu Bei's hand clutched tightly in hers, an unprecedented sense of reality washing over her heart. Chapter 26. The car, ever since Gu Qi and his companions moved up from the 15th floor, Gu Wan and went and settled into the former piano room, while Lu Shixi and Liu Bei relocated to the guest room previously occupied by Qi Yanzhou. The remaining members of Qi Yanzhou's group squeezed together in the living room. Even the notoriously fastidious Qi Yanzhou expressed no complaints, and thus the others naturally followed suit. However, Wen had other intentions. She contemplated having Lu Nange share a bed with Gu Wan to free up the master bedroom for herself and Ji Xian. Yet, the mere mention of the master bedroom attracted several icy glares. Qi Yanzhou shot Ji Xian a cold look, as if to say, "Have some dignity." Hijua, who already harbored a dislike for Wan, did not hide his disdain at that moment. With a scowl etched on his face, he retorted, "They kindly took us in, and you still covet their master bedroom? What about your pride?" Thus, the room allocation was settled. Lu Nange, Lu Shizhi, and Qi Yinzhou agreed to retrieve the car tonight, inevitably passing through the living room. Before they departed, Lu Nange pondered what excuses her elder brother and Qi Yinzhou would conjure. To her surprise, Qi Yinzhou offered no excuse at all, simply stating, "We're stepping out, stay alert." Gu Qi and He Zhuan nodded in response, "Be safe." Qi leaned against the door at the staircase, understanding that his young master had no intention of taking him along. He merely remarked, "Young master, please be careful." As night fell, darkness enveloped the surroundings, devoid of any light. Above, the stars twinkled, their delicate light cascading down, allowing the contours of the path ahead to be faintly discernible. Qi Yinzhou strode confidently at the forefront, his peach blossom eyes particularly sharp. Lu Nange softly cautioned from behind, "Watch your step and keep quiet." Lu Shizhi held Lu Bai closely, the little one clinging tightly around his brother's neck. The small gesture seemed to seek refuge, yet the determination in his eyes contrasted sharply with his actions, fixated on the rear with fierce intensity. The four arrived at the former villa of the Lu family. Lu Bai stirred restlessly in Lu Shizhi's arms and then patted his brother's shoulder, signaling his desire to be set down. Once his feet touched the ground, Lu Bai quickly grasped a golden baseball bat. The villa had a yard, and at this moment, its gates stood wide open, while the floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa, as Lu Nange had anticipated, were all shattered. In the dim light of night, the villa appeared disheveled and vacant. Lu Shizhi assumed the furniture had been swept away by water, unaware that Lu Nange had stored all in his system's backpack. The four of them entered the villa cautiously, the darkness filled with eerie, hissing sounds. As their eyes adjusted to the thick night, they exchanged glances. Following the source of the sounds, a cold gust of wind rushed past Lu Shizhi's ears. Lu Bai, having awakened his abilities, possessed senses far sharper than those of ordinary people. The night's darkness was as clear to him as daylight. With a swift motion, he brought his bat down, striking a zombie to the ground. The noise of the fallen zombie attracted others lurking in the corners. As Lu Bai was about to take action once more, he observed his elder brother and Qi Yinzhou each heading in opposite directions, swiftly attacking. Lu Nange gazed at the zombie that Lu Bai had just dispatched, faintly recognizing it as Aunt Sue, the family's caretaker. She circled around the corner, although she had never seen Aunt Sue's husband and son. The sight of the elderly and the young zombie being cleaved in two by Lu Bai and his brother led her to surmise that they must be Aunt Sue's husband and son. The four of them cautiously scoured the villa, meticulously ascending and descending the stairs, confirming that there was neither anyone nor any lurking zombies before they finally lowered the rolling door of the garage. Lu Nange retrieved the previous G-Class and a camper van acquired from the car exhibition into her system's backpack. Upon seeing the G-Class, Lu Shizhi sighed with a myriad of emotions and half-jokingly, half-seriously remarked, "Nan, how could I possibly survive without you?" Qi Yinzhou stepped forward and patted the body of the G-Class, saying, Nan, this one won't do. Do you have anything else?" Upon hearing this, the three siblings of Lu Nange seemed to be synchronized by an unseen switch, simultaneously casting their puzzled gazes towards Qi Yinzhou. "Your brother has shared this vehicle on his social media." Lu Shizhi furrowed his brow slightly. "They will probably recognize it." Without hesitation, Lu Nange raised her hand and stored the G-Class away, subsequently producing another off-road vehicle. "Is this acceptable?" Qi Yinzhou glanced at the unregistered new vehicle and nodded slightly. Then, Lu Nange retrieved several barrels of gasoline from her space and set them aside, stating, "This should last until we find new fuel, right?" Chapter 27. The RV. Qi Yinzhou's fingers unconsciously delved into the pocket of his tactical jacket, gently caressing the black card within. His dark eyes partially veiled, revealing a flicker of frustration. The quartet tidied up the RV with minimal effort before retreating to their respective quarters, preparing to return to the six-story building at dawn. This was a medium-sized RV, featuring 2 bedrooms and a single bathroom. Lu Nange occupied one room, while Lu Shizhi, Lu Bai, and Qi Yinzhou shared the other. Inside, a slender bed measuring 1.5 meters lay before them, far too cramped for the 2 tall young men, both over 6 feet. Lu Shizhi and Qi Yinzhou leaned against either side of the bed, their long legs curled awkwardly. Liu Bei glanced around and declared, "Actually, I could sleep with my sister." "Of course not. You're 8 years old now, a big boy. There are distinctions between genders. You can no longer share a bed with your sister," came a firm reply. Liu Bei's small face tightened, his cheeks puffing slightly. "But I'm only 8. Boys and girls have different sleeping arrangements." He rolled his eyes and retorted, "Then you two can sit and wait for dawn." Without waiting for a response, he climbed onto the bed, turning his back to them. "I'll go outside," Chi Yinzhou exclaimed. Lu Shizhi recalled the folding lounge chair in the middle of the RV, thinking it preferable to being cramped on the small bed, and nodded in agreement. At 6 in the morning, the night had not fully receded, with only a faint blush of dawn on the horizon. The garage door of the villa creaked open slowly. Chi Yinzhou drove the off-road vehicle, while Lu Shizhi piloted the RV. The two vehicles proceeding in tandem towards the 6-story building. Along the way, a few scattered zombies appeared, clawing and lunging at the vehicles. Chi Yinzhou and Lu Shizhi pressed the accelerator without hesitation. With a dull thud, the wheels mercilessly crushed the zombies, sending dust flying and crimson blood staining the ground. Upon reaching the base of the 6-story building, the vicinity was nearly devoid of any zombie presence. Chi Yinzhou swung open the car door and nimbly leaped out, casting a satisfied glance at the two vehicles, now far from pristine. As the 3 siblings descended from the vehicle one after another, he spoke calmly. "I'll go upstairs to call them. Nan will go up later to gather the supplies." After about 10 minutes, Gu Qi and the others hurried down the stairs, arms laden with a considerable amount of supplies. These were the resources previously laid out by Lu Nange, alongside those retrieved by Chi Yinzhou and his companions. Yizhuo placed the items into the trunk and began to spin around, his voice tinged with excitement. "Heavens, we've actually found an RV." Gucci frowned slightly and urged, "No time for chatter. Keep moving the supplies. It will be dawn soon, and we can't predict what complications may arise." The group, not daring to delay, tirelessly transported items back and forth. Following the 5th trip, Wen finally descended the stairs, carefully following Ji Xian. As soon as Wen caught sight of the caravan, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She gently tugged at Ji Xian's coat and sweetly suggested, "Brother Xian, shall we take this one?" Standing nearby, Gu Wan interjected without hesitation, "What contribution has Miss Wen made to presume she is priority?" Wen stomped her foot, exclaiming, "Brother Xian, look at Wan. She's being mean to me." Gu Wan rolled her eyes in response. "If you were innately adorable, I wouldn't have much to say. But at your age, still pretending to be cute in the morning is rather nauseating." Ji Xian adjusted his glasses, his brow slightly furrowed, and remarked, "Wan, how could you say such a thing about Nen?" Impatience flickered in Gu Wan's eyes as she retorted, "Young Master Ji, please refer to me as Gu Wan." Yizhuo, visibly irritated, ran his fingers through his signature red hair, his expression one of exasperation, and called out to Ji Xian, "Old Ji, after all these years of brotherhood, how could you be so blind?" At that moment, Gu Qi and Chi Yinzhou descended from the upper floor, greeted by the tense standoff. Gu Qi rushed to Gu Wan's side, inquiring, Wan, what's the matter?" Immediately, Wen adopted a pitiful demeanor. Her eyes slightly reddened as she spoke with a hint of grievance. "Wan is being mean to me, and Brother Xian was only trying to reason with her, urging her not to be so impulsive." Yizhuo interjected, "You truly have a way with words." Gu Wan replied, "Brother." The vehicle was retrieved by Nan and the others. Miss Wen immediately demanded to ride with young Master Ji, and I simply pointed out her lack of propriety. Chi Yinzhou lazily glanced at Ji Xian and the two women, showing little interest, and walked directly toward the direction of the Lu siblings. "Brother Ci, please take Nan upstairs." Chapter 28. Actions speak louder than words. Once the 3 siblings from the Lu family ascended the stairs, Yizhuo and his companions continued their debate. Yizhuo directed his gaze toward Shi Yinzhou, saying, "Yingu, you ought to arbitrate this matter. The vehicle was retrieved by you, Ci Gu, and Nan, so it is only fair that it remains available for Nan and Xiaoyi, don't you think?" Wen, upon hearing this, quickly turned to Chi Yinzhou, her voice sweetly plaintive as if it could drip with honey. "Young Master Chi, I truly do not wish for this situation, but I suffer from motion sickness and require a place to lie down to alleviate my discomfort." Chi Yinzhou scoffed. a hint of disdain flickering in his indifferent gaze. Ji-Xian, your girlfriend seems to have rather high expectations. If she's so particular, perhaps you should procure her a private vehicle? Beside them, Guan chimed in exactly. If there's an issue, let your boyfriend cater to her whims instead of bothering us. Hijua added, indeed. Ji-Xian, just find another vehicle. It's a splendid idea. Ji-Xian's countenance instantly darkened, a tempest of emotions swirling across his face. Embarrassment, anger, and helplessness surged within him, rendering him speechless. Observing his longtime friend's distress, Guqi sighed inwardly, recalling their years of camaraderie. He couldn't help but intervene. Old G. How about I, along with Lao He, take Miss Wen along in this off-road vehicle? We can leave the RV for Ci Gu and I Yin and set off first. Miss Wen can manage in the passenger seat for a while, and we can adjust our plans once we find another vehicle on the way. Hijua frowned immediately, his face contorted with disdain. I have no desire to share a vehicle with her. I simply cannot endure her demeanor. She would surely drive me mad throughout the journey. Guqi then turned his attention to Gu Wan, who replied, the master has proclaimed that my fate and that of the one surnamed one are incompatible. It's either her demise or mine. Moreover, in this apocalyptic setting, her incessant weeping feels akin to her sending me off to my end. Ji-Xian gazed at Wen, who was sobbing pitifully, her tear-streaked face glistening with droplets that soaked his attire. Yet, for reasons unknown, the once endearing sight that would have filled him with affection now stirred a wave of irritation within him. Lu Nange had gathered the supplies from the 16th floor into her system backpack, leaving their home eerily vacant. Considering the individuals downstairs, she opted for a suitcase to pack a few garments for herself and Liu Bei. Once organized, the three siblings made their way downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, they encountered Wen dabbing at her tears, while Hijua, Gu Wan, and others stood with their arms crossed, observing the scene with amusement. Lu Shizhi inquired, what transpired here? Hijua and Gu Wan exchanged a few words, swiftly elucidating the situation. Guqi turned to Lu Shizhi, suggesting, why don't you ride with us? Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Shizhi declined, I must look after my younger siblings. Wen, leaning on Ji-Xian's shoulder, stood up with a trembling figure, her face still marked by drying tears. If it weren't for those two siblings, we would not be trapped in this wretched place. Upon hearing this, Ji-Xian's expression shifted abruptly, and he urgently hissed, Wen, be silent. Wen, undeterred, cried out, you all scold me. You all are so fierce. You only favor this vixen because of her looks, shamelessly seducing men at such a young age. Lu Nange, seizing the restless Liu Bei, thrust him into the equally restless embrace of Lu Shizhi. Taking a few steps forward, she swiftly grasped Wen's neck with decisive ease. Slap! Slap! Two sharp sounds echoed through the air. Wen's cheeks swelled visibly, tears uncontrollably swirling in her eyes. After striking, Lu Nange, as if disgusted by the contact with something filthy, abruptly shook her hand and flung Wen back into Ji-Xian's arms, her actions dripping with disdain. Young Master Ji, for the sake of my brothers, this is the last time. You better keep a close eye on this ambiguous creature, whether she's a pure white lotus or a cunning green tea. After all, the current environment is exceedingly harsh, and I fear my temperament has been twisted. Who knows? On some quiet night, I might lose control and commit some extreme act like taking advantage of the darkness to confront Miss Wen. At that point, it would be impossible to rectify the situation. Beside them, Gu Wan could not help but applaud, exclaiming delightful. Meanwhile, Hijua felt a strong urge to intervene, lamenting, if only I were not a man. Liu Bei, resembling a slippery loach, deftly wriggled free from Lu Shizhi's grasp and darted away. His unrestrained spirit reflected in his wild hair as he moved. Reaching Wen, Liu Bei wasted no time, lifting his small leg and delivering two decisive kicks. Even Ji-Xian, who held Wen, was forced to stumble back a few steps, collapsing against the side of the car. Instinctively, Liu Bei reached for his golden baseball bat, but Lu Nange swiftly scooped him up into her arms. Lu Shizhi, witnessing his sister emerge unscathed, grinned wickedly, saying, Ji-Xian, I do not strike women, yet I have never asked you two to accompany me. You chose to come, so how can you now blame my brother and sister? As Wen's words echoed, Qi Yinzhou's eyes darkened with a fierce intensity. Observing the young girl stand up for herself, he retracted the foot he almost kicked out. He cast an impatient glance at Ji Xian and, closing his eyes, commanded, "Ji Xian, let us part ways." Ji Xian's heart raced. In this world, bringing women back to the capital was a mere fantasy. Yet, he understood Qi Yinzhou's nature and could not refuse outright. Instead, he tentatively suggested, "Brother Yin, let us accompany you for a while until we find a vehicle. Then I will follow behind with an inn, if that is acceptable." Looking at Wen, one could see her face swollen like a fermenting pig's head, her tongue numb, rendering her speech slurred. Her legs ached intensely, and she could only weakly lean against Ji Xian, resembling a malfunctioning tap, continuously sobbing in a state of utter disarray. Seeing that Qi Yinzhou remained unmoved, Ji Xian cast a pleading glance towards Gu Qi and He Zhuo, his eyes filled with desperation. Qi Yinzhou frowned impatiently as Gu Qi tugged at He Zhuo. "Yinzhou, we will lead the way ahead and find a car first." Qi Yinzhou cast a cold glance at Gu Qi, his expression seemingly conveying a silent reproach for meddling once more. Chapter 29. Surrounded on all sides before getting into the car, He Zhuo was still struggling, but Gu Qi swiftly pushed him into the passenger seat, his gaze stern. "Do you wish for Ji Xian to perish?" He Zhuo responded with confusion. "Which of your eyes saw that? Old Gu, I find that woman annoying, but Ji Xian is my brother. How could I possibly want him dead?" Gu Qi glanced at him. "Oh, I didn't notice that." He Zhuo, irritated, raked his fingers through his hair. "Could you refrain from being so morose and sarcastic? Dyeing your hair red only accentuates your lack of intellect. What kind of world is this? Do you think it's still the past? Without us? Do you believe that Ji Xian and Miss Wen could survive in the capital?" Upon hearing this, He Zhuo's heart jolted as he comprehended the gravity of the situation. He complied with Gu Qi's insistence and settled into the passenger seat, falling silent. Considering Wen An's likely distress, Gu Qi called out, "Old Ji, you and Miss Wen get in the car. I'll drive." Ji Xian picked up Wen An, saying, "Be good with the two of us. We cannot return to the capital." Without waiting for Wen An's response, Ji Xian carried her to the back seat of the off-road vehicle. Once Wen was settled, Gu Qi turned and grasped Ji Xian's arm, shutting the car door behind him. "Old Ji, Miss Wen is your girlfriend. As brothers, we ought to refrain from saying too much. However, Yin just didn't stop me, perhaps out of respect for our years of friendship." After speaking, Gu Qi gently patted Ji Xian's shoulder and walked towards the driver's seat. Leading the way was Gu Qi, followed by He Zhuo, Ji Xian, and went in the off-road vehicle. Behind them, in a camper van, was Qi Yi at the wheel, while Qi Yinzhou lounged in the passenger seat. Lu Nange and Gu Wan shared a room, while the remaining room was assigned to Lu Bei and Lu Shizhi. Upon entering their quarters, Lu Nange greeted before heading off to catch up on sleep. Gu Wan mused that perhaps they had overexerted themselves searching for a vehicle the night before and had not rested well. Thus, she refrained from entering the bedroom to disturb Lu Nange and instead took a seat on the couch in the living room. Lying in bed, Lu Nange's consciousness was frantically signing in. Once she exhausted her accumulated sign-in opportunities, she began to organize her rewards. Weapons, food, medicine, strength-enhancing pills, and various power boosts. After sifting through the rewards, she still could not find the gas canister she desired. There are always more solutions than problems, if worse comes to worst. Cooking over a fire still has its charm. The city lay before them, a tableau of decay and silence. Rubbish piled indiscriminately, corpses lay strewn about, roadblocks, collapsed and crumbling walls. The vehicle, traversing the ruins of this desolate city, could hardly pick up speed. No living souls were visible on the road. Only the zombies roamed. Compared to the night, the daytime zombies appeared less active. However, those that approached would leap like sharks, sensing blood, heedless of all else, crashing against the vehicle with a dull thud, only to be crushed beneath its weight. Gu Wan gazed quietly out the window, absorbing the desolation of the city. Once a mere 2-hour drive from the city center, they now found themselves repeatedly altering their route due to extensive road collapses, forced to navigate around the devastation. Around 1 in the afternoon, the temperature soared to an eerie level, causing the asphalt to shimmer as if it were rippling. Following the directions of Qi Yinzhou, Qi Yi overtook the preceding SUV and subsequently halted by the roadside. Upon witnessing this, Gucci also brought his vehicle to a stop. As soon as the car ceased moving, Lu Shizhi flung open the door and called toward the passenger seat. "Yinzhou, what is the matter?" Qi Yinzhou lightly tapped the paper map in his hands, stating, "The map indicates that there is a supermarket in the high-rise on our right." Hearing the conversation, Lu Nange stepped out as well, suggesting, "Shall we take a look?" The ground was a chaotic scene, littered with debris, while several vehicles nearby were grotesquely piled with corpses. Their stiff and contorted limbs devoid of the moans and clamor typically emitted by the undead. The silence was unnerving, casting doubt on whether this area had already been scoured by other survivors. The group collectively decided to venture toward the supermarket in hopes of fortune, ultimately leaving Ji Xian, Wenan, and Qi Yi to guard the vehicles, while the rest proceeded toward the towering structure. Suddenly, a deafening roar filled the air as everyone looked skyward, spotting an aircraft skimming low overhead. Accompanied by the rushing wind, a muffled announcement resonated. There are designated settlement points. Survivors may proceed to the howling wind intertwined with the static of the announcement, rendering the message indistinct, leaving behind a series of fragmented syllables that echoed in the atmosphere. Hizhua and Gu Wan excitedly waved their arms towards the low-flying plane, desperate to capture the attention of those aboard, their limbs flailing to the point of dislocation. Yet to no avail. Meanwhile, Lu Nange, Qi Yinzhou, and the others fixated on the aircraft trajectory until the thunderous noise gradually faded and the plane vanished beyond the horizon. Only then did their gazes return to the ground, where their hearts plummeted into their throats. In the direction where they had parked, the once quiet corpses in the vehicles had begun to stir. Under the shadows of the buildings, a swarm of heads was in motion. "Good heavens! Run!" exclaimed someone. "Where did all these come from?" Qi Yi and Ji Xian inside the vehicle also sensed the anomaly and promptly started the engine, racing towards the direction of their companions. However, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. They reached out with emaciated claw-like hands, swaying grotesquely as they pursued the group, emitting spine-chilling growls. The RV was the first to reach the group, young master, getting quickly. They hurriedly leaped into the vehicle, surrounded on all sides by an unyielding horde of zombies, their stench seeping through the windows. The prospect of breaking free seemed utterly impossible. In a frantic scan of their surroundings, the group discovered that the only direction with a slightly lesser concentration of zombies was the very high rise they had initially intended to explore. Qi Yi pressed the accelerator to the floor, the engine roaring thunderously as the RV barreled into the open entrance of the high-rise ground floor. The off-road vehicle belonging to Ji Xian arrived first, and as soon as it came to a halt, he swiftly lifted Wenan into his arms and sprinted toward the fire escape. Qi Yi followed closely behind, executing a sharp turn that caused the tires to screech against the ground, sending a shower of dazzling sparks flying as he parked the vehicle diagonally at the entrance of the fire escape. "Get out and run upstairs," commanded Qi Yinzhou. The vehicle was pressed tightly against the wall, with the side door conveniently aligning with the stairway. As Qi Yi and Qi Yinzhou emerged through the side door, the zombies outside began to pour in. The air was filled with a cacophony of guttural sounds, sending shivers down their spines and raising the hairs on the back of their necks, while their hearts raced wildly within their chests. With a resounding thud, the fire door slammed shut, isolating them from the zombies' frenzied roars outside. They dared not linger for even a moment and turned to sprint up the stairs. Their footsteps echoed in hurried, chaotic rhythm within the stairwell. Liu Bei nestled in Lu Shizhi's embrace, fixated on Lu Nange. "Sister, hurry up," he urged, struggling to break free. Lu Shizhi held him tightly, glancing at Lu Nange. Noticing that only the four of them remained in the corridor, Lu Nange quickly produced a metal rod and deftly wedged it between the two door handles, creating a dull thud as it secured in place. Seeing her successfully set the bar, Qi Yinzhou wasted no time. He reached out and pulled her closer, gripping her arm with firm resolve. "Let us go," he urged. Chapter 30. A fool in the Wen family. As Lu Nange and her companions had not yet ascended, Qi Yi stood watchfully at the staircase entrance on the second floor. He Zhuang and the others tightly gripped their weapons, their eyes fixated on the wide-open fire door above. Once Lu Nange and her group arrived, They swiftly and silently positioned themselves on either side of the door. After everyone settled, Zhuang took a deep breath to steady his emotions, then gently tapped the door frame with his baseball bat. Uncertain of the terrifying entities that might emerge, their breaths instinctively quieted. Silence enveloped the interior, and Zhuang cautiously leaned forward, his body tense, peering into the room. No one was there, no zombies. Only then did they step inside. The surroundings were a chaotic scene of shattered glass, with a scorching wind rushing through the broken windows, rustling their clothes like a wild symphony. This wind carried an inexplicable heat and unrest, stirring a sense of unease in their hearts. They scattered, moving to the windows to gaze down, a chill creeping down their spines. One was so terrified that she collapsed into Ji Xian's embrace. Below, a throng of zombies surged toward their location, some even stretching their arms in an attempt to climb to the second floor. They could not linger here. They needed to move higher. The subsequent floors mirrored the chaos of the second. It wasn't until they reached the sixth floor that they encountered a throng of people blocking the staircase entirely. At the corner, Qi Yanzhou and Lu Shizi quickly positioned themselves in front of the women and children, exuding an aura of vigilance. Opposing them stood a group firmly gripping an array of weapons, their eyes filled with ferocity and wariness, glaring at Lu Nange's party, the air thick with palpable tension. In the center of the crowd stood a burly middle-aged man, bellowing furiously. "It is you who have drawn the monsters here. You are not welcome. If you have any sense, leave at once." Beside him, a tall, lean man brandished a metal rod, vehemently shouting at Qi Yanzhou and his companions. "Damn it, I really want to smash you to bits." A woman with curly hair quickly seized the lean man's arm, urging him, "Calm down, Chong." But Chong showed no signs of restraint, continuing to rant, "These fools are going to get us all killed." The curly-haired woman desperately pulled at Chong, exclaiming, "Chong, please. Think of the children. They have children with them." Upon hearing this, Chong's grip on the metal rod gradually slackened, as if all strength had drained from him. The rod fell heavily to the ground, and he muttered, "It's over. We are all doomed." Gucci interjected, "We are merely passing through." The zombies were attracted by the roar of the airplane. Chong slammed the rod against the ground in frustration. "Damn it, that cursed thing again. All these so-called safe zones are nothing but lies. They do nothing day after day." Qi Yanzhou and the others exchanged glances, discerning from the words and actions of these individuals that they were not malevolent souls. In this apocalyptic world, driven by the instinct for survival, every individual is compelled to adopt a demeanor filled with animosity, perpetually clutching their weapons and arming themselves. Gucci asserted, "We mean no harm. We simply seek a temporary refuge." The middle-aged man's expression softened slightly, yet he remained vigilant, raising his hand to indicate the upper floors. "The 8th floor and above belong to us. Considering you have children with you, we will allow you to rest on the 6th floor. Maintain silence, and once the creatures disperse, leave immediately. Should you fail to comply, do not blame us for the ruthlessness of our weapons." With that, he waved his hand, leading his group upstairs. Once their figures vanished, Lu Nange and her companions cautiously entered the 6th floor. Fortunately, the glass on this level remained intact, and they dared not let their guard down. They meticulously searched every corner, confirming the absence of danger before swiftly locking the fire door. The group collaborated to move all the stools from the various shops on the 6th floor, settling in a position that allowed them to observe the situation below, while also being closest to the door. Yizhuo inquired, "Yinggu, are those people upstairs trustworthy?" Qi Yanzhou, reclining in his chair with his legs crossed, responded with a non-committal, "What does that mean, Yinggu? Please elaborate." Yizhuo pressed. Gucci shot him a glance. "They are merely seeking self-preservation. Did you not notice the row of children standing behind them? If we were in their position, we would do the same." Ji Xian furrowed his brow slightly. "While that may be true, our own access to food and water is becoming precarious. If the zombies downstairs do not disperse, we won't last many days." A knock echoed through the room, prompting everyone to instinctively grasp their weapons and rise in unison, their eyes brimming with caution. Qi Yanzhou nodded slightly, and Qi opened the fire door. They glimpsed a woman with curly hair hurriedly ascending the stairs, her footsteps rapid, before she vanished around the corner. Who was that? Yizhua asked. Yi remained silent, his attention drawn to 10 neatly arranged packets of instant noodles on the floor, bending down to pick them up. It seems there are still good people out there. Food is so precious, yet they brought us instant noodles? Before he could finish, a woman's voice drifted down from above. These are for the children and the girls. Lu Nange looked up and called out, "Thank you." The only response was the sound of footsteps gradually receding. Wen leaned against Ji Xian, staring at the noodles. But they only gave us noodles. How can we eat without hot water? The group remained silent, contemplating their situation. Chapter 31. The dart. Perhaps it was the way the crowd gazed at Wen, their eyes filled with an unsettling bluntness akin to that reserved for the deranged. Ji Xian's expression tightened, and he hastily covered An's mouth with his hand, swiftly leading her to a secluded corner. And then, do you have any idea how scarce food is these days? What we've been given is a lifeline. How can you utter such ungrateful words? Before Wen could respond, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Under normal circumstances, she would practice her tearful expressions in front of a mirror, meticulously refining the perfect angle to elicit sympathy from Ji Xian. Yet at this moment, her face bore the marks of the morning's encounter with Lu Nange. Red and swollen, her eyes, brimming with tears, looked up at Ji Xian with a sense of grievance, resembling a swollen pig's head. Ji Xian was taken aback by her appearance, instinctively raising his hand to cover her face once more. Wen, in disbelief, grasped Ji Xian's hand and tugged it down forcefully. Ji Xian, what does it mean for you to cover my face? And then I apologize. It's just that your face is so severely swollen, he replied. The surrounding atmosphere was oppressively quiet, their exchange resonating clearly in the ears of Lu Nange and the others. Yizhua's laughter rang out, unabashedly loud. Short, ungracious, and with a swollen face. What a dimwit. Wen suddenly pushed Ji Xian away and charged toward Yizhua. Her voice hoarse from yelling. Yizhua, are you out of your mind? Yizhua stumbled back several paces, patting his chest dramatically. My goodness, Wen, your voice is so rough, and your face looks like a pig's. It's no wonder old Ji can't bear to look at you. Wen seized a nearby stool and hurled it at Yizhua, who kicked it aside with ease, sending it soaring in another direction. In her fervor, Wen lost her balance and began to topple backward, but Ji Xian quickly caught her in his arms. Yizhua steadied himself and declared, just because I give old Ji face doesn't mean I owe you anything. I don't have a habit of sparing women, but compared to someone as ungrateful as you, I gladly concede. Not far behind, Lu Nange and Lu Bai sat observing, their gaze penetrating the glass window as they watched the commotion below. Lu Shizhi, Qi Yanzhou, Qi Yi, Guan, and Gu Qi formed a protective circle around the siblings. As stools were being thrown, Gu Qi abruptly stood up. Old Ji, since Miss Wen finds the instant noodles distasteful, we shall graciously accept them. Whether I like them or not is my concern, but since the noodles have been offered, they rightfully belong to me. No one shall take them. Wen's voice was sharp and domineering. Lu Nange, irritated by the noise, closed her eyes, while Lu Bai leapt from his seat, tossing a golden dart that whizzed through the air and struck Wen by the mouth. The force of the impact caused one of her teeth to dislodge, falling onto the dusty floor with a soft thud. Be quiet. You're disturbing my sister, the little one exclaimed, fierce and unyielding. Wen stared in terror, her eyes wide with fear, her wind-blown teeth paired with trembling lips as she uttered two words. Monster. Monster. At that moment, Lu Nange slowly opened her eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within them. She then flexed her hand at her side, and a dart materialized within her grasp. With a slight flick of her wrist, the dart plunged directly into the right side of An's cheek, embedding itself in flesh, eliciting a muffled groan of pain from her. Miss Wen, might you consider silencing yourself? Lu Bai tilted his head slightly, his chubby cheeks adorned with a smile that danced in his hazel eyes. Wrapping his arms around Lu Nange's neck, he declared, Sister truly loves me the most. Ji Xian, I am weary, and I wish to disengage. Those who yearn for death cannot be restrained. Chapter 32. Lu Shizhi. An's face was adorned with two daggers, the crimson blood trickling down her cheeks, each droplet splattering onto the ground, leaving dark stains in its wake. She clasped her hands over her face, crying out in pain, her body trembling uncontrollably. Lu Nange did not spare a glance at Wenin. Instead, she grasped Liu Bei's hand and descended the stairs. Lu Shixi and the others remained silent, their long strides closely following. Ji Xian stood frozen, his eyes darting in a frenzy. Wenin, who had lowered her head in agony, suddenly lifted it with ferocity, glaring at Ji Xian, her voice sharp and shrill. Ji Xian, what kind of man are you? You are nothing but a complete coward. How can you stand idly by while others bully your woman? Ji Xian hesitated, his legs moving forward uncontrollably, the soles of his shoes scraping against the ground with a faint sound. As the door closed, Wenan's cries echoed from within. Ji Xian clenched his teeth, the muscles in his face twitching from inner turmoil. Ultimately, he did not follow Lu Nange and the others, but instead ascended the stairs alone. Lu Nange's group hurriedly entered the 5th floor. No sooner had they set foot than Hijua, with a face full of impatience, could not help but complain. We can't even separate to walk. If I have to stay with that surname any longer, I might just split apart. Before he could finish, Gu Qi and Gu Wan simultaneously raised their hands to cover their mouths, their eyes urging him to hush. Following their gaze, Hijua noticed that Lu Nange was holding something in her hand, and with a sudden flick of her wrist, it was sent flying. Simultaneously, Liu Bei tapped the device in his hand, and a familiar melody resonated in the ears of the group. The zombies wandering below, once disorganized, suddenly froze in place. They lifted their heads like mechanical puppets, their hollow eye sockets fixated on the source of the music. Their rigid bodies began to sway, moving with heavy, deliberate steps, uniformly advancing towards the sound. Lu Shixi lowered her binoculars, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "Nange, this method truly works." But no sooner had she spoken than a loud crash echoed. The speaker had collided with the car, abruptly silencing the music. Immediately, the piercing alarm of the vehicle blared. The zombies, previously clustered on the 1st floor, surged towards the sound like beasts sensing prey, crowding together in a frenzied rush. Hijua, with a cheerful grin, leaned towards Lu Nange. "Sister Nange, why do you enjoy playing the Grand Lament so much?" Gu Qi rolled his eyes internally, thinking, I should not have expected anything insightful from that mouth. Lu Nange's eyes, illuminated by the light, appeared as pale as amber. It's to guide them to peace. Guan gazed at her in admiration. "Nange, you possess such strength." Liu Bei tilted his head. "It's a family tradition," Guan remarked. "Then we should have had Brother Ci throw it earlier. That way, Nange wouldn't get tired." Lu Shixi. A cacophony of footsteps echoed from the stairwell, drawing closer. Xiangzi strode into view, flanked by several men. His brow furrowed and an expression of displeasure plastered across his face as he shouted, "What mischief are you all up to again?" Upon hearing those words, Hijua immediately became incensed, stepping forward with arms dramatically outstretched. "What do you mean, now, my friend? How can you speak like that? Are we not allowed to deal with the zombies?" Xiangzi let out a cold laugh, retorting without hesitation, with such a commotion. "I thought you were eagerly seeking to become fodder for the monsters." Hijua's face flushed crimson with anger. Just then, Gu Qi interjected unexpectedly, 10 packs of instant noodles. Hijua, about to voice his thoughts, swallowed the words back down forcefully. Lu Nange turned her head, her eyes as clear as amber, gazing at Xiangzi. "Although it was not our intention, we indeed caused you some trouble. We merely observed that the zombies downstairs were gathering in increasing numbers. If we do not address this now, they may become more active by nightfall, which could lead to greater complications." Listening to her, Xiangzi's tense expression softened slightly as he replied, "The girl speaks well. The child beside you is quite charming, resembling a little celestial being. I see that you are about the same age as my daughter. Call me Uncle Xiangzi. In these dire times, it is good to make a friend." Changing the subject, Xiangzi inquired, "But tell me, did your earlier antics prove effective?" Lu Nange offered him the binoculars, saying, "Uncle Xiangzi, why not take a look for yourself?" Xiangzi accepted the binoculars and bent down to peer downstairs, where he indeed saw numerous zombies flocking towards the source of the noise. "My dear girl, this situation could benefit us as well. If there is anything we can assist with, do not hesitate to let us know." Lu Nange nodded slightly. Uncle Xiangzi, my name is Lu Nange, and this is my brother, Lu Bei. Nange Bei, such lovely names. Xiangzi praised. Lu Shizhi stepped forward to introduce himself. Uncle Xiangzi, I'm their elder brother, Lu Shizhi. Xiangzi appraised Lu Shizhi and teased. Ah, young man, your name is rather ominous, with Weston parting in it. It sounds unsettling, as if you're always on the verge of being sent away. He noticed Lu Shizhi's twitching lips and the barely contained laughter of the others. Ruffling his hair, he added, Forgive me, I lack education and do not know how to speak well. Hizhua laughed the loudest, saying, Shizhi, you must admit, after Uncle Xiangzi's remark, your name does carry a certain ill fortune. Chapter 33. Dense and crowded for the first time, Lu Nange genuinely experienced the potency of the sign-in rewards and the precision of the weaponry, and it was simply delightful. In her hands, she held the bow that Uncle Chong had brought down from upstairs, each arrowhead thoroughly soaked in oil. Is this sufficient? Lu Nange nodded slightly. Based on her estimation of the distance, only she, having consumed a strength-enhancing pill, and I, could accomplish this feat. The male protagonist team had yet to awaken their supernatural abilities, and I was only 8 years old, making him entirely unsuitable for exposure. Thus, Lu Nange had to take matters into her own hands. After all, her strength was considerable, inherited from her ancestors, and she had indeed traversed the path of enlightenment. Qi Yinzhou ignited a torch, the flames illuminating Lu Nange's focused visage. In Liu Bei's embrace, he exclaimed, Sister, go for it. From a second-floor window, Lu Nange drew back the bowstring with vigor, launching the fiery arrow towards the vehicles in the open space below. The moment the arrow struck, the vehicle was instantly engulfed in flames, billowing thick smoke that soared into the sky amidst the fierce blaze. The sound of honking vehicles and the roaring flames attracted the zombies, who relentlessly surged toward the source of the fire, heedless of the searing heat, emitting a chorus of growls that echoed in the air. My daughter, your skills are truly impressive, exclaimed a voice. Wow, Nan, you're so cool. Cheered a fan. Guwan, South sister, you're amazing. Praised Hizhua, a devoted admirer. That's my sister. She's awesome. She's incredible, declared Liu Bei, his childish pride radiating from him. In that moment, Lu Shizhi gently ruffled his hair, thinking to himself that this little rascal only revealed his true childlike nature during such times. Lu Nange surveyed her surroundings, preparing to continue shooting arrows to draw the zombies. Only 3 directions offered clear ground, while the remainder was dominated by towering buildings. After firing in those 3 directions, she ceased, uncertain whether other survivors lurked within the high-rises. Zombies surged from every corner below like a relentless tide, their heads crowding the view, layered upon one another, countless in number. Everyone, including Lu Nange, gazed at this terrifying sight, their throats involuntarily constricting. A chill crept up their spines. No one dared to ponder further. If night fell and this horde of zombies recklessly ascended the building, my daughter, I'll head up first. Uncle Chong waved, hastily departing with his companions. As their footsteps faded, Lu Nange and her group returned to the 6th floor. Upon opening the door, they found Ji Xian crouched beside Wen In, holding gauze, with what seemed to be iodine placed on the ground nearby. Silence enveloped the group as they each resumed their positions, eyes fixed on the commotion below, ever vigilant of the movements beneath them. Wen In, however, glared at Lu Nange with a gaze filled with animosity, the words Ji Xian had spoken echoing in her mind, forcing her to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. Once they reached Jing City, she vowed not to rest until she had dealt with Lu Nange, that vixen, and that monstrous little hybrid. Uncle Chong led his daughter, followed by several others, down from upstairs with 2 boxes of water and food. At the pinnacle of the building lies a supermarket, well stocked with provisions, ensuring that its occupants are not deprived of sustenance. The group had initially chosen this edifice largely due to the allure of the rooftop supermarket. In recent days, they have dealt with various treacherous living individuals and menacing creatures in order to survive. Xiangzi found the group, led by Lu Nange, quite agreeable, and as the other occupants observed the zombies gradually dispersing below, there were no objections. Xiaonan, This is my daughter Xin, a year older than you. You may call her Sister Xin, he introduced. Sister Xin, Lu Nange echoed. Xin, shy and reserved, responded softly, her voice barely audible, unlike her father's boisterous demeanor. Uncle Qiangzi, once the zombies have sufficiently scattered, we shall depart first thing in the morning. Are we leaving so soon? There may still be numerous zombies lurking downstairs. Why not wait a few more days until it is completely safe to venture out? Thank you, Uncle Qiangzi, but my brother's friends are anxious to reunite with their families. Lu Nange replied. Qiangzi nodded in understanding. I can relate. If my daughter were not by my side, I would be even more anxious than you. Uncle Qiangzi, I apologize for my earlier brusqueness. Please do not take offense. Hizhua interjected. Qiangzi erupted into hearty laughter, patting Hizhua on the arm. As an uncle, I would never hold that against you. We Wu and Ti have become acquainted without a little friction. Uncle, you are truly generous. Well then, I shall not see you off. In this chaotic world, there is little more to say. Just stay safe, and I hope we may meet again. After Qiangzi and his companions ascended the stairs, Ji Xian tugged at Gu Qi, inquiring, Old Gu, are we leaving tomorrow? Indeed, Gu Qi replied. The longer we delay, the more obstacles we will encounter on our journey. It is best to set off at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 34. Gu on a night enveloped the surroundings like ink, and they chose a shop situated in the middle. After meticulously confirming that the flickering candlelight would not be perceived, they gradually ignited several candles. The wavering flames cast warm, golden hues against the darkness. At the window, gazing outside, they could see shadowy figures traversing the street, the silhouettes of zombies moving with much more vigor than in the daylight, their howls echoing in the night. The group consumed their self-heating rice, grateful that they had dispersed the meals earlier. Hizhua murmured, otherwise, I truly wouldn't know if we're still breathing. Qi Yinzhou declared, tonight, we shall take turns keeping watch. Hizhua inquired, Brother Yin, should I take the first half of the night or the latter? You and Ah Qi, along with Qi Yi, will handle the first half. One shall guard the window, while the other two monitor the stairwell at the entrance. Hizhua affirmed, I promise to complete the task. Gu Qi added, I, along with Brother Ci and Ji Xian, will take the latter half. Understood, I shall inform him. Lu Shizi tousled his sister's hair, saying, You and Miss Gu should rest well. The brothers can't rely solely on you for everything. The entire night passed with an unsettling calm. As dawn broke, a few scattered zombies downstairs wandered with sluggish steps, rendering the previous day's harrowing events as if mere figments of imagination. The door on the first floor stood quietly, with the iron rod placed there by Lu Nange still lodged in the doorknob. Lu Nange withdrew the rod and handed it to Gu Wan. Qi Yi leaned against the door, holding his breath to listen, before slightly nodding to Qi Yinzhou to signal safety. The RV parked in front remained tightly sealed, but with a creaking sound, the metal scraped uncomfortably against the silence. As the side door was pulled open, a mouth dripping with pus and revealing blackened, yellowed teeth lunged forward. Qi Yi's pupils constricted instinctively, and without thinking, he thrust his knife into the zombie's skull. The creature's body crumpled instantly. Yet, even with Qi Yi's swift reaction, he was outpaced by one S scream. The shriek erupted uncontrollably from her throat. Ji Xian's heart raced as he reflexively covered one An's mouth. Despite his increasingly adept attempts to stifle her screams, the piercing sound still escaped for 2 agonizing seconds, and the group distinctly sensed the rustling noises converging from every direction, slowly inching toward the RV. Ji Xian shot a reproachful glance at Hizhua and Gu Wan, internally lamenting, Damn it, can't you be a bit quicker? There was no time for regret, as Qi Yi and Qi Yinzhou swiftly entered the RV. The air inside was thick with the stench of decay. Aside from the freshly deceased one, another zombie lunged from the driver's seat. Qi Yinzhou struck with his saber, and the zombie collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. After neutralizing the threat within the vehicle, Qi Yi crouched down, peering toward the central console. The glass on the driver's side was shattered, and looking out from the console, he noticed numerous zombies wandering on the first floor. Qi Yinzhou exchanged a glance with Qi Yi, and as Lu Shizi discarded a zombie onto the ground, he saw Qi Yinzhou emerge from the vehicle. dragging another one with him. As the side door slammed shut, Chi-E pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward, its front colliding with the oncoming zombie, producing a dull thud. When the car shifted aside, the vision of Lu Nange and the others cleared. A thick, putrid stench assaulted their senses, causing them to grip their weapons tightly and charge unhesitatingly towards the throng of zombies outside. Chi-Injo delivered a powerful kick to the foremost zombie, sending it flying and toppling several others behind it. Lu Nange grasped Liu Bei's hand, exerting the full effect of the powerful pill, her electric baton crackling with sparks as she struck down one zombie after another, their skulls shattering and blood splattering. Liu Bei supported his sister, throwing small darts with precision. Nearby, Lu Shizhi and Chi-Injo worked in unison, dispatching zombies with swift, clean strokes. In the rear, Gu Qi and He Zhuo found themselves ensnared by a few zombies, defending Gu Wan behind them with all their might. In a fleeting moment, a small zombie lunged at Gu Wan with a ferocious roar. "Wan Wan!" Gu Qi's voice trembled with urgency. "Gu Wan!" He Zhuo shouted, veins bulging on his forehead. Clutching her iron rod, Gu Wan gritted her teeth and swung it towards the zombie with all her strength. Liu Bei, following his sister's command, hurled a golden dart, striking down the zombie. Gu Wan, exhilarated, exclaimed, "Come on, I'm a force to be reckoned with now." Meanwhile, Ji Xian held Wen tightly in his embrace, while she, oblivious to the danger, burrowed into his arms, her screams echoing. Ji Xian, momentarily distracted by her cries, focused solely on the zombies before them, unaware that two more were creeping up from behind. In a panic, Wen caught a glimpse of the approaching threat and instinctively pushed Ji Xian away. Unprepared for her shove, Ji Xian stumbled and fell to the ground. The zombies drew closer, their rancid breath overwhelming him. Stunned, Ji Xian remained frozen, his mind blank, until He Zhuo rushed in, swinging his baseball bat with ferocity at the zombie beside Ji Xian. The creature's skull was crushed, blood splattering across Ji Xian's face. "Ji Xian, what's wrong?" He Zhuo gasped, shouting as he reached out to pull Ji Xian to his feet. Finally snapping back to reality, Ji Xian rose quickly with He Zhuo's assistance. "Thanks," he said, wiping the blood from his face and glancing at Wen. A sardonic smile crept onto his lips at her apparent indifference. Seeing that he was unharmed, He Zhuo turned and brandished his bat, striding towards Gu Wan while cursing fiercely, "You filthy creatures, die." At that moment, Gu Wan had just taken down another zombie, boldly taunting the horde, "Come on, you bastards, bring it on." Meanwhile, Wen shrank back, avoiding any gaze at Ji Xian, swiftly seeking refuge behind the Gu siblings, who paid her no mind. No longer screaming, she occasionally stole glances at Ji Xian, who was fighting valiantly amidst the swarm of zombies. As she regained her senses, she beheld several zombies charging towards her from the side. With a forceful shove, she was pushed forward into their grasp by none other than Wen. A surge of exhilaration coursed through her, and she mentally screamed, "Go to hell, you manly woman." Little did Gu Wan anticipate that Wen would launch such an unexpected maneuver from behind. Her body lurched uncontrollably forward, and an angry curse escaped her lips. Gu Qi swiftly seized his sister's wrist, executing a sidekick that sent Wen sprawling away. "Gu Qi, I swear it's not my fault. My foot had a mind of its own. Help! Brother Xian, save me! Save me!" Amidst her piercing shrieks, Wen collapsed, unable to resist as the encroaching zombies descended upon her. Their teeth savagely tore at her flesh, dark crimson blood gushing forth and rapidly saturating the ground. The lingering zombies, drawn by the potent scent of blood, roared and charged forward. Seizing the opportunity, the group wielded their weapons and dispatched the remaining undead. Wenan's body was a grotesque sight. Her innards were ripped from her, and her legs bore gaping wounds where flesh had been mercilessly consumed. The onlookers had scarcely time to lament her fate. With her eyes previously closed, Anne's eyelids began to tremble as she reopened her eyes, now devoid of any spark of life. Her orbs had turned a ghastly gray, and a raspy sound escaped her lips. The remnants of her legs, stripped of flesh, revealed stark white bones that could no longer support her weight, yet she writhed and crawled towards the group with her broken body. Chapter 35. Just for fun, Ji Xian's hand trembled slightly as he slowly accepted the tang dao handed to him by Lu Shitzi. The sharp blade was thrust violently towards Wan An's head, followed by a dull thud when it ceased to move. Ji Xian took a deep breath, his voice low and hoarse. "Let us go." The off-road vehicle and the RV bore numerous dents and handprints, as if countless zombie hands had relentlessly battered against them. Fortunately, the vehicles could still manage to start. Hijua drove the off-road vehicle ahead, while Lu Shitzi brought up the rear in the RV. The journey out of the city was surprisingly smooth, devoid of the overwhelming zombie hordes that had beset them the previous day. The sun spilled its warmth onto the desolate road, making the day feel even more stifling than before. Occasionally, a few zombies meandered aimlessly by the roadside. The two vehicles either swerved to avoid them or simply crushed them underfoot. As noon approached, the group found a clearing, shared 2 pieces of bread among them, switched drivers, and continued their journey. Lu Nange's thoughts wandered to the delectable food stored in her system backpack, her stomach growling incessantly, the tantalizing aroma almost causing her to drool. The agony of being able to see but not eat was unbearable. She took a hefty bite of the bread in her hand, moaning inwardly, yearning to reveal her spatial abilities. Today, the zombies bore no crystal cores. She had hoped to awaken Yu. A bite of bread later, when would the black rain arrive? Liu Bei watched as his sister took a bite of her bread, prompting him to do the same. Another bite. When would the zombies upgrade? Liu Bei continued to munch on his bread. Another bite. When would the male protagonist awaken his powers? He lowered his head, continuing to chew. At that moment, Qi Yi was behind the wheel, and Gu Wan took the opportunity, during the bread distribution, to slip into the off-road vehicle. Lu Shitzi and Qi Yanzhou inadvertently glanced at Lu Nange and Liu Bei, their eyes glistening with moisture, fixated on the dry bread in their hands, looking utterly pitiable. Lu Shitzi's heart softened. "Take out whatever you wish to eat." The moment Lu Nange and Liu Bei were silently nibbling on their bread, they froze in place. Qi Yanzhou wore a nonchalant smile, stood up, and closed the door separating the driver's seat from the living area. Turning around, he revealed a table brimming with a dazzling array of delicacies: fried chicken, grilled fish, dumplings, barbecued meat, rice noodles, rice, spicy hot pot, and various home-cooked dishes. The spread was overwhelming. The siblings' eyes sparkled like stars. Lu Nange clutched a chicken wing in one hand and a can of cola in the other, her cheeks puffed out, enthusiastically beckoning, "Eat up, big brother, Yin Ge." The two boys exchanged amused glances. One of them placed a bowl of rice before him. "Nange, this dish is truly delicious," Liu Bei said, his expression brimming with pride. "Of course, it's the best because my sister made it." As the horizon began to blush with orange hues, a row of low, dilapidated buildings came into view, reminiscent of an abandoned factory by its layout and architectural style. The vehicle gradually came to a halt not far away, as Qi Yanzhou and Lu Shitzi climbed atop the car, each raising their binoculars to scrutinize the interior of the factory. After more than 10 minutes, without detecting any anomalies, the two vehicles proceeded onward. The factory's iron gates stood wide open, allowing the vehicles to drive straight in, halting on the cement ground of the unloading area. Through their time together, a tacit understanding had gradually developed among them. They swiftly formed a tight circle, standing back to back, vigilantly observing their surroundings before splitting into 2 teams, cautiously investigating the factory's interior from both sides. Upon entering the factory, a damp and decaying odor assailed them. The floodwaters had transformed most of the facilities and buildings beyond recognition, making it difficult to discern their original state. It was surmised that the personnel had evacuated prior to the water rise. Thus, there were no signs of zombies nor any evidence of human activity. Once safety was confirmed, they closed all the doors within the factory, planning to spend the night in the vehicle. As the large red iron doors shut, the boys listened attentively to Lu Nange's instructions, unloading folding chairs and tables. After Lu Nange directed the unloading of all items, several boys leaned against a corner, smoking and engaging in low-key conversations. Gu Wan and Lu Nange busied themselves nearby, organizing the supplies. Liu Bei attempted to assist, but was gently pushed down onto a folding chair by Lu Nange, who handed him a bottle of milk. The little fellow, resigned, could only sit obediently, his large eyes watching his sister at work. As the two blue coolers were opened, a refreshing vapor wafted out, and the sight of the coolers brimming with beverages and food instantly brightened their eyes, washing away their fatigue with a long-lost sense of delight. Ishwa, still holding a lit cigarette, abruptly tossed it aside and rushed forward, exclaiming, Nan, where did this come from? Lu Nange looked up. I brought it from home. Yinga helped me pack it. Chi Yinzhou responded with a simple Considering the solitary meal they had during the day, Lu Nange proposed. How about we have hot pot tonight? Sound great. Ishwa and Guwan replied almost in unison. Lu Nange swiftly set up 3 portable stoves. One pot contained a clear broth, exuding a delicate fragrance, while the other 2 pots bubbled with spicy broth, releasing an enticing aroma that instantly stimulated everyone's appetite. The sky was painted with warm orange hues, and the evening glow bathed them all. The table was steaming, and the ingredients in the hot pot danced about, providing a brief moment of comfort to the tense group. Ishwa swallowed a meatball in one bite, exclaiming with delight, delicious. How'd I never realize that beef meatballs could be so tasty? Guwan chuckled, teasing, you used to ignore frozen food completely. Ishwa waved his hand dismissively, a smug expression on his face. This just proves that I, my good self, can be adaptable and possess excellent character. Gu Qi raised a can of cola, slightly lifting it towards Ji Xian. Ji Xian raised the can of cola in his hand and gently clinked it against Gu Qi's. The crisp sound produced by the metallic can resonated between them, prompting shared smiles. As the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, twilight enveloped the surroundings. The boys had hung several camping lights from the trees. Lu Nange and Gu Wan took turns to freshen up in the RV. Below the trees, a few boys sat leisurely in their chairs. Ishwa tilted his head slightly and asked, Gentlemen, do you think we will return alive to the capital? Gu Qi replied, What is this? Is our young master he feeling timid? In the shadows beneath the trees, Chi Yinzhou's brow cast a sharp silhouette beneath his tousled hair. Upon hearing Ishwa's words, his gaze subtly lifted. Lu Shitzi let out a scoff. Old he? What a disappointment. Ishwa dashed toward Lu Shitzi, only to be swiftly pinned down to a chair by Liu Bei. Ishwa, bewildered, exclaimed, I was merely teasing your brother. Liu Bei raised an eyebrow, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. I am just playing around with brother Ishwa. Ishwa. Chapter 36. The stench of rain the following day. Lu Nange was cooking porridge beneath a tree, while Ishwa and Guwan assisted her, learning as they went. A consensus had been reached among the group. It was unreasonable to expect the younger sister to tend to them all, so everyone began to learn the ropes, taking turns to prepare meals in the future. Lu Shitzi and Chi Yinzhou traversed various corners of the factory in search of materials that could be used to repair the driver's window of the RV. They meticulously rummaged through the entire factory, ultimately finding only a few sheets of metal. There's a toolbox in the RV. Let me fetch it and see if there's anything useful, Lu Nange said, shoving a metal spoon into Gu Wan's hands before turning to dash towards the RV. Moments later, she returned briskly, carrying a heavy toolbox that clinked with the sound of metal tools colliding within. Chi Yinzhou stepped forward to take the toolbox, passing it to Chi Yi, who bent down to select a rivet gun. He hesitated among the rusted sheets of metal, finally choosing the thickest piece. The rivet gun emitted a rhythmic clicking sound in his hands as he sealed the driver's window tightly. After breakfast, the group prepared to pack their belongings and set off. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as a purple-white lightning bolt tore across the sky, and the clear blue expanse was swiftly consumed by rolling dark clouds. A fierce wind arose, causing the red-painted iron gate to tremble violently, producing a grating sound that sent chills down their spines. Tree branches swayed madly, and the howling wind filled their ears. Quick, get in the car, someone shouted. Everyone hurriedly gathered their things, but they were still a step too late. Torrential raindrops began to fall, and by the time they dashed into the RV, their clothes were already damp and cold. What? Why is the rain black? Ishwa exclaimed, staring at the inky streaks running down his arm. Guwan suddenly bent over, retching, it smells awful. Lu Nange watched the black rain distort and crawl across the glass. Black rain had arrived. Mutations in flora and fauna, the evolution of zombies, and the awakening of human abilities. Ishwa quickly covered his mouth and nose, Goodness, this rain truly reeks. Gu Qi gazed out at the eerie black rain, his voice tense. This color is unsettling. Could it be toxic? Lu Shitzi urged. Nange, you and Miss Gu should wash up first. I'll take Ayi to the room to clean up and change clothes. The black rain persisted into the night, showing no signs of cessation. Outside the RV, the sound of rain relentlessly pounded against the metal body. Lu Nange sat in a corner, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Qi Yinzhou. He appeared quieter than usual, his knuckles slightly pale, as if he were enduring discomfort. In the dead of night, Lu Nange emerged from her room to find Qi Yinzhou had indeed reached his limit. He was slumped against the chair, breathing heavily, his pale skin exhibiting an unusual flush, and the strands of hair on his forehead were damp with cold sweat, clinging disheveled to his brow. Lu Nange retrieved some fever-reducing medicine and poured a cup of warm water, approaching him. Qi Yinzhou, she called softly. He slowly lifted his gaze. The corners of his eyes reddened, and those typically indifferent peach blossom eyes were now clouded with moisture. His unfocused eyes drifting over her face as if veiled by a gossamer layer, unable to concentrate. She cradled the nape of his neck, inserting the pill between his lips, the rim of the cup resting against his feverish fingertips. Drink water. He swallowed with great difficulty, the atoms apple bobbing, yet in the next moment he succumbed to unconsciousness. Just before losing awareness, he faintly sensed warm water gliding down his parched throat and felt a cool touch upon his forehead, like a gentle palm, softly laid upon him. Nan, what has happened to Ian? Gu Qi's voice jolted everyone in the vehicle awake, as he Zhua and Lu Shitzi rushed out from the room. Qi Yi and Ji Xian leapt over from the driver's seat. All eyes were fixed on Qi Yinzhou, his eyes tightly shut, his complexion pale to the point of transparency, tinged with a sickly flush. He has a fever. I gave him antipyretics. He just fell asleep. Lu Nange exclaimed. Lu Shitzi gently patted his sister's hair. Nan, you should rest. We'll take care of this. She nodded softly, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the pillbox. Liu Bei, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, sluggishly made his way to Lu Nange's feet. He tilted his little face upwards, stifling a fluffy yawn, his lashes still damp with drowsiness. His small hand tugged gently at Lu Nange's clothing, weak yet persistent. Leaning down, Lu Nange drew closer, and the little one immediately wrapped his arms around her neck, his warm little face nuzzling into her neck. Once she straightened up, Liu Bei whispered in her ear, Sister, he must be on the verge of awakening his abilities. Chapter 37. Supernatural abilities of viscous black rain fell relentlessly, ravaging the night. Yet, the following day dawned bright and sunny. The fierce sunlight pierced through the clouds, causing the damp earth to rise in shimmering waves of heat. The temperature escalated at an astonishing rate. Lu Nange measured the outdoor temperature, and the thermometer indicated a scorching 48°C. On the sofa, Qi Yinzhou's body heat remained alarmingly high. We can no longer delay, Qi Yi said hoarsely. Young Master S' temperature has reached 40 degrees. We must find a doctor. Gu Qi examined the map, his fingers tracing the distance between Nan City and the city ahead. We are farther from the next city than from returning to Nan City. Perhaps we should retreat? What's there to ponder? He will lightly tap the car window. If this continues, Yingu's mind will be fried. Will retreating guarantee we find a doctor? Lu Nange's voice was soft, yet it silenced the vehicle instantly. What if we come up empty-handed? If we encounter a zombie horde again? Who can assure the safety of the unconscious Qi Yinzhou? Lu Shitzi recalled the words of his younger sister and brother, surmising that Qi Yinzhou was likely awakening supernatural abilities. He gently remarked, I believe Nange has a point. Qi Yi turned to Lu Nange, hope flickering in his eyes. Miss Lu, do you have any suggestions? Having exhausted all available medications, Lu Nange affixed a cooling patch to Qi Yinzhou's neck. Let us observe for one more night. If he still has a fever by tomorrow, we will return to Nan City. As the sun set, a sliver of orange light streamed through the car window, illuminating Qi Yinzhou's pale face. His eyelashes fluttered gently, and his body temperature began to gradually subside. Qi Yi was the first to notice. He leaned down and quietly inquired, Young Master, how do you feel now? Hizhua asked. Yingu, are you still uncomfortable? Gu Qi twisted open a bottle of water and offered it, would you like a sip? Qi Yanzhou slowly propped himself up, accepting the water and taking a sip, his throat moving as he swallowed. He lowered his gaze in silence for a moment before suddenly speaking. I feel as if my body is a bit different. The group fell silent. Lu Shizi furrowing his brow. What feels different? Qi Yanzhou did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed intently at his palm. In the next moment, he abruptly clenched his fingers. The joints tightening crack. A silver arc of electricity erupted, wrapping around his fist, flickering within the confines of the vehicle. The crackling of electricity filled the air, mingling with a faint scent of burnt ozone. Hizhua and Gu Qi widened their eyes in astonishment, leaning back simultaneously, exclaiming in unison, "What the hell is this?" Lu Nange observed, "It resembles something from an apocalyptic novel. Supernatural abilities." The group turned to her in unison. Their expressions varied. Disregarding their shock, Lu Nange directly asked Qi Yanzhou, "Do you want to step out and get a try?" Qi Yanzhou felt the unfamiliar energy surging through his veins, almost breaking through his skin. He opened the car door, the stifling heat of the air enveloping him. Extending his palm, the silver arcs danced at his fingertips, emitting a faint sizzling sound. With a flick of his wrist, he swung forward, boom. The blinding flash of electricity struck fiercely at the large tree outside the crimson door. The trunk splintered under the blinding light, the charred surface emitting wisps of smoke, residual currents still flickering through the wood grain. Lu Nange leaned against the shadow of the car. The Thunder System's supernatural ability, as depicted in novels and television, belonged to the most formidable offensive category. Hizhua whistled and grinned. Yinggu impressive. The destructive power, absolutely stunning. Gucci remarked, "It seems our safety has gained an additional layer." The awakening of Qi Yanzhou served as a potent stimulant, finally reviving the lethargic team after an entire day's fatigue. After a day of consuming bread, they opted for cola paired with self-heating rice for dinner. Little Liu Bei, unable to drink cold cola, could only sip from a milk carton, leaving a ring of cream around his mouth. Post-dinner, they chatted in groups. Lu Nange held Liu Bei's hand, pulling Lu Shizi as they walked to the far end of the unloading area. "Brother," Lu Nange lowered his voice, "Qi Yanzhou has awakened his powers. Does that mean my space?" The first bird gets shot, Lu Shizi frowned, tapping his fingers absent-mindedly. Lu Nange replied, "Qi Yanzhou is the real target. History only remembers the first to land on the moon. Who recalls the second? Should we wait a couple more days?" Lu Nange continued. Gucci checked the map today and said, "At our current speed, we're about 2 days from the next city. I'll pretend to have a high fever tonight. Wake up tomorrow night, and when we enter the city the day after, we can directly stock up on supplies. Since Qi Yanzhou has awakened his powers, mine won't seem out of place. At least we can eat and use what we need without hiding. Brother, this dreadful weather forces me to bathe in secrecy. I can't eat or sleep well." Lu Shizi glanced down at Liu Bei. Go call Brother Yanzhou over." The little boy crumpled the empty milk carton. Looking up, "My legs are short." He blinked. "Yours are long. You go." Lu Shizi chuckled softly, flicking his brother's forehead playfully. When Lu Shizi finally brought him over, Lu Nange reiterated his plan to Qi Yanzhou. Qi Yanzhou looked down at her, lightly tapping his fingers, and replied softly, "All right, I can trust these people." Liu Bei added, "After Andy's death, only that G surname is somewhat unreliable." Qi Yanzhou patted Liu Bei's head. "Don't worry, I will protect you all." Chapter 38, Fever. Night. Dear Nange had 2 heating pads affixed to her abdomen and waist, the intense warmth scorching her skin to a crimson hue. Beads of sweat trickled from her brow, and her hair clung to her flushed cheeks. She leaned closer to Guwan, who felt waves of heat emanating from Dear Nange. Guwan lifted a corner of the blanket, her fingers just brushing against Dear Nange's arm. "Nange, why are you so hot?" Noticing Dear Nange's lack of response, Guwan sprang up and dashed toward the door. "Cousin, Nange seems to have a fever too." Her footsteps echoed in haste. In the living area of the RV, Lu Shizi exchanged glances with Qi Yanzhou. As they were about to enter, Qi Yanzhou raised a hand to halt them, his tone cool and composed. "Nange is a girl. Cousin, you should go." Guwan hesitated. "Yanzhou, perhaps I should take care of Nange? It's easier for a girl." He Zhuang suddenly interjected, his voice brimming with excitement. "Wait, Could Nange be awakening her abilities? Guwan's previously worried expression brightened. Really? Chi and Zhou did not respond, striding directly toward the room, leaving behind a remark. I'll take a look. You all should rest. Guwan, sleep in the other room. Inside the room, dear Nange, nestled in her blanket, heard the commotion outside and glanced cautiously towards the door. Upon seeing Lu Shixi and Lu Beiyao enter, she hastily ripped off the heating pads and discarded them into her system backpack. Nange, you and Beiyao rest. Your brother will keep watch on the chair. The siblings, without a hint of modesty, flopped onto the bed, tightly wrapping themselves in the blanket, ready to drift into slumber. A knock echoed at the door, prompting Nange to burrow deeper into her air-conditioned blanket. Only when she heard Chi Yinzhou's voice did she tentatively open her eyes. Is it okay? Lu Shixi inquired. Leaning against the doorframe, Chi Yinzhou lazily confirmed, Guwan has gone to the other room to rest. You all should sleep early. With that, he turned and departed, the door closing softly behind him. The following day, the scorching sun blazed upon the desolate road, the heat wave distorting the distant scenery. Chi and Zhou led a few individuals in search of water sources and supplies, leaving only the 3 siblings of the Lu family in the RV. As dear Nange emerged from the restroom, a sudden realization halted her steps. Could it be that Chi Yinzhou, fearing she might be trapped inside and perish from holding her urine, had deliberately taken the team out? Her lips twitched as she gazed out the window. Beneath the merciless sun, not even a whisper of wind stirred. What supplies could possibly be found in such a barren wilderness? Indeed, half an hour later, the group returned empty-handed. Lu Shixi pushed open the RV door, a sweaty throng piling into the vehicle. The heat wave, accompanied by dry, dusty scent, rushed in. After Guwan boarded, she first glanced at dear Nange. Dear Nange remained in a deep slumber, her breathing rhythmic, though her fingers subtly curled beneath the blanket. Lu Beiyao sat quietly at the foot of the bed, engrossed in building with Legos. Dear Nange chose to awaken, feigning recovery from her fever at a time akin to Chi Yinzhou. Lu Beiyao flung open the door and called out, Brother, sister is awake. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from various corners of the RV. Yizhuang's booming voice broke the silence first. Nange, do you feel any different? Breathing fire? Spouting water? Or perhaps possessing immense strength? A multitude of individuals gathered, and Guwan rolled her eyes. Do you think this is the Gore brothers? Lu Shixi inquired. Nan, do you sense any changes in your body? Lu Nange lowered her gaze and softly responded, yes. Yizhuang's eyes sparkled as he eagerly urged, Nan, come on. Let's get out of the car and give it a try. Guwan, exasperated, pushed him away. Nan has just recovered from fever. Could you refrain from bouncing around like a monkey? She turned to soften her tone. If you're feeling unwell, just continue to rest and ignore this fool. Yizhuang scratched his head and chuckled. I was just too excited. Lu Nange lifted the blanket, a faint smile gracing her lips. Sister Guwan, I feel like I have mostly recovered. She raised her eyes to the group. I, too, wish to discover what I have awakened. As the group exited the RV, they suddenly froze in place. The entire vehicle had vanished in a thin air. Yizhuang, Guwan, Jixian, and even the usually composed Gu Qi were momentarily at a loss for words. Where's the car? Yizhuang's voice echoed in disbelief. What happened to our large RV? Lu Nange raised her fingertips slightly, and the RV reappeared as if by magic. A profound silence enveloped them. What the? Yizhuang mechanically turned his head, his voice wavering. Nan, you haven't awakened a fourth-dimensional pocket like Doraemon, have you? Lu Nange replied. It seems to be a spatial ability, allowing for storage. She paused deliberately, but how much it can hold? We'll have to test. Chapter 39. Surroundings of Ning City, amidst the jarring sound of tires screeching against the asphalt, 2 vehicles came to a sudden halt. A few meters ahead, the highway appeared to have been cleaved open. The collapsed pavement formed a grotesque chasm. Twisted wrecks were heaped like mountains, rendering the road utterly impassable. Nan, I need your help. Before Chi Yinzhou could finish his sentence, Lu Nange had already raised her hand and waved. The 2 vehicles vanished into thin air, absorbed into her system backpack. Let us go, Chi Yinzhou commanded, and the group swiftly scaled the guardrail, leaping down to the embankment. In stark contrast to the scorching heat of the asphalt, a cool dampness enveloped them the moment they stepped into the woods. The forest was saturated with the scent of moist, decaying leaves. The boys formed a protective circle around Lu Nange, Gu Wan, and Liu Bei, their camaraderie palpable. The woods were eerily silent. The usual chirping of cicadas and songbirds had vanished, leaving only the rustling of leaves in their wake. Instinctively, everyone held their breath, quickening their pace, the crunch of dried twigs beneath their feet echoing piercingly in the stillness. After half an hour of tense and hurried walking, they finally navigated past that treacherous stretch. Lu Nange waved her hand lightly, and the two vehicles reappeared on the highway. The group hastily boarded, the engines roared to life, and they continued their rapid journey toward Ning City. Ning City, perched at a higher elevation, boasted better preserved supplies in the service areas the closer they got to the city. Despite having been previously ransacked by survivors, the available resources were still limited. This was why Qi Yanzhou and his companions had chosen not to retrace their steps, but rather to detour to Ning City, intending to stay for a while and stockpile resources in Lu Nange space before embarking on their return to Beijing. As they approached the last service area near Ning City, the vehicle had barely come to a stop when the chilling roars of zombies erupted from all directions. After the black rain, the zombies had become significantly faster, their contorted limbs propelling them at incredible angles. With decayed faces smeared with dark, rancid flesh, their murky eyes fixated on the vehicle. Qi Yanzhou flung open the door and leaped out, his hands slightly raised, his dark eyes narrowing. With a thunderous crack, lightning erupted from his center. The zombies were instantly incinerated, while the creatures behind them convulsed and collapsed, the air thick with the stench of charred flesh. As the lightning dissipated, Qi Yanzhou swayed slightly, bracing himself against the car's hood. "Young master." Qi, he rushed forward. Qi Yanzhou waved him off, beads of cold sweat matting his bangs. "Yanzhou, get in the car and rest. Let us handle the scavenging." In this time of resource gathering, the pampered young nobles had honed their skills remarkably. Their impressive methods of looting earned them accolades from all who witnessed it. Indeed, wherever they had scavenged, even the mice would flee in terror. Inside the service area, Lu Nange was engrossed in rummaging through the various small shops, collecting gas canisters. Having learned from Qi Yi, she had become quite the expert at dismantling them. By the time the others emerged, the service area had already been thoroughly pillaged. The empty shops echoed with an unsettling silence, even the sound of their footsteps reverberating eerily. "Observe this tempered glass." Ji Xian squatted at the entrance of the service area, lightly tapping on the glass curtain wall. He Zhuang, Ji Xian, and Gu Qi huddled together, contemplating how to disassemble it. Gu Wan wandered about, tapping here and there, vigilant against any overlooked details. Nearby, Lu Shizhi and Liu Bei sat on chairs, watching Lu Nange wield a tang knife, skillfully dispatching the zombies. The sound of the blade slicing through decaying flesh was enough to make one grimace, yet she reveled in her task. He Zhuang, having given up on the glass, pinched his nose and leaned closer. "Nange, what technique are you practicing with that blade?" Clang. Lu Nange extracted a grayish-white crystal core with her tang knife. In apocalyptic novels, zombies have crystal cores in their brains. I thought I'd check, and behold, there actually is one. The brain-smeared crystal core nearly flew onto He Zhuang's face, causing him to recoil 2 steps, his complexion turning pale as he gagged. Lu Nange retrieved a red plastic bucket from her system backpack and abruptly dropped it on the ground. This bucket contained rainwater she had collected on the rooftop during the downpour. As she donned rubber gloves, Liu Bei approached. "Sister, let us gather them together." The siblings squatted in front of the pile of zombies, collecting crystal cores like harvesters gathering wheat in a bountiful season, tossing each core into the bucket. "Do you want one?" Lu Nange waved the brain-smeared crystal core in her hand. The little boy shook his head, a smile on his chubby face. "Sister, this is useless to me." He glanced towards the RV, "but it might be useful for Brother Yanzhou." With a splash, clear water washed over the bucket, and several crystal cores jingled at the bottom. "Why not give it a try?" She offered the bucket to Qi Yanzhou, who had just descended from the vehicle. The boy lowered his gaze, his distinctly articulated fingers pinching a crystal core. Zhou closed his eyes, his long lashes casting shadows on his pale visage. In the instant his palms closed, the grayish-white crystal transformed into fine sand, slipping through his fingers. Zhou, how does it feel? Zhuang's head suddenly popped up between them. Zhou lifted his eyelids to glance at him, his gaze sparking with an electric intensity. The ability has recovered by 30%. The novel does not deceive me. Lu Nange promptly thrust the red bucket into his arms. All yours. Thank you, Nange. The tall boy, with his long legs, embraced the incongruously vibrant red plastic bucket, leaning against the car door. His brow and eyes softened, a smile lingering at the corners of his lips. Chapter 40, untitled, A few individuals took refuge in the service area for the night. As dawn broke, the convoy rolled over the fractured asphalt, heading towards the city of Ning. Considering their need to remain in the city for some time, they resolved to find a resting place approximately 5 kilometers from the city center. This distance would allow them to avoid the densest clusters of the undead, while facilitating the gathering of supplies. On the first day, it became known that Lu Nange possessed a storage space. Thus, the allocation of resources was established. Lu Nange would retain half of all supplies for herself, while the remaining half would be evenly distributed among all, including her. The roar of the engines was particularly jarring against the silence of the desolate city, as countless hunched figures staggered out from the alleyways. Yet, the driver showed no intention of slowing down. The dark blood splattered across the windshield, quickly wiped away by the wipers. As they neared the city center, the condition of the roads deteriorated sharply. Abandoned vehicles lay strewn about the streets like discarded toys, some even overturned and charred, reduced to mere skeletal remains. Gu Qi, leading the way, was compelled to frequently switch lanes, the undercarriage of the off-road vehicle scraping against the asphalt with an agonizing sound. Most residential areas they passed were tightly secured, rusted iron gates entwined with barbed wire. Zhou peered through binoculars, faintly discerning figures moving in the shadows beyond. It remained uncertain whether these were survivors or trapped zombies. With a screech, the off-road vehicle came to a halt. Gu Qi and his companions jumped out, weapons in hand. The dull thud of blades cleaving through skulls echoed as they returned to the vehicle, their clothes and shoes smeared with a viscous black-red liquid. To their right stood a police station, seemingly shared with the armed police unit. Gu Qi accepted the towel offered by Gu Wan, wiping the blood splatter from his face, pondering whether they should investigate. Zhou's eyelids drooped slightly. Qi and Hezhuo will watch the vehicle. The rest of us will go. Zhou, Hezhuo exclaimed urgently. Let Nange put the vehicle in her space. Can't we go together? Zhou's gaze swept across the towering buildings on either side. Be silent. Old He, no one is to mention Nange's space outside from now on. Hezhuo, look outside. Do you know if there are eyes watching us? Hezhuo paused, frustration evident as he ran a hand through his hair. Nange, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put you at risk. I just wanted to move with you. Lu Nange shook her head, while Jixian patted Hezhuo's shoulder, smiling. All right, I'll stay behind. You go with Zhou. The boys worked together to lift the roll-up door of the police station, the rusty metal chain emitting a jarring creak. Light seeped in, and the group instinctively took a step back. Bang, bang, bang. Behind the glass door, a throng of zombies pressed against the glass, decaying hands frantically pounding on the tempered surface. Decomposed faces were pressed against the glass, cloudy eyes moving mechanically. A U-shaped lock hung on the glass door, likely left by someone in haste, the key still inserted in the lock. Zhou turned back, the group gripping their weapons tightly, nodding slightly. He exchanged a glance with Lu Shitzi, and together they disengaged the lock from the glass door. With a resounding clang, the door swung open, and a zombie lunged forward from the shadows. After awakening her unique abilities, Lu Nange exchanged her electric baton for a tang sword. Possessing considerable strength, she grasped Liu Bei with her left hand while wielding the sword in her right, slicing through the undead as easily as one would cut a watermelon, dispatching each with a single stroke. Gu Wan, observing the approaching zombie, acted swiftly. Her steel pipe whistled through the air as it struck the creature's nape with a resounding thud. The sickening crack of its cervical vertebrae echoed, causing the zombie's head to twist at an unnatural angle. Its gaping maw, stretched grotesquely, revealed a row of decayed, white teeth. While the putrid stench assaulted Gu Wan's senses, the zombie turned, baring its teeth as it drew nearer. Gu Wan struggled to catch her breath, gripping the iron pipe tightly as she delivered several more blows. Cursing under her breath, she swung the steel pipe again and again. The zombie's head hung limply like a tattered doll, yet it continued to advance toward her. The others, having dealt with the remaining zombies, stood nearby, ready to intervene if necessary. Seeing no need for assistance, Lu Nange began sifting through the crystal cores with her tang sword. With a leap, Gu Wan brought the steel pipe crashing down, and with a sickening thud, the head rolled away, its dusty jaw still moving. Breathing heavily, she pressed forward, striking again and again until the sound of cracking bone transformed into a wet, squelching noise. Dark red ichor splattered onto her trousers as the onlookers silently regarded the grotesque mass of flesh, alongside the brain matter extracted by Lu Nange. Hijwa suddenly covered his mouth, his throat convulsing violently. Aware of the crystal core's value to Qi Yinzhou, they quickly bent down to collect them. Meanwhile, several survivors positioned themselves at the large windows overlooking the police station, taking turns observing the commotion within. Another individual abruptly dropped the binoculars, turning to retch into a nearby trash can, exclaiming in disbelief at the sight of them extracting zombie brain matter. The woman, resembling a celestial being, harbored such a macabre fascination. Once they had gathered the crystal cores, the group secured the glass door, the sound of metal clashing echoing painfully in the desolate police station. Inside, chaos reigned. Overturned desks, scattered documents, and dried bloodstains littered the floor. Aside from a few unopened barrels of water, usable supplies were nearly non-existent. Navigating through the disarrayed corridor, they arrived at a heavy iron door, marked by various dents and scratches, evidence of a desperate attempt to breach it. At the center was a wheel-like mechanism, accompanied by a keypad. "Let us give it a try." Several of the young men stepped forward to pull at the door, but it remained steadfast. Qi Yinzhou traced his fingers along the door's seam, stating that such doors automatically lock when the power is cut. Attempting to open, it would be less efficient than breaking through the adjacent wall. "Shall we use the previous small generator?" Lu Nange inquired. Qi Yinzhou nodded, and Lu Nange promptly retrieved the device from her system backpack. While Qi Yinzhou busied himself with screws and connections, the keypad suddenly illuminated with a blue glow. "It's responsive," Hijwa exclaimed, clapping his hands in excitement. Gu Wan frowned. "It's lit up, but we have no idea what the password is." Lu Nange quietly produced a magnetic card and gently pressed it against the sensor area. Click. The turntable began to rotate automatically, the sound of gears engaging resonating distinctly in the silence. Moments later, accompanied by a hissing sound of released pressure, the iron door slowly swung open. "Is it the card we found?" Lu Shizi raised an eyebrow. Both Lu Nange and Lu Bai nodded in affirmation. Hijwa remarked, "You mean the card your sister picked up? It wouldn't happen to be equipment used by foreign spies to steal from banks, would it?" Lu Nange retorted. "Produced by the system, it must be of exceptional quality. You should watch fewer movies." Gu Qi smacked him on the back of the head. "Hurry up and move the items." The moment they stepped into the secret chamber, even the usually composed Qi Yinzhou's pupils constricted. An entire wall of firearms gleamed coldly under the emergency lights, with ammunition boxes neatly arranged beside them. "Nanan, this place is filled with bullets. Collect them all. Over here, assault rifles. Quick, gather them." Hijwa swiftly opened a box of grenades, exclaiming, "We're going to strike it rich." Qi Yinzhou's brow twitched in agitation. "Hijwa, put that down." Chapter 41. Run. All weapons were secured into Lu Nange's system backpack. To avoid drawing attention, the group carried their knives, guns, and clubs, feigning innocence as they exited the armory. The glass of the offices lining the corridor lay shattered. Upon entering, they had been captivated by the imposing door of the armory, neglecting the offices nearby. Now, however, they could thoroughly search the area. Lu Shizi rummaged through a drawer in the office closest to the armory and discovered several walkie-talkies, which proved to be exceedingly useful. This device far surpassed their rudimentary communication methods of honking, sudden stops, and hazard lights. Elated, they made their way towards the main entrance. relieved to finally have a means of communication and to abandon Morse code. Hijua fiddled with the walkie-talkie, but before he could finish his sentence, he froze in place. Outside the glass door, Ji Xian knelt in a pool of blood, pinned down by two assailants, while Qi's temple was pressed in by the barrel of a gun. 17 or 18 armed individuals surrounded them, both men visibly injured. It turned out that when Lu Nange and his companions locked the glass door and entered, they had not only attracted the attention of the group that had been watching them, but also another faction diagonally across. As soon as Lu Nange and his group disappeared from view, this new group sprang into action. At least 20 individuals charged down, brandishing iron rods and machetes, relentlessly smashing into the RV and the SUV. The glass of the RV instantly cracked like a spider's web. Qi reacted swiftly, delivering an elbow strike that shattered the wrist of an attacker, while Ji Xian plunged a military dagger deep into someone's thigh. However, in the next moment, the mob surged forward, guns pressed against their heads, and the two were forcibly brought to the ground. "Search the vehicles," commanded the scar-faced leader. The assailants violently kicked open the car doors, rummaged through every compartment, only to uncover a few compressed biscuits and bottles of mineral water. "Damn it, Bingo! There's nothing here," exclaimed a wiry man, kicking a seat in frustration. The man referred to as Bingo had a menacing scar running across his brow and cast a cold, piercing gaze over the vehicle before sneering. "Then let's take those two women back." The mob erupted in cheers, some whistling, others banging the backs of their knives against the car doors, the metallic clatter echoing harshly in the stillness of the lane. A few men on the periphery swiftly dealt with the zombies attracted by the noise. The sound of blades piercing decaying skulls mingling with the sickening drip of viscous fluids. Bingu raised his palm and slowly pressed it down, his voice chilling, quiet. He grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "Let us go welcome our new friends at the door." Outside, a crack. Bing Ji's windblade was the first to slice through the air, leaving web-like fractures on the glass door. Inside, Qi and Zhou quickly slipped the walkie-talkie into Lu Nange's palm. "We don't know how many of them have abilities. If things go awry, you all should leave first." His Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke in a hushed tone. "We will follow." Lu Nange tightened his grip on the walkie-talkie and nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Shixi earnestly ruffled the tops of his younger siblings' heads. "Take care of yourselves." The moment the glass door swung open, the lightning had already coalesced at Qi Yanzhou's fingertips. 4 individuals shielded Lu Nange, protecting him from the 3 behind. "Let me go." "Damn you." Ji Xian struggled violently, but the person behind him firmly held his shoulders, causing his knees to crash heavily against the concrete ground. The man pressing him down let out a sinister laugh, raising his leg to deliver a brutal kick to Ji Xian's back, producing a sound that made one cringe. "Ji Xian." Zhuang's eyes widened in fury as he lunged forward, only to be restrained by Qi Yanzhou's firm grip on his shoulder. Gu Qi swiftly seized his arm, whispering, "Don't act impulsively." Brother Bing spread his arms wide, feigning a benevolent demeanor. "There's no need to rush. Can't we discuss this calmly? We are not the villains here. We can release these 2 young brothers at any time, but first, we need to discuss what you found inside." His gaze swept over the group like a venomous snake. Zhuang's chest heaved with rage as he gritted his teeth. "Damn it. Let go of my brother." Brother Bing chuckled coldly, gently clapping his hands. In the next moment, a gust of wind swept through. Qi and Ji Xian both emitted pain groans. "Sister, it's a wind-type ability." Lu Nange lightly tapped Lu Bei's hand, signaling her understanding. Qi Yanzhou's eyes turned icy as he slowly raised his gaze to Brother Bing, looking down upon him. "What do you want?" Brother Bing tilted his head, the scar on his brow twisting like a centipede. "Seeing you come out empty-handed suggests you haven't found anything valuable." He licked his cracked lips, his voice hoarse. "Our rules are simple. If you come out, you cannot return empty-handed." He paused, his gaze lewdly scanning Lu Nange and Gu Wan, grinning wickedly without supplies. "Then women will suffice as compensation." The thugs erupted in laughter, their weapons aimed menacingly at the group, blades and gun barrels glinting ominously in the light. Lu Nange gripped her younger brother's wrist tightly, forcing the golden energy swirling in his eyes back into the depths of his pupils. Qi Yanzhou's palm crackled with lightning. purple-white electric serpents tearing minuscule rifts in the air. Just as he was about to charge forward, Lu Nange called out, "Yinzhou." Qi Yinzhou's steps faltered momentarily. The team members instinctively clustered around him. "Yinzhou, take care of the wind user. I'll handle the shooters while my brother and Gu Qi rescue Qi." She swiftly pushed Gu Wan to a safe distance. Wan, retreat behind the glass door. Brother Bing's sinister laughter echoed. "Still hesitating? 2 women for your entire group. What a deal." At the moment Qi Yinzhou turned to the side, his gaze met Lu Nange's chestnut eyes. Without further explanation, the girl uttered 3 words. "I can do it." Boom! The lightning in Qi Yinzhou's hand surged directly towards Brother Bing. Lu Bei's eyes glimmered with golden light, causing every metallic component in the parking lot to tremble and hum. Before the gunmen could react, golden darts hurtled straight towards their foreheads. Lu Nange knew Lu Bei could handle it. She unsheathed her Tang Dao alongside Lu Shitzi, forming a flawless cross attack. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Brother Bing convulsing violently amidst the lightning, the scent of charred flesh mingling with the acrid smoke in the air. The searing sensation of a bullet grazing past her ear caused Lu Nange's pupils to constrict sharply. In that fleeting moment when debris erupted, Lu Bei's desperate cry pierced the air. "Sister!" With his hands clasped together, the steel framework of the building suddenly twisted and warped. The sniper, hiding on the 3rd floor, barely had time to scream before a contorted rebar shot upward, impaling him through the jaw and emerging from the crown of his head, pinning him against the concrete wall, adorned with splattered brain matter. Lu Bei stumbled momentarily, his cherubic face drained of color, his lips turning pale. As Lu Nange leapt forward, Lu Bei was already teetering and about to tumble. She drove her right knee into the ground, her left hand bracing herself as her right leg swept along the floor, just in time to catch his descending form with her thigh before his forehead could strike the ground. The impact jolted her bones, yet the weight in her arms brought a sigh of relief. She had managed to catch him. Gunfire erupted like disturbing a beehive, causing the entire street of zombies to simultaneously raise their heads. Their decayed vocal cords emitted a chilling roar as hundreds of the undead surged forth from alleyways, shops, and abandoned vehicles. Nan run! Gu Wan's piercing scream cut through the chaos. Chapter 42. What if there were one more of me? Qi Yinzhou swiftly seized Lu Nange, who was cradling her younger brother, and unleashed a burst of lightning from his left palm. Southwest corner. The crackling energy sent the nearby zombies tumbling, their bodies convulsing as they crashed against rusted car frames and the ground. Lu Shitzi and He Zhuo approached, weapons drawn, providing alternating cover. Lu Shitzi's voice was intermingled with heavy breaths. He sidestepped an oncoming zombie, retaliating by thrusting his saber into another's eye socket. Gu Qi grasped Gu Wan's wrist and rushed toward the group. Qi Yi and Ji Xian supported each other, Ji Xian's right leg trailing a glaring streak of blood. Yet neither dared glance back at the encroaching tide of corpses. Lu Nange attempted to rise, but sharp pain shot through her right knee. Qi Yinzhou bent down and lifted her effortlessly. "Yinzhou, let me." Lu Shitzi called out. "You carry I." Qi Yinzhou replied. Lu Shitzi caught the unconscious Lu Bei with one hand. The boy's complexion was pallid, his forehead damp with cold sweat, his hair limply falling in his arm. The breach in the southwest corner loomed close, but the sounds of gnashing and tearing echoed ominously behind them. From Qi Yinzhou's shoulder, Lu Nange peered back, witnessing a man who had failed to escape the encirclement being pinned to the ground by zombies. Decayed teeth sank into his pulsing carotid artery, squelch. Blood sprayed in a fan shape onto the asphalt, and more zombies surged toward this sudden feast like a ravenous tide. "Do not look," Qi Yinzhou urged, pressing Lu Nange's head into his chest. The scent of blood wafted past his brow, his voice low and commanding move. The group swiftly adjusted their formation, enclosing Qi Yinzhou, who cradled Lu Nange, and Lu Shitzi, who held Lu Bei, in the center as they dashed toward the southwest corner. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from around the corner. Bang! He Zhuo's baseball bat sliced through the air, striking the shadow, which pivoted sharply. The bat grazed its clothing, crashing against the wall and sending vibrations through He Zhuo's hands. The figure quickly removed his hat and raised both hands in retreat. Shishi, it's me, Wei Hao. Follow me. Wei Hao scanned the surroundings warily. The group turned in unison to look at Lu Shixi, who hesitated for just a moment before decisively nodding. Let's go. Wei Hao turned and led the way, with the others closely trailing him into a narrow alley. At the alley's mouth stood a rusty iron gate, entangled with barbed wire. As the last person rushed inside, Wei Hao forcefully yanked the iron chain, wrapping it several times before locking it. The decayed hands of the zombies reached through the gaps in the gate, wildly banging against the iron bars, the metal clanging loudly. Move, don't stop, Wei Hao urged, guiding them through the labyrinthine alley. After navigating several turns, they emerged into an open space surrounded by high walls. XX kindergarten. 4 armed men stood at the entrance, the leader a burly figure with bulging muscles. His gaze sharp and fierce. Rats, you know the rules. You can only stay in the classroom area, he declared. Wei Hao responded, "Dagu, I understand. I'm just bringing my friends here to take shelter." Dagu let out a cold snort, his gaze sweeping menacingly over the crowd. Follow the rat inside, but do not wander off. Otherwise, he hefted the machete in his hand. I would mind adding a few more bodies to feed the zombies. Qi and Zhou stood stoically in front of the group, nodding slightly. Only then did Dagu turn and strike the iron door 3 times with force. Dongzi, open the door. A creaking sound emanated from within, revealing a narrow gap. Dagu pointed towards a grayish-white classroom building at the entrance. You can only stay here. Do not venture further. You must leave by tomorrow at the latest. After saying this, he yanked Wei Hao by the collar. Wei Hao glanced at Lu Shixi. Brother Ci, you all go ahead. I will join you shortly. Lu Shixi nodded, and several of them turned to walk towards the classroom building. Dagu lightly slapped Wei Hao's stomach with the blade of his knife. Rat, keep your mouth shut. Wei Hao swallowed hard. Brother, don't worry. Dagu released him and tilted his chin towards the door. Dongzi, Ganzi, keep an eye on him. Understood, Dagu, Dongzi, and Ganzi replied. Dagu said nothing more, merely shooting a cold glance before leading the others away. Wei Hao stood, rooted to the spot, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead only after Daji's figure disappeared around the corner. Then he hurried to find Lu Shixi and the others. In the dim classroom, tiny particles of dust floated through the air, while the mottled walls still bore faded cartoon stickers. Lu Shixi and the others chose the classroom closest to the main door. Ingo, please put me down, thank you. Lu Nange lightly patted Qi Yinzhou's shoulder. Qi Yinzhou looked down, noticing the girl's long eyelashes fluttering. Her amber eyes remained clear and bright, even in the dim light. She seemed calm, a smile lingering on her lips, exhibiting no trace of shyness. Qi Yinzhou felt an inexplicable pang in his chest. He gently lowered the girl to the ground, and Lu Nange flexed her right knee, astonished to find the piercing pain had vanished without a trace. A flicker of delight passed through her eyes. Her self-healing ability from the sign-in reward had enhanced again. Brother, give me eye. She extended her hand, her fingertips still stained with dried blood. Lu Shixi tightened his grip. Just sit still. I can hold eye. The child's face pressed against his chest, and the usually assertive brother appeared fragile, like a delicate porcelain doll at this moment. Lu Nange bit her lip. Zhuoge, hand it over to me. He Zhuang passed his backpack from behind, and Lu Nange retrieved several crystal nuclei. She gently pried open her brother's palm and placed the nuclei inside. Nan, has I awakened his powers? He Zhuang leaned closer, his eyes wide with surprise. Yes, just awakened. Without looking up, Lu Nange took out a few more crystal nuclei and placed them on her brother's abdomen. What kind of powers does I possess? Metal type. Ji Xian inquired. Those gunmen? Lu Nange responded with a soft continuing to place more crystal nuclei on her brother's abdomen. Miss Lu, did Master I do this to save us? Qi, he asked. Brother Qi, I must have exhausted his powers. He Zhua collapsed into the chair with a dramatic sigh, lamenting to the heavens. Oh, dear Lord, why must my younger brother, I endure such hardships? Allow me to take his place. What difference would it make if there were one more prodigy among us? He exaggeratedly wiped away non-existent tears. Lu Nange paid no heed to his antics and swiftly arranged 3 desks together. Brother, place eye upon them. As Lu Shixi carefully laid the person down, she took out all the crystal nuclei and arranged them around Liu Bei. Nan, is this truly effective? Guan inquired. squatting beside her and twisting the hem of her clothing. No sooner had she spoken than the crystal nuclei began to dim at a visible pace, soon transforming into a pile of ash-gray dust. "It is effective, truly," Guwan exclaimed, fervently grasping her arm. At that moment, a cheerful electronic voice resonated in Lu Nange's mind. "Nan nan nan nan. At last, you have collected the crystal nuclei for you. You are awake," Lu Nange internally exclaimed. "Have you absorbed the crystal nuclei? Please, check on my brother. How can he awaken?" "Fear not, Nan Nan," the system replied languidly. "The little darling has merely overexerted his abilities. He simply needs rest." However, it lowered its voice abruptly. "The quality of these crystal nuclei is rather poor." You sensed Lu Nange's distress. "Nan Nan, do not fret. Go ahead and check in." "Checking in," Lu Nange responded. "Ding. Reward. Ability Recovery Pill X1. I secretly prepared a little treat for you." The system's voice began to falter. "Remember to seek out higher quality crystal nuclei." Before it could finish, the connection abruptly severed. Lu Nange whispered a thank you just as the classroom door swung open. "Ige." Wei Hao rushed in, breathless. In that instant, all attention was drawn to her as she swiftly placed the pill into Liu Bei's mouth. The pill melted instantly, and Liu Bei's pallid complexion visibly regained some color. Chapter 43. The restroom. "How did you end up in?" "How is doing?" Wei Hao wiped the sweat from his brow haphazardly. Lu Shizi cast a glance at him. "It's just like infested with zombies. We intended to head north, passing through for supplies." Wei Hao's body jolted, his knuckles digging deeply into the wooden frame of the door. "It's over. It's over. What about my parents?" His voice abruptly caught in his throat, tears welling in his reddened eyes. Lu Shizi feigned nonchalance as he nudged Wei Hao's elbow. "We are all still alive and kicking. Your uncle and aunt should be fine." "Yes, they must be." Wei Hao tilted his head back, swallowing the remaining lump in his throat. In the corner, Lu Nange had enveloped Liu Bei in her arms, pressing her back against the weathered concrete wall. "How's he?" Lu Shizi patted Wei Hao's shoulder. "Thank you for coming to our rescue today." Wei Hao wiped his face, managing a smile that was more painful than a frown. "We are all brothers. No need for such words." His gaze swept over the group, "And these are my friends." Lu Shizi gestured to each person. His voice softened as he introduced the corner occupants. "And, do you remember them?" "Of course," in the blink of an eye, "has grown into a young lady. She is so different from when she was little." Wei Hao's voice trailed off. "What happened?" Lu Nange shielded her brother from the shadows, her hair cascading to conceal her taut jawline. "Is just tired and has fallen asleep," almost as if in response. The little one's eyelashes fluttered, revealing his glistening eyes. Sister, seemingly reassured by the familiar presence. Liu Bei struggled to sit up. "Are you okay?" "Sister, how are you?" Lu Nange gently set him down, playfully tapping his nose. "Sister's fine, but you fell asleep from exhaustion." With a gentle push on his shoulder, she turned him around. "Say hello. This is your brother's friend, Wei Hao." Without waiting for Wei Hao's reply, Liu Bei circled around Lu Nange. He stomped his little feet. "You say you're fine, but you have a scratch on your ear." Just as Lu Nange reached out to examine it, swiftly stepped forward, grasping her wrist. "Don't touch it. Be careful of infection." Glanced at Lu Nange's ear injury, then looked down at his own bleeding wound. "Is anyone going to attend to me?" He glanced at who was similarly injured and thought better of it. Lu Shizi inquired, "How's he? What about this place?" "That person just now is our leader." Wei Hao replied, "He may look fierce, but he is trustworthy. You all should rest here tonight. I will ensure you leave safely tomorrow." Lu Shizi nodded in understanding. Wei Hao's gaze lingered on everyone's backpacks for a moment before he sighed. "Do you have any food?" "Our food rations here. We still have some compressed biscuits. It should suffice." Lu Shizi gently tapped Hejua's backpack, causing it to deflate instantly. Wei Hao nodded slightly, stating, "All right, I shall take my leave for now. You all rest well. I shall return tomorrow." His footsteps gradually faded away down the corridor. Qi and Zhou lowered his voice. "Aki, Hejua, the window." Guqi and Hejua nodded silently, gripping their weapons and standing before the glass window, which was marred with spiderweb-like cracks. Once they were in position, Qi and Zhou and Lu Shizi slowly patrolled the walls of the classroom, treading lightly with each step. After confirming there were no anomalies, they positioned themselves at the front and back doors, leaning against the door panels, while Lu Shizhi held his tang knife horizontally in front of him. He nodded slightly at Lu Nange. Nan, no one is here. In the next moment, food and medicine appeared out of thin air on the table. All supplies they had scavenged along the way at service areas. Nan, fetch 2 more iron rods. Liu Bei handed the iron rods to Qi Yinzhou, who then secured the front and back doors with them. Ji Xian's shirt was soaked through with blood, and Gu Qi tugged at his collar. Wan, Nan, I need to remove Ji Xian's clothing. Gu Wan gently nudged Lu Nange, and they silently turned to sit in the front row. As the fabric tore, Gu Qi picked up a cotton ball soaked in iodine, causing Ji Xian to tense his back abruptly. Meanwhile, Qi Yinzhou pressed down on Qi Yi's shoulder. Young master, just let me fall. I can handle it. Iodine was splashed onto the gruesome wound, which was extensive, irritating the nerve endings. Qi Yi's knuckles turned pale from strain. Once disinfected, Qi Yinzhou sprinkled anti-inflammatory powder onto Qi Yi's wound and tossed a bandage to Hizhua. Wrap up Qi Yi. Hizhua caught it with one hand, while Qi Yinzhou approached Lu Nange with iodine and cotton swabs. Nan, hand me a Band-Aid. Lu Nange retrieved a box from the system backpack and handed it to Qi Yinzhou. He dabbed the iodine on her ear tip with a cotton swab, instructing, Do not move. Is this necessary? Brother Yin, it's nearly healed. Lu Nange tilted her head to evade, but was gently tapped on the crown of her head by him. Gu Wan stifled a laugh. Indeed, young Master Qi. One wouldn't he notice unless they looked closely. Only you and Ai Yi can see it. She met the synchronized gazes of the older and younger boys staring at her, swallowed hard, and hurriedly waved her hands. Forget I said anything. You two continue. Once the wounds were dressed, everyone instinctively split into 2 groups to alternate between eating and keeping watch. The drowsy afternoon sunlight filtered through the shattered glass window, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Gu Wan paced lightly back and forth in the classroom. Wan, what is the matter? Lu Nange inquired quietly. Gu Wan bit her lip, her gaze sweeping over the vigilant Hizhua and the others resting with their eyes closed, her voice barely above a whisper. Nan, I need to use the restroom. I'll accompany you. As they stood up, Hizhua at the front door called out, Nan, where are you two going? His voice startled everyone awake. Gu Qi pushed himself up from the desk, a red mark on his forehead from the pressure. Wan, where are you going? Where are you going? How annoying. Gu Wan suddenly raised her voice, her cheeks flushed with urgency. Is it wrong for me to be desperate for a bathroom? Gu Qi rubbed his temples and replied, We shall accompany you. It's too perilous for 2 alone. Lu Shizhi added, Indeed, Yin Ge. Both Ji Xian and Qi Yi are injured. You should wait for us in the classroom. The 3 of us will go with you. Liu Bei insisted. I want to accompany my sister as well. Thus, the group ventured forth in a grand procession, led by Hizhua and Gu Qi, with Lu Shizhi bringing up the rear, while Lu Nange, Gu Wan, and Liu Bei positioned themselves in the middle. The restroom sign at the end of the corridor had faded, and the door hung askew on its hinges. Hizhua and Gu Qi meticulously inspected each stall, kicking open every slightly ajar door to ensure no lurking threats remained, before nodding in affirmation to the others. The moment Gu Wan and Lu Nange stepped into the restroom, a cacophony erupted from the opposite end of the teaching building near the entrance. Metallic clashing, hurried footsteps, and indistinct shouts rapidly approached from the direction of the main door. Chapter 44. I can endure, but do not touch my daughter. Wretched woman, always wearing a deadpan expression, bringing misfortune. Li Shuyi's furious roar reverberated through the dilapidated kindergarten's corridor. Reeking of alcohol, he clutched a half-empty bottle of murky liquor in one hand while wielding a rusty iron pipe in the other, smashing it against the wall with ferocity. Wen Qing held her daughter tightly in her arms, her slender spine taut with tension. With every strike of the iron pipe, bits of plaster crumbled away, mingling with the muffled sobs of the little girl. Daddy, I will be good. Please, don't hit Mommy. Li Shuyi did not relent, his mouth spewing curses. If it weren't for me taking care of you, you'd have been devoured by the monsters outside long ago. Ungrateful wretch. Hearing the commotion, Lu Nange and others rushed out, standing at a distance. He Zhuang was about to charge forward when Gu Qi restrained him. We don't know the full situation. Don't act impulsively. A few survivors surged forward, grappling with Li Shui. A middle-aged man delivered a sharp elbow strike, choking him, causing the iron pipe to clatter to the ground, rolling away and gathering dust. Li Shui. Someone pushed through the crowd, positioning themselves protectively in front of the mother and daughter. A man who beats women. What sort of man are you? Exactly. A short-haired woman spat disdainfully. If you have the guts, go out and kill the zombies. I might think more of you. If it weren't for Wenqing doing all the work to support you, who would willingly stay in the same place as you scoundrel? Suddenly, Li Shui erupted, shaking off the hands that restrained him, picking up the iron pipe and swinging it wildly, creating sparks against the metal doorframe. Spitting blood, he sneered coldly, I discipline my wife. Who are you to play the hero? The crowd fell silent, parting to create a path. De Ge had arrived, flanked by several subordinates, their gazes icy. Li Shui. De Ji's voice was low but commanded instant stillness in the corridor. If you cause any more trouble, I will throw you out. Li Shui sobered considerably, his menacing expression freezing as he forced a fawning smile. De Ge, I had too much to drink. I'll be more careful next time. In the shadows, a frail figure stepped forward, bowing slightly to De Ge with a respectful demeanor. Yet the smile at the corner of his mouth sent chills down spines. Li Shui's expression shifted dramatically. He jiawen. Wenqing instinctively tightened her hold on her daughter, her knuckles turning white. He jiawen leisurely remarked, De Ge, you mentioned that as long as there is no trouble, private transactions are your concern, correct? Da Jie squinted, nodding. He jiawen smiled. Li Shui traded his daughter for a bottle of liquor. Now that he has consumed the alcohol, may I take the child with me? Wenqing abruptly lifted her head, her cracked lips oozing blood. I do not consent. No one is allowed to touch my daughter. An uproar erupted in the crowd, whispers spreading like wildfire. Damn it. Li Shui is truly inhumane. What does he jiawen want with a 5-year-old? Wait, do you remember that serial child abuse case from 3 years ago? Damn, could it be the one? The perpetrator's name was he jiawen, right? Yes, that it. Isn't he supposed to be locked away? The parents, clutching their children tightly, instinctively recoiled. De Ge's gaze suddenly turned icy. He jiawen, I want to interfere with your dealings outside, but not here. He jiawen chuckled darkly, his voice slithering through the air like a serpent. De Ge, this is a mutually consensual matter. Why make it sound as though I am coercing them? De Ge's eyes held a warning. Without Wenqing's consent, this transaction cannot be deemed consensual. Then that bottle of wine. Whoever drank, it should be the one to claim it. De Ge turned, signaling to his men, and several burly figures began to disperse the crowd. He jiawen's sinister gaze fixated on Li Shui, who shivered drunkenly. De Ge approached Lu Nange and his group, his eyes sweeping over Ji Xian and Qi-E's bandaged wounds. You shall leave by tomorrow morning, and do not attempt any tricks. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked away. In the dead of night, Wenqing quietly climbed out from beside her daughter. Trembling, she made her way toward the inebriated Li Shui. The moonlight streamed through the gaps in the wooden slats of the window, casting a sickly pale glow on her trembling hands. The blade of the fruit knife glimmered coldly, reflecting her resolute gaze. As the first stab pierced his heart, Li Shui's eyes widened, still clouded by intoxication. Wenqing gritted her teeth, extracting the knife, warm blood splattering across her face. No one shall dare to harm my daughter. Chapter 45. Brother De. She mechanically repeated the act, striking again and again, until Li Shui's body ceased to convulse. Mom? A tender voice echoed from behind. Wenqing trembled all over, the bloodied knife clattering to the ground. Don't look. Don't come over, stay back, she screamed, turning around only to witness the door being slowly pried open by some sharp instrument. He jiawen toyed with a scalpel in his hand. No deal, but a sense of morality remains. I'm here to collect my goods. Wenqing seized the knife at her feet, raising it defensively before her daughter, droplets of blood falling to the ground. Get out. Your husband has already sold our daughter to me. If you do not hand her over, how can I leave? Wenqing, with one hand gripping the fruit knife towards He Jiawen, pushed her daughter toward a corner in an effort to hide. Stay back. Li Shui is dead. His affairs have nothing to do with us. As the two faced off, A sudden sound of dislocated bones echoed in the eerie silence. He Jiawen's sinister smile remained frozen on his face as a grayish-blue hand clawed at his ankle. Li Shuyi's corpse abruptly sprang up in a posture defying human ergonomics, his teeth piercing directly into He Jiawen's carotid artery. Warm blood sprayed out in a fan-like arc, some droplets landing on Wen Qing's trembling eyelashes. She shuddered, her pupils dilating. Bending down, she scooped up her daughter and dashed toward the corridor. Zombies! There's zombies! Wake up! A shrill scream pierced the night sky. The previously slumbering kindergarten erupted into chaos, the crowd scattering like ants doused in boiling water, surging toward the corridor. As a man in the adjacent room pushed open the door, he beheld, under the moonlight, a hunched figure feasting upon another body. The sickening sound of flesh tearing caused his stomach to convulse. A monster! Li Shuyi suddenly looked up, his murky whites rolling back, bits of flesh clinging to his lips. On the ground, He Jiawen's body twisted into an eerie posture, the vertebrae crackling ominously. Huh. Two dark figures lunged into the crowd like arrows released from a bow. The first victim was a screaming man, the zombie tearing half his face away. Blood splattered across the children's drawings on the wall, staining the sunflowers a deep crimson. On duty, Qianzhou forcefully gripped Lu Shizi's shoulder, the flashlight beam flickering violently in the darkness. Shizi, go wake them up. I'll check the situation. The classroom door swung open violently. In the moment Lu Shizi rushed in, Lu Nange and others had already armed themselves, ready for confrontation. Brother, what is happening? Lu Nange whispered, instinctively tightening her grip on the knife handle. It's still unclear. Ian went a check ahead. Before Lu Shizi could finish, Qianzhou sprinted back from the corridor, two staggering figures trailing behind him. Upon closer inspection, they recognized Wei Hao and a girl. Shizi. Wei Hao pushed the trembling girl forward. Someone behind has turned into a zombie. This is my girlfriend, Qin Hui. Please take care of her. I need to go back to support Brother Da. Qin Hui clung desperately to Wei Hao's clothing, her nails nearly digging into his flesh. Don't go, Wei Hao. I'm scared. Wei Hao tightly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze was resolute. Hui, the Ge has saved our lives. Qin Hui's fingers gradually loosened, and tears silently rolled down her cheeks. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps approached. De Ge, bloodied and battered, had retreated with a group to the corner of the corridor. He had just caught the last of Wei Hao's words. Hot! De Ge gasped, patting Wei Hao on the shoulder, his blood-stained palm leaving a dark crimson imprint on his clothing. I will remember this. Lu Nange, illuminated by the dim light of the flashlight, discerned the figures surrounding them. Men, including De Ge, formed an outer circle like a wall, shielding the trembling elderly and children within. De Ge, let us charge out. The main door, if we open it, there might still be a way out. De Ge wiped the blood from his face and barked, Nonsense. There will only be more of those creatures outside. He suddenly turned to Qianzhou and the others, his voice dropping to a grave tone, to the rooftop. Will you take the elderly and children up? Without waiting for a response, he added, we will clear the zombies below. If we do not return. De Ge swallowed hard. It will then be up to you. The group looked towards Qianzhou, who in turn looked at Lu Nange. Lu Nange, Dajie, what are we waiting for? Let us fight. Lu Nange declared. Wan, you, Ji Xian, and Qi Yi take the people upstairs. Do not open the door for anyone else. Guan nodded in agreement. Suddenly, De Ge knelt on one knee, tying the shoelaces of a white-haired elderly woman. Grandma, he said, his rough fingers adjusting the hem of her trousers. I will return shortly. The old woman cupped at Ji Yi's face with her bark-like hands. Grandma will wait for you. Her murky tears fell onto the Ji Yi's blood-stained clothing, blooming into a dark floral pattern. Chapter 46. Love you, Nan Nan. Guan tightened her grip on Lu Nange's hand, then abruptly released it. We'll be waiting for you on the rooftop. In the distance, a cacophony of growls echoed ominously. Someone trembled as they asked, De Ge, they're getting closer. Elders, children, and women should retreat first. De Ge gripped his knife tightly. Brothers, follow me. What do you mean, De Ge? Do you think I can't wield a knife? A short-haired woman in the crowd spoke up. Exactly. Are we supposed to hide behind you for the rest of our lives? Several women clutched their weapons tightly, their eyes gleaming with fierce determination. De Ge took a deep breath. Those who are willing to stay, come to me. He turned to Qi Yinzhou and the others, clasping his fists heavily. Brothers, we entrust our families to you. In case we. Lu Nange glanced at Gu Wan and the others who had already ascended the stairs, seizing the tang knife in his hand. Come on, men, stop dawdling. De Ge was incredulous, his gaze following Lu Nange's rushing figure, suddenly noticing the small figure behind him. Child, young lady, there's a child following you. Before he could finish, 2 golden flashes shot from Liu Bei's hand, and the first 2 zombies fell, their heads exploding upon impact. Lu Nange plunged into the horde of zombies, his blade carving through, decapitating with each strike. Lu Shitzi, He Zhua, and the others fought fiercely, each more valiant than the last. Qi Yinzhou's knife crackled with sparks, sending a zombie convulsing to the ground, a scent of charred flesh filling the air. De Ge and his group were still reeling from the emotional turmoil of separation when they were startled anew by the ferocity displayed by Lu Nange and his companions. Jie, that child could take us all out single-handedly. De Ge's throat tightened as he patted Wei Hao firmly. Mouse, I've been quite cordial towards our older brothers and sisters today. Haven Ti? Dongzi chimed in. De Ge, your grim expression should count as friendliness, shouldn't it? Moments later, the zombies were swiftly dispatched by Lu Nange and his team. Perhaps due to their recent mutation, these zombies had yet to crystallize. Lu Nange grimaced, taking Liu Bei's hand as they turned back. Lu Shitzi and the others followed closely, while He Zhua and Gu Qi cautiously retreated, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. De Ge rubbed his face with both hands, forcing a smile. He believed he should appear amiable, perhaps with a hint of flattery. Yet, under the harsh glow of the flashlight, his face looked exceedingly eerie. De Ge, speak plainly. You look like a ghost laughing in the middle of the night. Wei Hao couldn't resist a jab. The others around stifled their laughter, prompting De Ge to kick in frustration. Shut up. Enough with the laughter. Ignoring their banter, Lu Nange ascended the stairs directly. As Lu Shitzi and the others passed by De Ge, they greeted him. De Ge, we're heading upstairs. You all can manage down here. Got it, brothers. De Ge waved at their retreating figures before turning back. Gongzi and Dongzi, you two guard the entrance. As the words fell, they ascended the stairs towards the rooftop, accompanied by the others. Upon reaching the rooftop, the sound of commotion caught their attention. Gu Wan, Qi Yi, and Ji Xian, armed and vigilant, stood by the door and windows, their expressions taut. The others sat huddled together, even the children unusually silent, not uttering a single sound. It was only upon hearing the voices of Lu Nange and Liu Bei that Gu Wan and the others exhaled in relief. Open the door. Nange, are you all right? I'm fine, Sister Wan. The crowd began to stir, rushing towards their loved ones and engaging in hushed conversations. Yet, amidst the cacophony, Lu Nange and Liu Bei exchanged a glance, their eyes suddenly icy. There was a hissing sound emanating from within the room. The two tightened their grips on the flashlight and ventured deeper into the room. Guan grabbed Lu Nange's arm. Nange, what's wrong? Lu Nange glanced back at her, gently shaking her head. Understanding her cue, Guan released her grip and silently mouthed, be careful. She then turned to find Lu Shitzi and the others. Brother, Ziga, please check inside. Nange and I entered the room, unaware of what they might discover. De Ge and the others, having heard Guwan's words, switched on their flashlights, the beams crisscrossing until they finally settled in a corner. Lu Nange and Liu Bei stood there, illuminated by the cold light, as a crouched woman slowly lifted her head, her expression wary. Don't come any closer. The woman's voice rasped like sandpaper, dry and hoarse. De Ge recognized her face, his pupils constricting. Wenqing clutched the child in her arms tightly, her voice trembling. Don't touch my child. Lu Nange fixed her gaze on her, carefully choosing her words. Is your child unwell? She's perfectly fine. Wenqing suddenly erupted, her bloodshot eyes wild beneath her disheveled hair. My darling is doing well. You all stay away. Stay away. Don't frighten her. Behind Lu Nange, the others silently followed De Ge's gestures, slowly retreating toward the door. Lu Shitzi and the others stealthily edged closer to Lu Nange and her brother. Wenqing, Lu Nange spoke softly, please don't be anxious. We mean you and your darling no harm. May we take a look at your child? Lu Nange tentatively approached. Wenqing abruptly hunched her back, pressing the child fiercely against her chest, her gaze fierce like a cornered beast. De Ge seized the moment to speak. Wenqing, these capable older siblings can help your daughter. Really? A glimmer of desperate hope ignited in Wenqing's murky gaze. Can you save her? She trembled as she extended the child towards them. As the child was fully revealed, gasps of shock filled the air. The little girl's limbs were tightly bound with strips of cloth, her mouth gagged. The bindings wound tightly around her neck, leaving only her features exposed. Her grayish-white eyes darted frantically within their sockets, her restrained body twitching, emitting faint hissing sounds. Wenqing, have you lost your mind? De Ge's furious shout shattered the silence. In a flash, Lu Shizhi had snatched the child, while De Ge simultaneously restrained Wenqing's arms. Wenqing emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Return her to me. She is my child. The little girl, laid flat on the table, thrashed wildly. Saliva mixed with blood spilling from the corners of her mouth as she frantically gnawed at the cloth in her mouth. Lu Nange observed the restrained Wenqing, her voice barely above a whisper. Sister Wenqing, she is in great pain. Wenqing's body suddenly stiffened. She slowly turned her eyes, landing her gaze upon the contorted, writhing figure on the desk. The little one, who once sweetly called for her mother, was now reduced to mere instinctive convulsions. The madness in her eyes receded like a tide, revealing the arid despair beneath. After a prolonged silence, she hoarsely uttered a few words. Could you give me a knife? De Ge leaned down to look at her. Wenqing, even ants strive to survive. Living allows one to await a better world. Don't you want to see your daughter once more? Please give me a knife, she repeated, her voice disturbingly calm. De Ge instinctively tightened his grip. What do you intend to do? Wenqing raised her head, her gaze chillingly clear. She is the one I brought into this world. It is my duty to see her off. He silently flipped his wrist, extending the dagger towards her. Thank you. Wei Hao's voice intrusively interrupted, his intentionally lowered tone sounding jarring. The others have all gone next door. No one responded. Figures scattered throughout the classroom, either seated or leaning. Wenqing crawled to the desk, slowly kneeling beside her daughter. The dawn's light pierced through the dust-laden glass, bestowing a golden outline upon the pair of mother and child. My dear, I am so sorry. It is I who failed to protect you. Mother loves you. Her act of leaning down bore a sacrificial reverence. Trembling lips pressed against her daughter's ashen forehead, a single tear cascading onto the blade's sharp edge. Chapter 47. As Wenqing spoke, her voice was as delicate as a wisp of smoke. Lu Nange and the others opened their eyes simultaneously. Liu Bei lay on his sister's lap, his sleepy eyes concealing a flicker of lingering fierceness. Once fully awake, he pressed his small hand against Lu Nange's leg and gently patted it a couple of times, tilting his face upwards with fluttering eyelashes. Sister, is your leg numb? Lu Nange shook her head, remaining silent. Morning light filtered into the corridor, and Wenqing held her daughter tightly, tears tracing winding paths down her cheeks. At the moment the dagger pierced the girl's skull, her apology fragmented into incoherence. She cradled the small, lifeless body, step by step, making her way towards the door. De Ge and his group followed silently behind. Lu Nange and the others leaned against the railing, gazing downwards. Daylight had broken, ushered in by the sun, carrying with it a sense of hope. The sun rose as it always did. Yet where was the hope? The brilliance of the dawn felt almost mocking. Amidst the pile of bodies, the Ge's group rummaged for their loved ones. The sounds of grief rose and fell like a plague. De Ge called for Wei Hao to inquire how to properly handle the corpses of Lu Shizhi and the others. The crowd instinctively turned to Lu Nange. Internally, Lu Nange raged. They are looking at me again. I am merely here to bask in the protagonist's halo, not to take charge. Nan, burn them, or bury them, she replied tersely. After Wei Hao descended, the muffled sound of shovels striking the earth echoed repeatedly. In the shadows of the corner, Wenqing stood frozen like a statue, her daughter's hair swaying gently in the morning breeze. De Ge crouched down. Wenqing, I understand your pain, but the child must find peace in the earth. The short-haired woman glanced at the nearby corpse. Wenqing, Li Shuyi is over there. Do you wish to handle this yourself? Or shall we assist you? Please, I beg of you. Wenqing's voice drifted as if from a distant place. The short-haired woman looked at the child in her arms, hesitating before finally managing to utter 2 words. My condolences. Once the short-haired woman departed, Dagu began to dig a small grave beside Wenqing. His movements were slow, each shovelful of earth seeming to ponder its purpose, until his grandmother approached, her frail hand resting on his shoulder. Wenqing, Dagu said, observing the elderly woman's stooped figure. Think of your family members who are still living. The world may be in chaos, but perhaps they're searching for you or waiting for you to seek them out. Mom, Dad, sister, Wenqing murmured, tears finally falling upon her daughter's pale face. She gently lowered the child into the grave, grasping a handful of soil, her fingers sinking deep before releasing it. One handful, then another. Upstairs, once everyone from Daji's side had descended, Lu Nange and her companions hastily divided into 2 groups for breakfast. Taking advantage of the moment when Ji Xian and the others were eating, Qi Yinzhou greeted the 3 siblings of the Lu family before heading downstairs. By the time Ji Xian and the others finished, he returned just in time. He Zhuang, sporting a half-red, half-black hairstyle reminiscent of a punk, grinned and asked, Yinzhou, what did you go downstairs? As Qi Yinzhou's eyelids drooped slightly, he cast a glance at him. Brother Da has agreed to let us take refuge in this building. Ji Xian and Qi Yi will rest here while we go retrieve the vehicle and search for other supplies. The group nodded in solemn silence. Gu Qi bent slightly to meet his sister's gaze, gently ruffling Gu Wan's hair, his voice soft. Wan, will you stay here with Qi Yi and the others until we return? Gu Wan opened her mouth, the words of refusal lingering on her tongue before she swallowed them back down, fearful of holding everyone back. Ultimately, her eyes reddened as she nodded emphatically. The response was nearly inaudible. After Qi Yinzhou tuned the walkie-talkie to the same channel, he handed one of the devices to Qi Yi. As the group descended the stairs, Wei Hao was conversing with his girlfriend by the wall. Spotting Lu Shizhi and the others, he approached. Brother Ci, are you heading out? Lu Shizhi replied, just testing our luck, hoping to find some supplies. Brother Ci, this area feels like a safe zone, but we dare not venture further in. The zombies are overwhelming. Wei Hao paused momentarily before continuing. We're just scavenging around the perimeter. Suddenly, Lu Nange interjected, Wei Hao, do you have a map? Brother Da emerged from the shadows. His voice gruff. Big brother and sister, let the kid tag along with you. He is quick on his feet and familiar with the terrain, so he won't cause you any trouble. Qi Yinzhou exchanged a glance with Lu Shizhi. Brother Da, you all should rest well today. Just have Wei Hao draw us a route map. Lu Shizhi nodded in understanding. Haozi, just give us a map. We'll be staying here for a while, so we'll scout the way today. Wei Hao pulled a crumpled map from his pocket, marked with a flurry of red and blue ink. Brother Ci here. I've labeled the supermarket, mall, and warehouse. Lu Shizhi took the map, running his fingers over the surface. Thank you. As they retraced the route from the previous day, a heavy stench of blood immediately filled their nostrils. At the parking spot, only a few stray zombies wandered about, their decaying bodies appearing particularly grotesque in the light. The group did not shy away, silently dispatching them. After circling the vehicle, they found the RV's glass shattered and its interior twisted beyond recognition, forcing them to abandon it. Fortunately, the off-road vehicle had only its side window broken. Gu Qi cleared away the remnants with a knife and tested the engine. It was still operational. The group quickly boarded the vehicle, with Gu Qi at the wheel, He Zhuo in the passenger seat, and Lu Shizhi, Lu Nange, and Qi Yinzhou in the back. Liu Bei nestled in Lu Shizhi's embrace. The off-road vehicle crushed the debris under its wheels, heading towards the nearest commercial area marked on Wei Hao's map. Indeed, the deeper they ventured into the urban landscape, the more staggering the number of zombies became. The main thoroughfare was choked with a pile-up of vehicles, and rotting corpses dangled like rag dolls from the windows. It seemed they would have to proceed on foot. Qi Yinzhou's voice resonated clearly in the quiet cabin. The roar of the engine had already attracted a number of zombies, which Liu Bei and Qi Yinzhou swiftly dealt with using their abilities. Gu Qi unfolded the map, his fingers tracing the route slowly, this way. The crowd maintained a vigilant formation. To circumvent the massive horde of corpses, They were compelled to take a longer route. 30 minutes later, a grayish-white commercial building came into view. Gucci lowered his voice and pointed across. "We've arrived." He Zhuang gazed at the zombies wandering below, a chill running down his spine. There were simply too many of them. Qi Yanzhou narrowed his dark eyes and gestured towards the glass door on the side of the building. "We'll enter from there." He turned sideways, bending down to lift the boy beside Lu Nange. "Nan, let me carry Yi for a bit." Just as Liu Bei was about to struggle, a low voice whispered in his ear, "Stay still. There are too many zombies. If I carry you, your brother and sister will feel at ease." Liu Bei instantly quieted down, his small hand clutching Qi Yanzhou's collar tightly. "Sister, it's fine as long as brother Yanzhou carries me. You just follow behind us." Chapter 48. The robbers have arrived. The streets lay strewn with the wreckage of vehicles and darkened blood clots. Shadows of several figures crept along the gaps between the cars, stealthily advancing towards the supermarket. Qi Yanzhou leapt atop a bus that lay stranded in the center of the road. The moment his shoes touched the vehicle, a dull metallic thud resonated. Instantly, a cacophony of dislocated bones echoed from within the bus. Several zombies abruptly raised their heads, decaying eyeballs rolling in their sunken sockets, their necks twisting at unnatural angles, fixating intently on the source of the sound. With one arm around Liu Bei, Qi Yanzhou's left hand crackled with blue-purple lightning, flickering between his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh. A few golden flashes zipped past Qi Yanzhou's ears, precisely embedding themselves into the zombies' foreheads, blood and pus splattering. The golden glow lingered at Liu Bei's fingertips, his amber eyes reflecting the falling shadows of the zombies, a hint of sternness gracing his youthful face. Yi's abilities are incredibly impressive, He Zhuang whispered, his eyes brimming with envy. Liu Bei raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, if it weren't for my youth and low ability level, I could be even more dazzling. Nan, hand me a pair of binoculars. Qi Yanzhou extended his hand. Lu Nange swept her fingers through the air, and a pair of binoculars materialized in her palm. The side glass door was shattered, leaving them uncertain about the number of zombies inside the supermarket. Moreover, if they alarmed the zombies on either side, their sheer numbers could overwhelm them. Gucci frowned, scanning the shadows loitering on both sides of the street. Yanzhou, shall we find another location? Qi Yanzhou adjusted the focus of the binoculars, his voice deepening. A greater number of zombies means a higher probability that supplies remain. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the others. Hence, Zhuang, let us go. Gucci, let us go. The three siblings of the Lu family nodded enthusiastically. Yi. Qi Yanzhou suddenly lowered his voice, directing the binoculars toward the car in the distance with its hood raised. Can you hit that vehicle? Liu Bei didn't even blink, the golden darts in his fingers already glinting coldly on the verge of release. Lu Nange, Yi, wait a moment. As Liu Bei turned his head to look, Lu Nange had already thrust her saber into the eye socket of a zombie through the car window. With a muffled thud, blood splattered against the glass, leaving behind a sticky trail. Nan, are you searching for crystal cores? Lu Nange flicked her wrist, the blade expertly dislodging fragments of skull. No, I was pondering. She shook off the rotten flesh from her blade. What if the zombie sense of smell is more acute than their hearing? Before her words had fully settled, she dragged two corpses, piling them at the car door. The putrid plasma left two viscous trails on the ground. Zhuang suddenly slapped his forehead. Nan, let me handle this. He thrust the baseball bat into Lu Shixi's hands, snatching the saber from her. In a swift motion, he dashed to the doorway. With a swift stroke, the heads of the two zombies exploded like rotten watermelons, dark red filth splattering everywhere. Everyone, do you remember the time you felt like retching? Lu Nange pointed at a seat next to a zombie. Zhuangge, you and Qi take this position. Brother, come over here. Once everyone's settled, Lu Nange declared, Yi, you're good to go. The piercing shriek of the golden dart had not yet faded when, from 50 meters away, a blaring anti-theft alarm erupted. The shadows of the entire street surged, and several decaying bodies simultaneously turned toward the source of the sound. Let us go. As the group rushed toward the vehicles, they could feel the foul wind stirred up by the horde of corpses behind them. Bursting through the glass doors of the department store, they paused only to catch their breath. inhaling the noxious air laden with the stench of blood. Shattered glass littered the marble floor, and the hall lay in disarray. The luxurious jewelry counters had been violently breached, with jewels strewn across the ground. Regardless of its utility, Lu Nange's system backpack had the capacity to store items. Collect, collect, collect. The others stood near her, offering no objection. Their focus was solely on eliminating the zombies that lunged toward them. The remaining items in the gold jewelry displays were few, and Lu Nange managed to gather everything into her system backpack. She pried open a safe that had been left behind, collecting the blood-stained ornaments. The first floor was filled with cosmetics counters, where jewelry was still being smashed and stolen. However, the cosmetics displays remained largely intact. Lu Nange stepped to the counter and collected everything available. In the latter section of the automobile showroom, the selection of vehicles was limited. The group searched for car keys, taking those that were usable and had intact glass. The sign at the elevator entrance was covered in a thick layer of dust. B2, B3 parking lot, B1 snack plaza, 1F jewelry beauty, 2F women's wear, 3F sports men's wear children's wear, 4F lingerie bags, 5F entertainment facilities, 6F supermarket. Chi Yinzhou furrowed his brow. Shall we go directly to the 6th floor? Gu Qi and Hijua tacitly fell to the back of the line, while Chi Yinzhou and Lu Shizi took the lead, forming a protective formation. The group ascended the escalator, leaving sticky footprints of blood on the steps. The number of zombies on the 6th floor was evidently several times greater than below, likely remnants of those who had previously come to scavenge for supplies, now lingering in a different form. Fall back. Chi Yinzhou waved his right hand in the air. With a thunderous crack, arcs of lightning danced through the horde, causing over 20 zombies to convulse violently, their charred skulls exploding in succession as the acrid stench of burnt flesh filled the corridor. Chi Yinzhou staggered, leaning against the wall, his knuckles turning a sickly pale from the overexertion of his abilities. Lu Nange offered him 2 crystal cores. Lu Shizi and the others kicked aside the twitching remains at their feet, swiftly maneuvering through the pile of corpses, their daggers piercing the skulls of each zombie. The collected crystal cores were tossed into Hijua's backpack, some still smeared with fresh brain matter. The crystal core in Chi Yinzhou's palm crumbled into a grayish-white powder. With half-closed eyelids, he glanced at the others. Let us go. The supermarket doors swung open, revealing shelves and the floor brimming with a dazzling array of supplies that caught everyone's attention. Finally, it was worth the trip. Hijua exclaimed as Chi Yinzhou pushed 2 shopping carts toward them. Shizi and I will keep an eye out. You all help Lu Nange load the items into the carts for her convenience. In the next moment, the shelves and food vanished without a trace. Hijua elbowed Lu Shizi. Shizi, with how capable Lu Nange and I are, it's clear they are siblings. Upon seeing you, even your name seems to have departed this world, an echo of farewell. Could you truly be a foundling? Lu Shizi scoffed nonchalantly, casting a frosty glance his way. Are you blind? We 3 siblings share the same visage, unmistakably flesh of my flesh. Hijua exaggeratedly shook his head. You resemble a low-budget imitation. The group encircled Lu Nange and Lu Bai, advancing steadily along the aisles of the supermarket. Lu Nange's fingertips glided lightly over the shelves, leaving no trace even upon the promotional tags. As the entire floor of the supermarket was seamlessly absorbed into Lu Nange's system backpack, the ground was left littered only with the bodies of the undead and the iron door in the corner. With a subtle motion of his hand, Lu Bai distorted the entire metallic door. Chi Yinzhou executed a swift sidekick, sending the iron door crashing to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the group's pupils dilated in unison. The warehouse's supplies were piled high, nearly grazing the ceiling, entire boxes stacked upon shelves. Wealth. Hijua's whistle echoed throughout the warehouse as he cradled a box of self-heating hot pot as if it were a cherished first love. Gu Qi. There will be no more need to gnaw on compressed biscuits. Lu Nange and Lu Bai were elated. They could finally indulge in ample feasting without reservation. Before departing the 6th floor, the group exchanged knowing glances. Having come this far, the ensuing scene could only be likened to a swarm of locusts, while Lu Nange pillaged the women's apparel on the 2nd floor. Hijua and Gu Qi were busy stripping the male mannequins on the 3rd. By the time Lu Nange ascended to the third floor, the garments from every men's shop were heaped together. Shoes collected, bags collected, children's clothing collected, sportswear collected. As the group retreated, the entire shopping complex echoed with an eerie silence. Chapter 49. Can you provide me with your ID number? As they emerged from the bustling commercial center, the once cacophonous street lay in an unsettling silence, allowing the sound of one's own blood pulsating through the eardrums to resonate. Something felt amiss. He schwaz Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed dryly, his fingers instinctively tightening around the baseball bat. Why do I feel? Shut your crow's mouth. Lu Shitsi interjected, though his pupils involuntarily contracted, fixated on the end of the street. Ishwa turned to him. Me? A crow's mouth? So you too sense the eerie quiet, do you? Clang. The sound of metal crashing erupted from the opposite direction. Unknown to them, Chi Injo had leapt atop an abandoned SUV, his right arm taut. Blue-violet lightning coiling like a venomous serpent, striking fiercely towards a distant truck with a sweeping motion. The moment the lightning struck the fuel tank, an explosion reverberated, sending shockwaves that overturned nearby vehicles. A scorching gust carrying fragments of shrapnel scattering wildly. Enough chatter. Let us go. He leaped down, swiftly pulling Liu Bei along. Barely 50 meters into their escape, a rustling noise echoed behind them. It resembled the sound of countless insect legs scraping against rubble, reminiscent of decaying flesh being dragged across rough concrete, sticky, dense, and spine-chilling. I told you. Hijua glanced back while running, cold sweat trickling down his temples. In the next instant, his breath caught in his throat. What on earth was that? At the intersection, at the end of the street, a toppled car was suddenly hurled upward with tremendous force, rolling and crashing into a shop. Amidst the shattering glass, a shadow over 4 meters tall slowly rose to its full height, scarlet eyes rolling within its skull. Thud! As the shadow took its first step, the parked car crumpled like a soda can beneath its weight. The fiery light of the exploded fuel tank illuminated the protruding spinal bones behind it, which rhythmically opened and closed with each stride, resembling the gills of some deep-sea creature. Chi Injo's lightning struck again, accurately hitting the creature's face. Yet the high-voltage current, sufficient to char an ordinary zombie, merely left a singed mark on its forehead. The monster did not even slow down. Its bone blades swept across a road sign, severing the metal pole like it was mere reeds. Nanango. Chi Injo thrust Liu Bei towards Lu Nange, turning to shield the others. He concentrated the electricity in his knuckles, his voice hoarse. Run, get to the car, and wait for me. Liu Bei exclaimed. Lu Shitsi and the others swiftly drew their guns, loading them with precision, all 3 firearms raised simultaneously. Nan, take eye and retreat first. We'll cover you. Lu Shitsi shouted. The hail of bullets erupted against the zombie, blooming crimson flowers upon impact, yet it merely swayed its head slightly. Chi Injo's lightning followed closely, enveloping the monster in electric sparks, but it only convulsed for a few seconds. Cough! Chi Injo suddenly buckled at the knee, supported by Gu Chi. Liu Bei's hands radiated golden light as dozens of darts shot forth. A blood-red eye burst with a resounding pop, the putrid ichor splattering onto the asphalt. A furious roar shattered the glass of the storefronts. The zombie's speed surged, its decaying muscle fibers taut to the limit, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the ground. A soft click resonated from the car roof, the sound of a sniper rifle being chambered. Lu Nange knelt on one knee, the stock firmly pressed against her shoulder. As the crosshairs locked onto the zombie's forehead, she held her breath. Bang! The sniper bullet shattered half of the zombie's skull. However, the creature merely swayed its mangled head and lunged toward Lu Nange with even greater ferocity. Nange, run! Lu Shitsi shouted, sprinting toward her. At the same moment, Chi Injo and Liu Bei sprang into action. Lightning and golden light intertwined, temporarily restraining the zombie in place. In that fleeting moment, Lu Nange leaped from the car roof, and with a sharp thud, her Tang Dao split the skull. Simultaneously, Chi Injo seized the Tang Dao next to Lu Shitsi and struck from behind the zombie, while Liu Bei hurled 3 flying knives that whistled through the air, piercing the zombie's temples. Surrounded on 3 sides, the zombie froze in place. With a resounding crash, its crimson eyes dimmed entirely. Gasping for breath, Lu Nange flicked the tip of her blade and extracted a blood-red crystal core from the zombie's skull. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the alley, the ground trembling slightly beneath them. "Run!" she shouted hoarsely. Lu Shixi cradled the exhausted Liu Bei in his arms. Gu Qi and He Zhuo supported the nearly collapsed Qi Yinzhou, and the six of them sprinted for their lives amidst the roars of the undead. As Lu Nange ran, she waved her hand, watching as abandoned vehicles vanished from the roadside. The moment they burst through the congested area, she abruptly turned. "Get in the car." An off-road vehicle materialized out of thin air. The group scrambled inside, and Lu Nange swung her hand back. Boom, boom, boom. The vehicle she had just stored in the system crashed from the sky, creating a barrier 2 to 3 meters high at the intersection. The sound of zombies colliding with the obstruction echoed behind them. The engine of the off-road vehicle roared to life, and the occupants turned in unison. 5 voices nearly tearing their throats in unison. "Nange, get in. Sister, get in." Lu Nange leaped into the car, the tires skidding against the asphalt as they sped away. "Are you hurt?" Lu Shixi's voice was tense, his fingers gripping Lu Nange's arm. His gaze swept over her, and upon seeing the black blood on her hair tips, face, and clothes, his pupils constricted in alarm. Lu Nange retrieved a wet wipe from her space and wiped her face. "Brother, I'm fine." "Lu Nange." Lu Shixi's eyes turned red at the corners, the veins in his neck bulging, his voice trembling with residual fear, as if squeezed through clenched teeth. Suddenly, Liu Bei, nestled between them, tilted his small face upward. "Don't scold my sister." Lu Shixi's brows furrowed, a hint of harshness in his expression, and he scoffed, shoving the little one into Lu Nange's arms. "All right, I'm just an outsider." His abrupt movement caused the seat to rattle noisily. "Good." Lu Nange reached out, attempting to grasp him, yet her fingertips hovered in midair. She beheld Lu Shixi's fingers, pale at the joints, pressed against his temples, his throat struggling to swallow. The cabin fell into an eerie silence, pierced only by the roar of the engine and the sound of their breathing. Leaning towards Qi Yinzhou, Lu Shixi sank into the seat, shielding his eyes with his arm, his reddened eye sockets faintly visible between his fingers. Just a moment more, and Nanan would have perished right before his eyes. As an elder brother, he felt like a burden throughout this journey, reliant on his younger siblings for protection. "Cousin," Qi Yinzhou suddenly spoke, his cold, pale profile appearing almost translucent in the shifting light. "Nanan has the ability to protect herself. That is the most crucial matter, is it not?" Lu Nange immediately interjected, "Brother, I am strong and quick. Please do not worry." Liu Bei blinked in surprise, uttering something astonishing. "Brother, do you feel weak?" Thus embarrassed? "Aye," He Zhuo interjected softly. "Brother hasn't said a word. Yet why did you disclose my identification number?" Chapter 50. Oh heavens. "Aki." The voice of Qi Yinzhou bore a hint of fatigue. "Turn right ahead and park in the alley." The sound of tires crunching over gravel was particularly jarring. The group retrieved the supplies that Lu Nange had taken from the system's backpack and brought them down from the vehicle. With a gentle touch of her fingertips against the car's surface, the off-road vehicle vanished in an instant. As the sunset bathed the kindergarten's weathered exterior in hues of orange, several weary figures returned, casting long shadows at the alley's entrance. He Zhuo pulled out a walkie-talkie, his voice mingling with the crackling static. "Brother Qi, Lao, Ji, we're back. Please open the door for us." Deep within the alley, Qi's eyes were pressed against the door crack. "It's our people." He turned and gestured. "Please, open the door." A robust arm pulled aside the door. "Nanan, brother." Gu Wan rushed out, her fingers hovering in the air, trembling as she dared not touch Lu Nange's blood-soaked garment. "You all, what is this?" Lu Nange managed a weary smile. "Sister Wanwan, do not worry, it is merely the blood of zombies." Gu Qi firmly placed a hand on his sister's shoulder. "Let us talk inside first." Wendigo and Wei Hao approached. The group merely exchanged silent nods. Lu Shixi stated, "Dege, Haozi will wash up first." On the rooftop, Qi Yinzhou accepted the toolbox handed over by Lu Nange. The boys worked in unison, the sound of hammers striking nails echoing rhythmically. Thick curtains were nailed down layer by layer, sealing the classroom windows tightly. The corridor resonated with the dragging sounds of desks and chairs. Lu Shitzi brushed the dust from his hands and turned to Lu Nange. Nan, it's all ready. You should wash up first. One by one, they exited, while Qi Yi pulled a chair for Ji Xian. Ji Xian, holding the walkie-talkie, stationed himself at the stairway. Gu Wan leaned against the door of the classroom where Lu Nange was bathing, her fingertips unconsciously picking at the peeling wall. Inside the classroom, Lu Nange locked the door and retrieved a collapsible bathtub filled with water from the system's backpack. Warm water enveloped her weary skin, and she couldn't help but emit a satisfied sigh as her taut nerves finally began to ease. The aroma of food wafted in from the adjacent classroom, the clattering of spatulas mingling with the sizzling sounds of ingredients being cooked. Yizhua stared longingly at the bubbling meat in the pot, swallowing hard. Brother Qi, this smells incredible. Qi Yi, wielding the spatula without looking up, replied, Miss Lu provided only semi-finished products. I'm merely responsible for heating them up. After dinner, the boys took turns showering. As Lu Shitzi pushed open the classroom door, a cloud of steam followed him out. Lu Nange sat in the corridor, drying Lu Bei's hair. The soft strands twisted between her fingers, obedient like a kitten being petted. Lu Shitzi sauntered over, lazily leaning against the wall. Fresh from a shower, his short hair was still damp, droplets cascading down his sharp jawline, staining his collar with dark marks. He lowered his eyelashes, his voice unusually calm. Nan, I'm sorry. In the dimly lit corridor, Lu Bai and Lu Nange exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously tilting their heads back, exclaiming in unison, Brother, you're at it again. Lu Shitzi felt a muscle twitch at his temple. Drawing in a deep breath, he raised a hand to massage his brow, his voice lowering slightly. Nan, from now on, prioritize your safety above all else, all right? Lu Bai nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. Sister, brother is absolutely right. I'll keep an eye on this incompetent brother. You just focus on protecting yourself. Rest assured, if I can protect him, I will. If not, I will ensure my own safety. I know I am more important to you. Lu Bai. Lu Shitzi lightly kicked at him. The little one reacted swiftly, deftly leaping aside while not hesitating to provoke. Brother, have you ever considered that you might not be able to defeat me? As the night deepened, a knock echoed through the corridor. Lu Nange awoke from a light slumber, instinctively reaching for the Tang Dao beside him, only to exhale in relief upon recognizing Qi Yinzhou's voice. Lu Shitzi and Qi have developed a high fever. Nan, fetch me some antipyretics. Behind him, Guan rubbed his eyes and climbed out of bed. The two followed Qi Yinzhou to the boys' resting classroom. On the mat lay Lu Shitzi and Gu Qi, their faces flushed. Gu Qi furrowed his brow, his lips cracked from the fever. Lu Shitzi, on the other hand, curled up unconsciously, his fingers twitching intermittently. Lu Nange promptly retrieved antipyretics from her system backpack, while Qi Yinzhou and Yizhua carefully supported the two boys' necks to administer the medicine. You two should rest. We'll keep watch. Lu Nange nodded slightly in response to Qi Yinzhou's words. Outside the window, the sky shifted from pitch black to deep blue, gradually darkening further. With Ji Xianshang still unwell and Lu Shitzi and Gu Qi's fevers unabated, the group had no choice but to postpone their plans for gathering supplies and recuperate at the kindergarten. As the Gu and Wei Hao ascended the stairs, Qi Yi stood guard at the stairway. They're still resting. The two exchanged glances, and Wei Hao said, Qi Yi, when Brother Shitzi wakes, please call down to us. We'll come back, all right? Qi Yi nodded slightly, and the two turned to descend the stairs. In the corridor's dim yellow light, Lu Nange's fingertips brushed against the red crystal core in her pocket. She withdrew it, the core resembling a droplet of solidified blood. Crouching down, she softly inquired, Yi, can you use this? Lu Bai shook his head, his hair swaying gently with the motion. Sister, my abilities have reached the 3rd level. He pointed toward Qi Yinzhou, who was leaning against the wall, eyes closed in repose. This 2nd-level crystal core is more suitable for Brother Yinzhou. Lu Nange nodded slightly and stood, making her way to the end of the corridor. Qi Yinzhou's tall figure was partially shrouded in shadow. He lazily opened his eyes upon hearing her footsteps. His peach blossom eyes, now laced with fatigue, shimmered under the setting sun. Brother Yinzhou, mm? His voice trailed off with a hint of raspy sleepiness. Lu Nange opened her palm, presenting the crystal core. Qi Yinzhou raised an eyebrow, the weariness in his gaze diminishing slightly. You should keep your belongings to yourself. Lu Nange let out a sigh. If only I possessed extraordinary abilities. I can enhance my own strength. After all, having personal power is the most reliable. Unfortunately, I have yet to awaken my supernatural abilities. My spatial power remains untapped. Only by strengthening ourselves can we ensure our safety. Lu Nange pressed the crystal core into Qi Yinzhou's hands and turned to leave. Qi Yinzhou caressed the still warm crystal core, his dark eyes half closed, slowly tracing the silhouette of the girl as she departed. In the evening, Lu Shizi's eyelashes fluttered slightly. He Zhuang, who was standing nearby, was the first to notice, rushing forward with excitement. Sage, how do you feel? Have you awakened your abilities? Lu Shizi rose from his mat. Bewildered, he raised his hand, and a cluster of orange-red flames leaped from his palm, flickering in the air before extinguishing quietly. Hearing He Zhuang's exclamation, Lu Nange, entering the room, called out, "Brother, fire-type abilities." He Zhuang dramatically clasped his chest, shedding tears of envy. As Gu Qi stirred from his slumber, he opened his eyes to find He Zhuang wearing a face of despair. "Old He, what is wrong?" He Zhuang looked at him with a forlorn expression. "Old Gu, please don't tell me you have also awakened your abilities?" Gu Qi, puzzled, extended his hand, and a clear jet of water unexpectedly burst forth, leaving a trail of watermarks on the wall. Liu Bei exclaimed, "Water-type abilities." He Zhuang fell to his knees, looking up in despair. Heavens, how unjust! Chapter 51. The arrival of the mice in the classroom. Lu Nange and her companions gathered around an unfolded map, their fingertips gliding over several hospitals and pharmacies marked with red circles. Suddenly, the intercom crackled to life, revealing Ji Xian's subdued voice. De Gu and Wei Hao have arrived. Lu Shizi rose leisurely. "Shall we go take a look?" Wei Hao and De Gu stood at the stairwell, gazing up at Lu Shizi and the others with a hint of anticipation in their expressions. "Brother Ci, esteemed elders." Wei Hao rubbed his hands together, excitement evident in his voice. Ning City is elevated. During the last torrential downpour, aside from the low-lying areas that were submerged, the rest remained intact, especially over by Huaihai Road. He paused, scanning the faces of those present, before continuing. That area is the highest point in the city, with a large inland storage yard filled with containers brimming with supplies. Lu Shizi raised an eyebrow. "Haozi, do not keep us in suspense. Speak plainly." Wei Hao exchanged a glance with De Gu. Taking a step forward, he declared, "We previously scouted the route. There are an abundance of containers, but..." He swallowed hard. The density of zombies there is more terrifying than during the spring festival rush at a train station. Thus, we wish to invite you all to join us. We will lead the way, and together we could try our luck. Dagi interjected suddenly. Rest assured, esteemed elders. If any trouble arises, you may retreat without concern for us. Lu Shizi turned to meet Qi Yinzhou's gaze. The latter subtly shook his head, and Lu Shizi, understanding, contemplated. This matter requires further discussion. De Gu and Wei Hao nodded in unison, with De Gu suggesting, "Then we shall return and await news from the elders." Footsteps faded around the corner of the staircase as Lu Nange and Gu Wan exited the classroom. Yizhuo leaned against the wall. "Brothers and sisters, shall we go?" Gu Qi scoffed. "The entire city's survivors know of this tempting prize, yet it remains untouched." Lu Shizi replied, "Thus, it will be even more perilous than our visit to the supermarket 2 days prior." He returned to the tall figure by the window. "Yinzhou, shall we take this risk?" Qi Yinzhou lifted his eyelids. Ning City's elevation may well be the only place where supplies are preserved most intact. Voices erupted in unison. "Yes, of course." Lu Nange interjected. "My brother and Gu Qi's abilities still require familiarization, and the injuries of Qi, Yi, and Ji Xian have yet to heal. Perhaps we should adhere to our original plan of gathering supplies for the next couple of days, and only visit the inland storage yard on the day we leave Ning City." He should return to Lu Nange. "What my sister Nan Nan says goes. However, I do wish to inquire, Why wait until the day we leave Ning City to go? Gu Qi raised his hand and playfully slapped He Zhuo on the back of the head. Human intentions can be unpredictable. Who knows how many eyes are coveting such a substantial prize? What if we gather the supplies and are besieged? Guan rolled her eyes at He Zhuo. Exactly. Sometimes humans can be more terrifying than zombies. He Zhuo rubbed the back of his head, gritting his teeth. How infuriating. Oh heavens. Can't you bestow upon me some additional qualities beyond mere beauty? Qi, young master, Miss Lu, my injury has nearly healed. Ji Xian echoed. So have I. Qi Yanzhou lowered his gaze and spoke softly. In 3 days, we shall depart from Ning City. The others nodded in agreement. In the following 2 days, Ji Xian, Qi, and Guan remained at the kindergarten. Lu Nange and her companions ventured out early and returned late, gathering supplies. According to Liu Bei, both he and Qi Yanzhou had attained level 3 in their abilities. Meanwhile, Lu Shizi and Gu Qi, after 2 days of practical training, became increasingly adept at wielding their powers. Tomorrow marked their rendezvous with Brother Da at the Huaihai Road Inland Stockyard, prompting Lu Nange and her group to refrain from venturing out today, conserving their energy for the morrow. In the shadows of the kindergarten's back alley, several furtive figures lingered. Damn it, didn't you say their vehicle will be parked here? Where is it? The leading man abruptly raised his foot, kicking the weaselly man beside him, causing him to stumble a few steps. Xian, brother Xian. The weaselly man gasped, clutching his abdomen. We've been watching for several days. They indeed park here every day, lugging bags into the kindergarten. Brother Xian squinted, his knuckles cracking ominously. Aren't you sure that the kindergarten is filled with the elderly, the weak, and the infirm? The weaselly man quickly nodded. Brother Xian, absolutely. There is only one person named Brother Da who seems capable. There are about 20 men in total, and the rest are either old folks or women with children. Women? Brother Xian suddenly perked up, a lewd glint flashing in his eyes. Why the hell didn't you say so sooner? Well, the weaselly man rubbed his hands nervously. Those women are all past their prime, and besides, when I was there, that group was so poor they were gnawing on tree bark. Nonsense. The weaselly man interjected abruptly. Brother Xian, you can ask Lao Su. We saw it with our own eyes. That girl is stunning. The weaselly man's expression changed. Perhaps after I left, they had newcomers. Brother Xian licked his cracked lips. Let us go back and gather the brothers. We shall pay this pauper group a visit, he added with a sinister grin, and bring that girl back to me. The midday sun filtered through the foliage, casting dappled light across the first-floor corridor. Wisps of smoke swirled in the illuminated patches. Wei Hao had just turned from a yard into the corridor when he spotted several figures leaning against the corner. Brother Ci, a few of the big brothers. Wei Hao jogged forward. Lu Shizi slightly raised his head, the light illuminating half of his chiseled face. Howsy? Wei Hao, Brother Ci. Tomorrow we'll have 5 people from our side. Lu Shizi exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze penetrating the haze. The air suddenly thickened. Wei Hao swallowed hard, his voice involuntarily dropping. Brother Ci, if we encounter difficulties tomorrow without burdening you, that day, you risk danger to find us. Lu Shizi abruptly extinguished his cigarette, the metal lighter spinning in the palm of his hand. We remember, he said, his eyes flashing with a hint of cold light. When the time comes to lend a hand, we will not stand idly by. Wei Hao's taut shoulders visibly relaxed. Thank you, Brother Ci and the esteemed elders. De Gu remarked, the supplies we have found are to be claimed by those who earn them. Lu Shizi interrupted him, saying, what you have discovered belongs to you. Wei Hao opened his mouth, seemingly ready to protest, when suddenly, Qi Yanzhou's eyes darkened with a fierce intensity, his gaze shifting towards the entrance. Something is approaching. Gu Qi's cigarette abruptly fell to the ground, its ember scattering sparks across the concrete. Yanzhou, is it a living person or a corpse? Living, quite a few, Lu Nange's cold voice echoed from the staircase. She descended slowly, cradling Liu Bei in one arm while wielding a Tang Dao in the other. Behind her were Qi, Yi, and Guan, armed and ready. Chapter 52. The rodents, the shrill sound of a car horn echoed, growing progressively closer. Xiange, old Chun has succeeded, shouted one of his subordinates, his voice strained. Xiange sneered, signaling to his men, who swiftly retreated into the side building of the kindergarten. A rusted red sedan careened into the alley, the driver slamming down on the accelerator before rolling out of the car and sprinting towards the side building. "Aaron, hurry!" Xiange barked. The Earth-based ability user, Aaron, clapped his hands to the ground, instantly sealing the staircase with a mound of earth. Lu Nange and his companions dashed toward the main entrance. When they heard Hejua's frantic shout, "Are you insane? Do you want to attract every zombie in the city?" Gongzi and Dongzi stood back to back, their pupils trembling with fear as a red car crashed violently into the entrance, its horn blaring incessantly. A wave of grayish-black corpses surged forth from 100 meters behind, like a flood breaching a dam. "Xiange, the door hasn't been breached." Xiange stood at the second-floor window, raising his hands toward the kindergarten's entrance. The withered branches on the door began to grow at a terrifying pace, the sound of cracking bark filling the air. "Step back." Lu Nange's warning coincided with a thunderous crash of the collapsing door. Gongzi and Dongzi instinctively took a few steps back. The heavy iron door crashed to the ground under the influence of the wood-based ability, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wei Hao dashed forward, grabbing Gongzi and Dongzi by their collars and pulling them back. Chada led a group of survivors into the yard, their footsteps chaotic. "What is happening?" Chada shouted. The putrid stench of decaying zombies, accompanied by their raspy breaths, wafted into the courtyard. In his hands, Qi Yinzhou gathered a dark purple lightning bolt, directing it at the honking vehicle. With a resounding blast, the horn abruptly ceased. Lu Shizi swung his arms, launching fireballs that soared toward the horde of zombies. The sound of slicing air echoed as Liu Bei's golden shurikens accurately pierced through the skulls of several zombies. Lu Nange wielded his tang knife, its cold gleam flashing as he cleaved through the undead with fluid precision. Gucci unleashed a stream of water, so fine yet powerful that it penetrated the zombies' foreheads. From the window of the side building, a goon shouted excitedly, "Xiange, just as you predicted, they have ability users too." Xiange's smile turned cold. "When they finish off the zombies and are utterly exhausted, that will be our time to reap the benefits." "Not good." "Xiange, they're pushing the zombies out." 30 seconds earlier, Lu Nange suddenly shouted, "Can you create a door?" Liu Bei, sweat beading on his forehead, clasped his hands together, and a brilliant golden door embedded itself into the collapsed frame with a resounding clang. "Yinzhou, use the lightning," Lu Nange called out. Qi Yinzhou understood. The moment the lightning struck the door, it transformed into a high-voltage electric net, incinerating the advancing zombies into charred remains. Within the courtyard, flashes of blades intertwined with the splattering of putrid blood and flesh. Outside, the thunder of lightning continued to roar, while Lu Shizi hurled fireballs one after another. The overexertion of their powers left Qi Yinzhou and his companions feeling unsteady, their forms swaying. "Lu Nange, Hejua, Wanwan, pass them the crystal cores." Two figures immediately withdrew from the battlefield, placing the crystal cores into the palms of Qi Yinzhou and his companions. The Ge led the others, following Lu Nange as Qi Yi and the others surrounded and fought fiercely. Inside and outside the door, the remnants of zombies lay scattered across the ground. Huff, huff. Liu Bei and his companions knelt on the ground, their chests heaving violently, cold sweat dripping from their hair tips, their backs already soaked. The golden door began to crumble inch by inch as Liu Bei's abilities waned. Lu Nange dashed forward, wrapping her right arm around her brother and lifting him up. The little one's limp body tightened her heart. She turned to Lu Shizi and said to Hejua and the others, "Brother Zhua, Brother Qi, help my brother up." Qi Yi and the others helped Qi Yinzhou to his feet, staggering to a relatively clean corner to rest. Lu Nange looked at De Ge. De Ge blocked the door again. "Understood, elder sister." De Ge wiped the blood from his face, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva. "Brothers, lift the door panel." Lu Nange held Liu Bei with one arm and bent down, rummaging through the pile of corpses for crystal cores. Soon, Hejua and the others joined the search, continuously handing the found crystal cores to the exhausted Qi Yinzhou and his companions. From the side of the kindergarten, more than 20 brutish thugs surged forth. Leading them, Xiange struck the ground with his machete, grinning wickedly. Hand over your supplies and women if you know what's good for you. He deliberately elongated his tone, perhaps feeling generous enough to grant you a swift end. De Gu and the others dropped the door panel they had just lifted, grabbing their weapons and turning sharply towards the entrance. Lu Nange, already frustrated by the meager effect of the first-level crystal core on Liu Bei, raised her gaze, murderous intent swirling in her eyes. Did you summon the zombies? Xiangu's lewd gaze roamed over her. Tisk, truly a fine specimen. How unfortunate to be with this group of useless fools. Why not come into my arms, and I promise to treat you well. Clang. The dull sound of a tang dagger piercing the ground interrupted his vile words. Lu Nange flipped her right hand, and a dart shot through the air, aimed directly at Xiangu's throat. Clang! A yellow shield suddenly rose up, and the dart embedded itself deeply into the earth. Xiangu's expression changed drastically. Ungrateful wench. I'll make you beg me to. Vines like venomous snakes burst forth from his hand, rushing towards Lu Nange's face with a whoosh. Two figures sprang up from the corner of the wall, simultaneously. Qi Yinzhou's lightning and Lu Shizi's fireball intertwined in the air, incinerating the approaching vines into black ash that scattered across the sky. The crystal core in Liu Bei's arms shattered into powder, and flying daggers whistled through the air, only to be blocked by Xiangu and a run in unison, sparks flying. Scraps, I want you dead. Liu Bei suddenly broke free from Lu Nange's embrace, rage blazing in his eyes. Qi Yinzhou followed closely, launching bolts of lightning at Xiangu. On the other side, Lu Shizi's fireballs relentlessly bombarded a run. Gu Qi's water column arrived in response, extinguishing the flames. Lu Shizi shouted, "Old Gu, fire and water do not mix. You must be an undercover sent by the enemy, right?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qi immediately turned, directing the water column towards the remaining henchmen. Lu Nange, while observing Liu Bei's movements, led the others in subduing the other powerless individuals. When Brother Xian was struck by lightning and convulsed to the ground, blood surged in Liu Bei's eyes. 3 golden darts pierced flawlessly through Brother Xian's eyes and throat, blood gushing forth from all 7 orifices. The lifeless body collapsed into a pool of blood, its hollow eye sockets fixating blankly on Liu Bei. The surviving henchmen, witnessing this, hastily discarded their weapons and knelt in surrender. A scrawny man trembled like a leaf, a foul liquid seeping from his pant legs. Suddenly, Arun, pursued by a fireball, fell at De Ji's feet, weeping profusely. "De Gu, please save me. We share a bond of life and death. It was all that bastard Xian who forced me." "Bond?" De Gu scoffed, delivering a kick to Arun. "Do you even deserve to utter that word?" Arun's eyes glinted with malice as he slammed his palm against the ground. Boom! The lightning from Qi Yinzhou struck first, forever freezing Arun's grotesque expression on his charred face. The remaining henchmen screamed and scattered in panic. Gu Qi splayed his fingers, and a high-pressure water column swept through the crowd, instantly knocking down the majority. De Gu silently surveyed the scattered, mangled corpses, his throat bobbing several times. His subordinates behind him fell silent, fearful, barely daring to breathe. Wei Hao ventured, "De Gu, if it weren't for Brother CI and the others, those lying here now." His words were abruptly cut off by a raised hand from De Gu. De Ji's gaze sharpened, gripping the bloodied cleaver. He forced out a few words through clenched teeth. "Kill them." Chapter 53. Healing Lu Nange cradled Liu Bei as they ascended the staircase. His pale visage swayed gently in the crook of her arm, his bangs dampened by beads of cold sweat. Behind them, Lu Shizi, Qi Yinzhou, and Gu Qi moved with a languid gait, their shadows stretching wearily across the mottled wall. Lu Nange bent down to gently place Liu Bei on the makeshift mat, producing a wet wipe to clean his face and hands. "I rest well. I shall descend to gather the crystal cores and return shortly." Liu Bei's eyelashes fluttered slightly, emitting a barely audible As she straightened, her gaze swept over Lu Shizi and the others on the mat. "Brother, Yinzhou Qi, do take care. I will head downstairs first." The trio lazily lifted their eyelids, nodding in slow acknowledgement. In the courtyard on the first floor, the mingling of blood and decay permeated the air. He Zhua and his companions continued to sift through the mound of corpses in search of crystal cores. No one approached to inquire what Lu Nange and her group were seeking or why they were extracting the brains of the zombies. De Gu, accompanied by several sturdy men, was reinstalling the main gate, the dull thud of hammers striking the wall reverberating through the atmosphere. The elders, women, and children who had been lurking in the background began to emerge, silently assisting in the grim task of moving the bodies. The stench of blood mingled with the odor of decay, yet no one complained. Only the heavy sounds of labored breathing and the scraping of dragging corpses filled the air. At this moment, Wenqing quietly approached Lu Nange. "Miss Lu." Lu Nange, holding a bag of bloodied crystal cores, looked down in confusion at Wenqing. "Sister One, is there something you need?" Without hesitation, Wenqing drew a dagger across her palm, blood gushing forth immediately. Lu Nange furrowed her brow, about to speak, when in the next instant, a soft green light emanated from Wenqing's palm, and the grotesque wound visibly healed at an astonishing pace. A healing ability? Wenqing shook her head. "I am uncertain. This power manifested suddenly after my fever broke." She clenched her newly healed hand, her voice barely above a whisper. "Miss Lu, I heard you were heading to Jing City. Might you take me along? I can cook, and I assure you, I will not be a burden." Lu Nange raised an eyebrow. Indeed, a healing ability was precisely what they required at this moment. She recalled hastily flipping through her books, realizing that neither her brother nor Qi Yinzhou possessed such an ability. "Sister One, I cannot decide alone. I need to consult with the rest of our team before I can respond to you." Wenqing nodded. "Thank you, Miss Lu." After Lu Nange and her companions had extracted all the zombie brains, she called out towards De Gu and Wei Hao. "De Gu, brother Wei Hao, we shall head upstairs first." De Gu, in the midst of tossing 2 corpses into the heap, wiped his brow and smiled broadly. "Thank you, big brother and sister. We shall handle the rest." Wenqing stood beside Lu Nange. "Miss Lu, may I check on that child first?" Lu Nange turned her gaze, a glimmer of scrutiny flickering in her eyes. "My brother?" Wenqing nodded slightly. "Yes, he is about the same age as my daughter. I wish to see if I can offer him some treatment." He Zhuang flicked the brain matter off his dagger and inquired, "What are you staring at?" Lu Nange replied, "Sister Wenqing has awakened her healing abilities and wishes to show them to I." "What are healing abilities?" Both He Zhuang and Gu Wan asked in unison. Without explanation, Wenqing's gaze swept across the group, finally landing on Ji Xian, whose arm was wrapped in bandages. She stepped forward slowly, palms raised, and a green light suddenly emanated from her hands. "Let me see beneath the gauze," she said softly. Ji Xian, skeptical, tugged at the corner of his mouth but complied, unwrapping the bloodstained bandage. The once gruesome wound was now as smooth as before, leaving no trace of scar. He instinctively touched his leg, where the pain had miraculously vanished. "Holy cow!" He Zhuang exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp Ji Xian's arm, repeatedly asking, "Does it hurt? Old Ji, does it hurt?" Ji Xian pushed him away in disdain. "Let go. You're acting like a creep." Noticing Wenqing's gradually paling lips, Lu Nange handed her a crystal core. "Try holding it in your palm." Wenqing clutched the crystal tightly, a faint glow seeping through her fingers, and soon her lips regained their rosy hue. "Let us go," Lu Nange said softly. After Qi, Yi, and Ji Xian handed their collected crystal cores to Lu Nange, they slumped into chairs at the staircase. Lu Nange stated bluntly, "Sister Wenqing has awakened her healing abilities and wants to join us in the capital." Wenqing's gaze fell upon the resting Lu Bea. "Miss Lu, may I give a try?" Lu Nange lifted Lu Bea with ease, of course. Wenqing grasped Lu Bea's hand, and the green light flowed forth. After consuming 9 crystal cores, Lu Bea's complexion visibly regained color, while Wenqing's face paled rapidly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "Sister," Lu Bea's long eyelashes fluttered before he slowly opened his eyes. "How do you feel?" Lu Nange asked. "Sister, I feel great," Lu Bea replied. Lu Nange turned to Wenqing. "Thank you, Sister Wenqing." After Wenqing accepted the crystal core from Lu Nange, she proceeded to check the injuries of Lu Shizi, Qi Yinzhou, and Gu Qi. As the green light swirled, the furrowed brows of the 3 gradually relaxed. Thus, Wenqing became a new member of Lu Nange's team. "Miss Lu, young masters and misses, Wenqing said gently, I'll go greet the Gu and 1T come back tonight. I'll find you all again tomorrow morning. Lu Nange and the others nodded in agreement. After Wenqing descended the stairs, Guan asked, Nange, does this mean you should avoid her space in the future? Lu Nange replied, no need. She will inevitably find out on the way to the capital. Besides, life is already hard enough. I can't burden my stomach further. He Zhuang slumped in his chair, exclaiming, what hardship could possibly compare to mine? He frantically tugged at his hair. When will my abilities awaken? Chapter 54. Fever at midnight in the dead of night. A sudden, excruciating pain surged through Lu Nange, causing her to bolt upright in her sleep. It felt as though countless steel needles were mercilessly agitating within her skull, and her temples throbbed violently. Instinctively, she placed her hand on her forehead, only to find her skin alarmingly hot to the touch. As her consciousness began to dissipate under the oppressive heat, her survival instincts prompted her to grope through her system's backpack for fever-reducing medication, which she hastily swallowed. The rustling of the plastic wrapper startled Guan awake. Nanshan? Nanshan! Guan called softly. Lu Nange managed a faint response, her voice so weak it was nearly inaudible. The cold beam of flashlight flickered to life as Guan illuminated Lu Nange's flushed face. Upon feeling the heat radiating from her palm, Guan's heart sank. How could she be burning up like this? Without a moment's hesitation, Guan flung open the door and rushed outside. At the staircase, the night watchman, Lu Shizhi and Qi Yinzhou, both looked up simultaneously. The intersecting beams of their flashlights froze on Guan's unsteady figure. Guan, what happened? Qi Yinzhou's voice was taut with concern. Nanshan, she's burning hot. Guan's voice trembled with fear. The two men's expressions changed drastically as they exchanged glances. And without a word, they sprinted towards the girls' dormitory classroom. The commotion roused others from their slumber. Gucci and a few others pushed open the lounge door, only to be nearly knocked over by Liu Bei, who was rushing past, already headed next door. By the time everyone entered the classroom, Lu Shizhi and Liu Bei were kneeling beside the mat. In the dust motes illuminated by the beams of light, Lu Nange's porcelain white skin was unnaturally flushed. Nanshan had clearly awakened her abilities. Guan's voice was abruptly cut off by the rustling sound of Qi Yinzhou rummaging for supplies. Lu Shizhi's fingers brushed against an empty pill blister beside the mat. Nanshan took fever medicine. Qi Yinzhou stood up straight. I'll go find Wenqing. Guan immediately followed. Yinzhou, my brother, and I will accompany you. Lu Shizhi swallowed hard. Thank you. Liu Bei gripped Lu Nange's hand, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his lips moving silently in a plea for his sister. Lu Shizhi looked up at He Zhuo and the others, his voice heavy with fatigue. Oldie, you all should rest first, and I will watch over Nanshan. He Zhuo nodded silently, leading the others away. Qi lingered in the shadow of the corridor, whispering, Young Master He, Young Master Ji, I'll guard the staircase. How can anyone sleep now? He Zhuo rubbed his face, his voice low and somber. Let us wait for Yinzhou to bring Wenqing to check on my sister. Before long, Qi Yinzhou and the others hurried upstairs with Wenqing in tow. Wenqing's palm glimmered with a soft green light, enveloping Lu Nange's forehead. Moments later, she withdrew her abilities, her lips pale. Miss Lu seems to have experienced an awakening of her powers, resulting in a physiological stress response. My healing abilities did not suffice. She must rely on her own strength. Lu Shizhi closed his eyes momentarily, his voice barely above a whisper. Thank you. Guan stepped forward softly. Sister Wenqing, dawn is approaching. Why not rest here with us? Once the crowd dispersed, only the three siblings of the Lu family remained in the classroom. Lu Shizhi gently ruffled Liu Bei's hair, his tone softening. Would you like to sleep a little longer? I want to stay with sister. The child stubbornly shook his head, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Nange. Shall we lie down together with sister? Lu Shizhi gently patted the cushion. Brother will watch over you. Liu Bei remained still, merely shifting quietly towards the edge of the cushion, his frail silhouette appearing particularly resolute in the dim light. As dawn crept upon the window sill, the rooftop remained shrouded in an oppressive silence. Liu Bei and Lu Shizhi stayed by Lu Nange's side, hardly moving for an entire day, save for brief trips to the restroom. As twilight deepened, Liu Bei suddenly froze. His sister's fingers gently curled. Sister? Liu Bei's voice cracked. Lu Shixi abruptly looked up. Under their fervent gazes, Lu Nange's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening her eyes. As her blurred vision began to focus, she beheld the tear-rimmed faces of her elder brother and younger brother. A pang of emotion surged within her heart. Sister is awake. Liu Bei nestled into her embrace, burying his head in her neck. Lu Nange softly patted his back. It's all right. Lu Shixi inquired. Nange, is there anywhere else that hurts? Have you awakened your abilities again? Lu Nange blinked in confusion, sensing two unfamiliar energies coursing through her. Tentatively, she spread her palm. Whoosh! The stool in the corner split in two with a resounding crack. Wind blade, wind type ability, Liu Bei exclaimed. The tremendous noise drew the attention of Qi Yinzhou and others in the corridor. He Zhuang clung to the doorframe, his voice filled with melancholy. Sister, have you awakened dual abilities? Yes, wind type, Lu Nange replied, closing her eyes to feel the other energy, her mind vividly conjuring a three-dimensional image of the entire kindergarten, each corner distinctly visible. She mused silently. Mental type? I must find an opportunity to test it. Upon opening her eyes, she met He Zhuang's woeful gaze. I have no abilities, and my little sister has two already. He Zhuang squatted in the corner, drawing circles. Lu Shixi, Qi Yinzhou, and Guan exclaimed, Who is your little sister? Isn't the focal point that I lack abilities? He Zhuang retorted. Concerned for Lu Nange's condition, the group had lost their appetites throughout the day. With Lu Nange awakening and manifesting new abilities, the tense atmosphere finally eased. Wen Xing and Gu Wan busied themselves at the makeshift stove, the clattering of utensils releasing the enticing aroma of food. Come. He Zhuang raised a can of drink. Wen Xing, let me formally introduce myself. I am He Zhuang. Welcome to our little team. Wen Xing smiled lightly. Thank you for including me. Come. Let me introduce you. He Zhuang extended his arm, pointing them out one by one. Qi Yinzhou, the Lu family siblings, Shixi, Nange Bei. Those are the Gu family siblings. Gu Qi, Gu Wan, Ji Xian, Qi Yi. Wen Xing replied, Greetings, young masters and young ladies. No need for such formality, Wen Xing. Gu Wan said, placing a piece of meat into her bowl. Just call us by our names. By the way, how old are you this year, Wen Xing? 28. Then Wen Xing is older than us, Gu Wan noted. I am 20, and my brothers are all around 22 to 23. The youngest among them are Nan and Yi. Nan is 18 this year, while Yi is merely 8. Look, she is the little one who clings to her sister incessantly. She gestured towards Liu Bei Yi, who was being fed by Lu Nange. He was suddenly raised his glass, the can striking the table with a crisp sound. To the living, let us toast. The clinking of cups startled the crows resting outside the window. Chapter 55. Adventure after dinner. In the dimly lit corridor where candlelight flickered, groups of people gathered in hushed conversations. In a corner, Liu Bei curled up against his sister like a small kitten, gazing up at the night sky. Lu Nange gently stroked her brother's hair while organizing the recent system rewards in her mind. She pulled out 2 strength pills and placed them into both her and Liu Bei's mouths. Unfazed by the nature of the pills, Liu Bei consumed them without hesitation. Trusting his sister implicitly, after a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Nange retrieved a bag of Mizai. She gently poked her brother's soft cheek. Go call brother over. Liu Bei scampered down the corridor, his voice ringing out cheerfully. Lu Shixi. Hearing the call, Lu Shixi, who had been engaged in quiet conversation with Qi Yinzhou, looked up, rubbed his sore neck, and strode over to the siblings. You little rascal. He ruffled his younger brother's hair. Why are you calling for me? Because sister is looking for you. Liu Bei tugged at his brother's clothing, pulling him forward. As Lu Shixi approached, Lu Nange immediately stood on her tiptoes and shoved a strength pill into her brother's mouth. Brother, eat. Lu Shixi reflexively chewed and swallowed. What is going on? He inquired as Yizhua bounded over like a large dog. Do you want some, brother? Lu Nange waved the bag of mess enticingly. Thank you, little treasure. Yizhua beamed, his smile wide enough to reveal his teeth. I told you, she is not your little treasure. Lu Shixi playfully swatted at him. With a loud thud, Yizhua fell to the ground, his expression one of bewilderment, as if questioning his very existence. "I didn't hit you hard." Lu Shizhi glanced at his own palm. Lu Nange silently offered him a few chopsticks. "Want to try?" With a crunch, the chopsticks snapped in two. Lu Nange stifled her laughter. "Brother, it seems our family strength gene hasn't skipped you after all. You awaken late." Liu Bei chimed in seriously. Lu Shizhi retorted, "Are you trying to fool me?" Suddenly, Hizhua lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Lu Shizhi's legs. "Brother, is it too late for me to change my surname to Lu?" Lu Shizhi's expression turned comically incredulous, as if he had just swallowed 10 mutated cockroaches, muttering, "There are really people who believe this." At dawn on the second day, the team was poised for departure. With a delicate flick of her fingers, Lu Nange stored all supplies into her system backpack. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Wenqing's eyes, yet she prudently refrained from asking further. She possessed a clear understanding of her role, to act more and speak less, to demonstrate her worth, to avoid being a burden, and to survive until she could reunite with her family in Jing City. At the entrance of the kindergarten, while Lu Shizhi conferred with De Gu and others regarding the route, Lu Nange stepped out with Liu Bei, Qi Yinzhou, and Gu Qi. As they rounded the corner, Lu Nange's mental energy rippled outward, confirming the absence of any threats. With a graceful wave of her hand, 2 off-road vehicles materialized before them. "Let us go," Qi Yinzhou said, opening the car door, as he and Gu Qi took separate vehicles to provide support. Upon seeing the approaching vehicles, De Gu immediately signaled for Gongzi to take the wheel. The 3 off-roaders ignited simultaneously, clearing the way for De Gu and his team. The Lu siblings occupied the middle vehicle, driven by Qi Yi, with Qi Yinzhou seated in the front passenger seat, while Hizhua and his companions followed behind. The desolate cityscape whizzed by the windows in a blur. An hour later, the intercom crackled to life. "Elders, are we really stopping in this dead corner? Beyond this point, it's just open land." Qi Yinzhou succinctly replied, "Affirmative." The 3 vehicles settled into a triangular formation, the sound of brakes startling the wandering zombies nearby. The first 3 zombies lunged forward but were swiftly dispatched by Lu Nange's wind blades, severing their heads with ease. The decaying heads rolled upon the ground, blood splattering against the rusted railings. Hizhua's eyes sparkled with astonishment. With just a breeze, the zombies meet their demise. "Sister, your abilities are truly impressive." "Silence." Qi Yinzhou interrupted his exuberance. The Gu and Wei Hao led the group through the ruins, each step taken with utmost caution. Upon turning the final corner, a stack of containers loomed like a precariously balanced tower. The Gu abruptly raised his hand, prompting everyone to tense up and hold their breath. The sight before them was suffocating. Several pathways radiated from the yard, each choked with writhing shadows. The stench of decay mingled with waves of heat, clinging uncomfortably to their skin. Hizhua swallowed hard. No wonder no one dares to approach. Just the creatures surrounding this area would be enough to obliterate us 10 times over. Lu Nange closed her eyes, concentrating as her mental energy extended outward. Indeed, they were surrounded by zombies, encircling the containers brimming with supplies. Qi Yinzhou gestured for a retreat, and the group held their breath, cautiously backing away to their parking point. "We're not here to gather supplies." Hizhua wiped the cold sweat from his brow, but rather to serve as a feast for the zombies. Holding Wei Hao's map, Qi Yinzhou swiftly sketched out routes with a pencil. The east and north lead directly into the urban area. Lu Shizhi frowned. "There are survivors in the urban area. We must eliminate those 2 directions." Qi Yinzhou continued. "The west leads to a landfill surrounded by open land, while the north is mountainous. Then we shall proceed west." Gu Qi indicated on the map. "The landfill is spacious. Move simultaneously," Qi Yinzhou instructed. "Nange, do we still have the sound equipment?" Lu Nange nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Qi Yinzhou swiftly allocated tasks. "Sage, you are responsible for the western filling area, surrounded by open space, ideal for a fire attack. The northern front is mine. Sage and I will draw the zombies for both ends." He turned to the others. Qi Yi, Ji Xian, Wenqing, Guan. "You 4 keep watch over the vehicles and stand by for any assistance." Gu Qi, Hizhua, Yi follow Nanan. Qi Yinzhou retrieved his walkie-talkie and adjusted the frequency, Once the zombies are lured away, you must act immediately. Remember, you have a maximum of 20 minutes to regroup. The group nodded solemnly, but Gucci stepped forward. How about I accompany you or Sage? Lu Shizhi interjected. We are like water and fire, mutually exclusive. Qi Yinzhou replied. It is more convenient for me to go alone. Dagu rubbed the calluses on his hands. Brother, then what about us? Lu Shizhi replied. Dagu, you must gather your own supplies. This is as far as we can go together. Dagu and Wei Hao exchanged glances and clasped their fists in farewell. Take care. Before departing, Qi Yinzhou glanced at Gucci, who nodded slightly in response. Qi Yinzhou lowered his voice, his fingertips lightly tapping the gun at his waist. Ji Xian and Wenqing, keep a close watch. Gucci pulled his sister close, using the pretext of adjusting her collar to whisper, hold your gun tight, keep an eye on Wenqing. Lu Nange held onto Liu Bei with one hand and tugged at Lu Shizi's sleeve with the other. Brother. Lu Shizi lowered his gaze to meet his sister's eyes. Don't worry, brother is strong now and can run fast. When Qi Yinzhou approached, Lu Shizi subtly shifted his position, blocking the other's view. Seizing the moment, Lu Nange retrieved the equipment from her system backpack, speakers, and a mobile phone, and swiftly handed them to the two men. Brother, Yinzhou, this Bluetooth speaker has a maximum range of about 15 meters. You must ensure your safety. Lu Shizi ruffled his sister's hair. Rest assured, you and Yi must prioritize your safety. Supplies can be sacrificed. I know. Lu Nange lifted her gaze. Qi Yinzhou added, you and Yi must place your safety above all else. Yizhua squeezed through, handing over the crystal core bag that Lu Nange had entrusted to him. With red-rimmed eyes, he said, we could actually search for supplies elsewhere. Qi Yinzhou lifted his eyelids. You saw how many cities were submerged on the way here. Ningshi may be our final opportunity. This risk must be taken. Yizhua protested. The supplies from a supermarket are sufficient for us. Qi Yinzhou retorted. Yizhua, don't speak foolishly. Chapter 56. The little donkey Lu Nange rummaged through the system backpack and retrieved 2 loudspeakers and a pair of binoculars. With swift movements, she exchanged the crystal core bags from Qi Yinzhou and Lu Shizi for 2 backpacks. She then stuffed 3 grenades, discovered by the armed police last time, into each compartment. Qi Yinzhou accepted the backpack, raising an eyebrow at Lu Shizi. 82 to 2 defensive grenades with a lethal radius of 6 meters and a powerful shockwave. If we actually use them, He Zhuang patted Lu Shizi's shoulder. Once you throw them, just run like the wind. Don't look back. Just sprint forward with all your might. Lu Shizi swung the backpack onto his shoulder, his jawline taut with determination. Out of the corner of her eye, Lu Nange noticed Gucci, Qi Yi, and Guan seemingly engaged in a conversation with Wenqing and Ji Xian. Dagu and Wei Hao were turned away from their direction. She abruptly pulled Lu Shizi aside, whispering urgently, Brother, Yinge, follow me. Yi, Zhuangge, provide some cover. Reaching the mouth of another alley, Lu Nange unveiled 2 electric scooters. Can you ride? She asked directly. Qi Yinzhou and Lu Shizi mounted their seats, with Lu Shizi responding, it's easier than driving. Lu Nange pressed down on Lu Shizi's scooter. Brother, your side is open ground. Once the music starts, toss the phone aside and just ride away, understood? Lu Shizi chuckled, ruffling her hair. Underestimated your brother, are we? What about me? Qi Yinzhou observed the siblings. Lu Nange smirked slightly. You, the male protagonist of the original story, will surely be fine. After a moment's thought, she added dryly, just run fast and come back alive. Qi Yinzhou's lips curved upwards as he replied, see you in a bit. The 2 figures on the electric scooters swiftly vanished from Lu Nange's sight. She turned back to Liu Bei Yi and He Zhuang. Addressing Qi Yi and the others with a cool tone, my brother and Yinge have set off. Wan, Qi Yi, Wenqing, Ji Xian, please stay safe. Guan waved the walkie-talkie in her hand, grinning, don't worry, Nan. Once the walkie-talkie beeps, we'll rush over to assist you. She paused and added, don't be too reckless. If it gets tough, abandon those supplies. Lu Nange nodded slightly, bending down to scoop up Liu Bei Yi. Qi Zhuangge have left. Liu Bei Yi muttered to himself, resting his chin on Lu Nange's shoulder, somewhat disgruntled. His legs were too short, hindering his performance. When would he finally grow taller? De Ge kicked a tire and shouted toward the canister, "Take care of yourselves and watch the vehicles." He then lifted his bag and nodded towards Wei Hao and the others. "Let us go." The group followed Lu Nange, stealthily maneuvering along the wall, ultimately stopping behind a broken wall at the alley's end. The mottled concrete wall was rough and scorched by the sun, radiating an intense heat that could be felt even through clothing. Everyone held their breath, with only the haunting sounds of zombies echoing around them. Qi and Zhou sped northward towards the mountains on his electric scooter. With one hand controlling the vehicle, he casually gestured with the other, unleashing bolts of lightning that struck down from the sky, instantly incinerating the zombies along his path into smoldering ash. The electric vehicle was parked at the foot of the mountain, and his agile figure began to ascend the steep slope. Pebbles cascaded from beneath his shoes until he reached a vantage point halfway up, where he retrieved his binoculars. After confirming his position, he set up the Bluetooth speaker, propping the microphone at an angle before retreating back towards the vehicle. Meanwhile, Lu Shixi's small donkey jolted across the debris-laden surface of the landfill. He found it difficult to articulate which odor was more repugnant, the stench of the landfill or that of the horde of zombies. Cursing under his breath, he halted the vehicle, tilted his head back, and pulled out the mask and gloves that Lu Nange had given him, then began to climb to the summit of the refuse pile. Once the speaker and microphone were properly arranged, he was midway through his descent when a sudden crackle from the walkie-talkie caused everyone to tense up. Qi Yinzhou's crisp voice echoed, "Brother CI, I'm ready on my end." Lu Shixi responded succinctly, 2 minutes. 10-9-1. As Lu Shixi mounted the electric vehicle and peered through the binoculars towards the horde of zombies, the moment the countdown concluded, the resonant chant of the Great Compassion Mantra erupted simultaneously from 2 directions. The solemn recitation reverberated through the ruins. Gucci peeked around the wall, raising the binoculars with narrowed eyes. Lu Nange's hazel pupils contracted as she expanded her mental energy. She could distinctly see the decaying bodies from the direction of the landfill, beginning to stagger westward towards the northern sound source. "Go!" she exclaimed, abruptly opening her eyes. The group immediately followed her lead, racing towards the landfill. The densely packed zombies parted like a tide, with the majority moving west and north, while some continued to meander aimlessly within the pile, emitting low, guttural growls. As they charged into the landfill, Liu Bei, Gu Qi, and He Zhuo instinctively formed a triangular formation, shielding Lu Nange in the center. Meanwhile, De Ge and Wei Hao had already dashed towards the container area, taking advantage of the brief moments when Liu Bei and the others dispatched zombies. Lu Nange unleashed her mental energy once more. The outlines of supplies within the containers materialized clearly in her mind. Canned food, winter clothing, medicines, daily necessities, bicycles, electric vehicles, and even specialized outdoor survival gear, all vividly appearing in her consciousness. She swiftly sifted through the items, collecting the essentials into her spatial storage. She did not intend to hoard all the containers, only taking a small portion. Having already secured her supermarket in anticipation of a resource flood, she recognized that this location, still untouched by inundation, might represent hope for others. In the distance, the northern mountains flickered with lightning. The western landfill blazed with flames, thick smoke billowing as the horde writhed in the inferno. Scanning over De Ge and the others, she noted their backpacks bulging with supplies. Clenching the walkie-talkie, she commanded, "Let's go." Qi Yinzhou replied, "On the way." Lu Shixi added, "We're returning." Guan chimed in, "Nange, we'll meet you at the intersection." The group quickly retreated towards the alleyway. In the moment when Lu Nange bent down to embrace Liu Bei, a sudden rustle erupted from the gap between the containers. A small, shadowy figure darted forth. It was a petite zombie clad in a floral dress, clutching a faded doll, its tattered hem trailing upon the ground, emitting a hoarse whimper from its throat. Its crimson eyes, with pupils reduced to pinpricks, fixated intently on Gu Qi. A sharp pain pierced Gu Qi's mind, as if countless needles were stabbing into his nerves, rendering his body immobile. "Old Gu, get out of the way!" He Zhuang bellowed, forcefully shoving him aside. As Lu Nange's psychic energy brushed against the slender figure, an icy chill surged through her nerves. A sudden, piercing pain erupted in her temples. She let out a muffled groan, her vision dimming as countless black spots erupted and faded before her eyes. In this fleeting blindness, she sensed the overwhelming pressure of the other's psychic force, a condescending scrutiny. A psychic zombie. She struggled to utter a few words through clenched teeth, cold sweat saturating the fabric of her back. It was more advanced than her own psychic abilities. No wonder she had been oblivious. Seeing Lu Nange in distress, Liu Bei's aura transformed into a tempestuous fury, seeking death. With a swift motion, a dart found its mark, striking the zombie's head with precision, causing it to jerk back violently as its decaying limbs convulsed before it collapsed heavily to the ground. In that instant, as the zombie fell, its sharp claws grazed Yi Zhuang's arm, leaving a crimson mark from which dark red liquid began to seep. Chapter 57. He Zhua's pupils contracted sharply. Old He Zhua stared at his wound, his mind flashing with images of humans mutated after being clawed by zombies. He abruptly shook off Gu Qi's outstretched hand. Go. Stay the hell away from me. All of you. Just get out of here. De Gu and Wei Hao were nearby, brandishing their weapons to fend off the approaching zombies from Lu Nange and the others. Liu Bei picked up a crystal core from the ground. Lu Nange bent down, cradling Liu Bei with one arm, and moved forward to grasp He Zhua by the collar. Brother He, stop wasting time. Gu Qi, keep up. Before He Zhua could react, he was pulled forward unsteadily. Lu Nange possessed an astonishing strength, nearly dragging him as they ran. A jeep driven by Qi skidded to a halt in front of the group, the tires screeching against the concrete. Following closely were Ji Xian and Gongzi's vehicles. Gu Wan and Wen Qing simultaneously flung open the car doors. Get in. The Ji's vehicle was already revving, and he leaned halfway out of the window, his voice hoarse. Big brother and sister, farewell. Take care. You must survive. Gu Qi shouted. Take care. Lu Nange practically threw He Zhua into Wen Qing's car. He Zhua struggled to reach for the door. Nange, are you crazy? Let me go, I can't shut up. Lu Nange slammed the door shut. If you really turn into a zombie, I'll personally send you on your way. Qi, drive. Lu Nange seized He Zhua's injured arm and extended it toward Wen Qing. Sister Wen Qing, please take a look at He Zhua. Wen Qing's palm glowed with a soft green light, enveloping He Zhua's arm as the flesh beneath the gentle luminescence writhed, healing. The jeep bounced violently down the slope, tires crushing gravel and the decaying bodies of zombies. At the end of the slope, both jeeps came to a simultaneous halt. Wei arrived. Gu Qi gripped the walkie-talkie, his voice urgent amidst the static. 1 minute. Qi Yinzhou's response mingled with the howling wind. Almost there. Lu Shixi's voice erupted in the channel at nearly the same moment. Accompanied by the sound of brakes, the two small vehicles slid to a stop. Lu Nange leaped out, and with a swift motion, an electric scooter vanished from the roadside. Nange! Lu Shixi's distinctly defined hand firmly grasped Lu Nange's shoulder, scanning her from head to toe. Are you and I uninjured? Lu Nange spun around. I and I are fine. What about you guys? We're also fine. Then let us get in the car first. He Zhua was clawed by a zombie. We need to find a safe place. Lu Nange spoke rapidly. Lu Shixi and Qi Yinzhou nodded, and the three of them almost simultaneously dove into the vehicle. Qi pressed the accelerator to the floor. Liu Bei wiped the blood-stained red crystal core and slipped it into Lu Nange's palm. Nange! He Zhua stared at the unblemished wound on his arm. His voice hoarse. How about, you guys cuff me? Without lifting her eyelids, Lu Nange swiftly produced a pair of steel handcuffs from her system backpack. With a crisp click, He Zhua instinctively cuffed his hands to the armrest of the seat. Lu Nange tightly grasped the crystal core, closing her eyes to meditate, her long eyelashes casting shadows on her somewhat pallid face. He Zhua opened his mouth, as if to say something, but Liu Bei shot him a fierce glance. His youthful voice laced with menace. Silence. He Zhua promptly mimicked a zipper motion at his lips. The carriage was enveloped in the sound of the engine. It was only when the agonizing turmoil in her mind ebbed away like retreating tides that Lu Nange finally opened her eyes. Indeed, it was a mental-type crystal core. Her psychic abilities had ascended. The convoy sped along the desolate national highway. When the dilapidated farm with its collapsed fence came into view, Lu Nange's psychic energy surged forth. Chi, right here, turn right. Ji Xian followed closely, executing a sharp turn of the steering wheel, and both vehicles elegantly arced, tires kicking up dust as they barreled toward the rusted iron gate of the farm. Among the withered grass, startled birds took flight, screeching in alarm. The group quickly disembarked. The metallic sound of car doors slamming echoed in succession. My wind-type abilities detect over a dozen zombies inside, Lu Nange announced, surveying the group with a chilling tone. Are we ready? Ready, Guwan shouted, gripping her tang knife, its blade reflecting her fervent battle spirit. The others. Nana, brother. Guwan suddenly stepped forward, her gaze resolute. Let me, Chi-E, and Wen Qing handle this. We can no longer rely on protection. She glanced at the others behind her. Chi-E and the rest nodded, all unwilling to be the ones to hold back. A shared determination ignited in the eyes of the three. Lu Nange turned to Gu Qi, who affirmed, All right, we will keep watch on the perimeter. With a swift motion, Lu Nange sliced through the chain on the gate with her wind blade, causing the iron links to snap. A horde of decaying zombies rushed out. Go, Guwan barked, charging forward with her tang knife raised. I'll fight alongside you. Gucci shadowed his sister closely. Lu Nange's gaze locked onto Wen Qing, who wielded another tang knife, launching into a furious assault against the nearest zombies, blood splattering through the air. Chi-E, adept with his dagger, maneuvered skillfully through the throng of corpses, each strike precise and lethal. His blade pierced through the eye sockets of the zombies, targeting the crystal cores within their brains. The fallen bodies scarcely had time to spew black blood before he darted toward his next target. Ji Xian's baseball bat swung with a howling wind, delivering heavy blows that echoed with the sound of cracking bones. The skulls of the zombies he struck burst apart like overripe watermelons, gore and brain matter scattering. The scene was as gruesome as Wen Qing's. Hijua's eyes glittered with excitement, his handcuffs clanking as he sidled up to Lu Nange, elongating his tone. Nana, sister. Dear sister, quickly help me open it. Lu Nange cast him a sidelong glance. What? Are you no longer afraid of harming us? Hijua grinned widely, yet madness sparkled in his eyes. Before I die, I might as well take a few down with me. Killing a couple means I've gained something, right? I can boast about my exploits in the underworld. Qi Yanzhou raised his hand and delivered a sharp rap upon his head. Be silent, will you? Chapter 58. The farm. Lu Nange retrieved the key and, with a click, unlocked the handcuffs binding Hijua's wrists. Hijua shook his heavy head and mechanically moved his numb wrists a few times. He staggered forward a couple of steps. I'm coming. No, you all are moving too swiftly, lacking any sense of martial ethics. At least leave one for me. Guwan shot him an unabashed eye roll. Sure. Then you can pile the corpses together. Later, Brother CI can just toss a fireball to incinerate them. Hey, Guwan won. Hijua dramatically clutched his chest, his voice gradually fading. We VE shared the bond of wearing open crotch pants. I'm almost turning into a corpse. Can't you be a bit gentler with me? Guwan scoffed. You're 3 years older than I am. When you were in open crotch pants, I was still in diapers. What kind of bond do we have? She glanced at her watch and coldly added, Besides, calamities bequeath 1,000 years. The speed of your transformation is alarming. You've been alive for 2 hours and still kicking. I think you're out of luck. Suddenly, Hijua swayed, and the world around him began to spin. Just as he was about to collapse, Gu Qi reacted swiftly, stepping forward to catch him securely. Hijua? Hijua? Guwan's voice tightened as she reached out to support him. What's wrong? Leaning against Gu Qi, Hijua managed a faint smile. I'm fine. He closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, an unusual darkness clouded his gaze. You all, stay away from me. He tugged at Gu Qi's sleeve. Old Gu, tie me up. Quickly. A dull thud echoed nearby as Qi Yanzhou and the others abandoned the half-disposed corpses of zombies and rushed towards them. Hijua forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Yangu, promise me. He gasped heavily, his throat struggling to form words. If I turn into one of those things, grant me a swift end. His broken voice bore an unprecedented seriousness. I do not want to become a monster. Qi Yanzhou replied. Hijua, if you don't want to smile, just don't. Guwan suddenly turned her head. Sister Wenqing. Quick, check on him. Gu Qi was already half squatting, draping Hijua's arm across his shoulder. Lend a hand. Let us get old he inside. Before he finished speaking, Lu Shizhi swiftly scooped Hijua onto the knees, carrying him horizontally. Hijua's consciousness was already fading, yet he still managed to quip, "See I go. In my next life, I'll change my surname to Lu. Is there still time?" Chaotic footsteps erupted on the concrete floor of the farm as everyone rushed through the entrance. Before them stood a row of low, grayish buildings resembling offices. Each room was closely situated, with thick dust accumulating on the glass windows. Hijua's body burned with an alarming heat, and they selected the nearest office. Dust particles danced in the sunlight as Lu Nange stowed away the obstructive desk and filing cabinet into the system's backpack. The air within the long closed space was thick with mildew and dust, prompting Gu Wan and the others to swiftly throw open all the windows. Lu Nange retrieved an air mattress from the system backpack and placed it on the ground. Lu Shizhi, his muscles taut, carefully laid Hijua down. Lu Nange extended her spiritual energy, ensuring that no individuals or zombies were overlooked on the farm before retracting her mental presence. Wen Qing knelt beside the air mattress, her healing abilities enveloping Hijua's forehead, a green halo fluctuating in intensity. After a moment, Wen Qing looked up. "Young master, he feels remarkably similar to the condition Nan Nan experienced during her fever." Gu Qi cast a glance at Wen Qing. "Are you suggesting that old he is about to awaken his abilities?" Wen Qing shook her head. "I cannot be certain. However, it is indeed quite reminiscent." Lu Nange recalled the novels she had read back in her youthful days. She vaguely remembered that by the conclusion, all members of the male protagonist group had survived and awakened their powers. Yet now, when it was deceased, the incessant rains had ceased a month earlier than expected, and both she and I had managed to survive. The narrative had already diverged from the original text. She wanted to call out to you to inquire whether Hijua might be in peril, but the last secondary crystal core she had casually stowed in her system backpack had remained inactive. When she finally remembered to check, the crystal core lay intact in the backpack, and Yu had shown no signs of response. She had asked I about it, and he mentioned it was of no use, so she had given it to Qi Yinzhou. During this period, she had also sporadically added the first-level crystal cores she collected to the system backpack. However, when it came out just as easily, she had no idea how many levels of crystal cores Yu actually required. Suddenly, her arm was gently tugged. She bent down, and Liu Bei rose on his toes, leaning close to her ear, his voice low. "Sister, do not worry. Hijua is merely awakening his powers. Those who have been bitten yet have not turned into zombies and are instead experiencing fevers are all on the verge of awakening their abilities." Lu Nange relaxed slightly, ruffling the little one's hair. "This place seems to have been abandoned for quite some time. Let us tidy it up a bit. Later, we shall move Hijua to a cleaner spot when he awakens." Gu Qi's gaze remained fixed on Hijua. "Old he took that hit for me. I will watch over him." The others nodded in silent agreement, the atmosphere within the farm heavy with tension. Qi Yinzhou and Lu Shizhi went to deal with the zombie corpses outside, while Lu Nange and the others began to clear out several adjacent offices. Liu Bei followed closely behind his sister, but was gently pressed onto a bench in the corridor. "Is it all right for I to wait here for sister?" She ruffled the boy's hair and slipped a bottle of milk into his palm. Liu Bei straightened his back. "Sister, I can help." Guan couldn't help but crouch down, reaching out to pinch his chubby cheeks. Liu Bei leapt from the bench, darting behind his sister and peeking out with half his head. He asserted with a serious expression, "Brother says boys and girls should sit separately at 7, and we mustn't be too familiar." His little face was earnest. "Therefore, Guan Jia, you cannot pinch me." Guan was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, tears of mirth pooling in her eyes. All right, I shan't pinch you." She wiped the corner of her eyes. Yi is quite capable, as all the older siblings are aware. However, you are still a child. Let us adults handle the cleaning duties, shall we? Liu Bei nodded with his milk in hand. "Thank you, older siblings, for taking care of me." As they pushed open the office door, a thick layer of dust was stirred up by their intrusion. Sunlight streamed through the grimy glass windows, and countless specks of dust danced gracefully in the beams of light. Moments ago, everyone's attention had been fixated on the unconscious Hijua, but now they were choked by the dust-filled atmosphere, leading to fits of coughing. Lu Nange covered her mouth and nose, waving away the swirling dust before her. Wen Qing Jia, Qi Igu, Jixian. Her voice was muffled as she spoke through her hand. Please step outside for a moment. Turning to Guwan, she added, Wan Jia, could you come with me? She quickly retraced her steps down the corridor, crouching to take Liu Bei's small hand. The three of them entered the room where He Zhuo was resting. Chapter 59. Awakening in the room. Only the heavy sound of He Zhuo's breathing echoed. Gu Qi. Lu Nange led Liu Bei to the window. Let I and Sister Wan take care of He Zhuo for a while. Could you assist me with a task? Lu Nange stepped inside first, gathering the desk and chairs from the office into the system backpack. In an instant, the three offices were stripped bare, revealing the mottled concrete floor beneath. Gu Qi, she pointed at the empty room. Could you use your water abilities to help wash this place? Gu Qi's lips twitched. Standing by the window of He Zhuo's room, Guwan couldn't help but laugh. Nan, your ideas are always the best. Brother, hurry up and don't dawdle. Resigned, Gu Qi raised his hand, and a clear column of water surged forth from his palm. The water swirled through the room, cleansing years of grime until all three offices sparkled anew. Only then did he cease, turning back to join He Zhuo. Lu Nange retrieved a mop and cloth from the system backpack, winking at everyone. Let us dry the water stains in this room first. We can move He Zhuo over later. She gestured toward the scorching sunlight outside. The remaining two rooms just need a quick mop. In this weather, they should dry thoroughly in less than half an hour. When Shi Yanzhou and Lu Shizi parked the car inside the yard and locked the iron gate, the office had transformed into a refreshing and clean space. Lu Nange set up an air mattress, while Lu Shizi carried He Zhuo over. Gu Qi remained vigilantly by the bedside. Observing He Zhuo's unusually flushed face, Lu Nange remarked, Gu Qi, based on our observations, the rate of corpse transformation is exceedingly rapid. He Zhuo has endured for so long. He must be awakening his abilities. I believe so too. Guwan chimed in, Brother, good deeds will be rewarded. He Zhuo will surely be fine. Gu Qi lifted his gaze to her, a weary smile gracing his lips. Isn't it said that your He Zhuo Ji is a calamity that befalls the world? That is not the same. Guwan ruffled her short hair. He Zhuo was injured while trying to save you. I'm not an ingrate. Her voice trailed off at that moment. I truly thought he would be all right. Gu Qi gently tousled his sister's hair. I know. He refocused on the unconscious He Zhuo. You all can explore around. I will stay here and watch over him. Lu Nange and the others began to venture deeper into the farm. Passing through the office area, they were greeted by rows of neatly arranged greenhouses. When an array of cabbages, radishes, and beans came into view, even Lu Nange felt a surge of excitement. Heaven knows, ever since Qi Yanzhou and the others arrived, the area had been nearly submerged. Among all the supplies gathered, fresh vegetables were scarce. The three siblings had been secretly consuming the fruits and vegetables she initially stockpiled from her family supermarket. The occasional meat they managed to procure had been claimed by Qi Yanzhou as being from Lu Nange's previous reserves at home. Regardless of any anomalies, no one had dared to inquire further. With the establishment of this farm, we can now proudly present fresh vegetables. Lu Nange gently caressed the leaves, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. At last, the dream of free vegetables has been realized. However, the quality of these vegetables varies greatly. Surely, I cannot collect the bad ones along with the good, roots and all, can I? Nan, what troubles you? Qi Yanzhou noticed her changing expression. I am contemplating how to harvest only the good vegetables amidst the bad ones, Lu Nange replied, holding a yellowing leaf. Aside from Jixian and Wenqing, only a few knew about her spatial abilities. What goes in is what comes out. Lu Shizi suggested, why don't we pull out all the good ones, clean them, and then you can store them, sister? Guwan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clapped her hands. Nan, let us pull out all the good ones. My brother can wash off the dirt, and you can store them for later use. At that moment, Gu Qi, standing beside He Zhuo, felt an inexplicable tickle in his throat. Thank you. Lu Nange nodded slightly. After a long day, we are all tired. Shall we rest early and return tomorrow? Yes. Guwan affectionately linked her arm with Lu Nange's, resting her head on her shoulder. Nearby, Liu Bei glanced at Guwan, then looked down at his short legs, his little face scrunching up in confusion. Nan. When Qing suddenly spoke, how about we pick some today? She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her slender wrists. I'll prepare a fresh meal for everyone tonight. The group's eyes lit up in unison. Wen Qing's culinary skills are exceptional. Lu Nange perked up immediately. What do you wish to make, Sister Wen? Let's pick now. Wen Qing pondered for a moment, tapping her chin. Eggplants, green beans, white radishes. Suddenly, she waved her hand. Why not? Let us gather a bit of everything. As night fell, they gathered around a makeshift dining table, relishing a long-awaited meal of balanced dishes. Lu Nange placed a chopstick full of greens on Lu Bei's plate. The little one, quick on his feet, stealthily pushed the vegetables into Lu Shizi's bowl while Lu Nange was distracted. Turning her head, Lu Nange admonished, "Yi, you must not be picky. A balanced diet is essential for growth." The little one pouted and gnawed on a piece of green vegetable, internally berating himself. Lu Bei, you've eaten bugs before, yet here you're being finicky. No, in my past life, I was 10 years old and no taller than my sister. Could it be because I didn't eat vegetables? He grabbed another piece of green, continuing to chew. As dawn broke, a peaceful night had passed. In the latter half of the night, Qi Yi and Qi Yinzhou, who had been on watch, were catching up on sleep. Gu Qi remained vigil by Hejua's side. Lu Nange and her companions went to the greenhouse to pick vegetables. In the afternoon, when Gu Qi was called to wash the first batch of vegetables, Gu Wan and Lu Bei took over watching Hejua. Bored, she leaned against the doorframe, glancing back, while Lu Bei leaned by the window. The air mattress made a faint sound. They both turned to see Hejua sitting up. You're awake? Gu Wan exclaimed in surprise. Hezhuang, in a state of confusion, waved his hand, and yellow particles cascaded down, forming a small mound on the ground. Have you awakened your powers? Gu Wan exclaimed, dashing off. Brother, Nan, Hezhuang has awakened. Upon hearing the call, everyone immediately set aside their tasks and hurried towards the office area. Old He, Gu Qi, was the first to reach the bedside, his voice laced with relief. At last, you've awakened. Hezhuang nodded listlessly. Lu Shizi leaned against the window, raising an eyebrow. Lu Zhuang, it's a good thing you've awakened. Why the long face? Hezhuang gazed up with a forlorn expression. Brother Zici, even if you allow me to take the surname Lu now, I still cannot find joy. With the surname Lu granted, what is there to be unhappy about? Lu Shizi chuckled. Hezhuang pointed to the mound of earth beside his bed. Lu Nange let out a laugh. Brother Hezhuang, are you upset about not having powers? And now that you do, you're still unhappy? You all possess powers of lightning, gold, wind, or fire. At the very least, you're water-based. Hezhuang glanced at Gu Qi. Gu Qi, does he look down on water-based powers? I've been cleaning the room and washing vegetables. Have I wronged anyone? Hezhuang lamented, as a fashionable individual. To be bestowed with earth-based powers? It does not align with my essence at all. Qi Yinzhou clicked his tongue. Young Master Lu, having any powers at all is already a blessing. How can you be so choosy? Chapter 60. The journey Hejua was about to retort to Qi Yinzhou's teasing when he caught a glimpse of Gu Qi's gaze. A shiver ran down his spine, as if he had encountered a chilling presence. He abruptly flinched, his lips twitching as though he were a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Old Gu, kindly rein in that dubious look of yours. Hejua dramatically wrapped his arms around himself, retreating slightly. Your eyes seem to covet my form. Gu Qi's temples throbbed with irritation. His teeth clenched as he muttered, I have no need to worry about you. Qi Yinzhou, reveling in the spectacle, leisurely added fuel to the fire. Ah Qi, the way Lu Zhuo looks at him is probably not as affectionate as yours. Gu Qi's expression darkened, and he spat out a few words through gritted teeth. It seems you two are blinded by foolishness. At the window, Gu Wan, munching on sunflower seeds alongside Lu Nange, suddenly shouted, Brother, pay attention to the setting. Gu Qi choked, swallowing the rest of his sentence with great difficulty, his throat bobbing as he managed to utter, I can't be bothered to converse with you all. Turning around, he found Lu Nange and the others seated in a row, cracking seeds with a cacophony reminiscent of an audience awaiting a show. Gu Qi sighed in exasperation. I have chosen my friends poorly. At that moment, Wen Qing entered, holding a bowl of warm porridge, and gently said, Young Master He, please have some porridge to settle your stomach. Gu Wan brushed the crumbs from his hands, raised an eyebrow at Lu Nange, and elongated his tone. Lu's Hijua puffed. Hijua spat out a mouthful of porridge, choking and coughing. Guan, could you not exhibit a modicum of culture? Either call me Lu Jua or Hijua. Or if you must, a compromise of Lu Hijua will suffice. What on earth is Lu's Hijua? I am not marrying in. Before he could finish, he noticed the scrutinizing gazes of Lu Shitzi and Lu Bei, and suddenly choked on his words. I do wish to. Then he shook his head vigorously. No, do I wish to? In unison, everyone urged, just drink your porridge. Hijua hastily finished the last spoonful of porridge, wiped his mouth, and was promptly pushed and jostled toward the greenhouse. He surveyed his surroundings in disbelief, pointing to himself. You want me to show my skills, and this is to be a vegetable scrubbing laborer? Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes earnest. Guan patted his shoulder, speaking sincerely. To whom much is given, much is required. This task cannot be accomplished by anyone but you, with your earth-based abilities. Hijua's lips twitched. Guan, how do those icy words escape your 37-degree mouth? Lu Nange gave a thumbs up. Go for it, Hijua, the chosen one. Lu Bei leaned back, raising his chin. Hijua, you're doing great. The others busied themselves, bending down in the vegetable patch. Hijua sighed, resigned, and lifted his hand, his fingertips moving slightly as his earth-based powers delicately dislodged every speck of soil from the vegetable leaves. Gu Qi, utilizing his water abilities, rinsed the vegetables, preparing to collect them alongside Lu Nange. The day's labor was monotonous and repetitive, yet as night fell, the group gathered around the dining table. The steaming broth enveloped the tender leaves, sliding down their throats, the explosion of flavors momentarily easing their taut nerves. A moment of bliss. This word, almost a luxury in this apocalyptic world, now feels strikingly real. After dinner, everyone gradually finished their baths and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, just past 5, the brightness outside was blinding. Lu Nange raised a hand to shield her eyes, yet could not escape the searing heat wave. The days grew longer, the temperature soared relentlessly, and even the morning breeze carried a suffocating warmth. A rustling sound of fabric brushing against itself broke the silence beside her. Is it hot again today, Nange? Guan inquired, glancing at Lu Nange, who was blinking away the remnants of sleep in her dampened short sleeves. Wen Qing had already silently sat up, pausing momentarily as he slipped on his shoes. Yes, the days are indeed longer, Lu Nange replied, her voice somewhat hoarse. As she pushed open the door, a wall of heat slammed against her. In the open space, Qi was performing one-handed push-ups, his arms showcasing defined lines of strength. A training enthusiast, he seized every opportunity to complete several sets. Miss Lu, Miss Gu, Miss Wen, good morning, he greeted, his voice laced with the characteristic breathlessness of morning exercise. The three responded briefly before heading to freshen up. Splashing cold water on her face, Lu Nange managed to dispel a fraction of her drowsiness. By the time Wen Qing prepared breakfast, everyone was awake. Having completed the vegetable preparations the previous day, they were set to continue their journey today. The two off-road vehicles did not venture back into the city, but drove straight along the national highway towards Chu City. Outside the window, the scenery appeared desolate and oppressive. Abandoned vehicles lay scattered along the roadside, twisted and haphazardly piled. Occasionally, they spotted a few long-dried corpses, left unburied, their tattered clothing fluttering in the hot wind. Most of the road signs were damaged, the inscriptions on the rusted metal plates barely legible, yet the general direction was still discernible. What was most unsettling were the plants. They thrived far more lushly than remembered, their twisted branches sprawling towards the center of the road. The overgrown wild grass along the roadside reached over 2 meters high, rustling ominously in the heat. They passed sporadic makeshift houses, most of which had broken doors and windows. No signs of life were evident, and even the zombies were alarmingly scarce. Despite the sweltering weather, the air conditioning in the vehicle offered some respite. Through the car window, the distant horizon shimmered and warped in the heat. At around noon, the two vehicles parked side by side beneath a massive old tree. As Lu Shitzi rolled down the window to pass food to Hijua and the others, a scalding wave of heat surged into the car, instantly devouring the cool air. What kind of cursed weather is this? I feel like I'm wilting. Hijua's voice erupted over the intercom, mingled with the sound of him banging on the air conditioning vent. Suddenly, a deafening bang resonated, making the entire vehicle tremble. Everyone jerked their heads up to see, amidst the swirling dust ahead, a patch of fluffy white standing prominently. Chapter 61. Roasted Rabbit. Hijua felt as though he might become embedded in the passenger window, his voice fracturing in disbelief. Goodness, have you ever seen a rabbit the size of a truck? Lu Nange and Lu Bai, both munching on bread, lifted their heads simultaneously, their eyes meeting in unison. Meet! Lu Nange's mental energy unfurled instantaneously. The mutated giant rabbit, towering at 4 to 5 meters, clawed at the ground incessantly. Its blood-red eyes whirled frantically, drool dripping from its dagger-like teeth. Suddenly, its massive front paws rose high, crashing down toward the two off-road vehicles. Retreat. Lu Nange shouted into the walkie-talkie. Qi Yi and Ji Xian simultaneously slammed on the gas, the tires screeching against the searing asphalt. Just as the rabbit's paws were about to descend, Lu Nange unleashed a mental suppression upon the creature. The giant rabbit's enormous body stiffened abruptly, staggering backward as though intoxicated. With a resounding thud, its back collided with the scorching ground, immediately filling the air with the acrid scent of singed fur. The giant rabbit bounced back, enraged, baring its teeth and lunging toward the vehicles, saliva spraying in all directions. The furious hissing reverberated against the car windows. Qi Yinzhou unleashed a bolt of lightning into the rabbit's chest, its pristine fur turning to char at a visible rate, revealing the pink flesh beneath. The giant rabbit convulsed, its once white fur now a mass of char black. With a huff, the giant rabbit lowered its head, staring at its scorched coat. Before Lu Shizi's fireball could fully form his palm, Lu Bai grasped his wrist firmly. Brother, Yinzhou, let us handle this. How can we eat something that's burnt to a crisp? Lu Nange maintained her mental control over the giant rabbit. Lu Bai's dart embedded itself precisely in the creature's forehead. Its massive form froze for a moment before crashing to the ground. A voice filled with laughter came through the walkie-talkie. Nange, do you need me to give a spa treatment? Lu Nange replied, No need. I'll collect the rabbit. We shall feast on roasted whole rabbit tonight. Hijua swallowed hard. Roasted rabbit meat. Sounds delightful, but... Nange, can we actually eat this? Lu Nange trotted over, stowing the rabbit into her system backpack. Fear not. It's merely an enlarged ordinary animal, devoid of crystal cores. Then why don't we? Hijua's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us go up the mountain and look for some pigs, cows, or sheep. Lu Shizi interjected coolly. Shall I send you directly to the Tibetan region? To everyone's surprise, Hijua became genuinely enthused. Really? For the sake of food? I would mind. Once we stock up on meat, how about we return to the capital? The group collectively facepalmed. As 6 o'clock approached, a dilapidated gas station stood forlornly by the roadside, its rusted pumps resembling bent and weary skeletons. The group turned off the engines, deciding to rest for the night. Lu Nange rummaged through the supplies she had scavenged earlier, picking out the necessary outdoor equipment. In the end, she selected 2 of the largest barbecue grills. Several young men gathered around the makeshift cutting board, skillfully dismantling the giant rabbit. Hijua was rinsing off the blood while muttering to himself, I've made it. I've truly made it. I am now one who has feasted upon the giant rabbit. He glanced at Gu Qi, recalling the incident where he had been instructed to smear excrement over his eyes. He decided to repulse him further. Old Gu, why must we consume such adorable rabbits? Gu Qi shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, why not give your tongue a moment's respite? Lu Nange and Wenqing sat before the grill, deftly stoking the flames and turning the meat. The flames licked at the rabbit, with the fat sizzling and dripping, creating a delightful sound. Before long, the rich aroma of cumin mingled with the tantalizing scent of roasted meat wafted through the air, stirring hunger within. Lu Bai, seated beside his sister, couldn't help but steal glances at the feast. When 2 platters of perfectly charred and tender rabbit meat were brought to the table, everyone eagerly dug in. Gu Qi and Qi Yinzhou, with pieces of meat in their mouths, took over the grill, heartily indulging while preparing a second batch of rabbit. By the time the last bone was stripped clean, nearly 9 o'clock had arrived, yet the skyline still blazed with orange-red hues. The sunset resembled molten gold spilled across the sky, painting it a sanguine shade. The group slumped in their slightly askew picnic chairs, sipping beverages in silence as they gazed at the twilight. As darkness began to envelop the landscape, the sound of approaching vehicles broke the stillness. Instantly, everyone tensed and stood up. Lu Nange closed her eyes, her mental acuity rippling outward. 5 vehicles. She opened her eyes. 1 SUV for ordinary sedans and 19 living souls. She had previously mentioned her wind-based ability to sense her surroundings at the farm gate, yet no one questioned her. "Boss," called out the young man in the front passenger seat, pointing to the right. "There's a gas station over there. Should we stay here for the night?" A woman's flirtatious laughter echoed from the back seat, only to be interrupted by an impatient tut. The window rolled down, and a cigarette but arced through the air like a dark red comet. "Boss, the lights are on." The young man squinted. "Looks like someone else there." The entire convoy noticeably slowed. The driver inquired, "Boss, should we check it out? We can't just camp out in the wilderness. Who knows what could emerge?" A man in the back seat finally opened his eyes and brusquely pushed away the woman clinging to him. "What's all this noise about? Never seen other survivors before? You see a living soul and panic like this?" His voice, though not loud, rendered the entire vehicle silent as he meticulously adjusted his cuff. "If there's something to gain, take it. If not, let us all just sleep separately. In this world," he suddenly snorted derisively, "this place isn't theirs. Everyone is just passing through. Can we not differentiate between social standings for one night?" The engines of the 5 vehicles gradually quieted as they lined up neatly in front of the gas station. Yet their headlights remained illuminated. Before the opposing vehicles came to a halt, Lu Nange had already stowed away all salvageable supplies into her system backpack, leaving only inconspicuous overnight gear. Several figures began to disembark, loosely gathering in front of their vehicles. As the door of the central SUV swung open, everyone instinctively bent forward. "Boss." A man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses stepped down slowly, deftly grasping the slender wrist that extended from within the vehicle. The woman stumbled as he pulled her to his side, her high heels clicking sharply against the asphalt. "Boss." The man in the passenger seat leaned closer, nostrils flaring. "That fragrance. They must have meat and food." The bespectacled man's gaze flickered behind his lenses as he led the woman forward. Beneath the gas station's lights, Qi Yanzhou and his companions stood quietly. Lu Nange, Liu Bei, Gu Wan, and Wen Qing sat in the shadows behind them. The bespectacled man scrutinized Qi Yanzhou and his group, clean features, tidy attire, each carrying a weapon at their waist. His footsteps faltered ever so slightly. How long had it been since the apocalypse began? Those who could maintain such a state were either formidable or insane. "Brothers?" The bespectacled man released his hold on the woman, a feigned smile spreading across his face. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes concealed ulterior motives. Surviving in this world was no easy feat. We merely seek a place to rest. "And we shall depart at dawn." Qi Yanzhou exchanged a glance with Lu Shizhi. After a brief silence, he tapped the grip of his gun at his waist twice. "The eastern side is yours." He raised his gaze, the flickering headlights casting a perilous shadow in his dark eyes. "If you overstep." His words faded into the air. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, forcing a laugh. "Rest assured, we absolutely will not. Thank you, young brother, for your kindness." He turned sharply to his subordinates, barking, "Hurry up and pack. Don't disturb their rest." "Yes, boss." The man in the passenger seat, undeterred, leaned closer and mimicked a throat-cutting gesture at his neck. In a hushed tone, he murmured, "Boss, what if we wait until they are asleep?" The bespectacled man abruptly kicked him in the knee, his voice low and filled with fury. "Do you even have eyes? Look at their attire. Have you ever seen anyone so clean, without a single wound? And their weapons?" He stole a glance at the firearms at Qi Yanzhou's waists. "If you wish to die, do not drag me down with you." Another scar-faced man chimed in, "Boss, don't we have abilities? Should we be afraid of them?" The bespectacled man seized the scar-faced man's throat. "Do you think they lack abilities? If you seek death, go on your own." Chapter 62. Becoming stronger before long, the bespectacled man and his companions settled on the eastern side. Their tents were strategically positioned, directly obstructing the tents of Lu Nange and her group. A narrow passage, merely a few meters wide, distinctly separated the two factions, allowing them to coexist without interference. It remained this way until the last rustles from the east faded away, leaving only the two groups of night watchmen, exchanging glances across the passage. As dawn broke, the group consumed their rations and began to rustle about, packing their belongings. The man with glasses approached as Chi-E was engaged in his exercises. "Is there something you need?" Chi-E straightened his back, regarding the man with a wary gaze. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses, offering a formulaic smile. "Brother, we are about to depart. I came to bid you farewell." Chi-E nodded, his fingers unconsciously brushing the dagger at his waist. "I shall convey your message." The convoy of the bespectacled man's group had just departed from the gas station. Faint sounds of fabric rustling emanated from several tents. Guwan emerged with disheveled hair, dark circles under her eyes. "Finally, they're gone," she yawned, rubbing her eyes. "I couldn't sleep a wink, worrying all night." Lu Nange was rolling her sleeping bag into a tight bundle, her head slightly raised. "I'll catch up on sleep once we board the vehicle." Guwan, still rubbing her eyes, suddenly recalled something. By the way, the bespectacled man's girlfriend seemed familiar. She looked like a social media influencer. Gucci poked his head out of the tent, sleepily inquiring what influencer. Guwan waved her hand dismissively. "Never mind, it's not important." After saying this, she pulled Lu Nange along, and the two headed to freshen up. With a toothbrush clenched between her teeth, foam coating the corner of her mouth, Guwan mumbled indistinctly, "Nan, have you ever been in a relationship?" Lu Nange paused in her movements and shook her head. Neither she nor the original owner had such experiences in her previous life. Nearly 20 years were spent solely on studying and figuring out how to support herself. Who had time for romance? Love? How could it be more crucial than earning a living? Guwan spat out her mouthwash. "True, you're still young. There's no rush for romance, especially in these trying times." Lu Nange replied assertively, "Indeed, rather than wasting time, it is better to enhance our strength." Guwan chuckled softly, "Exactly. Men will only slow down our ability to draw our blades." Wenqing had steamed a basket of buns using a portable stove, the steam wafting gently in the morning light. After satisfying their hunger and tidying up, they prepared to continue their journey. The vehicle traveled along the desolate highway. Lu Shixi gazed out the window, his brow slightly furrowed. Wild vines thrived in the middle of the road, their thick roots even tearing apart the asphalt, grotesquely spreading outward. He muttered under his breath, "In this dreadful weather, we're nearly baked to a crisp, yet these things seem to thrive more vigorously." Lu Nange crossed her legs and leaned back at her seat, casting a sidelong glance at the rampant flora. Humans and plants are alike. Only the fittest survive. Lu Shixi tugged at the corners of his mouth, a self-deprecating smile forming. "Indeed, who would have thought we would begin to adapt to this way of life?" Hearing this, Liu Bei tilted his head and looked at Lu Shixi. "Brother, perhaps you should speak such words when the day comes that you resort to gnawing on tree bark and chewing on insects. You little rascal." Lu Shixi abruptly turned his head, the veins on his forehead visibly throbbing. "Why would I, your elder brother, indulge in such repulsive fare? Can't you wish for something better for me?" Lu Nange, sensing that the little one was reminiscing about his previous life, gently ruffled Liu Bei's short hair. Liu Bei squinted and shrugged, adopting a nonchalant tone as he muttered, "All right, you are the elder brother. I, a mere child who has just learned to control my own bodily functions, shall not hold a grudge against you." A breath of frustration lodged in Lu Shixi's chest. Why did this feel even more infuriating? Liu Bei clenched his teeth and warned through gritted teeth, "You should limit your interactions with Gucci in the future." Inside the car, the playful bickering among the siblings continued, while the co-pilot, Chi Yinzhou, remained silent. He leaned languidly against the seat, his gaze wandering aimlessly out of the window, desolate roads, and towering trees whizzing past. Memories of the conversation he had inadvertently overheard that morning between Lu Nange and Guwan flashed through his mind. Upon first meeting Lu Nange, he instinctively categorized her as someone in need of protection. Yet, throughout their journey, he discovered her yearning for strength. She did not seek wings, rather. She desired opportunities for tempering her abilities. His excessive shielding merely served as shackles that slowed her progress. Chi Yinzhou silently tightened his fists. Becoming stronger was now the singular thought occupying his mind. The group traveled by day and sought refuge by night. As the rusted sign of Tsusher came into view, the hunched figures loitering by the roadside grew increasingly dense. Zombies crossing their path lunged at the vehicle upon hearing the noise, only to have their skulls crushed by Lu Nange and her companion's abilities in an instant. Further ahead, the road was completely obstructed by twisted and piled-up vehicles, flanked by mountains on either side. Both off-road vehicles came to a sudden halt. The doors flung open in succession, and the group stepped into the stifling heat laden with the stench of decay. Lu Nange stood at the forefront, her cherry blossom-colored crop top accentuating her pale complexion, while the straps of her black cargo pants fluttered in the wind. She slowly closed her eyes, her mental energy extending outward. Within her consciousness, there lay only congealed blood and desiccated bones. No living souls, nor wandering zombies. Delving deeper, the gray outlines of Tsusher's dilapidated buildings flickered in her mental vision. It appeared that someone had deliberately amassed these obstacles, either to deter the zombie horde or to keep people at bay. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Guan kicked at the stacked vehicles. The dull thud of metal reverberated, startling a few carrion crows in a flight. Shall we still head into Tsusher, or should we take a detour? Gu Qi squinted towards the direction of Tsusher, saying, Tsusher is an essential stop. We have already taken a considerable detour to gather supplies. If we divert again, who knows when we will return to Jing City. There are always solutions to difficulties. He Zhuang's words were abruptly cut off as he stared in disbelief at Lu Nange in the corner, who waved her hand, neatly cleaving an opening in the thick wall of the vehicle. Liu Bei instinctively raised his hand, golden light coiling around the edges of the gap to reinforce the sharpness. What are you standing there for? Move. Gu Qi patted He Zhu's shoulder gently. Lu Nange secured their two off-road vehicles and then bent down to slip through the metallic gap. Once everyone had passed, Liu Bei suddenly clenched his fingers. The twisted chassis began to writhe, as if it were a living entity, the severed edges refusing under the relentless pressure of the wind. In the blink of an eye, it regained its original, formidable stature. Lu Nange retrieved the off-road vehicle, and the group swiftly boarded, racing towards the urban district of Chu City. He Zhu, seated in the passenger seat, abruptly turned around, resting his elbow on the back of the seat. Old Gu, why didn't you just topple that heap of scrap earlier? Gu Qi, steering with one hand, tapped his temple with the other. Did Nan not mention that it was deliberately piled up, either to fend off the corpse tide or to deter people? Without a clear understanding of the situation, we are merely passing through. There is no need for confrontation. Chapter 63. Chu City. Upon entering Chu City, the situation proved to be far worse than that of Ning City. The streets were littered with debris, vehicles, and desiccated remains. Several fresh corpses remained frozen in their moments of struggle. Dark clouds of green flies swirled above the decaying flesh. As the wheels rolled over the ground, several unusually plump rats scurried from the piles of bones. Strangely, as they ventured deeper into the urban area, the roads appeared remarkably clear. The pavement had evidently been deliberately cleaned, and even the most common wandering zombies were nowhere to be seen. Something felt amiss. Lu Nange's fingers tapped unconsciously against the car window. It was too pristine. Just as her psychic energy began to extend outward, a bullet struck the ground half a meter in front of the vehicle, sending sparks flying. Immediately thereafter, a raspy warning crackled through the loudspeaker. Turn back immediately. This road is blocked. The static was interspersed with the metallic sound of weapons being readied. Behind a barricade, several dark gun muzzles were aimed at them. Lu Nange's psychic force swept across the scene, revealing a group of men, women, and children. There was no need for conflict. Lu Nange's voice resonated through the intercom. Withdraw. Take another route. The engine roared as they began to reverse, yet the guns remained steadfastly aimed. The two off-road vehicles meandered through several alternate paths, most of which were obstructed, twisting and turning until dusk fell, at which point they turned into an abandoned semi-finished housing development. There, they unexpectedly encountered three groups, each side occupying 20 to 30 individuals. Upon seeing the unfamiliar vehicles, they all stood up in unison. Chu City appeared to have been divided. Qi and Zhou assessed the teams flanking the development. Shall we settle here for the night? With no objections, Qi and Zhou and Lu Shizhi exited their vehicles to negotiate. Moments later, the tense atmosphere eased slightly, and both sides gradually lowered their weapons, though they remained vigilant. Qi and Zhou raised a hand in signal, and the two off-road vehicles slowly parked in the shadows of the innermost part of the development. The doors opened in succession, and Lu Nange and her companions emerged from the cars. Instantly, the gazes from both sides converged. Among the group on the right, several tattooed men brazenly eyed them. A balding man let out a crude whistle, his lewd gaze roving over the three girls. The sticky, unwelcome stares prompted Gu Wan and Wenqing to draw closer to Lu Nange. With a swift motion, Lu Nange unleashed a blade of wind from her fingertips, slicing through the air and narrowly missing the balding man's ear. With a sharp sound, a 3-inch deep gash appeared on the concrete pillar behind him, debris cascading down. If you wish to part with your eyes, I can assist you in extracting them. Lu Nange's voice was icy. She raised her gaze slightly, her eyes glinting with icy resolve. She was no longer the naive Lu Nange who had first entered this story. She could no longer tolerate disrespect. You filthy wench. I'll kill you. The balding man howled, clutching his bleeding ear as a spike of earth suddenly shot up from the ground, an action akin to provoking a hornet's nest. Lu Shizhi, Lu Beiya, Qi Yanzhou, Gu Qi, and Hezhua unleashed their powers simultaneously. Lu Shizhi's fireball ignited the balding man's hair, while Lu Beiya's dart precisely targeted his eyes and mouth. The lightning conjured by Qi Yanzhou rendered him convulsing and charred upon ground. Gu Qi's water arrow pierced directly through the crown of the head, extinguishing Lu Shizhi's fireball. Hezhua's earth-based abilities surged forth, completely entombing the bald man's corpse. The entire sequence transpired in a mere 10 seconds. Surrounding them, a cacophony of swallowing sounds reverberated. Those seeking vengeance, now is your moment. The flickering flames at Lu Shizhi's fingertips cast an eerie glow upon the smile that played at the corners of his mouth. The crowd before him fervently shook their heads in denial, retreating their gazes. A few even discreetly stepped back, wary of this formidable group akin to living reapers. Noticing that both factions had settled down, Lu Shizhi turned to glare at Gu Qi, exclaiming, "Old Gu, I suspect you have come solely to curse me." Gu Qi. The assembly opened their trunk, feigning the act of moving supplies. In reality, they formed a protective wall around Lu Nange, silently passing her the items she retrieved from her system backpack. The water in the pot had just begun to boil when Lu Nange suddenly mused. "Don't you think we resemble a professional funeral team?" She counted on her fingers. Cremation, burial, aquatic funerals, sky burials. A comprehensive service. Wenqing, who was adding noodles to the pot, accidentally shook and spilled the entire package. The other two factions heard the uproarious laughter and wanted to turn around, but managed to restrain themselves. In the dead of night, an eerie, writhing sound emanated from the ground. Instantly, everyone was jolted awake, their sleeping bags abruptly thrown open. The earth churned as if boiling, black waves surging from beneath. What the hell is that? Lu Shizhi kicked at the swelling mound of dirt. Lu Nange's mental energy unfurled in an instant. Rats. They're everywhere. The shrill sounds of squeaking flooded in from all directions. In the next moment, a black tide of rodents erupted from the earth. Their slick fur glistened in the moonlight, and their blood-red eyes formed a dense collective. Gu Wan leapt onto Gu Qi's back, terrified of the rodents. Fearing that a scream would bring trouble, she bit down hard on her hand. The other two factions had already descended into chaos, screaming as they snatched up supplies and fled in every direction. Some were toppled by the wave of rats, instantly engulfed by the black tide. Damn it! Lu Shizhi's fireballs exploded in succession, incinerating several holes in the rodent swarm. But they were swiftly replenished by new arrivals. Lu Bei's darts continuously struck the ground, yet they were but a drop in the bucket. Lu Nange's wind blades carved deep furrows in the earth, splattering blood and dismembered limbs. However, the sheer number of rats was overwhelming. Their abilities were exhausted far quicker than the rats could be replenished. At this rate, Qi Yinzhou's lightning shattered a portion of the rodent mass. We will be exhausted alive. Lu Nange sidestepped a lunging mutated rat, sending a wind blade flying. Hizhua, use your earth abilities to encircle us and the vehicle in a defensive barrier. Wenqing, you are responsible for supplying Hizhua with crystal cores. Upon hearing this, Hizhua immediately knelt, striking his palms heavily against the ground. With a resounding roar of earth and stone surging, a 2-meter-tall, circular earthen wall rose, sheltering everyone within its protective embrace. Taking advantage of the brief respite provided by the retreat of the rodent horde, driven back by thunder and lightning, Lu Nange gracefully waved her hand, causing the scattered supplies and the all-terrain vehicle to vanish in an instant. Hizhuga, contract the defensive perimeter and encircle us, she commanded sharply. Hizhua's muscles tensed as he forcefully pressed down, causing the earthen wall, which had been expanding outward, to collapse with a thunderous sound. The formidable wall swiftly retracted, sheltering everyone within a more confined safe zone. Lu Nange turned to her brother. Reinforce the ground with your metallic abilities. Liu Bei knelt on one knee, and as his palm touched the earth, radiant golden light spread forth like liquid. Chapter 64. The swarm of rats. Lu Nange retrieved a multitude of wine bottles from her system backpack and laid them upon the ground. The sound of glass clinking sharp and piercing. She seized one bottle, her wrist flicking elegantly, sending the vessel arcing through the air, crashing down upon the densest gathering of rats. Brother Fireball! Lu Shizhi summoned a surge of flames within his palm, launching the fireball with precision. Boom! The alcohol ignited ferociously, flames leaping skyward as the dark mass of rats was instantly engulfed, acrid black smoke billowing forth. Qi Yinzhou and the others swiftly took up the task of throwing more bottles, each explosion intensifying the inferno. Lu Nange's arms trembled as she unleashed a blade of wind. The searing wave of heat was forcibly redirected, the flames riding the gusts, transforming into a towering wall of fire several meters high. The heat distorted the air, sweeping past their position and surging backward. Squeak! The rat swarm writhed madly within the sea of flames, the stench of charred flesh permeating the air. Lu Nange abruptly ceased her assault, her psychic powers radiating outward. The tide of rats began to retreat in panic. Only when the ground fell silent, the swarm entirely dispersed, did Lu Nange's expression turn pale. Don't throw anymore. They've retreated. The flames continued to rage. Her voice hoarse, she urged, Hizhua, extinguish the fire. Hizhua pressed down, a wave of earth rising to blanket the flames, gradually quelling their fury. Exhaling deeply, the group collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, sweat mingling with soot trickling down their brows. Wenqing was the first to kneel beside Lu Nange, a soft green glow emanating from her palm. Healing energy flowed into Lu Nange's body like a gentle stream. Lu Nange's ashen complexion visibly regained its color as she sighed in relief. Thank you, Sister Wenqing. Wenqing merely smiled, her lips pressed together, then tightened her grip on the crystal core, replenishing the expended powers of her companions. As Wenqing began to restore her own abilities, Lu Nange sprang up with vigor, her eyes gleaming. Quick, dig for crystal cores. Hizhua looked up at her. Sister, didn't you say that mutated animals are merely larger and lack crystal cores? I meant that those without cores can be consumed, while those with cores cannot. Lu Nange replied, crouching down. With a deft motion, she sliced open the charred carcass of a rat. I never claimed animals lack cores. Having scanned the area with her psychic abilities, she confirmed that this entire swarm of rats possessed crystal cores. Revitalized, her companions scattered, scouring the still warm ground for treasures among the ashes. The ground was blisteringly hot, compelling them to use tools to sift through the remnants. Fortunately, most of the rats had been charred to a crisp, causing the pale, white crystal cores to stand out starkly. By the time the last core was secured, dawn was breaking on the horizon. In unison, they piled the crystal cores before Lu Nange. Nange, you distribute them. This camaraderie was precisely why Lu Nange got along well with Qi Yinzhou and the others. They were refreshingly straightforward. These first-level crystal cores were meant to replenish stamina and restore expended powers, and without hesitation, she began to distribute them evenly. We want to need them. Gu Wan and Qi Yi both shook their heads in unison. Without powers, holding onto them would be wasteful. Ji Xian also nodded in agreement. Lu Nange directly placed the crystal cores into their hands. We shall wait until awakening to use them. In the distance, before the floor-to-ceiling windows of a tall building, the metallic frame of a professional-grade outdoor telescope emitted a faint clicking sound. "You keep watch," spoke the man in black as he straightened up, stepping aside to allow his subordinate to take over. He then moved toward the center of the living room. The figure lounging on the leather sofa seemed to meld with the shadows. "Li Gu, the fire in the northern district has been extinguished. Even though we've sealed off the city, a group of newcomers has entered, and among them is a woman with healing abilities." The man on the sofa slowly raised his head, casting a sinister glance toward him, his lips curling into a slight smirk. "Xiao Zhu." A cold sweat broke out on Xiao Zhu's back, yes. The scar that ran across Su Zhe Li's left eye writhed in the shadows. Healing, quite intriguing. Retrieve her. Isn't Xie Zong in need of new experimental subjects? Xiao Zhu's forehead beaded with perspiration. That group possesses formidable strength. Just a few of them managed to annihilate the entire mutated rat swarm. A direct confrontation may be. Su Zhe Li's fingers lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa. Each tap resonating like a jolt to Xiao Zhu's nerves. "Are you implying that the abilities we have nurtured are worthless? Do you wish for me to go myself?" "No." Xiao Zhu nearly bit his tongue. I will arrange for someone to keep a close watch on them and bring them back tonight." Meanwhile, Lu Nange and her companions, having distributed the crystal cores, stood amidst the scorched earth, the air thick with the stench of charred flesh. They sought refuge in a two-story brick building. Lu Nange stood in the corner, retrieving several bags of bread and bottles of mineral water from the system backpack. "We cannot linger here," she declared, tossing the food to her companions. "Let's fill our stomachs and find another place to rest." Guan curled up beside Gu Qi, clutching her knees. "Is it possible to find a building? This muddy ground. If more rats emerge, I might perish on the spot." Izhu was unscrewing a bottle of mineral water. "Let us give it a try." Gu Qi kicked him lightly. "Try? Wrong. Wrong." Izhu leaped to the side, raising the bread in surrender. "My mouth is quicker than my mind. I apologize." Lu Shixi raised an eyebrow. "We've been traveling for several days, and we barely rested last night. In Chu City, there are roadblocks everywhere. It's impossible to find a place to rest without someone aiming a gun at our heads." Qi and Zhou leaned against the door, vigilant, with obstacles everywhere. "We might as well not drive today. The commercial street we passed yesterday has been occupied. There are numerous shops along the street. Let us find one. Rest for a day, scout the area, and plan to exit Chu City directly tomorrow." Several heads, dusted with crumbs, nodded slowly in the morning light. After a simple breakfast, the group made their way toward the commercial street. The half-hour journey yielded no zombies, yet they encountered 3 groups of survivors. The murky eyes of the others scanned their soiled clothing, lingering momentarily on their weapons. There was no exchange, no conflict. Only the taut knuckles silently pulled the trigger, swiftly disappearing into the alley shadows. Chapter 65. The shop in the bustling commercial street. Lu Nange and her companions stepped directly into the first store. The two-story establishment echoed with the sound of their footsteps, the walls reverberating with their presence. The sign above the entrance hung precariously, with only a few rusted screws defiantly clinging to the doorframe, failing to reveal its former purpose. Ascending the stairs inside the shop, it became apparent that the second floor had been hastily reconstructed into a cramped space. A musty restroom and a narrow corridor, requiring one to pass sideways, awaited them. The shop was in a state of disarray, prompting the group to retreat outside, forming 2 vigilant lines with their backs to the store. Gu Qi summoned a shimmering column of high-pressure water, which surged across the darkened floor and walls. The murky water, laden with dust, flowed towards the entrance. Once Gu Qi had cleansed both floors, Lu Nange unleashed a gust of dry air, swiftly evaporating the remnants of moisture into a fine mist. As the last trace of dampness dissipated, they filed back inside. With a resounding clatter, The rusted rolling shutter was forcefully pulled down. After securing the windows with curtains, Lu Nange retrieved a tent and sleeping bag from her system backpack. Space was limited, but they would manage to squeeze in. Qi and Zhou stood by the window, stating, "I will venture out to scout the route for tomorrow's departure. There are numerous roadblocks. We must familiarize ourselves with the area." Gucci echoed his sentiment while assisting with the tent. "I will go," Lu Nange declared. He Zhua, Lu Shizi, and Lu Bai simultaneously raised their heads, exclaiming, "I shall go too." He Zhua released the tent in his hands, turning to Qi Yanzhou and Lu Nange. "You two decide who should go." Qi Yanzhou glanced at Lu Nange, who massaged her temples thoughtfully. Chu City is rife with chaos, and there are many scattered groups. We currently lack a clear understanding of the situation. It would be unwise to venture out as a large group, as we would attract too much attention. Let's leave Jie, Wenqing, Qi Yi, and Ji Xian here. How about Big Brother, Yinzhou, and I head out first? Gucci and He Zhua. You two should stay behind. If any ability users approach, we can feel more at ease. Gucci and He Zhua exchanged a silent glance before nodding in agreement. The others felt that Lu Nange's arrangement was the most prudent and followed suit with their nods. Lu Bai clutched the hem of his sister's shirt, resembling a stubborn koala. Lu Nange cast her gaze down at him, asserting, "You will certainly stay with your sister." Satisfied, Lu Bai released his grip. After leaving behind cooking utensils, food, and a walkie-talkie set to the correct channel, the four quietly melted into the streets of Chu City. Surprisingly, not a single wandering zombie could be seen throughout the city. Most of the surrounding shops had their doors wide open, while every few streets were blocked by a haphazard array of abandoned vehicles. As the four followed the directional signs toward the city's exit, they encountered numerous barricades composed of wrecked cars. Occasionally, they came across fellow survivors, who eyed them warily from a safe distance before instinctively retreating. The midday sun scorched the concrete pavement, creating a searing heat that distorted the air, making distant buildings appear to shimmer as if submerged in water. Having confirmed their route out of the city, Lu Nange and her companions moved swiftly along the shadows cast by the walls, navigating the winding streets on their return journey. Along the way, Lu Nange spotted a well-decorated establishment and promptly checked in through the system, intending to review her rewards upon their return. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. At the intersection, two groups were vying for food. The resonating sound of bullets shattering glass reverberated through the air. Lu Nange and her companions retreated to the shadowy recess of an alley. Using her psychic abilities, she expanded her awareness outward, confirming that no one was nearby. She retrieved 4 cups of homemade iced milk tea. Lu Bai, clutching a small bottle of sweet water, gulped it down eagerly, his little feet swinging. Once the gunfire ceased, the 4 of them resumed their journey. Turning the corner, they encountered several lifeless bodies sprawled along the roadside, each skull brutally pried open, exposing the cranial cavity. A chorus of squeaks echoed from all directions. Rats, drawn by the scent of blood, surged forth, greedily gnawing at the remnants of flesh. "Achi Ajwa, open the door," Qi Yanzhou called into the intercom, gently tapping on the roll-up door. With a clatter, Hijua swiftly lifted the door. "Is everything all right? We heard the gunfire. It wasn't he aimed at us." Lu Shizi replied, bending to enter. The two groups are fighting over food. As the roll-up door descended once more, Gucci and the others switched on their flashlights. "Have you found an exit?" Qi Yanzhou tightened the cap on a water bottle. "Yes, it seems that Chu City has been taken over. Numerous small factions have dispersed throughout. Every exit from the city is blocked, and there are many barriers within the city. We can only leave tomorrow. We'll drive once we're out of the city. Let us rest well tonight and depart early in the morning." The heat intensified, turning even the cool interior of the first floor into a sauna. Lu Nange wiped the sweat from her brow and pulled a small generator and a few fans from her system backpack. Qi Yanzhou and He Zhua connected the power, and the fans whirred to life, stirring the stifling air. Lu Nange also retrieved 2 refrigerators, directing Gucci to fill the freezer compartment with water. She had hoped to use the ice she had collected from her family's supermarket, but the power grid had collapsed after the apocalypse, and no ice cubes were available during their scavenging. Although this method was cumbersome, it spared her the need for explanations. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Ji Xian, feeling an inexplicable unease in their compatibility. Unable to wait for the water to freeze, they poured the chilled water directly into metal buckets. Gu Qi replenished the freezer with more water. With a wave of her palm, Lu Nange summoned a gust of cool air infused with moisture, which swirled around the room. Gradually, the temperature began to decline, and everyone exhaled in relief. In the evening, Wen Qing prepared a few refreshing dishes and made a clay pot rice with sausage. The group ate with such fervor that their bowls were cleaner than their faces before they set down their chopsticks. Burp, Hijua said, contentedly patting his stomach. After dinner, the group lounged in their chairs, sipping chilled hawthorn water to aid digestion. While the boys tidied up the dishes, the girls took turns heading upstairs to wash up. The first half of the night was guarded by Qi, Yi, and Hijua. At 3 a.m, as they prepared to switch shifts with Qi Yanzhou and Lu Shixi, the roll-up door twisted inward with a jarring sound. Lu Nange suddenly opened her eyes, her psychic abilities extending outwards. Get up. She flung off her sleeping bag. There are dozens of them, armed with heavy weaponry. Hurry. Everyone swiftly took their positions behind the distorted roller shutter. Zhuang Gu and I, with a resounding clap of his palms against the earth, caused the earthen wall to rise dramatically. Liu Bei's fingertips shimmered with golden light as the metallic barrier was instantly reinforced. Their reactions were impressively swift. A voice echoed from outside through a loudspeaker, laced with a condescending arrogance amidst the crackling of static. Outsiders, listen closely. Chu City now bears the surname Su. The tone abruptly escalated. Surrender your weapons and crawl out while I still possess patience. Lu Shixi observed Lu Nange as she gathered supplies, and with a flash of fire, a fireball erupted from his palm and was hurled forth. Almost simultaneously, Qi Yanzhou's lightning cleaved through the night, illuminating the entire street. Ah, earth, metal, fire, and thunder? The electronic voice remained unfazed, even mocking. How the wind and water elements joined the fray as well? Quite the formidable lineup. The synchronized clicks of the machine guns being loaded echoed ominously. Unfortunately, in Chu City, the tone suddenly turned frigid. If you are a tiger, you must lie low. If you are a dragon, you must coil tightly. The number of our abilities, a cold laugh interrupted, is more than 5 times yours. Chapter 66. Chaos. The man speaking suddenly let out a muffled grunt, his temples bulging with veins as he staggered back 2 steps. In the next moment, a blade of wind sliced through the air, cleaving the loudspeaker in 2 with a sharp hiss. The man hastily enveloped himself in wood-based abilities, raising his arm in defense. Yet the wind blade still grazed part of his forearm, instantly tearing flesh and causing blood to drip from his trembling fingers onto the ground. Liu Bei's eyes brimmed with hostility as he spread his arms wide. Dozens of gun barrels across from him seemed to twist, emitting a creaking sound as if metal were being contorted. Captain, the guns. The man glanced down at the wrecked firearms, his tongue flicking over his canine teeth as he revealed a sinister smile. Spare that healing ability user. The rest. Eliminate them all. Understood. The uniformed thugs responded in unison. The moment Lu Nange withdrew her psychic energy, a chilling gleam appeared in her eyes. You want our lives? She crushed the words between her teeth. In a swift motion, she tossed several submachine guns from her backpack to her companions. Catch! With a sharp click, the guns were readied. Shua! Hijua retracted his fingers, and the earthen energy shield collapsed with a thunderous sound, cascading gravel like a waterfall. Sister Guwan, Lu Nange spoke rapidly. The opposition is composed entirely of ability users. You must retreat immediately under fire cover. Tall and short shadows surged forward like unsheathed blades. Fire, headed by Lu Nange. A group clad in black short sleeves and work pants formed a neat line. In an instant, gun muzzles spat flames, and bullets intertwined in a deadly ballet. Opposite them, various ability barriers illuminated the night. Earth, metal, wood. Projectiles collided with shields, sending dazzling sparks flying, casting flickering shadows across both sides. Retreat. Now, he, wielding a sniper rifle, pulled Gu Wan into cover. Ji Xian and Wen Qing followed closely, and the group swiftly disappeared into the shadows of a roadside shop. Seeing her companions safely withdraw, Lu Nange and her team swiftly reloaded their weapons. In the next heartbeat, 6 abilities erupted into the sky, tearing through the night towards the enemy ranks. Lower the shields. Scatter them. The injured man clutched his blood-soaked arm and roared. No survivors except the healing user. Over a dozen ability users lunged toward Lu Nange and her group, encircling them. Lu Nange surveyed the scene with a cold gaze, apart from herself and Liu Bei, who were entangled with 2 ability users. Lu Shizhi and the others were besieged by 3 or 4 attackers. A fireball hurtled towards Lu Nange's face. With a surge of psychic energy, the 2 level 1 ability users charging at her suddenly froze in place. Her peripheral vision remained fixated on Liu Bei. When she saw her brother ensnared by vines around his neck, a surge of fury ignited within her. Seeking death, a blade of wind sliced through the air, sending 2 heads soaring high. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Nange turned and dashed toward Liu Bei. She found him cornered by 2 men, one old and one young. The elder manipulated the vines, tightly binding Liu Bei's limbs and neck. "Little one, don't waste your efforts," the younger man sneered as he approached menacingly. "Behave, and Uncle will put you out of your misery." Before he could finish, a golden gleam surged in Liu Bei's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, as the flying knife severed the vines, the entangling thorns suddenly erupted. Who meets their end first remains to be seen. Uncle, the young lad, wielding golden twin daggers, bore a fierce countenance, his cold gaze aimed directly at the throats of the 2 adversaries. Blood splattered across his blood-stained cheeks, enhancing his menacing appearance. "Are you all right?" Lu Nange inquired as he gently examined the marks around his neck. Liu Bei clutched the golden blades tightly, blinking his glistening eyes and shaking his head slightly. The bloodied lashes cast shadows under the moonlight, rendering his earlier ferocity seemingly a mere illusion. Meanwhile, Hijua found himself besieged by 4 ability users, his earthen shield precariously on the verge of collapse. The surrounding earthen walls glowed a burning red from the flames of a fire ability user, the heat distorting the air. Veins bulged on his forehead as he sporadically retaliated with protruding spikes of earth from the ground, though his strength was dwindling. A gunshot rang out. One of the fire wielders fell to the ground lifelessly. Chi's sniper rifle emitted faint wisps of smoke. "Shiruye, withdraw the shield." Hearing Lu Nange's voice, Hijua promptly retracted the shield, the scalding earth crumbling with a thunderous crash, sparks flying. Lu Nange strained to mentally restrain 3 ability users. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Hijua and Liu Bei unleashed their attacks simultaneously. Spikes of earth and golden daggers erupted forth, and 3 figures collapsed amidst their anguished cries. At the same time, Gucci found himself in dire straits. Wind blades assailed him from treacherous angles, leaving his exposed skin marred with countless wounds. "Damn it, you little brat. Playing sneaky, are you?" He spat out a mouthful of blood. Not far away, Lu Shizhi's fireballs tore through the night sky, illuminating the assailant's figure. He fought while retreating, sending scorching fireballs crashing towards the enemy, forcefully carving a path. "Hold on tight." He grasped Gucci's arm, hoisting it over his shoulder. Gucci leveraged the support to stand upright. "Don't worry, I won't die." 8 ability users surrounded them in a fan formation. Gucci quickly surveyed the battlefield, his throat tightening. "Let us hope today, next year, ISNT, our Memorial Day." "Shut up," Lu Shizhi retorted, intertwining his hands as fireballs rained down like meteors on either side. "If you keep jinxing us, I'll burn you first." Gucci directed a water column at one of the ability users, dousing the flames licking at him. Lu Shizhi rolled his eyes. "Come on, you undercover agent. Take a breather." Qi Yanzhou found his movements hindered by a lightning ability user, but he sensed the precarious situation of Lu Shizhi and Gucci from the corner of his eye. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blinding bolt of lightning aimed at the weakest foe. He lunged forward, seizing the convulsing enemy and throwing him like a sandbag towards the other 3 ability users. Before they could react, another serpent-like bolt of lightning erupted, illuminating the space with dazzling electric light. Qi Yanzhou leapt to join Lu Shizhi and Gucci, standing back to back. "Are you all right?" They both shook their heads in response. Qi Yanzhou glanced at the lightning user pursuing him. "Ah, Qi, spray water towards them, especially that one with the crackling lightning. Gu Qi understood, drawing his arms in a circular motion, a high-pressure water column sweeping across the circle of ability users. Qi Yanzhou infused the water column with lightning. The blue-white currents racing wildly through the flow, augmented by the presence of the ability user within the water curtain. 12 extraordinary individuals simultaneously convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Lu Shizhi exaggeratedly shook off non-existent droplets from his attire, exclaiming, "Achi, maintain a certain distance from both me and Yin Gu in the future." Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Lu Nange and Lu Bei rushing towards them. He swiftly propelled Gu Qi into Qi Yanzhou's embrace, stating, "Catch your conductor." Meanwhile, he hurried to meet his younger siblings, inquiring, "Is anyone injured?" Qi Yi and Gu Wan, along with a few others wielding weapons, also rushed forth. Chapter 67. The clamor of applause. Suddenly, the sound of applause erupted from the side. A man draped in a black trench coat stepped forth, his pace unhurried. Over 20 armed individuals with supernatural abilities silently encircled them. Truly captivating, indeed. The man halted 10 paces away from the crowd and introduced himself. "I am Xiao Zhu, a member of the Su family. You possess considerable strength, and we, the Su family, have no desire to be your foes." Lu Nange and her companions subtly shifted, positioning Gu Wan and the others behind them. Yizhua bellowed, "What is the matter with you? Why do you keep bothering us? If you don't wish to be adversaries, then why come here in the dead of night with so many to ambush us?" The man beside Xiao Zhu, clutching his arm, was about to speak when a piercing gaze pinned him in place. He immediately fell silent, taking 3 steps back in submission. "Please remain calm. We merely wish to assess your abilities. After all, an assessment of strength is merely the prelude to a transaction." Xiao Zhu gently stroked the buttons of his trench coat, directing his gaze toward Lu Nange and her companions. In the shadows, when Qing had her palm pressed against Gu Qi's back, a faint green healing aura emanating subtly. Lu Nange stifled the pain throbbing in her mind and extended her mental energy. This area was evidently cleared in advance, as there was no one else around. She scanned the perimeter discreetly. These newly emerged superhumans were evidently of a higher caliber than the previous ones. Qi Yanzhou raised an eyebrow at Xiao Zhu and proposed, "Perhaps we should discuss the terms of this transaction?" Xiao Zhu gestured toward Wen Qing, stating, "It is quite simple. Surrender the woman with healing abilities, and I assure you that you will leave Xushu alive. What say you?" Wen Qing, having just healed Gu Qi and now absorbing a crystal core, suddenly trembled. Qi Yanzhou's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with fury. "Absolutely not." Almost simultaneously, Lu Nange and the others positioned themselves protectively in front of Wen Qing. Xiao Zhu retorted, "Isn't it worth trading one life for the safety of your entire group? Look at us. Do you truly wish to resist? What kind of world is this? Still so naive?" During the negotiation, Lu Nange, using the crowd as cover, leaned down discreetly. Pretending to cough, her lips barely moved as she whispered, "While I count to 3, run towards the end of the street. Brother, you take eye on the left. Yanzhou and Brother Gu Qi, you handle the right. Yizhua, you cover our retreat." Lu Shizhi shot her a glance. "What are you planning? If you don't clarify, I'll 1T go." Lu Nange lightly tapped Lu Shizhi's wrist. "Don't look at me. Just do as I say. Run, and whatever you do, don't look back." The 82-2 defensive grenade has a lethal radius of 6 meters. They are worth having. These individuals are formidable. We may not win in a brawl. "And you?" Lu Shizhi asked quietly, pretending to rub his neck. A glint of cunning flashed in Lu Nange's eyes. "Once I throw the grenade, I'll make my exit. I'm swift, very swift." The others nodded in agreement, and Qi Yanzhou signaled an okay with his hand behind him. "Are you ready? 3, 2, 1, run." Gu Wan and the others bolted towards the end of the street. Lu Shizhi and Qi Yanzhou split to the sides, unleashing their abilities as they forcefully carved a breach in the encirclement. Xiao Zhu leisurely adjusted her cuffs, a smile playing on her lips. "Run, run faster. It's more amusing when the cat chases the mouse. Damn it." As she spoke, Lu Nange unleashed a flurry of wind blades, each whistling through the air. Simultaneously, 3 grenades arced gracefully aiming directly at Xiao Zhu's face. In a flurry of urgency, Xiao Zhu raised a metallic barrier for defense. "You foul woman," she bellowed. "This is dishonorable." With a nimble leap, Lu Nange activated her system rewards, leaving behind a phantom in the haze of gunpowder. Before the explosion's brilliance fully erupted, she had already darted back to Liu Beiye's side. "Zhuge, Earth Shield Yi enhance." The group huddled within a double-layered defensive perimeter. With a deafening roar, the shops on either side crumbled like a row of dominoes, sending up clouds of dust that obscured the sky. Lu Nange retracted her psychic abilities. "Now's our chance. Retreat." The group held their breath, swiftly fleeing under the cover of the ruins. It was not until the tremors of collapse had completely subsided that they heard the intermittent sounds of coughing from deep within the debris. "Cough, cough." Xiao Zhu's voice pierced through the dust. "We must search every inch for them, kill on the spot. Cough. Bring that healer back to me." Amidst the inky darkness of the night, Lu Nange and her companions navigated through layers of obstacles, racing towards the survivor zone at the end of the street. The earlier explosion seemed to have frightened away all the guards. The entrance was deserted. They found a corner fully engulfed in shadows, leaning against a weathered brick wall to catch their breath. Once acclimated to the dim light, everyone instinctively gathered around Lu Nange, voices of concern echoing in the darkness. "Are you all right? Nan Nan. Are you hurt? Nan Nan. Nan Nan." Lu Nange forced a shake of her head. "I'm fine." Cold sweat matted her disheveled hair against her pale cheeks. Wen Qing grasped her icy hand, the green glow of her healing powers flickering between their fingers. As the green light gradually faded, Gu Wan supported Wen Qing, who seized a crystal core, regaining her abilities. After catching her breath, Lu Shixi unceremoniously scooped his sister into his arms. "Lu Nange, brother, I really am fine. Sister Wen Qing has healed me. Let's find a safe place first." "Who's there?" Gu Qi's sudden sharp command rang out from the alleyway. From the corner, a diminutive figure, barely waist-high, slowly emerged. Disheveled hair framed a face almost entirely obscured, revealing only a pair of startlingly bright eyes. "I have a place to stay," the child's voice, imbued with an unsettling maturity for their age, nonetheless betrayed a hint of childishness at the end. "But you must trade me food." Gripping a rusted steel pipe tightly, the child added defensively, "Don't think you can fool me. I'm really fierce." Lu Nange crouched down, rummaging through her backpack to produce 2 bags of compressed bread. "Will this do?" The child's eyes lit up instantly, though they feigned composure. Extending 5 fingers, "I need 5 bags. It's not greed. You're so many people, 5 bags." "Deal," Lu Nange replied. The crowd followed the child through the labyrinthine alleys, ultimately halting before a dilapidated apartment with peeling exterior walls. Before unlocking the door, the child abruptly turned, glaring at them with an expression they believed to be fierce. "Remember, once inside, you must nod at whatever I say." The key, extracted from a grimy lanyard, emitted a sharp clink as it was freed. The creaking of the door hinges startled a figure inside, accompanied by a sporadic cough. "Gio, out so late." Again, the interior was dim and filthy, sparsely furnished, with walls stained from water damage. "You all wait here. I'm fine, mama." Gio fumbled to pour a glass of yellowed water. The rim of the cup bore questionable stains. On the other end of the street, a rumble echoed, as Uncle He and the others had gone to a meeting, leaving me to bring back a few refugees. Chapter 68. Li Wei responded to Gio with a heart-wrenching cough. "Mother." The cup was forcefully placed down, and Gio rushed to the bedside, her small hands gently patting her mother's emaciated back. "Gio, you must not lie." The mother's voice suddenly turned stern. Gio bit her lip. "All right. I met some older brothers and sisters on the road." She stole a glance at the doorway. They didn't look like bad people, and they gave me 5 bags of bread. At that moment, Lu Nange lightly tapped on the doorframe. Several boys stood in the center of the living room, not advancing closer. 3 girls remained at the bedroom entrance. The woman on the bed abruptly pulled her daughter into her embrace, her other hand grasping a kitchen knife beside her. "My daughter is naive. She took your things. I will return them to you." Each word was pronounced with great emphasis. "Now, please leave my house." As her face turned fully towards the light, The scars crisscrossing her visage became evident. Lu Nange and her companions maintained their composure, yet their pupils momentarily contracted. Wenqing's nails dug deeply into her palm, using the pain to uphold a facade of tranquility. Lu Nange pretended to retrieve a box of cough medicine from her pocket, but in reality, it came from her spatial storage. She bent down and placed it on the cracked floor. "This is cough medicine." She took a step back. "We apologize for the disturbance." Lu Nange and her group turned to leave, and Jiujio's mother relaxed her grip on the knife. "Do you like them?" Jiujio's mother suddenly softened her tone. "I like them, mother," Jiujio quickly replied, then added in a whisper, "But they gave me bread, 5 bags. Let them stay in the 2 rooms inside." Jiujio's mother suddenly said, looking at the cough medicine on the ground. Jiujio's eyes instantly brightened, her short legs darting towards the door. Those were 5 bags of bread, enough for her and her mother to eat for a long time. "Sister," Jiujio tugged at Lu Nange's clothing. "Mother said you can stay in the inside rooms." The group exchanged glances. They were still unclear about the Su family's background, but given the current situation, it was likely that many outside were searching for them. Their abilities had been thoroughly assessed by the other party, who had evidently been monitoring them. If Wenqing was determined to have them, it was clear that the exits were being watched. Remaining here temporarily was indeed the safest option for them. The group nodded slightly at Lu Nange. Lu Nange crouched down, meeting Jiujio's gaze. "Thank you. We will leave as soon as possible." Jiujiu lifted her small face, feigning maturity as she huffed, considering those 5 bags of bread. "You may go in, but do not disturb my mother's rest." With that, she turned and slammed the door shut, sending a few specks of dust fluttering down. Feeling the owner's vigilance, the group entered the inner room quietly. After locking the door, they swiftly examined the empty space. The windows were obscured by dark curtains, and the mottled walls bore traces of mold. Cobwebs gathered in the corners, with no other anomalies present. Lu Nange retrieved several folding chairs from her spatial storage, allowing the group a moment to breathe. The first-level crystal nucleus had become nearly useless in their hands. Gu Qi and Hizhua each held a crystal nucleus, attuning themselves to the faint surges of energy within. Despite having absorbed dozens, they could barely fill a fraction of their supernatural void. In contrast, Wenqing's healing abilities enabled them to recover their powers more swiftly. They needed to be in optimal condition. After settling down, Wenqing diligently tended to each of them in turn. By the time she restored her own powers, the previously accumulated crystal nuclei had nearly been depleted. As the green light in her hands gradually faded into pure white, she suddenly widened her eyes. "I believe I have leveled up." All eyes converged upon her. Wenqing continued, "After my upgrade, the efficacy of a level 1 crystal nucleus is almost negligible." Lu Shizhi and Gu Qi exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Lu Nange contemplated silently, inwardly grumbling. "I told you to read the entire text when it shares a name. How could you have missed something so significant?" Qianzhou remarked, "It seems that after leveling up, we will require corresponding level crystal nuclei." Hizhua added, "Does this mean Wenqing will be even more formidable in her healing abilities? However, she will need level 2 crystal nuclei to restore her powers." "Almost certainly," Gu Qi intoned gravely. Lu Shizhi affirmed, "Thus, we must gather more level 2 crystal nuclei." Qianzhou's mind flashed back to the level 2 zombies they had encountered previously. We can no longer overly rely on Wenqing's healing abilities. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew tense. Wenqing lowered her head, murmuring, "What if?" "No, it's not feasible." Several voices erupted simultaneously. Lu Nange asserted, "Wenqing, you have joined our ship of rogues. There is no reason to abandon it midway." Hizhua echoed, "Indeed, Wenqing. Once aboard, we are family friends. Partners, there is no separating halfway." Lu Shizhi cleared his throat. Though the Chinibu boy's manner of speaking is rather foolish, he is not wrong. We are a team. If we were to hand you over to ensure our own escape, we would be ashamed of ourselves. Guan intertwined her arm with Wenqing's. With reddened eyes, Wenqing expressed her gratitude. "Thank you all." As the first light of dawn seeped through the cracks of the window, a series of soft, urgent knocks startled everyone awake. Instantly, they fell into a state of alertness, pressing silently against the walls. Lu Nange's mental energy swiftly extended outward. Qi Yanzhou lifted a corner of the curtain with his fingertips, scanning the area outside. No ambush, no anomalies. He shook his head at his companions. I'm going to open the door. A gentle knock echoed from the door, accompanied by a hushed voice seeping through the crack. Please do not make a sound. The thin walls could hardly muffle the conversation outside. A male voice inquired, Jiao, did you sleep well last night? Were you frightened? Uncle He. Jiao is not scared. A stooped middle-aged man bent down, his rough hand gently ruffling Jiao's withered hair. Here, this is today's water and food. Jiao took a step back, her small hand clasped behind her. No, Uncle He, thank you, but Mother has always said, we must rely on ourselves. Hiao sighed, placing the bulging cloth bag onto the precarious table. Xiao Wei, the items are in the living room. There's still work to be done in the team. If you need assistance, have Jiao call for me. In response, a heart-wrenching cough erupted, mingled with Li Wei's hoarse voice. Hiao, I have told you, cough, you are nothing to us. Take your things away. Outside, only the faint sound of a door closing could be heard. Jiao swiftly darted into the inner room. She cautiously extracted the cough syrup given by Lu Nange and offered it to Li Wei's parched lips. After taking the medicine, Li Wei struggled to prop herself up, her frail fingers weaving through her daughter's tangled hair. Jiao, she whispered faintly, are those people still in the room? Yes, Jiao nodded vigorously. They haven't come out. Li Wei took a deep breath. Help me to get up. With her daughter's support, the emaciated woman labored to rise from the bed. She dragged her ailing body to the living room and, facing the closed door, spoke solemnly. Gentlemen, please come out and speak. Chapter 69. The Su family in the dim light. The door creaked open. You are not from Chu City. Li Wei's voice was hoarse yet resolute. He Zhuang raised an eyebrow. Sister, how do you know? The commotion last night. Li Wei absent-mindedly stroked her daughter's hair. It must be due to you, right? Lu Shixi crossed his arms. Since you figured it out, why not speak plainly? In the heart of Chu City, Li Wei suddenly broke into a fit of coughing, and Jiao hurriedly patted her back. There are no young people left, especially not those with your remarkable qualities. Zhuang dragged a creaky wooden chair over and sat down. Sister, what do you mean by that? Li Wei pondered the food and medicine they had provided, her tone softening slightly. Considering the food and medicine you've given, I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Lu Nange retrieved several packets of compressed biscuits from his backpack and placed them on the table. Hello, may I inquire about the Su family? Li Wei's hand paused in her daughter's hair, glancing at Lu Bei. After a moment, she replied, you can call me Sister Wei. She lifted her slightly clouded eyes. The current Chu City is the hunting ground of the Su family. We, the survivors outside, are merely pawns in Su Zili's hands. Qi Yanzhou furrowed his brow. Sister Wei, what do you mean by pawns? Li Wei's gaze swept over the strikingly handsome, young individuals before her. Their eyes showed no flicker of emotion at the sight of her grotesque scars. She tugged at the corner of her mouth, forcing a smile more pitiful than tears. When the apocalypse first erupted, the Su family masqueraded under the banner of building a human defense line. Her nails dug deeply into her palm. They deceived the military, the ability users, and the young and strong into the Su family stronghold. Once they had cleared Chu City of zombies with their lives, she suddenly erupted into a fit of coughing, as if trying to expel her very lungs. The food and drink at the celebratory banquet were laced with poison. Only by regularly administering antidotes could one continue to survive. Her bloodshot eyes fixated on the ground. Those who resisted perished that very night at the banquet. The remaining elderly, women, and children in Chu City could only survive if they had relatives working for the Su family or young people. The rest either became zombies or were reduced to smoke in the incinerator. We, the family members, were scattered and raised like livestock, afraid to even ask who our neighbors were. The Su family would select capable leaders for each area. These leaders would determine which individuals would venture out daily to gather supplies. All collected food had to be surrendered weekly in fixed portions to the Su family. A grain of rice or a bottle of water missing would render that area silent to the point where not even a dog-ass bark could be heard. Gucci scoffed. Even in the apocalypse, the Su family still plays the feudal game? Li Wei slowly raised her eyes, her voice soft as if reciting an obituary. In Chu City, the Su family is the law. They nod, and you may breathe. They frown, and you won't even leave behind a corpse. Wen Qing's gaze fell upon the intersecting scars on her face. Did they do this to you? Li Wei covered Jiujiu's ears and said, I did this to myself. It's quite frightening, isn't it? In Chu City, there are many women with faces marred like mine. She held her daughter close. Only by doing this can I avoid being taken to the Su family and stay here with my Jiujiu. Li Wei glanced at them. I've said everything that needed to be said, both what can and cannot be spoken. You should leave as soon as possible. In a couple of days, the Su family will begin patrolling every area. Lu Nange and the others nodded slightly. Thank you, Sister Wei, Lu Nange said softly. We will depart tonight. Li Wei shook the food that Lu Nange had given her. It's merely an exchange of value. She looked at Liu Bei. Take good care of this child. Do not let him out of your sight. With that, Li Wei staggered back into her room with Jiujiu. Lu Nange and the others returned to their temporary refuge. Hijua clenched his fists. Does the Su family consider themselves emperors of a land? Lu Shizi shot him a glance. In a world governed by the law of the jungle, the weak are devoured by the strong. Guwan rubbed her throbbing temples and spoke softly. Sister Wei and Jiujiu appear so pitiful. Nan, everyone, should we leave some food for them when we depart, just like we did for Go and the others? Lu Nange nodded quietly, her gaze shifting to Qi Yi in the corner, her brow furrowed. Let's leave some small, storable items. Otherwise, if the Su family discovers them during their patrols, it might inadvertently endanger them. Qi Yi had not followed them out, which was unlike his usual behavior. Qi Yinzhou sensed something amiss and stepped forward to Qi Yi, crouching down to place a hand on his forehead, which was burning hot. When Qing approached, and his fingertips glowed with a hint of ability. After a brief pause on Qi's forehead, his expression grew serious. This isn't just a common fever. It resembles the onset of an ability awakening. Guwan suddenly swayed, leaning against the wall, her voice faint. I think I might have a slight fever too. Wen Qing quickly turned to her, probing with his ability once more. After a moment, he nodded. It's the same as when Nan and Xiao He awakened. Lu Nange rummaged through the system backpack and pulled out 2 folding beds, allowing Guwan and Qi Yi to lie down. Ji Xian leaned against the wall, his gaze flitting between the two. Now, he was the only one who had not awakened. He self-deprecatingly tugged at the corners of his mouth, inwardly lamenting. Truly a group of prodigies, yet he alone remained behind. Lu Nange tucked the blanket around Guwan and turned to everyone. I'll go speak to Sister Wei. If Wan and Brother Qi Yi do not awaken tonight, we will have to delay our departure until tomorrow evening. When Qing immediately followed, I'll accompany you. Liu Bei trailed behind Lu Nange like a little shadow. As they stepped outside, when Qing lowered his voice, Nana, do you think I should show Jiujiu's mother? Lu Nange paused briefly. Sister Wen Qing, I respect your decision, but it's best to wait until we are about to leave. I understand. Wen Qing pressed her lips together, expressing her understanding of the perilous nature of their situation. I know it's too risky, but seeing Jiujiu, that child needs her mother to survive. However, what if we are exposed? Lu Nange gently patted her shoulder, reassuringly stating, it should be fine. Ever since awakening her psychic abilities, Lu Nange had developed a vague perception of the emotional fluctuations of those she touched, a factor contributing to her persistent wariness towards Ji Xian. The sound of Lu Nange's knocks startled the occupants within. Jiujiu opened the door, her cherubic face turned upwards to gaze at them. Inside, Li Wei was reclining against the headboard, her frail fingers clenching the edge of the quilt. What is it? She asked. Lu Nange handed a bag of malt biscuits to Jiujiu, addressing Li Wei. Sister Wei, we may need to stay another night. Li Wei gestured for her daughter to accept the biscuits. Her voice hoarse as she replied, if anyone finds out, I will claim that you two coerced us. Lu Nange nodded slightly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Chapter 70. The Empty City Strategy as Lu Nange and Wen Qinghe returned to their room. They had scarcely settled when Lu Shizi spoke up. According to Sister Wei, the entire Chu City is under the surveillance of the Su family. We can only leave the city under the cover of night when visibility is diminished. He Zhuang, with a downcast expression, lamented, Brother Sai. To put it bluntly, we seem like lost dogs. Lu Shizi firmly grasped He Zhuang's shoulder. Last night, we nearly faced total annihilation. Confronting the entire Su family would amount to delivering ourselves as sacrifices. He Zhuang despondently slumped into his chair, but Sister Wei, Jiu, the survivors of Chu City, their plight is truly dire. I had hoped that awakening my powers would turn the tide, yet before I could rise, I find myself ensnared. The group fell silent. Qi Yanzhou raised his eyelids to glance at Yi Zhuang. Then we must strive to become stronger. Otherwise, how can we protect those we wish to safeguard? The weak cannot even choose the manner of their demise. Gu Qi turned to look at Guan. To live is to hold hope, to have the right to extend a hand to others. Once dead, nothing can be altered. Lu Nange interjected. Now is not the time for heroics. None of us possess the strength to alter the current state of Chu City. Perhaps we should first devise a plan for our escape, once Wan and the others awaken. Yi Zhuang suddenly sat up straight and gazed at her. Nange, you are becoming unfamiliar. Lu Nange arched an eyebrow, signaling Yi Zhuang to continue. You have grown far too quickly, so much so that I'm beginning to rely on you. This statement landed like a stone in still waters, sending ripples throughout the group. They were struck by the realization, when had their little sister, who ought to be under their protection, transformed into their cornerstone. Lu Nange gently ruffled Liu Bei's hair. After a moment, she murmured, because I have people I wish to protect. She had not matured too swiftly. Rather, from the moment she entered this world, she had been acutely aware of the inevitable conclusion. She felt like an observer. At the scene of that car accident, blood blurred her vision, and she gazed at the twisted wreckage, contemplating, let it all end here. It was Lu Papa who had pulled her back. She owed him a life, stockpiling supplies, caring for Ai, and departing for Jing City with Lu Shitzi. Every step felt as though she was being propelled forward, as if fulfilling a predetermined mission. Yet, at some point, a small figure had burst into her life, without questioning the reasons or the rightness of it all, always standing in front of her. Thus, NPCs gained flesh and blood, and the observer acquired a vulnerability. She had family, friends. She yearned to grow strong, to dedicate herself to protecting something precious. Lu Shitzi, with a crimson gleam in his eyes, reached out to touch Lu Nange's hair. Are you not weary? Lu Nange shook her head. Liu Bei curled up in her arms like a kitten, sipping his milk in a detached manner, internally musing, as long as I am with my sister. I should include Brother Ci. Otherwise, he cries, and it's quite a sight. Yin Zhou and the others are also quite good, often carrying me around, for now. This will do. Once my legs grow a bit longer, I can protect my sister myself. The room fell into silence, as Qi Yinzhou requested paper and pen from Lu Nange. The sound of the pencil gliding over the paper was strikingly clear. Qi Yinzhou meticulously sketched their location and the route to Chikishi. Once the route was established, silence enveloped the room once more. Everyone awaited, waiting for Qi, Yi, and Gu Wan to awaken from their stupor. Ji Xian leaned against the wall, remaining taciturn. Suddenly, Gu Qi's hand rested on his shoulder. Don't rush, old Ji. Gu Qi's voice was low. The awakening of abilities is akin to a delivery. One can never predict its arrival. He Zhuang interjected, but it will arrive eventually. Ji Xian shot him a cold glance. You speak so lightly because you have already awakened. Indeed, He Zhuang exaggeratedly threw up his hands. Before I awakened, I wondered if the heavens were nearsighted and astigmatic. Ji Xian scrutinized He Zhuang's carefree expression, silently lamenting. Does he not comprehend that I am mocking him? His clenched fist gradually loosened. Gu Qi sensed that continuing this conversation might inadvertently hurt Ji Xian's pride. So he patted Ji Xian's shoulder and shot a warning glance at He Zhuang, who instantly mimicked zipping his mouth shut. Gu. Liu Bei's little stomach began to make its presence known. Liu Bei looked up, his chubby face paired with moist eyes, tilting his head. Sister, I want to eat meat. That soft, melodious tone instantly melted Lu Nange's defenses. When Xingxin was equally charmed. What else do you wish to eat? Annie will prepare it for you. Liu Bei shook his head. Sister Wenqing, let us wait until we leave here. The aroma would be troublesome. Wenqing nodded yes. Yes. Once we depart from Chikishi, I shall cook for you. Thank you, Sister Wenqing. Lu Nange couldn't help but chuckle lightly, gently tapping his smooth forehead. By noon, Aside from Lu Bai munching on a cola chicken wing, the others continued to nibble on bread. In the mid-afternoon, Qi Yi's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening his eyes. Young master. Qi Yanzhou rushed over. He Zhuang, brimming with excitement, dashed to the bedside. Brother Qi Yi, quickly. See what ability you have awakened. Qi Yi opened his palm. A tender green vine timidly emerged, swaying gently. Lu Bai tiptoed and tugged at Lu Nange's sleeve. Understanding. Lu Nange bent down, and the little one immediately leaned in to whisper, "Sister, it's wood-based. Can it help produce a lot of food in the future?" The two pairs of clear amber eyes locked, sparkling with fragments of light, their smiles reaching the corners of their eyes. Suddenly, Lu Shixi's large hand descended from above, resting on their fluffy heads. "What are you two murmuring about behind my back?" Lu Nange leaned against her brother. "Brother Qi, he has wood-based abilities. I and I were pondering if it could help produce ingredients." He Zhuang's ears perked up, and he turned around suddenly. "Does that mean we will have a bounty of vegetables in the future?" "There is that possibility," Lu Nange nodded gently. He Zhuang stroked his chin. "I wonder what Guwan's ability is. If it's earth-based, would that not be somewhat incompatible?" Qi Yanzhou remarked nonchalantly. "Well, earth-based abilities suit you quite well." Hijua. The silence at this moment is deafening. When Guwan awakened, Hijua sat by her bedside like a sorrowful little puppy, muttering incessantly about earth abilities. Guwan opened her eyes and rolled them, her voice hoarse from sleep. "Hijua, I'm not dead yet. What are you reciting a death chant for?" Hijua suddenly sprang up. "You're awake. Guwan Wan, quickly tell me, what power have you awakened?" "Be quiet." Guwan rubbed her temples. "Your chatter is more fragmented than minced meat in a market." Gucci handed her a bottle of mineral water. "Wan Wan, are you still feeling unwell?" Guwan shook her head, palm facing upwards. A small, fiery orange flame flickered to life and then quickly extinguished, as if shy. "Fire abilities." Hijua let out a wail and collapsed into the chair. "This is simply too cool." Lu Shixi draped an arm over Guqi's shoulder, smiling knowingly. Undercover. The world of water and fire has reached an accord once again. Chapter 71. A Heart of Compassion Upon Awakening. Qi Yi and Guwan decided to leave Chu City that very night. After simple dinner, Lu Nange placed some compressed biscuits and non-perishable food in their room before everyone made their way to the living room. A few boys remained behind in the parlor. Knocking softly, Lu Nange and Wenqing approached Li Wei's door. It was still Jiao who opened the door, looking up with innocent eyes. "Sister, is there something you need?" Lu Nange crouched down to meet her gaze. "We're leaving tonight, and we came to say goodbye." Wenqing walked directly to the bed where Li Wei lay. "Let me see how you're doing." "You are a doctor?" Li Wei shrank back warily. Without a word, Wenqing grasped her wrist firmly. As Li Wei struggled, a warm sensation suddenly coursed through her limbs. To her astonishment, the pain that had tormented her for so long began to dissipate. "Take good care of your daughter." Wenqing released her grip and turned toward the door. Li Bei, attempting to rise to express her gratitude, was halted by Wenqing's gesture. "Nange, let us go." Under the watchful eyes of Li Wei and Jiao, Lu Nange and the others departed from Jiao's home. As the door clicked shut, Jiao looked up at Li Wei. "Mama, you're not coughing anymore?" Li Wei, bewildered, touched her chest. "Indeed, I'm no longer coughing." The beautiful sister left a gift in the room. When Li Wei saw the large bag within, her legs weakened. It was filled with individually packaged, long-lasting food. A note lay quietly on top. "Survive, disperse, and hide well. Do not let anyone discover." Tears fell upon the note as Li Wei turned to chase after them, only to halt abruptly at the door. Reason whispered to her, what good would it do to chase them? It would only endanger everyone. "Mama?" Jiao tugged anxiously at her sleeve. Li Wei embraced her daughter tightly. Her voice choked. "Remember the faces of these older brothers and sisters. Forever be grateful to them." Suddenly, she tightened her hold, whispering urgently, "But promise Mama, this must remain a secret. No one can know about the visit of the older brothers and sisters. Understand?" Jiao immediately covered her mouth with her small hand, her eyes wide with innocence. "It's always just Mama and me at home. Daddy works at the Su family." Her voice trailed off, becoming softer. Li Wei felt her heart clench painfully. Her husband, the man who had willingly entered the Su family's laboratory to secure a chance for their survival. She buried her face in her daughter's hair, her shoulders trembling silently. In the stillness of the night, Lu Nange and the others departed Li Wei's home quietly. As they stepped outside, Lu Nange's mental energy spread outwards. The group followed her, gliding like phantoms through the intricate alleys of Chu City. Occasionally, the distant sound of patrolling footsteps would reach them, prompting Lu Nange to lead them away in advance. Sticking close to the weathered walls and utilizing the cover of rooftops, they navigated through Chu City for over an hour. Finally, they approached the outskirts of the city. Suddenly, Lu Nange raised his hand, and everyone fell silent in an instant. Nan, what's wrong? Lu Shixi's voice was low and restrained. There's an ambush at the exit. Lu Nange replied in a hushed tone, 20 of them, all with abilities. He clenched his fingertips. Does that pack of mad dogs from the Su family really see us as mere rats to trap? Are we going to force our way through? Gucci inquired softly. I suspect all exits are similarly compromised. Qi Yanzhou remarked. If we want to leave Chu City, we cannot avoid this confrontation. Lu Nange looked up at the group. 2 against 1. Are we in or out? He grinned, his eyes ignited with fighting spirit. Let us take them on. The others were equally filled with determination, but only Ji Xian retreated silently to the wall. They're all ability users. I would only be a burden. I'll wait for you here. Old Ji. Gucci frowned. Ji Xian waved his hand dismissively. What is the point of discussing this? Didn't you say I would eventually awaken my abilities? Lu Nange silently handed him a gun. Stay safe. Ji Xian accepted it with a nod. Lu Nange sensed someone approaching swiftly. Someone's coming. Everyone tensed. In the shadows 100 meters away, 2 figures slowly emerged. Under the moonlight, a man and a woman raised their hands in a gesture of peace. The woman moved deliberately lightly, her footsteps almost silent on the gravel path. We mean no harm. Her voice was low yet distinctly clear. We simply wish to discuss a collaboration. Sparks flew from Lu Shixi's fingertips. We don't even know you. Why should we trust you? The woman in uniform stepped forward slightly. The entire Chu City is under the control of the Su family. They have laid a trap waiting for you. How did you discover us? Lu Nange's voice was cold. The man pointed upwards. There are 12 lookout posts at each exit, all staffed by locals. The moment you entered the restricted area, your movements were already exposed. The electric arcs flickered from Qi Yanzhou's fingertips, illuminating his stern profile. So, 5 minutes. Lu Nange's voice carried a resolute finality. If we cannot reach an agreement, we will personally clear a path for you. I swear it in the name of our departed loved ones. He and the others simultaneously recalled Li Wei and her daughter, their gazes shifting to Lu Nange and Qi Yanzhou. Lu Nange extended his mental energy, confirming that there were no further ambushes within 100 meters. 5 minutes. The 2 cautiously stepped forward to stand firm. I am Lu Nange, and this is Fei Tian. Greetings. Qi Yanzhou's eyelids drooped slightly. Get to the point. We seek your assistance in combating the Su family. Lu Nange's eyes blazed with fervor upon success. We will share half of Chu City's resources with you. Gucci narrowed his eyes. Why us? Lu Nange replied. Because you're the only ones who have entered Chu City and survived encounters with Xiaozhu. Qi Yanzhou retorted. With resources that aren't even in your possession, why should we confront the local tyrants with you? Fei Tian hastily interjected. Rest assured, we have arranged everything. We the locals will take the lead. All we need is for you to strike at the critical moment. Lu Nange shot a glance at the 2. What if we refuse? Then, I kindly invite you all to accompany us to a certain place. Lu Nange's nails dug deeply into his palm. Let us view it first before making a decision. Lu Shizi raised an eyebrow. What reason do we have to follow you? In unison, Lu Nange and Fei Tian knelt down. We are wagering. Lu Nange lifted his head, tears glistening in the moonlight. We are wagering on your compassion. Chapter 72, Xie Zong Wenqing and Gu Qi silently assisted Fei Tian and Lu Nange to their feet. Lu Nange remarked, I apologize, but in this world, we truly cannot afford to extend our compassion. Lu Nange's voice was hoarse as she implored. Could you accompany us to a certain location? Qi Yanzhou furrowed his brow. Although he could still decline, some truths, once witnessed, would be exceedingly difficult to escape. Before Lu Nange could speak, he resolutely shook his head. You have 3 minutes. Fei Tian stepped forward with a respectful bow, yet his eyes burned with a desperate fervor. We require your assistance to confront Su Zhe Li of the Su family and restore freedom to Tsushu. Gucci raised an eyebrow, glancing at Fei Tian and Lu Nange. At present, Tsushu is devoid of zombies, and ordinary people still have a refuge. A refuge? Lu Nange's tears brimmed as she exclaimed. We would rather battle zombies day and night than be confined like livestock in Tsushu. Her voice trembled. All the ability users in Tsushu who do not belong to the Su family's faction will ultimately be sent to that lunatic Xiezong's laboratory. They inject us with toxins and coerce us with our families to work for them. They even use us for ability transplantation experiments, sparing no children. Those children, some are merely 7 or 8 years old, bound to the operating table. Xiezong, that brute, would vivisect ability users, transplanting their powers into ordinary citizens of Tsushu, conducting repeated experiments until successful. He would then commence the transplantation of abilities to those within the Su family and the affluent. They also imprison all young men and women in Tsushu without abilities, awaiting their powers to awaken. Lu Nange closed her eyes. That beast Su Zhe Li even created a ludicrous paradise for the wealthy allied with the Su family. Young men are tasked with all menial chores before they become ability users, while most women are reduced to mere playthings to balance the dynamics of Tsushu. Standing against the wall, Guwan seethed beast. Hezhuang gritted his teeth, scum. Wen Qing, supporting Lu Nange, declared, shameful. The three spoke almost in unison. Lu Nange and the others felt their fists tighten, veins protruding as their faces turned ashen. Thus, we wish for you to witness the laboratory with your own eyes, where many residents of Tsushu are subjected to continuous dissection and relentless experimentation. Fei Tian choked back his words. Xiezong also skins those who resist or disobey, crafting drums and weapons from their hides. Lu Nange's fingers curled slightly. Enough, cease your words. Why must it be us? Lu Nange replied, we have obtained your information. You eliminated 23 ability users of the Su family right under Xiaozhu's nose. You are formidable. At the very least, aside from Su Zhe Li, we have not encountered anyone stronger than you in Tsushu. Fei Tian reassured, rest assured, we do not expect you to bear the responsibility for all ability users. We still have 117 ability users left, along with the surviving ordinary young men and women of Tsushu. We only require your assistance in eliminating Su Zhe Li. The remainder we can handle ourselves. Lu Nange's brow arched. But don't you require regular blood serum injections to survive? Lu Nange wiped his face. We have exchanged several lives for intelligence. The antidote is concealed within the cold storage of Laboratory Zone B. We implore you to assist us. Fei Tian suddenly knelt on one knee. Lifting his gaze, we can offer you all our resources, even in failure. We will sacrifice our lives to ensure your escape from the city. Lu Nange straightened his back. We do not seek death. We are seizing our last opportunity to fight for survival for ourselves and our families. Therefore, please trust us. We shall exert every effort. The fervent gazes of Yizhua and the others seemed to burn holes into Lu Nange and Qi Yanzhou. Qi Yanzhou exchanged a glance with Lu Nange. Lu Nange, clarify everything you know. What are you waiting for? Speak up. Yizhua urged, somewhat agitated. A flicker of hope crossed Fei Tian's eyes. Have you agreed? Qi Yanzhou, first, elucidate the situation if you deceive us. Lu Nange immediately raised 3 fingers. I swear on my family's lives, every word we utter is the truth. Even if our mission fails, all surviving citizens of Chu City will ensure your safe departure. Fei Tian quickly unfurled a bloodstained map of Chu City. Our ability users are stationed at 12 exits. Therefore, even if we fail, we have arranged for people to escort you out of the city. Besides our ability users, 70% of the 319 ability users from the Su family are implanted abilities. His finger pressed heavily on the map. We can leave the ordinary guards to the young people of Chu City. We only need to deal with the ability users. Hezhuang, ability users, 319 minus 117 is not an even division. Qi Yanzhou cast him a sidelong glance. Approximately 1 against 3. Hezhuang's mouth opened. Then he swiftly covered it, nearly biting his tongue. That was close. The atmosphere almost led to a slip of the tongue. Fei Tian nodded. Indeed. But the strongest ability users are Su Zili and Xiao Zhu, among others. Thus, it is essential for you to intervene if we are to stand chance. Lu Nange suddenly bent at the waist, deeply bowing, his forehead nearly touching his knees, his voice laced with desperation. We beseech you. Help us. Qi Yinzhou tapped the map with his fingertips, his tone stern. Mark the Su family, the laboratory, and that so-called paradise. Fei Tian moved swiftly, his rough fingers tracing the map. Su Zili typically remains indoors at the Su family estate. Only Xiao Zhu and a team of ability users guard it. Other ability users are stationed at the laboratory and the paradise, with the laboratory housing the most. Qi Yinzhou gathered the map. Now, we must decide. Do we dare to wade through the murky waters of Chu City? Fei Tian and Lu Nange discreetly withdrew, quickly fading into the shadows to grant Lu Nange and the others space for discussion. Qi Yinzhou's fingertips lightly drummed on the map. Are we certain we wish to take this risk? This is not the pre-apocalypse. Any misstep could lead to death in Chu City. Gu Qi, everything hinges on the words exchanged between the two of them. What if they have deceived us? Gu Wan, brother, I believe they have not misled us. Hizhua, yet, if it is all true, departing from here would leave us with eternal regret. Nan, Digo, why are you both silent? Lu Nange, listen, young man filled with youthful fervor, to your impassioned declaration. Hizhua. Lu Nange spread his hands before the group. Extend a helping hand to support Chu City. Chapter 73. The laboratory. The outcome was both surprising and expected. Everyone except Ji Xian chose to stay and assist. Ji Xian shook the gun in his hand, declaring, as an ordinary person, I shall refrain from becoming a hindrance and will act as your lookout from the periphery. Liu Bei raised his small face, exclaiming, wherever my sister goes, I shall follow. Lu Nange affectionately ruffled his hair and retrieved a pen from her backpack, deftly sketching 3 red lines on the map. These 3 exits corresponded to the shortest evacuation routes from the 3 core areas of the Su family. Her fingertip emphatically tapped the marked points. In case anyone gets separated, gather at the corresponding exit. Hizhua, unable to contain himself, twisted his neck in anticipation. So what are we waiting for? Shall we charge in now? Qi Yinzhou cast a sidelong glance at him. Fool. Hizhua pointed incredulously at himself. Lu Nange interjected. If we are to assist, we must first ascertain the reality of the situation. Lu Shizi turned silently. I will summon those 2 individuals. Fei Tian and Lu Nange followed closely behind Lu Shizi, their eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. How have the discussions been, esteemed ones? Lu Nange replied. We will first venture into the paradise and the laboratory to scout the way, and discuss your plans in the process. Fei Tian promptly inquired. Which location do you wish to explore first? Lu Nange responded. The so-called paradise of the Su family. Lu Nange immediately stepped aside to lead. Please follow us. After traversing several dark alleys, Fei Tian signaled, and 2 young individuals clad in uniforms emerged from the shadows. You will need to change into the Su family uniforms, Fei Qing stated. The 2 young men, holding neatly folded garments, bowed deeply. Thank you. The abilities at the exit belong to our people, Fei Tian whispered reassuringly. Once dressed, under the guidance of Fei Tian and his companion, they navigated the alleys of Chu City. Throughout the journey, Lu Nange maintained a vigilant state, attuned to her psychic abilities. Should this be a trap, she aimed to carve out a path of escape before being completely encircled. In a world stripped of water and electricity, the sight of an entire villa ablaze with light appeared particularly eerie, reminiscent of a moth's lure in the darkness. Fei Tian and his companion led Lu Nange and the others, blending into the shadows. They stealthily ascended an abandoned high-rise, and soon, a glow emerged in the distance. There it is, the Su family's paradise. Fei Tian's voice slipped through clenched teeth. Lu Nange's psychic energy surged over the area like a tidal wave. Suddenly, her eyelashes trembled violently as lavish banquet scenes exploded in her mind. Opulence, hedonism, and debauchery. As she probed deeper, a torrent of cultural heritage surged within her. nearly overwhelming her control and triggering her abilities to run rampant. Truly a pack of beasts. The others, seeing Lu Nange with her eyes closed in concentration, assumed she was using her wind powers for reconnaissance. When she abruptly opened her eyes, they sensed the lingering hostility and suppressed murderous intent within her gaze. Nan, she acknowledged with a slight nod. Qi and Zhou turned to Lu Ning and his companion, inquiring, "What is your action plan?" Originally scheduled to contact you. Regardless of how many agreed or not, the action was set for the third day. Fei Tian replied, "Let us move it to 3 o'clock tonight." Lu Nange glanced at the time, noting the hesitant expressions on Fei Tian and Lu Ning's faces. "Xiao Zhu is currently awaiting our self-entrapping," she mused, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing together. In 2 days, things may no longer be certain. Delay could lead to unforeseen changes. Fei Tian and Lu Ning exchanged a knowing glance. Nodding solemnly, "How will you notify them?" Fei Tian, under the gazes of the group, produced a well-worn walkie-talkie, its surface scratched. Skillfully adjusting the frequency knob, he tapped out a specific rhythm, a series of 3 short beeps followed by 2 long ones, a pause, then 2 short beeps again. Amidst the crackling static, a response came back in a pattern of 3 long and 2 short beeps. Fei Tian lightly tapped 3 times. A deliberately subdued voice replied, "The channel is secure. Our benefactors have consented, and the action is advanced." Fei Tian spoke in a near whisper, "At 3 o'clock tonight, we move forward." "Received," came the crisp response before the communication was abruptly severed. Fei Tian tucked the walkie-talkie back into his clothing. "All of us will act in unison." Lu Ning clenched her fists, declaring, "We, the people of Chu City, will risk our lives to seize both the paradise and the laboratory." As for the Su family stronghold, she exchanged a resolute glance with Fei Tian. "Fei Tian, Xing Yujie, and I will join several benefactors to infiltrate." "Xing Yujie?" Lu Nange raised an eyebrow. Fei Tian nodded, a glimmer of respect in his eyes. "Xing Yujie is a level 2 metal ability user, our sole operative capable of infiltrating the Su family." Lu Nange inclined her head slightly. "Let us proceed to the laboratory." After descending the stairs, the group walked for about 10 minutes. As they traversed a dimly lit alley, Qi and Zhou quietly approached Fei Tian. "What about the patrols in Chu City at night?" Fei Tian replied, "The route we are taking is being patrolled by our people tonight." He Zhuang let out a silent whistle. "I see." Gucci lowered his voice. "How far is the laboratory?" "Approximately 8 to 10 minutes away. It is located at the old site of the city hospital in Chu City before the apocalypse." Lu Ning's voice suddenly grew hoarse. That beast, Xie Zong, deliberately chose to convert the ICU building. The laboratory was heavily guarded. Fei Tian pointed toward a structure shrouded in darkness. "We can only observe the laboratory from there." He Zhuang squinted. "In this pitch blackness, what can we see?" Fei Tian gritted his teeth. "There are no visible abnormalities from the outside." Suddenly, Fei Tian and Lu Ning came to a halt, crouching down to remove an iron manhole cover. "Ahead begins the patrol zone," Fei Tian murmured. "I apologize for asking you to go beneath. Our team has consistently maintained this section of the sewer." Gu Wan stared at the darkened entrance, swallowing nervously, nearly succumbing to panic. Doesn't Chu City have many mutated rat swarms?" Lu Ning looked up at Gu Wan, reassuringly saying, "Rest assured, this stretch is quite safe. We have been clearing it consistently." Gu Qi silently extended his arm, and Gu Wan immediately grasped it tightly, as if clinging to a lifeline. The group descended the rusted iron ladder. Once Fei Tian covered the well, Lu Ning produced a flashlight. Gu Wan murmured softly, "I am not afraid. I can burn them with fire. I am no longer a novice. I am now terrifyingly strong." Following closely behind, Liu Bei, nestled in Lu Shixi's embrace, remarked, "Sister Wanwan, you never change your words when you're scared." Gu Wan retorted, "Your cuteness level has dropped to 0 today." Suddenly, Fei Tian raised a finger to his lips, his voice barely above a whisper. "Esteemed friends, from this point onward, please maintain absolute silence." The group held their breath and proceeded for several meters before Fei Qing came to an abrupt halt. He gestured for everyone to remain quiet, then climbed the rusted stairs and pressed his ear against the well cover, listening intently to the sounds from below. Lu Nange leaned against the weathered wall, her mental energy quietly infiltrating the laboratory. In the next moment, her pupils constricted violently. On the operating table lay fragmented bodies, both adults and children. Beneath the stark white lights, it resembled a blood-soaked slaughterhouse. Chapter 74. Strolling in the sewers as Fei Tian's fingers grazed the edge of the manhole cover. Lu Nange suddenly withdrew her psychic abilities. A frown creased her brow. Was there truly a zombie imprisoned at the top of the laboratory? Just a solitary zombie specimen? Lu Nange curled her fingertips slightly. Since there was nothing to behold, it was better to forego the ascent and head directly to the Su family. Fei Tian halted his movements abruptly. Lu Nange blinked in confusion. Are we going to investigate? Indeed, Lu Nange replied. Did you not say that patrols here are quite dense? Hence we should avoid creating unnecessary disturbances? Descending from the rusted staircase, Fei Tian suggested. Shall we then proceed directly to the Su family? Exchanging a glance with her companions, Lu Nange succinctly affirmed, let us go. Fei Tian remarked, the straight-line distance from the laboratory to the Su family is quite short, but the ground patrols are exceedingly tight. Moreover, he paused, the telescope atop the Su residence poses a complication, so this stretch of our journey must be undertaken through the sewers. Guan tugged at Gu Qi's sleeve. Brother, why not carry me? Without hesitation, Gu Qi bent down. Lu Shitzi, cradling Lu Bei, slightly shifted, the beam of his flashlight casting flickering shadows on the wall. Nange, would you like your brother to carry you? He asked in a lowered tone. Lu Nange gently shook her head, her hair tracing an arc in the dim light. The group silently followed Fei Qing through the sewers. Surprisingly, this stretch of the passage was remarkably dry. The tunnel presented only a single extending path. All branching openings have been sealed. Lu Nange explained. The mutated rat population in Chu City has been rampant, so we blocked off all other openings, barely clearing this one route. The lead, Fei Qing, came to a halt. Glancing at the time, we have arrived. There are 9 minutes until the Su family's patrol change. From here, we ascend to the Su family's backyard. Xingyo's room is right near the exit. Is it dark under the light? Lu Shitzi raised an eyebrow. Lu Nange nodded. The paradise and the laboratory are heavily guarded. And while there are many patrolling the outskirts of the Su family, the defenses become scantier as one approaches the core area. Gu Qi remarked. It seems Su Zili is quite confident in himself. Lu Nange closed her eyes in concentration, her psychic energy rippling outward. After a moment, she opened her eyes but did not speak. The defenses of the Su family were indeed surprising. Only 25 guards were present throughout the entire building. Fei Tian had already ascended the rusted iron ladder, pressing his ear against the manhole cover, his gaze fixed on his watch. The instant the hour hand and minute hand aligned, he deftly shifted the manhole cover. Let us go. I want to be going up. I'll wait for you here. Jixian stepped back, melding into the shadows. Hijua, Gu Qi called. Ajua, you go up first. The others sequentially climbed the staircase. Gu Qi merely cautioned. Old Ji, be careful. Jixian looked up at him. You all be careful as well. The group pressed against the wall of the Su family's backyard until everyone had ascended. Fei Tian and Lu Nange carefully shifted the manhole cover aside, while Lu Shitzi effortlessly took hold and replaced it. As the group followed Fei Tian and Lu Nange through the window into the room, Lu Nange's psychic energy, instead of probing further upstairs, oddly extended downward, exploring the darkened sewer. Gu Qi cast a sidelong glance at Lu Nange, his eyes imbued with silent inquiry. Lu Nange murmured, He hasn't tea left. Hijua interjected, What riddle are you two playing? Someone is coming. No sooner had she spoken than several individuals swiftly dispersed, silently pressing themselves into the shadows, flanking the door. The metallic sound of a key inserting into the lock rang out sharply in the stillness. The door creaked open, followed by a definitive click as it was locked again. In the dim light, a slender figure stepped inside. Lu Nange squinted to identify her, then softly called out, Sister Xingyo? The figure paused. Lu Nange? Lu Nange emerged from the shadows. It's me. Fei Tian stepped forward, Sister Xingyo. Several benefactors are willing to assist us. Our plan has been moved up. Action is set for 3 o'clock tonight. Tonight? Luo Xingyo's gaze shifted to Lu Nange and the others. Lu Ning explained in a hushed tone, "The benefactors believe that a long night breeds many dreams." Luo Xingyo fell silent for a moment, then straightened her posture, deeply bowing. "I am Luo Xingyo. Thank you all." Lu Nange extended a hand in a supportive gesture. "Miss Luo, could you share the situation regarding the Su family with us?" Luo Xingyo replied, "The entire Su building, including myself, houses 25 ability users." She enunciated each word with emphasis. "Su Zili is of the lightning element, and Xiao Zhu possesses metal abilities. I'm unaware of their levels. However, everyone else in the Su family, like me, is at level 2. Su Zili resides on the top floor." She gazed up at the ceiling. "Only Xiao Zhu can access his quarters. We lack even the right to approach." Lu Nange's eyes flickered with interest. "Are there any other buildings of comparable height nearby?" Luo Xingyo paused for several seconds, then suddenly grasped her intention. "Surrounding the Su residence are vacant buildings about 100 meters away. There is one of similar height on the side. Can you guide us?" Luo Xingyo glanced at her watch. "Yes, at this hour, it is safest to traverse through the sewers." She was the first to leap out of the window, her movements graceful and light. Inside the sewer, Ji Xian gripped his gun tightly. At the sound of movement, he aimed directly at the sewer entrance. His muscles tensed until Gu Qi's voice reached him. "Old Ji, it's us. Why are you back?" Ji Xian lowered his weapon, though his finger remained poised on the trigger guard. Gu Qi and Ji Xian lagged a few steps behind the others. The Su building is high-rise. It's difficult to approach. Nange plans to draw the snake from its hole. A faint metallic scraping sound emerged from ahead as Luo Xingyo used her abilities to remove the manhole cover. "This is the spot." The group followed Luo Xingyo into the building. Upon reaching the corner of the 3rd floor, Lu Nange raised her hand to signal a halt. She first addressed Qi Yanzhou and the others. "Brother Yanzhou, Sister Wanwan, you all stay here. My brother and I are strong enough to go up." She then turned to Fei Tian and the others. "It's almost 3 o'clock. Inform your people. When the explosion sounds, make your move." Luo Xingyo inquired, "What do the benefactors mean?" Lu Nange replied, "Oh, I'll toss a grenade to greet Su Zili and clear a path for us." Lu Ning's eyes sparkled with admiration. "All right, benefactor, we'll notify them immediately." "Benefactor, wait." Luo Xingyo hastily added, "Xiao Zhu has arranged an observation post at the vantage point, with telescopes manned around the clock. At this distance." Lu Nange nodded slightly. "I will be cautious." Qi Yanzhou exchanged glances with the others and murmured in unison, "Be careful." Lu Shizhi replied, "You too." Liu Bei silently followed his siblings. Hizhua remarked, Yi, come down. I didn't call for you." Unheeding, Liu Bei grasped Lu Nange's fingers. The silhouettes of the 3 siblings swiftly vanished around the staircase corner, leaving only the fading sound of their footsteps. Chapter 75. A pathway as the 3 ascended to the rooftop terrace. Lu Nange narrowed her eyes, her mental prowess extending like invisible tendrils. The guard behind the telescope suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The trio crept along the cement wall, ultimately taking cover across from the Su family building. Leaning against the wall, they sat on the ground, and Lu Nange retrieved a grenade, handing it to Lu Shizhi. "Brother, you throw to the left, and I shall cast to the right." Lu Shizhi nodded in understanding. "Sister, what about me?" Liu Bei asked eagerly. A subtle smile graced Lu Nange's lips. "This one, consider it your good luck charm." Liu Bei. The countdown commenced. Lu Nange fixed her gaze on her wristwatch. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Her mental energy tightened abruptly, plunging the guard behind the telescope into a daze. The 2 siblings sprang into action simultaneously, their arm muscles taut, tracing a swift arc as the grenade spun through the air, trailing faint wisps of smoke. Down! The trio barely hit the ground when a deafening explosion shattered the night's tranquility. A searing fireball erupted skyward, expanding into a grotesque mushroom cloud that stained the night sky a deep crimson. The shockwave, laden with debris and shards of glass, swept toward them. Even the rooftop where they hid trembled, instantly shrouded in a cloak of gray-black smoke. Inside the opposite building, at the moment of the explosion, Xiao Zhu quickly dashed towards Su Zili, enveloping both himself and Su Zili with his golden abilities. Brother. Downstairs, Lu Shizi swiftly scooped up Lu Bai, his agile figure racing toward the rooftop exit. Lu Nange surveyed the Su family building, which had suffered damage to only a few floors. Without hesitation, she hurled 2 more grenades, her movements fluid and seamless. Damn! Just as Xiao Zhu had removed the metallic barrier, he was jolted backward by the subsequent explosion, his face contorted in fury. If I catch you, just you wait. His roar was drowned out by the relentless explosions. Meanwhile, Fei Tian and the other ability users from Tsusher, who were resisting the Su family, kept a vigilant watch on the time. As the first explosion reverberated, their expressions shifted dramatically. Action. The laboratory and the paradise erupted into a fierce conflict almost simultaneously. The clashing of metal, the bursts of abilities, and the cries of rage and anguish intertwined in a cacophony. Scattered throughout the paradise, ordinary young survivors peeked out, grabbing nearby weapons within reach. Hiao pushed open the iron door, the distant mushroom cloud casting flickering shadows across his face. They've made their move, he rasped. Beside him, old Zhang clenched his fists. Old He, are we just going to wait here? Hiao suddenly smiled. Notify everyone. Those willing to join, assemble. Target, paradise. There are plenty of ordinary people there. We'll fight while we can. In any case, we're dead anyway. Old Zhang spat bitterly. We might as well take a few from the Su family down with us. Let us go. Similar conversations echoed throughout the corners of Tsusher. Countless ragged figures rose from the rubble, streaming toward the direction of the paradise. Their hunched spines straightened once more, and flickers of hope danced within their murky eyes. The deafening explosion compelled Qi Yinzhou and the others to gaze up at the rooftop in unison, their expressions laden with concern. Wenqing clenched the hem of her garment. Wan's. Nan, they will be all right, won't they? Guwan reassured her with a pat on the shoulder. Sister Wenqing, Nan and I are the strongest. Nothing will happen to them. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Yizhua's eyes brightened. They're coming down. As the figures of the Lu siblings emerged at the stairway, Lu Nange barked, go. Ji Xian stood his ground. I will stay here. Qi Yinzhou cast him a sidelong glance. Suit yourself. The group followed Lu Nange as they rushed towards the ground floor. Below, dust and debris swirled chaotically. Lu Nange paid no heed. Let's give them a taste of our powers first. Qi go water curtain. Gu Qi waved his hands, unleashing a roaring torrent of water. Yinzhou Gu, unleash your lightning abilities. Qi Yinzhou pressed his arms down, and in an instant, countless bolts of lightning danced like silver serpents, enveloping the entire area in blinding radiance. Just as Xiao Zhu and Su Zili burst from the building, their bodies convulsed, hair standing on end, their faces marred by burns. Damn, such underhanded tactics? Xiao Zhu spat out a cloud of black smoke, roaring. Do you not understand the rules? Yizhua scoffed. You speak of rules while sneaking up on us in the dead of night. We are merely returning the favor. Gu Wan added with a sharp retort. With that racket you made climbing over the wall, you dare to call yourself human? From the ruins came a chorus of coughs. Xiao Zhu erupted in fury. So it was you. I had yet to settle the score with you. Silence. Su Zili interrupted sharply, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Qi Yinzhou, enveloped in seething lightning, charged directly at Su Zili. Gu Qi followed closely behind, remembering Nanan's advice to occasionally douse Su Zili with water when he unleashed his lightning abilities. Meanwhile, Lu Nange's wind blades howled towards Xiao Zhu's face. With a clang, the sound of metal clashing, Xiao Zhu's golden barrier barely deflected the attack. Unexpectedly, Lu Nange darted swiftly behind Xiao Zhu, aiming for the back of his head with the wind blades. With a hiss, Xiao Zhu barely turned his head, the wind blade grazing his ear and severing a few strands of hair that floated in the air. Crazy woman, he bellowed, touching the cold skin at the back of his neck. Who starts with their trump card? Lu Nange couldn't be bothered to roll her eyes. With a flick of her wrists, dozens of wind blades surged from all directions. Xiao Zhu hastily activated his powers, the metallic barrier spinning rapidly around him, sparks flying as he barely managed to withstand the onslaught. Suddenly, a whip-like kick struck the metal barrier without warning. Xiao Zhu, along with the barrier, was sent hurtling backward like a broken sack, crashing into the concrete wall and leaving a spiderweb of cracks, embedding himself deeply within the structure. He was stuck. Cough. Damned woman. He spat blood, dispelling his powers and crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could rise, another wind blade grazed his cheek, drawing blood from the corner of his mouth. The wind blade from Lu Nange surged towards Xiao Zhu's mouth with ferocity. If you no longer desire it, then so be it. It saves the trouble of spewing forth like one who has overindulged in a laxative. Xiao Zhu clumsily rolled to evade, as the wind blade carved deep furrows into the ground. Amidst the shower of metallic shards and debris, a flicker of fear finally crossed his eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Shixi and his companions were embroiled in a fierce confrontation with other supernatural beings. Only Liu Bei Yi crouched beside Wen Qing, watching intently, though he longed to join the fray. Yet, he had been assigned a crucial task, guarding Wen Qing, along with keeping an eye on that one named Ji upstairs. Wen Qing observed his drooping head and gently remarked, "I will remain here in hiding. If you wish to go, then go ahead, but ensure your own safety." Liu Bei Yi shook his head, his voice muffled. "My duty is to protect both myself and you." Sister has also stated that they all require practical combat experience. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous roar erupted from afar. Liu Bei Yi abruptly lifted his gaze, just in time to witness his sister delivering a fierce kick that sent Xiao Zhu crashing into the concrete wall, raising a cloud of dust. His sister was so impressive, he sprang up in excitement. Chapter 76. Perishing under one's own powers upon hearing her brother's familiar voice, Lu Nange's eyes sparkled with joy. Yet, her movements remained sharp and unyielding, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that sliced through the air. Xiao Zhu, caught off guard, rolled clumsily to evade, becoming covered in dust. Seizing the opportunity, he propelled himself upward, his visage contorted in a fierce snarl. "You filthy wench, I'm going to." His words were abruptly silenced. In a flash, Lu Nange closed the distance, and as the wind blades swept past, Xiao Zhu's curses were forever stifled in his throat. Grasping his neck with both hands, blood erupted between his fingers, sealing his final breath within. At that very moment, amidst the conflagration of intertwining flames, fireballs roared and clashed, illuminating Lu Shixi's profile. He was locked in a stalemate with two level 2 fire manipulators. Just as Gu Qi was poised to assist Qi Yanzhou in a stealth attack, his peripheral vision caught sight of Lu Shixi's predicament. Suddenly, two torrents of water surged toward the fire manipulators, dousing them in an icy cascade. The searing flames extinguished in an instant, and from the rising mist, their furious shouts echoed. "You outsiders lack martial ethics," resorting to ambushes. As one of them raised a hand to conjure a fireball, Lu Shixi swiftly retrieved the lighter Lu Nange had given him from his pocket. Hurling it fiercely at one of the foes, boom! The blast sent a wave of force that upturned the dust, leaving the two fire manipulators charred and crashing to the ground. Gu Qi raised an eyebrow and smirked, jesting. Can the undercover now clear his name? Meanwhile, Qi, Yi, and Gu Wan collaborated to confront three manipulators. Though they had only recently awakened their powers, their synergy was unexpectedly harmonious. Gu Wan concentrated fireballs at her fingertips, persistently obstructing the adversary's line of sight, while Qi, taking advantage of the chaos, approached stealthily, ensnaring an enemy's limbs with vines. Splat. A spray of blood marked a swift kill. After dispatching three foes, he flicked the blood from his blade, reflecting inwardly. Indeed, I am still accustomed to wielding it. The scene was most lively around Hizhua, who, with his sharp tongue, found himself the target of the greatest number of attackers. "You bunch of amateurs. You can't even graze my hem," he mocked as he darted away, deflecting several assaults with his earthy shield. The ground erupted with a dozen spikes, and a hapless victim howled in agony. Ah! Peeking from behind the shield, Hizhua's cheeky face emerged. "Hey, I swear it wasn't intentional. Do you believe me?" The enemy, clutching an indescribable part, cried out, "Ah! Someone take down this bastard." Having dealt with Xiao Zhu, Lu Nange caught a glimpse of Hizhua being chased across the battlefield. With a subtle lift of her fingers, swish, 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 several wind blades buzzed through the air, piercing the foreheads of the pursuers. Lu Xingyo and her companions struggled against their foes. Fei Tian's right arm was a mangled mess, and Lu Ning had fallen to his knees, coughing blood. Just as the enemy approached with menacing laughter, a deluge of wind blades suddenly poured down like a torrential rain. Qi ground his foot across the last foe's throat, warm droplets of blood splattering onto his shoes. Lu Nange declared, "It is over. All of the Su family's manipulators, save for Su Zili, have been annihilated." In the distance, storm clouds churned ominously, with purple lightning dancing like silver serpents, while thunder rumbled, shaking the ground and causing dust to fall. Lu Nange shouted towards the flashes of lightning, "Qi Yanzhou, do you need assistance?" Amidst the electric light, the purple lightning coiling around Qi Yanzhou's fingertips reflected a crimson hue in his eyes as he smirked. "No need." Before his words could dissipate, another deafening thunderclap struck. Such a level of chaos is hardly deserving of Nanan's personal intervention. Su Zili wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb, his voice hoarse with laughter. What audacity! He gazed at the twisted bodies of his comrades lying in pools of blood, madness swirling in his eyes. "You wish to annihilate the Su family? Then let us descend into hell together." In an instant, the entirety of the Su family was engulfed by the storm, dark clouds pouring down countless bolts of lightning. Whoosh! Several blades of wind sliced through the air. Boom! A column of water surged like a silver dragon towards Su Zili's facade. Suddenly, sharp spikes of earth erupted from beneath Su Zili's feet. Observing this, Qi Yanzhou immediately withdrew, dissipating the lightning in his palm as he swiftly retreated. The water column drenched Su Zili completely. The next moment, crackle! Su Zili convulsed violently, struck by his own lightning, each inch of his skin erupting with purple electric sparks. As the storm subsided, Qi approached and plunged a knife into Su Zili's forehead. Watching Qi Yanzhou stride forward, Lu Nange and the others raised their hands in innocence. Lu Nange said, "We didn't mean to." Yinge, Hijua displayed an open palm filled with sunflower seeds. "Look, Nanan has even prepared snacks." Who knew he would suddenly unleash his full power? Guwan blinked. It was a mere reflex, purely instinctual. Lu Shizhi remarked, with time pressing and tasks at hand. The brawl escalated swiftly. Lu Xingyo and the others stood frozen in disbelief, while Lu Ning mechanically turned his head. Is he really dead? Indeed, Su Zili was truly dead. Fei Tian suddenly let out a loud wail, startling Lu Ning into a frenzy as he scooped up Lu Xingyo and began to spin around. "Lu Ning, put me down. Let me go." Lu Xingyo protested, her face flushed as she struggled to be set free. She then turned to Lu Nange and the others, kneeling on the uneven ground left by the battle. Lu Ning and Fei Tian quickly followed suit. Hijua even discarded the sunflower seeds from his hands, hurrying to assist his comrades. Lu Xingyo expressed, "Thank you, truly, thank you all." Lu Nange pointed towards the distant flames reaching skyward. "It seems that area requires your attention more urgently. Shouldn't you check over there?" Lu Xingyo abruptly lifted her head, the dust on her face washed away by tears, leaving streaks of gray. "Yes. The laboratory. We must go help." Fei Tian pulled out a walkie-talkie. "Brothers and sisters in Chu City, hold on. Su Zili is dead. The Su family has fallen." Lu Ning produced a stack of red cloth strips. "To our benefactors, tie this on your right hand. Those with this are our own." Lu Shizhi toyed with the red strips, raising an eyebrow towards his sister. "Nan, what shall we do next?" Lu Nange smiled slightly. "To the laboratory, since we are here." She gazed in the direction of the laboratory. Why not see it through to the end? Hijua nodded vigorously, filled with excitement. Yes. As the group tied the red cloth around each other, Liu Bei extended his arm, and Lu Nange bound it with a butterfly knot. Liu Bei sighed inwardly, contemplating, "How I wish to express that the bow tie undermines my rugged image. But it was tied by my sister. Never mind. I'm still young. What does it matter about being a tough guy?" Ji Xian descended from the upper floor only after ensuring that everyone was gone. While Gu Qi silently bound Ji Xian with a strip of cloth, Lu Xingyo addressed everyone. "Dear benefactors, Fei Tian and I will assist at the amusement park. while Lu Nange will guide you to the laboratory. Is that agreeable? Let us go. Lu Nange waved his hand decisively. Chapter 77. Luo, Xinghe, two figures swiftly vanished in the direction of paradise. Lu Nange led the group, including Lu Nange, towards the laboratory. The path was strewn with scenes of combat. Whenever they encountered individuals adorned with red cloth, they readily lent a hand. Outside the laboratory, the situation was more dire than anticipated. Yingo, Nan, I'm going to fight, honing my skills in real combat. Yizhuo exclaimed, cracking his knuckles. Guan flexed her wrists and declared, Nan Ge. I'm off to train. Lu Shixi, Lu Bai, and the remaining companions were brimming with eagerness. Lu Nange raised her hand, pointing to the rooftop of the laboratory. You all go ahead, stay safe. I'll check upstairs. The group dashed off in various directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving only Lu Nange, Lu Bai, Qi Yinzhou, and Wen Qing behind. Lu Nange bent down to meet Lu Bai's gaze. Don't want to go? Lu Bai tilted his head. I do, but it's more important to stay by my sister's side. Then let us go upstairs to fight together. A glimmer of amusement sparkled in Lu Nange's eyes. The little one's eyes suddenly brightened, nodding vigorously. As they ascended the stairs, Lu Bai and Qi Yinzhou flanked Lu Nange and Wen Qing on either side. The reckless abilities users charging in were swiftly dispatched. While the chaos echoed below, the top floor exuded an eerie calm. Lu Nange extended her mental abilities inward. On the rooftop stood only a middle-aged man and a zombie. At the dim corridor's end, a man in a lab coat mechanically fed bloody chunks of flesh into an iron door. The dull thud of decaying meat hitting the ground was interspersed with the zombie's ravenous gnawing. Click! Lu Bai's small hand pressed against the nearest iron door. The metal frame instantly warped and distorted. The man in the lab coat abruptly turned, and Lu Bai retracted his hand. Boom! Qi Yinzhou delivered a fierce kick to the warped door, sending the entire iron door crashing to the floor. The iron bucket in the man's hand clattered to the ground, spilling foul, viscous blood everywhere. Lu Nange regarded the man who was rising. Xiezong? Xiezong leaned against the wall, standing up. You know me? Lu Nange replied, a scoundrel who conducts experiments on living humans. Xiezong suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. Ignorance. I grant ordinary people abilities. I am creating miracles. He spread his arms wide, resembling a madman. I am bestowing the power of gods upon mortals. This is evolution. Be quiet, scum. Lu Nange's wind blade grazed Xiezong's cheek as it passed. Xiezong stumbled to evade, while countless thorny vines lunged at Lu Nange and her companions. Crackle. Qi Yinzhou's lightning struck down, incinerating the vines into charred remnants. Lu Bai tapped his temple, seemingly recalling something, and sent the distorted iron door hurtling towards Xiezong. Amidst the chaos, Lu Nange seized Wen Qing and dashed into the inner chamber. Adjacent to the room housing the zombie, a refrigerator was filled with vials of medication, which she promptly collected into her system's backpack without hesitation. She wondered if any of these were the antidotes Lu Nange and the others mentioned. Turning to the iron cage in the room, inside was a female zombie with a pair of orange eyes. A level 3 zombie, kept in captivity? Lu Nange exclaimed, Are you out of your mind? Xiezong, witnessing this, exploded with rage. Stop right there. He roared hysterically. Do not approach her. I command you to stop. Do you hear me? Stop. Lu Bai's small face darkened. I was merely hoping to play with you. He suddenly lifted his head, anger igniting in his eyes. But how dare you threaten my sister? A handful of golden flying knives whistled through the air, leaving Xiezong with no means of escape. Amidst the cries of despair, Xiezong convulsed, his body charred, yet he still clawed at the ground with his bloodied fingers, inching toward the zombie room. Blood trailed behind him, leaving a long streak. Lu Bai, puffed up with indignation, awaited the dissipating electric light, then suddenly lunged forward, bang. The little one, empowered by a potent pill, delivered a powerful kick that sent Xiezong flying. The man crashed heavily against the reinforced glass, cracks instantly spidering across the surface. With a shattering crash, as the glass exploded, Xiezong fell like a rag doll, spewing a mouthful of blood. Yet his eyes remained fixated on the zombie room. his pupils swirling with a morbid obsession. Lu Nange slowly crouched down, her shoe pressing against Xie Zong's bloodied palm. "Is this your family?" Gasping for breath, Xie Zong convulsed like a dying fish. "Please, don't touch her." His voice was horrifically hoarse. "I can serve you. I can perform ability transplants. You can have a team stronger than the Su family. Yes, I can build you an unparalleled ability team. Just give me a little more time. I can raise the success rate of the transplants to 20 or even higher." Lu Nange replied, "We do not need that. What do you want then?" Xie Zong's eyes bulged. "Food? Crystals? Potions?" Or, Lu Nange interrupted, "How about you tell me why this third-level zombie you've been raising has no offensive power?" Xie Zong suddenly fell silent, a strange tenderness washing over his bloodied face. "She is not a zombie. She is Xinghe. My Luo Xinghe." "Shut your mouth." Lu Ning's furious shout erupted from the stairwell. The girl stumbled forward and unleashed a flurry of kicks on Xie Zong. "Sister Xinghe is not your beloved? You shameless old man. Sister Xinghe has her own lover, and they are about to get married. It is you who covets Sister Xinghe, deceiving her under the guise of a mentor." "Ah, garbage. I can hardly express it." Wen Qing seized Lu Ning. "Catch your breath before you strike again." Lu Ning's chest heaved violently, but froze upon seeing the iron cage. Inside, a female zombie with orange eyes was mindlessly battering against the bars. In a fit of madness, the girl began kicking Xie Zong with fervor. "What have you done to Sister Xinghe? You beast!" Xie Zong, sprawled in a pool of blood, laughed maniacally. "You know nothing. Xinghe loves me. Xinghe loves me." "Disgusting." Lu Ning spat vehemently. "You think you deserve her? Such arrogance. You contain the weight of mountains and rivers." She kicked him several times before finally managing to halt. Breathing heavily, she turned to find Lu Nange and others carefully observing Luo Xinghe within the iron cage. The third-level zombie, preoccupied with gnawing on its flesh, ceased its relentless assault on the cage, scarcely lifting its head. Had it vented its frustrations? Lu Nange raised an eyebrow in Lu Ning's direction. Lu Ning, flustered, hurriedly adjusted his disheveled attire and tousled hair, his cheeks flushed. "Benefactor, I am not usually like this. It's just that scoundrel." With that, he couldn't help but kick Xie Zong, only to retract his foot as if recalling something, his neck instantly warming with a deep blush. "Benefactor," Lu Nange gently patted Lu Ning's shoulder. "It's all right." Lu Nange's shoe pressed upon Xie Zong's Adam's apple. "Why don't you enlighten me as to why Luo Xinghe exhibits no aggression?" Xie Zong tightly shut his eyes, feigning death. Lu Nange exerted pressure with his foot, as Xie Zong's hands instinctively sought to struggle. Two golden darts pierced the ground, pinning them down. "If you choose silence, then I shall first end your life, and then hers." "Cough. I shall speak." Xie Zong coughed up blood during the flood. "I was with Xinghe. We were deeply in love." His gaze wandered. "On the day of the outbreak, we were discussing our wedding." Lu Ning lifted his foot, ready to kick, but was halted by Wen Qing. Let him plead his case for a moment. "But she was bitten while protecting me." Xie Zong's voice trembled with emotion. "She loved me so dearly." "Enough." Lu Nange abruptly withdrew his foot. A coward who, in times of peril, pushes the girl he professes to love towards a zombie. Xie Zong appeared pierced by these words, a revelation of his dirtiest secret, shaking his head frantically. "No, no, it was not intentional. I intended to help Xinghe, to untie the ropes binding her, to flee with her." The zombie burst in unexpectedly, and I couldn't react in time. Chapter 78, Coerced Affection. Lu Ning's foot landed squarely on Xie Zong's face, truly a dung beetle donning a mask. Utterly shameless. He stomped fiercely on the other's cheek several times. "What do you know about medicine? You ought to be writing scripts. Your tales are far more captivating than the soap operas of the pre-apocalyptic era." Xie Zong emitted a muffled groan, curling on the ground, spewing a mouthful of blood mixed with 2 teeth. Only then did Lu Ning retract his foot and turn around, colliding with Yizhua, who had just ascended the stairs. Yizhua whistled loudly. "Dung beetle in a mask. I adore that phrase. Jot it down. I'll use it next time." Lu Ning. Qi Yinzhou stood behind Lu Nange, leaning against the wall, inquiring of Yizhua, "How is it downstairs?" "Yizhua, Yinzhou, don't worry. The situation downstairs is mostly under control. There's still a few struggling, and they're being beaten by Ji Ge and the others. Qi Yanzhou was somewhat taken aback. Beaten up? Aren't you going? Hijua, I was just afraid you might encounter danger, so I came up to check on you. Lu Nange refrained from interjecting. She seized Xie Zong by the collar. I have no interest in your wretched script. Her fingertips tightened. You need to tell me why she won't attack people? Xie Zong coughed up a mouthful of blood. I administered a tranquilizer to Xing He. Lu Nange raised an eyebrow. A tranquilizer can calm a zombie? As long as she has food. Xie Zong gasped with the tranquilizer. Xing, he will behave well. Lu Nange. It also requires food. She abruptly released her grip, allowing Xie Zong to crumple back to the ground like a rag. Turning to Lu Ning, she asked, Luo Xing He, Luo Xing Yu, are they sisters? Lu Ning's chin quivered slightly, a tear splattering onto the shoe's surface. Yes, Sister Xing has been searching for Sister Xing He. It's just. Her gaze fell upon the curled-up zombie in the cage. Her voice suddenly choked. It's just that I never expected. Sister Xing, he would be like this. Liu Bei rummaged through his pocket, retrieving a pack of wet wipes, and tiptoed to wipe Lu Nange's hands. Lu Nange tousled her brother's hair and turned to Lu Ning. Then you should contact Luo Xingyu. Right. We must inform Sister Xingyu immediately. Lu Ning, as if awakened from a dream, pulled out the walkie-talkie. Amidst the chaotic static, her call sounded urgent. Sister Xingyu? Sister Xingyu. All that responded was the crackling white noise. After a while, Fei Tian's intermittent voice came through. Lu Ning, what is the matter? How is the situation on your side? Are the benefactors all safe? The benefactors are fine, but we've located Sister Xing He. Lu Ning spoke rapidly. Fei Tian, tell Sister Xing Yu to come to the lab. After a brief silence, Luo Xing Yu's voice finally emerged from the walkie-talkie. Lu Ning, you said. My sister? Luo Xing Yu's voice trembled slightly. Yes. Lu Ning took a deep breath. Sister Xing Yu, you need to be psychologically prepared. Bang! A dull sound echoed from the walkie-talkie, as if a body had collided with a wall. Fei Tian supported her. Xing Yu, are you all right? Fei Tian. Luo Xingyou's voice suddenly became remarkably clear. This is entrusted to you. Understood. Fei Tian replied. We have nearly secured this area. Hurry. Wiping her tears fiercely with her sleeve, Luo Xingyou sprinted towards the laboratory. In the laboratory, a thick stench of blood permeated the air. Hijua kicked the barely conscious Xie Zong on the ground, about to inquire when he was abruptly interrupted by a noise from the stairwell. Talp, tap. Qi Yanzhou glanced down the stairs, where Lu Shizi and others ascended, their clothes stained with dark red blood. Is it resolved? Qi Yanzhou asked. Yes, Lu Shizi affirmed. One named Wu Zhe is finishing up downstairs. Each head has been pierced through to prevent reanimation. Gu Qi leaned against the wall, panting. Those implanted abilities are quite fragile. Lu Ning nodded. Zhigu is one of us. Gu Wan's gaze shifted from the bloodied Xie Zong on the ground to the zombies in the cage. Who is this person? A bread zombie? What a peculiar hobby. Disturbing indeed. Wen Qing quickly explained the situation regarding Luo Xinghe. Before he could finish, Hijua and Gu Wan charged forward, delivering a series of fierce kicks to Xie Zong. Ugh, this old pervert. Gu Wan spat in disgust. Disgusting. At such an age, still engaging in forced affection. Her gaze turned towards the iron cage, her expression suddenly dimming. It's such a pity for Luo Xingyou's sister. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. Luo Xingyou leaned against the handrail, breathing heavily, her uniform soaked in sweat. Lu Ning. Where's my sister? Lu Ning's lips trembled, ultimately only pointing silently to a corner. Lu Nange and the others quietly parted to create a pathway. Luo Xingyou's knuckles turned white as she walked step by step towards the iron cage. When she finally beheld the scene within, her knees collapsed heavily to the ground. Her sister, the gentle and graceful Luo Xinghe, was currently gnawing on a severed limb. Blood dripped from her mouth, trailing down her neck, stark against her pale skin. Sister, it's Xingyou. Her voice shattered her throat as she reached out. Look at me. The zombie remained fixated on tearing flesh, unresponsive to her calls. Luo Xingyou, in a moment of fury, struck the severed limb away. Sister, it's me. It's Xingyou. Deprived of food, Luo Xinghe abruptly lifted her head, her orange eyes swirling with madness, lunging towards Luo Xinghe. Lu Nange swiftly pulled Luo Xinghe aside, the iron cage rattling violently from the impact. How could this be? Luo Xinghe sat on the ground, paralyzed. It was Xiezong. Lu Nange choked, pointing to the man sprawled in a pool of blood. It's all his doing. Luo Xinghe slowly turned her head, her gaze landing on the barely conscious Xiezong. In that instant, the last glimmer of light in her eyes extinguished. It's you again, she murmured softly, each word laced with chilling intent. I will kill you. Even if it takes 1,000 cuts, it cannot quell my heart's hatred. A golden aura of power erupted, dozens of sharp spikes coalescing from thin air, piercing through Xiezong's body. Blood splattered against the walls and the floor, forming a bizarre radial pattern. Only when her powers were exhausted and her complexion turned ashen did Luo Xinghe cease her actions, though the ground was bereft of any intact bodies. Luo Xinghe gazed at Luo Xinghe, who had halted her assault and was ravenously gnawing at the bloodied remnants. Sister, you always cherish cleanliness, Luo Xinghe murmured, her steps unsteady as she approached Luo Xinghe. Do not fear, sister. Everything shall soon come to an end. A sharp spike pierced Luo Xinghe's brow. In the instant she fell, Luo Xinghe could no longer withstand the strain, and a torrent of crimson surged forth from her lips. Liu Bei, adhering to Lu Nange's instructions, unlocked the iron cage. Luo Xinghe lightly waved Lu Nange's hand away. Supporting herself with her elbow, she struggled to crawl towards Luo Xinghe, tightly embracing her lifeless form. Tears streamed uncontrollably. Sister, I shall take you home now. We are going home. The first rays of dawn pierced through the heavy clouds, casting the chilling morning light upon the streets of Chu City. The crackling sound of static erupted from the walkie-talkie at Lu Nange's waist. Fei Tianxia's hoarse cheer reverberated painfully in everyone's ears. Lu Nange, we have won. Lu Nange's legs buckled, and she sank to the ground. The accumulated fears, exhaustion, and tension of many days finally burst forth in that moment. Mixed with the grime on her face, her tears cascaded down her trembling cheeks. Her voice choked with emotion. We have won. We have won. A wave of cheers surged from the first floor. We have won. We have won. Chapter 79. Self-introduction immersed in her emotions. Luo Xinghe abruptly lifted her head. In the next moment, she tremulously advanced while cradling the lifeless body of Luo Xinghe, firmly rejecting any offers of assistance. Lu Nange addressed the benefactors. Shall I escort you to rest? Once we have sorted through the supplies, I shall promptly deliver some to you. Exchanging glances, Lu Nange and the others silently followed Lu Nange downstairs. The workers, including Wu Zhe, who were transporting the bodies, paused at the commotion, looking up. A dark-skinned man wiped the sweat from his brow and, scanning the group, inquired, Lu Nange, are these the benefactors? Lu Nange nodded vigorously. Yes, Zhigu. In unison, Wu Zhe and the others bowed deeply. Waves of gratitude filled the battered room. Thank you. Thank you for saving us. Wu Zhe raised his head, sincerity in his gaze. May I ask for the names of these benefactors? Yizhua, Guan, Gu Qi, Qi Yanzhou, Lu Shizi, Lu Nange, Liu Bei, Wenqing, Qi, Ji Xian. Luo Xinghe, unsteady as she held onto Luo Xinghe, turned to the crowd upon hearing Wu Zhe's words. She too wished to know the names of her saviors. As the introductions concluded, she managed to rasp, Thank you, dear benefactors. Wu Zhe's gaze fell upon her burden. Xinghe, what you're holding is, Lu Nange, signaling discreetly and clearing his throat, interrupted. Wu Zhe remained oblivious, pointing towards the nearby pile of bodies. The benefactors mentioned the corpses must be burned for safety. Xinghe, perhaps you should. Before he could finish, Lu Nange swiftly covered his mouth. Whispering urgently in Wu Zhe's ear, he said, Zhigu, that is Luo Xinghe. Xinghe? Wu Zhe's pupils dilated in shock. Luo Xinghe's lashes fluttered as she surveyed her sister's pallid face. Then abruptly turned to Lu Nange. Could the benefactors follow me for a moment? Lu Nange called out anxiously, Sister Xinghe? I will take the benefactors to rest. Luo Xinghe paused before continuing. You're asking everyone to inventory the supplies and deliver what the benefactors need? Lu Ning hesitated, casting a doubtful glance at Lu Nange until the latter gave the slightest nod. You benefactors have worked tirelessly throughout the night. Wu Zhi rubbed his hands together and stepped forward. Once we organize the supplies, we will bring them to you. Lu Nange and the others quickened their pace to catch up with Luo Xingyo. Gu Wan suggested, "Shall I assist you in carrying it for a while?" Luo Xingyo replied firmly, "No need. Miss Gu, I can manage." The temporary dwelling was remarkably tidy, even imbued with a faint scent of disinfectant, not far from the laboratory. Luo Xingyo stood at the entrance, holding Luo Xinghe. "Benefactors, this place has not been occupied. Please rest here. Someone will bring breakfast shortly." As the door closed, Hijua asked, "When shall we depart?" Gu Qi replied, "That depends on whether we desire the supplies." Lu Nange added, "Let's freshen up and change clothes before making any decisions." Gu Wan tugged at the hair, clinging to her neck, exclaiming, "Nanan is right, we should wash up first. I feel as if I've been rolling in mud." As the water washed away the grime, an overwhelming hunger surged within her. They did not wait for Luo Xingyo to bring breakfast. Instead, they devoured the buns they had previously scented. While satiating their hunger, they collectively agreed that, while the survivors in Chu City were still clearing the area, they would depart immediately after breakfast. Just as they were about to set off, a knock echoed at the door. Outside, Luo Xingyo stood with an orange crystal core cradled in her open palm, resembling a solidified sunset. "What is this?" she pondered. "Xiao Zhu and the others, are they venturing out of Chu City to hunt zombies?" Her gaze, however, was fixated on the crystal core. "It may prove beneficial for the ability users." Gu Wan suddenly interjected, "Is this from your sister?" A peculiar smile curved Luo Xingyo's lips. "Yes. It's been thoroughly cleaned." She tapped the iron box hanging at her waist. "Better this than being unearthed and devoured by those rats underground." Taking 2 steps forward, Luo Xingyo pressed the crystal core into Lu Nange's palm. It was evident to her that this group predominantly followed Miss Lu. "Please accept it, Miss Lu. It may be of use to you." The moment the core made contact with her skin, it began to melt. Lu Nange, unable to refuse, clenched her fist and shoved it into her pocket. "Thank you." The lingering warmth in her palm awakened a fervent voice in her mind. "Nanan, this is the kind of crystal core. The more, the better." Before Lu Nange could respond, a mechanical voice abruptly dominated her consciousness. "Congratulations, host, for autonomously triggering a hidden mission and successfully liberating Chu City. Reward: the host system backpack has been upgraded to a system space. Ecological planting module is now initializing. System space. Ecological planting. Yu. Lu Nange called out in her mind. "Yu, are you asleep again?" Lu Nange's sister? The shaking of Liu Bei's arm pulled her back to reality, and she realized everyone was staring at her. Guan asked, "Nanan, are you tired? Are you recalling something?" Rubbing her temples, Lu Nange replied, "What were you discussing just now?" Luo Xingyo interjected, "May I leave Chu City with you?" Lu Nange lowered her gaze at her. "ISN, T Chu City your home?" Luo Xingyo's lips curled slightly. "My parents and sister have all departed. I wish to explore a bit." Ijua, with hands clasped before her chest, remarked, "Miss Luo, this is hardly a time for spontaneous departures. In the past, one could wander through mountains and rivers to clear their mind, but now, amidst a world teeming with zombies, venturing out is fraught with peril." Guan, linking arms with Lu Nange, glanced at Luo Xingyo. "Indeed, all the exits from Chu City have been barricaded. There are no zombies inside the city. Barring unforeseen circumstances," Hijua interjected. "If there are no unforeseen circumstances, then unforeseen circumstances will surely arise." In unison, the group retorted, "Shut up." Hijua merely sighed. Luo Xingyo asserted, "I am now a level 2 metal ability user. I can protect myself. As for food, I will find my own way and not be a burden to everyone." Chapter 80 Departure from Future. Hijua's gaze swept over Ji Xian's top profile, their thoughts surprisingly in sync. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Qi swiftly seized his arm, his voice a low warning. "Let it be." Hijua turned to him, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. Gu Qi pressed his forehead. His pride won't allow it. "Anything we say now would seem insincere." Hijua sighed inwardly. "Well, I may not understand, but I respect it. After all, even when I lack special abilities, I used to drool over it. I would pray to the heavens countless times. Lu Nange recalled the potion she had tucked away and raised her eyes to ask, "Have you found the antidote?" Luo Xingyo nodded, a flicker of relief in her eyes. "We have. Is it effective?" Lu Nange pressed further. "Yes." Luo Xingyo replied with certainty. "I consulted researchers who previously worked with Xiezong and confirmed that what we found is indeed the antidote. Lu Ning has already brought people to administer it to me." Lu Nange's gaze shifted slightly. "It seems the items I collected were Xiezong's other experimental products. I didn't examine them closely at the time, but I'll study them when I have the chance." Luo Xingyo then asked, "Miss Lu, may I leave with you? I can fight, cook, and I'm not talkative, I have skills." Wen Qing lightly tapped her chin, finding Miss Luo's words oddly familiar. Hijua's lips twitched. "Is it necessary to emphasize that you're not talkative?" The others turned in unison to Lu Nange. "Nanan, it's your decision." Lu Nange extended her hand. "Welcome aboard, Luo Xingyo." Luo Xingyo quickly grasped it, her fingertips cool. "Thank you, Miss Lu, and thank you all. Benefactors." Guan spoke casually. "Don't call us benefactors. It sounds strange. Just use our names." Luo Xingyo nodded, a hint of awkwardness flickering in her eyes. Hijua tilted his chin toward the exit. "Shall we go?" Luo Xingyo paused. "Now?" The supplies from the Su family Haven tea arrived yet. Lu Nange waved her hand dismissively. "We weren't coming for those anyway." Suddenly, Hijua began counting on his fingers. "We now have 11 people. 2 vehicles won't suffice." Luo Xingyo's eyes brightened. "The Su family's garage has many cars. Do you want to take a look?" Lu Shizhi became intrigued. "Are there RVs?" "Yes, several." Luo Xingyo nodded. "There are also military-modified off-road vehicles with excellent performance." Lu Nange and her companions exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "Let us go." Luo Xingyo led the group through the streets of Tsiushu, where passers-by frequently bowed and greeted them. She explained softly, "I'm introducing a few of you to the surroundings." The parking area was an open lot not far from the Su family's residence. Upon seeing a row of modified vehicles, Lu Nange and her companions could not help but marvel at the wealth displayed. Hijua remarked, "Wasn't there a flood? How were these preserved?" Luo Xingyo replied, "During the flood, the Su family collaborated with the authorities to transfer all vehicles to a high-level parking area. They were only moved back down after the waters receded." Before long, Lu Nange and her companions chose 2 modified off-road vehicles and a heavy-duty RV. Luo Xingyo retrieved the corresponding car keys from the security booth, hesitating as she remarked, "If we drive away to the exit, our commotion will surely alert others." Rubbing her eyes, she suddenly froze. "Where's the car?" Lu Nange replied, "I have awakened a small storage space with my abilities." Luo Xingyo's eyes widened in astonishment. Her voice laced with admiration. "Miss Lu, you are truly remarkable." Behind her, Lu Shizhi and the others nodded fervently, wearing expressions of shared pride. After securing the vehicles, they strolled towards the city exit. The survivors in Chu City were preoccupied within the city, making the exit unusually desolate. The lone guard was cleverly distracted by Luo Xingyo. With a wave of his hand, Lu Nange unleashed a wind blade that sliced through the thick vehicle barricade. Golden light from Lu Bai entwined around the edges of the cut, reinforcing the sharpness. Thus, they departed from Chu City silently, just as they had arrived. Standing outside Chu City, Lu Bai restored the vehicle barricade to its original state. "May the city, abundant in food and devoid of zombies, endure a little longer." Luo Xingyo clutched the walkie-talkie. "Lu Ning, Fei Tian, everyone. This is Luo Xingyo. I have left Chu City with my benefactors. They have chosen not to take any supplies and hope that everyone must survive." A chorus of heartfelt sobs echoed from the walkie-talkie, with the most frequent being sincere expressions of gratitude. After bidding farewell, Lu Nange's group set off towards the capital city. Inside the modified off-road vehicle, Gu Qi, Hijua, Qi Yi, and GCN were responsible for clearing the path, while Qi Yinzhou and Lu Shizhi took turns driving the RV. The vegetation lining the roads grew wildly, with vines entangling abandoned vehicles and wild grass thriving through the cracks in the asphalt. Upon encountering zombies, everyone momentarily lost their focus. As the vehicle came to a halt, the harvesting began, for they were in dire need of crystal cores. Lu Nange, we are impoverished. We require third-level crystal cores. Hijua urged, abruptly pulling Ji Xian, his voice tinged with urgency. Ji Xian pondered, if I were to be scratched by a zombie like Hijua, would I awaken abilities as well? This perilous thought lingered in his mind. Snapping back to reality, he hastily replied. Hijua frowned. Did you not rest well last night? Perhaps you should take it easy in the car? No need. Ji Xian shook his head. I am self-aware. I will not be a burden. Frustrated, Hijua raked his hair. Why does it feel like old Ji is being oddly cryptic? It's not easy for him either. The group deposited the collected crystal cores into the bucket produced by Lu Nange one by one. Luo Xingyo followed suit, and, upon noticing, Wen Qing gently explained. The crystal cores will be unified under Nan Nan's care. She will redistribute them. Luo Xingyo nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Sister Wen Qing. However, her gaze unconsciously drifted towards Liu Bei, inwardly lamenting. The Luo family's genes are truly extraordinary. Even the 8-year-old young master surpasses me. Guqi's fingers moved slightly, allowing water to flow over the crystal cores, cleansing them before handing the bucket to Lu Nange. Lu Nange took the water bucket and observed several slain zombies piled by the roadside. Hijua, still feeling a twinge of excitement, utilized her abilities to dig a pit and buried the zombies. She couldn't help but exclaim, this trip to Chu City was not in vain. We have provided a complete funeral service. Both the killing and the burial are taken care of. Counting on her fingers, she continued. Now we have Qi Gu with water abilities, Zhua Gu with earth powers, and Qi Yi with wood abilities. Our agricultural production line is fully equipped, with water and earth combined with mud and wood for planting. Our configuration is nothing short of a divinely appointed farming team. Guan nodded fervently. Yes, 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 freedom for vegetables. If we find seeds, can we also grow some fruits? Hijua, Gu Qi, Qi Yi, Chapter 81. The flesh at the edge of the mouth at noon. The group took a respite beneath an ancient locust tree. Inside the caravan, the long-forgotten aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Back in Chu City, even nibbling on biscuits had been enough to induce acid reflux. Hijua took a bite of the exquisitely charred rabbit leg, its grease trickling through his fingers. The dining table was a veritable feast of meats. After days of deprivation, their appetites were finally being satiated. Amidst the sounds of chewing, the conversation gradually shifted to the categorization of zombies. After days of skirmishes with the undead, the group had gleaned some insights. Level 1 zombies always wandered in packs, relying on their keen senses of hearing and smell. They had encountered only 2 Level 2 zombies. One was colossal and immensely powerful, while the other possessed psychic abilities. Thus, they could not yet reach a definitive conclusion. As for Level 3 zombies, they had not encountered any. The only one they had seen, Luo Xinghe, did not yet exhibit aggressive behavior towards humans. Beyond that, they were uncertain if higher-level zombies existed. Lu Nange rubbed his temples in frustration, lamenting his failure to memorize the entirety of the novels he had read. It was only in times of need that one regretted insufficient knowledge. As the sun began to set, Lu Nange and his companions followed the roadside and stumbled upon a desolate town. It scarcely qualified as a town, more akin to a small village, merely a few scattered self-built houses at the foot of a mountain, seemingly forgotten in the twilight. They chose the building closest to the intersection, its weathered walls still adorned with faded spring couplets. The moment they pushed open the door, a foul stench assaulted their senses. A swarm of green flies erupted, and with a flick of his fingers, Lu Shizhi conjured a few flames that elegantly danced through the air, incinerating the bothersome insects into fine ashes. Gu Qi raised his hand, summoning a stream of water to extinguish the embers. The floor was stained with congealed blood, and several emaciated zombies hurried towards them with raspy sounds. Perhaps due to prolonged starvation, the zombies' sagging skin clung to their skeletal frames, appearing gaunt and haggard. Lu Nange swiftly dispatched them with a few wind blades. The boys efficiently dragged the zombie corpses outside to air out the place. Let us open all the doors and windows, Lu Nange instructed, and the group diligently pushed open every window and door with force. Once the space was ventilated, Gu Qi began to cleanse the interior thoroughly. Nan, let us check the other houses, he suggested. All right, be careful, Lu Shizhi replied, leading a few people towards the neighboring buildings. Lu Nange retrieved cooking utensils from his spatial storage, neatly arranging them in the shade beneath the eaves. In the distance, a series of crashing sounds echoed. Someone had kicked open the door of the adjacent house. Lu Shizhi and his companions efficiently harvested all the crystal cores, dragging the desiccated zombie bodies to a clearing far from their shelter. A blaze erupted, the acrid scent of burning flesh quickly enveloping the area as the bodies gradually turned to ashes. Hijua waved his hand, and a surging wave of earth buried the remnants, leaving behind a smooth expanse of ground. Blame it on the mutated rabbit being too large. 10 portions are simply too much, Hijua lamented while turning the rabbit meat on the grill. After 2 hearty meals, Wenqing had thoughtfully prepared additional stir-fried vegetables for dinner. Luo Xingyo nibbled on a rabbit leg, feeling both relieved and anxious. She couldn't help but marvel at her fortunate circumstances, having latched onto a remarkably robust ally. However, in this world, such indulgence was hardly sustainable. As she took a bite of rabbit meat, she silently vowed to work harder and seek out more sustenance in the city. In the stillness of the night, with no one around, the boys finished their tasks, and Wenqing, having cleaned his hands, suggested, "Why not turn the leftover rabbit meat into jerky and sauce for convenience on the road?" Luo Xingyo immediately nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "I'm up for the task." The others joined in to lend a hand. Once everything was complete, they took turns washing up and resting. The girls shared a room while the boys slept in the living room, allowing for a rotating night watch. Surprisingly, the night passed peacefully. The next morning, Lu Nange was awakened by the enticing aroma of food. She stretched languidly, while Gu Wan also stirred awake, scrunching her nose. After a quick wash, they followed the delightful scent into the hallway. Wenqing had specifically requested a bounty of fresh ingredients the night before, and Lu Nange retrieved a generator and several refrigerators from her space. Gu Qi, too, was busy, using his abilities to freeze numerous ice cubes. Without ice and fans in this sweltering heat, sleep was nearly impossible. In a makeshift kitchen by the corridor, Wenqing and Luo Xingyo were already bustling with activity. Even before the first light of dawn broke, they had risen to prepare dough and fillings. Plump buns lined the cutting board, while wontons boiled in a pot and rows of dumplings were left to dry nearby. "Wenqing, you're up so early. Did you get enough rest?" Guan asked, rubbing her eyes. Wenqing continued her tasks with a smile. "Once dawn breaks, sleep eludes me. Don't worry, we're just preparing some food for the journey." Lu Nange approached the dumpling skins, intending to assist. However, Wenqing quickly stopped her, saying, "Nange, you and Wan should eat first. Your brother and the others have already finished and gone for a stroll nearby." With that, she lifted the steamer lid, releasing the enticing steam and aroma of the freshly made buns. As Lu Nange and Gu Wan chatted over the steaming wontons, a sudden, thunderous rumble echoed in the distance, accompanied by heavy snorts that made the ground quiver. The porcelain spoon clattered into the bowl, and Lu Nange sprang to her feet, her mental energy extending outward. Qi, Yi, and Gu Qi, who had just settled down for the night watch, rushed out as well. "What is happening?" Gu Qi's voice still carried the remnants of sleep. "It's wild boars. Several are charging towards my brother and the others." Lu Nange shouted as she dashed outside. Wenqing and Luo Xingyo quickly set down their dough to follow, but Lu Nange called back without looking, "Someone must stay behind. Wenqing, keep watch and stay safe." "Understood." Wenqing grasped Luo Xingyo's arm, calling after the retreating figures, "Be careful." "Okay." Gu Wan and the others hurried after Lu Nange towards the foot of the mountain, where the outlines of several enormous creatures began to materialize. Qi Yi, running alongside them, remarked, "These look like domesticated pigs, not wild boars." "Yet their size." Lu Nange replied, "They must have mutated. They were likely raised by villagers around here, but fled into the mountains after the apocalypse. That's an exaggeration in size." As a small car, Gu Wan gasped in astonishment, her words cut short by Hijua's thunderous shout. Was the meat that had almost reached her lips attempting to escape? Hijua bellowed fiercely, pressing his hands firmly against the ground. The earth erupted with a resounding roar, and a towering earthen wall, 3 meters high, surged forth, with sharp earthen spikes piercing upward, threatening the very heart of the pig herd. Lu Shitzi remarked, "Old he, take it easy. How can we enjoy the meat if it's tainted with the taste of soil?" Hijua retorted, "You should be more cautious. You've even sent sparks flying into the pig's flesh." Unfazed, Lu Shitzi conjured a few fireballs, asking, "What's wrong? Isn't freshly roasted suckling pig delightful?" Mei Bao had once said that only mutated beasts without crystal cores were fit for consumption. As for these few. Chapter 82. Butcher, we are professionals. Lu Nange's mental energy rippled outward, sweeping over the restless herd of pigs. She called out, "Zhuge, these few don't have crystal cores. They're edible." Hijua cracked his knuckles with a satisfying sound, exclaiming, "All right, sister, let's have a feast." Qi and Zhou commanded, "Qi, restrain them." Standing at the mountain's edge, Qi suddenly raised his hand, causing countless vines to grow wildly and entwine around the 5 wild boars. In an instant, the boars were bound, emitting desperate grunts as they struggled and roared. "Step back." Qi and Zhou struck down with a bolt of lightning. Boom! Amidst the explosive sounds, the wild boars convulsed, their cries growing increasingly pitiful. Hijua smiled broadly at the 5 wild boars. "We struck gold. Whereas Lu Nange suddenly frowned, extending her mental energy around. "Sister." A response came from behind the bushes. There stood Liu Bei, his right hand holding a fainted Ji Xian, while his left hand dangled a colorful wild chicken. Lu Shitzi and Hijua hurried forward to take them. Liu Bei handed over Ji Xian and the wild chicken, then sprinted into Lu Nange's embrace. "Are you hurt?" Lu Nange asked, as Liu Bei shook his head, his face speckled with grass clippings. Hijua, supporting Ji Xian, inquired, "What happened to Ji Xian?" Liu Bei replied, "When we were hunting the wild boars, Ji Xian hid behind a tree next to me. While I was slicing the pork, I heard his scream. You were all too far away, so I had to run over to check." With a grin, Liu Bei pointed to the lifeless wild chicken on the ground. "I found out he was pecked on the backside by this chicken. I don't know if he fainted from the pain or the fright." Hijua gazed at the chicken's sharp beak and then glanced at Ji Xian's bloodstained rear, his expression a delightful mix of surprise and amusement. After Liu Bei delivered the final blow to the 5 boars, Lu Nange stored them all in her space. Qi and Hijua carried Ji Xian towards their temporary shelter. In front of the makeshift dwelling, Wenqing and Luo Xingyo paced anxiously. Hearing the commotion, they rushed over. "Is Ji Xian injured?" Wenqing asked. Hijua's lips twitched as he struggled to maintain a straight face. "Yes. He was pecked on the backside by a wild chicken." Luo Xingyo blinked in disbelief. "Huh? Pecked on the backside by a chicken?" Wenqing insisted. "Let us get him inside. I'll take a look." On the air mattress, Wenqing's palm glowed with a soft, milky light as she hovered it over Ji Xian's injury. After a moment, she abruptly withdrew her hand. "All done. I'll step out now. Hijua, you check Ji Xian's wound again." "Me?" Hijua exaggeratedly pointed at his own nose. Guqi chuckled and kicked his calf. "Hurry up." "Damn." Hijua cursed as he reached to loosen Ji Xian's waistband. Just as the fabric slipped down slightly, a veiny hand suddenly clamped down on his wrist. "What the hell?" Ji Xian opened his eyes. "Pervert." Hijua rolled his eyes dramatically. "Do you think I want to see? I'm afraid of getting a needle SI. You've been pecked by a wild chicken. Sister Wenqing just treated your backside, so let me see how it is." Ji Xian's fingers clenched tightly on his waistband, his face reddening from his ears to his neck. "Wild chicken?" Guqi and Hijua spoke in unison. Treating the rear? Ji Xian squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. "Go out. I'll take care of it myself." Hijua was about to argue further when Guqi swiftly covered his mouth and dragged him outside. Once they stepped out, Guqi released his grip and lowered his voice. "Old he, could you refrain from wearing your emotions so plainly?" Hijua raised an eyebrow. "If emotions aren't displayed on my face, should I hang them on the wall? I'm not the Mona Lisa." Guqi remained silent. As they walked outside, they discovered that Lu Nange and the others had commenced the processing of the wild boar. The boar size was substantial, necessitating a division of labor. When Qing looked up, How is it? The group halted their tasks, their gazes converging on them. Gucci nodded. He has regained consciousness. He should be fine. Lu Nange replied. Then let us continue. Among those present, only Wen Qing and Qi Yi had ever witnessed the slaughtering of pigs. Under their guidance, 5 wild boars were processed with clear division of roles. 10 meters of plastic sheeting spread across the muddy ground. Lu Nange, Luo Xingyou, and Liu Bei formed a triangular formation, with wind blades and golden flying knives simultaneously piercing the boar's carotid artery. Dark red jets of blood gushed forth, cascading into the prepared barrels. Gucci and Lu Shizi were responsible for scalding the hair, pouring boiling water over the pig, as the rising steam mingled with the pungent odor. Qi Yi, Hizhua, and Qi Yinzhou took on the task of skinning, the blade scraping against the pig's hide with a rasping sound, tufts of hair shedding in clumps. After completing the exsanguination, Lu Nange and his group moved on to the next procedure of evisceration and precise segmentation. Wen Qing led Gu Wan to squat beside them, categorizing the internal organs, carefully placing the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys into different containers. By the time Ji Xian ambled out, the first wild boar had just been processed. He glanced at the blood-soaked ground and the bustling crowd, silently joining Gu Wan to assist in sorting the organs. As noon approached, the temperature continued to rise. Qi Yi raised his hand, and the surrounding trees seemed to grow wildly as if fast-forwarded. Gnarled branches intertwined above them, forming an impenetrable canopy. Only a few stubborn rays of sunlight pierced through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Qi's abilities could not be sustained for long. Lu Nange wiped the sweat from his forehead, strands of hair sticking to his flushed face. We have only processed 2 boars. Let us handle the remaining 3 tomorrow morning. Qi's collar was drenched in sweat. Young master, Miss Nange, I will wait for you to finish before retracting my abilities. Lu Nange's eyes brightened as he suddenly recalled the 20-meter canopy they had acquired during their last expedition to the city. He summoned it directly from his space. Qi Yinzhou inquired. Canopy? Lu Nange confirmed. Yes, the one we collected last time in the city. Let us set one up at the entrance to shield us from the sun and lower the temperature. A few of the boys promptly erected the canopy, the silvery gray shade quickly enveloping the pathway. Ice was arranged both in the living room and beneath the canopy, while fans whirred, circulating cool air into every corner. The sweltering heat and the morning's efforts in butchering had dampened everyone's appetite by midday. Wen Qing prepared a refreshing cold noodle dish using buckwheat flour, accompanied by several delightful side dishes. After the meal, some indulged in afternoon naps, while others engaged in conversation or immersed themselves in books. Wen Qing and Luo Xingyou, engrossed in culinary exploration, held a few cookbooks, captivated by the art of food. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, the sweet aroma of iced milk tea wafted through the sultry air. The 3 siblings of the Lu family shared identical expressions, their straws firmly in place, with tapioca pearls bouncing between their teeth. Hizhua cradled his cup, yet his gaze frequently darted towards the tightly shut door of Ji Xian's room. Why hadn't Ji Xian awakened yet? He took a deep sip of milk tea, and a pearl lodged in the straw emitted a gurgling sound. I shall check on him. Knocking on the door yielded no response. Ji Xian. Upon pushing the door open, he discovered Ji Xian's cheeks flushed with fever. Hizhua pressed his palm to Ji Xian's forehead. Sister Wen Qing, Ji Xian has a high fever. Wen Qing set down her milk tea and rushed into the room, her fingertips glowing with a soft, milky light. Moments later, she withdrew her abilities and stood up, remarking, "It feels like an awakening of powers." Huh? Hizhua's eyes widened in disbelief. Did a wild chicken peck out his powers? What does that even mean? A mutation of avian influenza? Lu Nange glanced at the wild chicken's carcass in the corner of the corridor. That wild chicken possessed a crystal core. Hizhua requested Qi Yi's dagger and began to excavate the wild chicken. Indeed, he unearthed a crystal core. What species of wild chicken is this? And it has a second-tier crystal core. He turned to Lu Nange, his expression suddenly turning somber. Sister Bao, does this mean it can't be consumed? Lu Nange nodded. Upon receiving her confirmation, Hizhua appeared despondent. My roasted chicken, stir-fried chicken, smoked chicken, white-cut chicken, Yellow braised chicken, spicy chicken, 3-cup chicken. Liu Bei propped his chin on his hand, observing him. Brother Hijua, are you reciting a menu? Chapter 83. The Giant Python. The following day, everyone rose early. After breakfast, Ji Xian remained in a deep slumber. Seizing the coolness of the morning, the others began to process the 3 remaining wild boars. It was not until the sun reached its zenith that they completed their tasks. The midday heat, heavy with the stench of blood, clung to each person's skin like a sticky shroud. Guqi Shuwei charged towards the front of the house. Lu Nange manipulated the air currents to stir up several whirlwinds. Yet the sanguine odor lingered heavily. Watch this. Hijua crouched down to give the earth a little spa treatment. The ground surged like waves. The fresh scent of soil mingling with the fragrant aroma of grass roots, finally overpowering the metallic scent of blood. Ji Xian was running a fever, leaving the door of the house ajar. Guqi and Hijua occasionally peered inside. As the horizon turned a fiery red, Ji Xian finally awoke. Hijua leaned against the doorframe, savoring a dessert freshly concocted by Wenqing and Luo Xingyao. At the sound of movement, he hastily stuffed the entire dessert into his mouth, crumbs clinging to his lips as he rushed to the bedside. Awake, he propped Ji Xian up, his voice muffled by the food. Quickly, tell me, what ability have you awakened? All eyes shifted from outside to focus intently on him. Ji Xian slowly opened his palm. Earth element, Hijua exclaimed excitedly, slapping the edge of the bed. Just like me. Ji Xian replied with a smile. Yes, I have finally awakened my powers. As night descended, the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat. The succulent pork sizzled on the grill, the perfect balance of fat and lean meat. Fresh lettuce wrapped around the fragrant slices, accompanied by bubbling ice-cold cola. Pure bliss. This meat, this texture, is absolutely perfect, Hijua exclaimed with satisfaction, squinting his eyes and smearing sauce at the corners of his mouth. Guan, cheeks bulging, mumbled indistinctly as he chewed. Delicious. Indeed, quite fragrant. Hijua picked up a slice from the grill. If only we could roast some wild mushrooms too, it would be even more perfect. Do you think we can find any in these mountains? Lu Nange tilted his head and asked, besides shiitake, do you recognize any other mushrooms? Well, Hijua scratched his head, glancing at the others. Does anyone here have expertise in this? A chorus of head shakes met his inquiry. Hijua slapped his thigh. What are we afraid of? We can just pick the ugly ones, right? ISNT, it said that only the beautiful mushrooms are toxic. Lu Nange replied cheerfully, all right then, let us lie down together after we finish eating. PFF, Guan, who was sipping his drink, immediately sprayed it out, dousing Hijua in cola. The group froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Guqi raised his can of cola to celebrate Ji Xian awakening his earth powers. Our strength has ascended to new heights. Cheers! Cheers! The crisp sound of clinking cans echoed into the night. After a few sips of the icy drink, Lu Shizhi pondered, rubbing his fingers over the condensation on the cola can. Since leaving Chu City, I've noticed that the duration of my abilities has lengthened, and the consumption isn't as rapid. Qi Yinzhou added more meat to the grill. Each time I push my abilities to the limit, it seems the capacity threshold is broken. Guqi replied, indeed, that is the case. Just as muscle fibers require tearing and reorganization to grow stronger, so too must abilities be constantly challenged to surpass their limits. Hijua remarked, are you suggesting that we must engage in frequent battles to level up? Otherwise, even if we do progress, we remain as frail as before? Qi Yinzhou looked up and replied, indeed. Previously, regardless of the level of ability users, unleashing a powerful move would leave them exhausted. Now, our abilities resemble expandable batteries. Initially, we could only release a single unit of energy. Through relentless combat, we gradually unlock 2, 3 units. In the future, we may even achieve capacities of 9 or 10 units. Lu Nange nodded in agreement, acknowledging only by breaking through our limits can we expand them. The sizzling of pork belly on the grill echoed, and this notion settled quietly in the hearts of each individual like a seed. After a week of arduous travel, Lu Nange and her companions finally arrived at the outskirts of Shashi. Along the journey, they encountered several waves of wandering level 1 zombies. Adhering to their principle of seizing every opportunity, they amassed a considerable number of crystal cores. They also sporadically crossed paths with other survivor groups. During these encounters, both parties remained cautiously distant, akin to two injured beasts assessing one another. No one dared to initiate conversation or provoke conflict. Instead, they each established their camps at opposite ends, deliberately displaying their weapons. This fragile equilibrium represented the safest social distance in a post-apocalyptic world. Suddenly, Hijua's off-road vehicle came to an abrupt halt, prompting Lu Shizhi to slam on the brakes behind. "What's the matter?" Qi Yanzhou clutched the walkie-talkie, and Gu Qi's voice crackled through the static. "I'm not certain, but the road ahead is shifting." Lu Nange swiftly exited the RV's bedroom, her mental abilities expanding as she probed ahead. The path was abruptly obstructed by a dense thicket. Towering ancient trees with gnarled roots formed a canopy that filtered sunlight into mottled patches. Beneath the shade, a massive python, as thick as a barrel, coiled in the center of the road, completely blocking passage. Lu Nange identified the creature: orange eyes, an orange crystal core, an upgraded level 3 mutated python. Her voice rose in urgency. "Get out of the car. It has spotted us. Its head is enormous, capable of swallowing our vehicle whole." Everyone hastily exited, and with a swift motion, Lu Nange made two vehicles vanish in an instant. They lined up in formation as the python writhed, lifting its colossal head. Its crimson tongue flicked in and out, and its orange vertical pupils locked onto Lu Nange and her companions. Slowly, it unfurled its body, the rustling of its scales against the ground sending chills down their spines. "Attack!" Qi Yanzhou was the first to strike, sweeping his hands, and in an instant, thunder erupted throughout the thicket. Lightning leaped between the trunks, crackling as it struck the massive python. The creature writhed in agony, suddenly opening its gaping maw to unleash a high-pressure jet of water. Hijua stomped his foot, conjuring a wall of earth. "Do you think you're a dragon? You can't just spew water." The water column crashed against the outermost earthen barrier, causing it to collapse with a thunderous roar and sending mud flying everywhere. Seizing the moment, Lu Nange crossed her arms, unleashing crescent-shaped blades of wind that sliced into the python's body. Yet, just as it was about to reach the vital spot, it was suddenly thwarted by the serpent's swiftly moving body, which layered itself in defense. This python possessed an instinct for safeguarding its crucial areas. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Yanzhou hurled a tempestuous sphere of lightning into the gaping maw of the gigantic python. With a thunderous explosion, the enormous serpent writhed in frenzy, its sturdy tail sweeping through the air with such force that trees, as thick as a man's embrace, snapped like mere matchsticks. Chapter 84. The roasting of the giant python amidst a flurry of wood chips and swirling smoke. Lu Nange swiftly navigated through the chaos, propelled by the rewards of the system's sign-in bonus, approaching the vulnerable 7 inches of the giant python. "Cover Nange." Qi Yanzhou immediately grasped the situation, directing his lightning strikes towards the python's orange vertical pupils, forcing it to recoil with a furious hiss. Liu Bei relentlessly pursued the python with his golden daggers, plunging them fiercely into its scale body. Qi knelt on one knee, pressing both hands firmly against the ground, causing countless vines to burst forth, entwining the python's massive form in a desperate attempt to restrain its thrashing. At the same moment, Lu Shizhi and Gu Wan unleashed their powers, hurling crimson fireballs into the python's gory wounds, filling the air with the acrid stench of singed flesh. Yet, in a fit of rage, the python's scales flared, and it managed to violently break free from the vines. The serpent's head crashed against the defensive shields of Luo Xingyo and Hijua. With a resounding bang, the shield shattered, sending Hijua, Luo Xingyo, Ji Xian, and Wen Qing flying like disconnected kites, crashing heavily to the ground. The python's scarlet tongue flickered as it prepared to devour its nearest prey, an unfortunate beast. In that moment, Liu Bei, concerned for Lu Nange, sought to divert the python's attention, and his small figure had unknowingly climbed onto the serpent's body. With 2 golden daggers gleaming coldly in his hands, he thrust them fiercely into the gaps of the python's scales. The python, in agony, emitted a series of piercing shrieks, its colossal body thrashing wildly as it turned to crush Qi Yinzhou and the others. However, this movement inadvertently exposed its vulnerable 7 inches fully to Lu Nange's view. Now was the moment. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Nange's eyes as she sprang into action, leaping off a tree trunk with a powerful push. 3 razor-sharp blades of wind formed at her fingertips. With precise strikes, they pierced the 7 inches, causing blood mist to erupt. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Nange advanced, using the wind blades to extract a glowing orange crystal core from a wound. The giant python let out a deathly wail, its body convulsing in a frenzied twist. Liu Bei clung tightly to the serpent's body, refusing to let go even as he was violently tossed about. I. Lu Nange and the others' expressions changed drastically as they rushed toward Liu Bei. It was only when the massive form of the python began to slacken that Liu Bei released his grip and leaped into Lu Shizi's outstretched arms. Are you all right? Lu Shizi anxiously turned him to inspect his condition. Liu Bei struggled to jump down, patting his chest. I'm fine. Lu Nange approached briskly, lightly tapping his forehead with her finger. Don't be reckless. Meanwhile, after confirming Liu Bei was unharmed, Qi Yinzhou and the others rushed towards the injured He Zhuo and the others. Together, they gathered around Lu Nange. Wen Qing accepted a bucket of crystal cores that Lu Nange offered. As the crystal core gradually dimmed, her complexion returned to normal. She immediately raised her hand to heal everyone, a radiant white light flowing gently over their wounds. What a pity, He Zhuo lamented, just regaining his vitality, as he eyed the python's corpse hungrily. So much meat, visible yet unattainable. The mutated beasts with crystal cores possess flesh imbued with a high concentration of corpse toxins, resulting in a staggering 98.8 probability of zombification within 72 hours post-consumption. Lu Nange lightly tapped her temple with her fingertips, recalling the initial details she had memorized, and slowly articulated her thoughts. He Zhuo withdrew his hand, which had nearly touched the serpent's scales, retreating several steps while fervently wiping his palms on his trousers. Lu Nange attempted to store the giant python in her space, but found it utterly unresponsive. Pondering thoughtfully as she stroked her chin, she mused, indeed, like zombies. Creatures infused with crystal cores cannot be absorbed by space after death. What a pity, she lamented, lightly kicking the serpent's body. If only this mass could be stored next time we encounter a horde of zombies. We could simply hurl it like a bowling ball. Surely it would score a home run. Qi Yinzhou suggested. If it's inedible, this giant python is too cumbersome to manage. Perhaps we should incinerate it? Lu Nange raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding sunlight. That could work, but we are flanked by woods. She turned to He Zhuo and Ji Xian, instructing He Zhuo, Ji Xian, please erect earthen shields to contain the flames. Once it has burned sufficiently, we can extinguish the fire and depart. He Zhuo and Ji Xian sprang into action, erecting 2 earthen walls, one tall and the other short, one thick and the other thin, on either side of the path. Lu Shizi and Gu Wan simultaneously raised their hands, unleashing several fireballs that whistled as they struck the giant python. The oppressive heat of the day, coupled with the roaring flames, forced the group to retreat. Lu Nange retrieved the RV, and they all took refuge inside. The branches on the ground crackled in the fire, as the python's carcass was gradually consumed by the flames, releasing an oddly enticing aroma of roasted meat into the air. Old Ji, He Zhuo crouched in the shade of a tree, a cooler beside him exuding a gentle chill. He called across to Ji Xian. What do you think about adding some chili powder and cumin? Wouldn't this snake meat be delectable? Ji Xian replied. Jealousy certainly distorts one's perception. What's the point in comparing intellect with He Zhuo? As the giant python was reduced to charred remains, Gu Qi summoned a high-pressure water jet from his palm to douse the flames. Ji Xian, having exhausted his abilities, appeared pale. He Zhuo directly harnessed his powers to lift the earth from both sides of the road and deposited it onto the smoldering surface. With a thunderous crash, the dust rose, completely smothering all embers. He Zhuo then manipulated the earth element to compress the road repeatedly until a half-meter-high earthen wall was formed. The 2 vehicles ascended the earthen slope, kicking up a cloud of dust as they sped towards Shushi. As they approached the final service area before entering Shushi, the setting sun had painted the horizon a bloody hue. Observing the twilight, the group deliberated and decided to rest for the night at the service area. Entering the city the following day, the dilapidated service area lay in disarray, with shelves toppled and shards of glass scattered across the floor. The sound of crumpled, decayed food packaging echoed, while several emaciated corpses lay strewn about, accompanied by a few ragged zombies aimlessly wandering. Chi, E, and Ji Xian adeptly managed the situation. Dinner time arrived. As Lu Nange recalled the incident of the giant python's crystal core being absorbed by you, she turned to the crowd and remarked, "I have a use for the 2 level 3 crystal cores I hold." In his heart, Liu Bei muttered, "Sister needs level 3 crystal cores. I am still too weak. I must enhance my abilities to procure more for her. Here, you take them." Hejuan nonchalantly waved his hand. Qi Yanzhou added, "Indeed. We shall focus on collecting level 3 crystal cores from now on. Brother, you should train harder." Lu Shizi affectionately tousled his sister's hair, assuring her, "I will find more level 3 crystal cores for you." Guwan interjected, "Nange, without you, we might not even survive. If you find them useful, then keep them." The others chimed in, and Gu Qi nodded in agreement. Lu Nange's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then I shall not be modest. I truly have a purpose. Once I discover more level 3 crystal cores, I will replenish everyone." Chapter 85. The Wildlife Park. The following morning, 2 vehicles entered the urban district of Shushi, one trailing the other. The number of wandering zombies on the streets had noticeably increased, yet peculiarly, the extent of destruction across the city was alarming. Logically, the collapse of road surfaces following a flood should be attributed to landslides or mudslides. However, Shushi was not within the realm of such geological disasters. Yet, as far as the eye could see, the pavement was cracked and high-rise buildings leaned and collapsed as if forcibly broken. Rubble piled high, twisted steel rebar lay exposed, and the entire city seemed to have endured a cataclysmic earthquake. Vehicles could not navigate through Shushi under normal circumstances. Lu Nange closed her eyes, her mental powers unfurling. Moments later, she grasped the intercom. "Brother Qi, stay close to our vehicle." "Understood." The off-road vehicle yielded the path, allowing the RV to proceed ahead. Lu Nange leaned back against the passenger seat, guiding Qi Yanzhou on the route. They halted the vehicle in the shadow of a broken wall, and one by one, the group disembarked. Lu Nange swiftly stored the vehicle in her spatial realm. A distant rumble echoed. One of the tall buildings collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending up a cloud of dust. "Let's take a look from above." Lu Nange led the group to ascend the side of a fractured skyscraper. Hijua rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Am I seeing this correctly? Is that a tiger fighting a lion?" Qi Yanzhou replied, "This is Shushi's Wildlife Park, the largest in the nation before the apocalypse." Lu Nange retrieved a high-powered telescope from her spatial realm, the lens sweeping over the devastated cityscape. Survivors were spotted fleeing on the ground, while various mutated animals roamed the periphery. "How is it, Nan? Hijua's voice involuntarily climbed an octave. "You all can see for yourselves." The telescope passed through the hands of the group, each expression frozen in shock, pupils dilated, lips quivering, and Adam's apples bobbing unconsciously. Lu Shizi frowned slightly. "It seems this devastation is the handiwork of these mutated creatures." Liu Bei, perched on Lu Shizi's shoulder, pointed towards the right. "An elephant." The group turned in unison. A towering elephant had crushed a house along the street with its massive foot. A chorus of swallowing sounds emerged. Tigers, lions, elephants, gorillas, and even rhinos? Hijua counted on his fingers but gave up halfway. "How about we take a detour?" Lu Nange scanned the surroundings with her mental powers. "This area appears relatively safe, devoid of mutated animals. Wait here for me. I'll collect some cores, and then we can go around." "Collect cores?" Qi Yanzhou's brows furrowed slightly. Lu Nange pointed toward the area where the tiger and lion were battling. "Yes. Those animals are either level 2 or 3, and the cores of the deceased creatures around haven't been extracted. I'll seize the opportunity. I'll go with you." Lu Shizi stepped forward immediately. Liu Bei, sitting on his brother's shoulder, stretched out his little hand. "Sister, let me help you gather the cores." "No," Lu Nange firmly refused, tapping Liu Bei's forehead. "I can move swiftly and quietly on my own." She turned around and winked. "Don't worry, I'm just going to collect some cores. I promise not to cause any trouble. You watch me through your telescopes, and if I am discovered, will you come to my rescue?" Liu Bei pouted, gazing at her sister's unwavering expression, her shoulders drooping. "All right, fine." Her voice was muffled, reminiscent of a drenched puppy. "Be careful. Stay safe. Don't get too close. Retreat at the first sign of danger." Amidst the cacophony of warnings, Lu Nange waved her hand nonchalantly and dashed towards the city. Gucci noticed the taut line of Lu Shixi's jaw and Liu Bei's composed demeanor, gently patting their shoulders. Nan'an is clever and calm, with excellent skills. "She will be fine." Lu Shixi remained silent, merely nodding imperceptibly. All eyes were fixated on the receding figure until she vanished completely amidst the ruins. At that moment, Lu Nange accelerated to her utmost, her mental energy radiating like a fleeting shadow weaving through the remnants of the walls. She deliberately avoided areas where survivors might be present. Upon encountering the corpses of mutated wolves, raccoons, horses, deer, golden monkeys, and other creatures with crystal cores, she skillfully extracted the crystals and fled. The entire process was seamless. As she stealthily approached the central area, tigers and lions were still engaged in a fierce struggle. A peculiar gathering of mutated creatures, including elephants, gorillas, rhinoceroses, crocodiles, foxes, and eagles, surrounded the scene as if they possessed a hint of intelligence, resembling a group of spectators reveling in the spectacle. Lu Nange deftly slipped into the blind spot of the beast's line of sight. Holding her breath, she commenced the extraction of the crystal cores. In the distance, the group observing through the telescope, including Qi Yanzhou, was both astonished and amused. He Zhuang covered her mouth, stifling laughter as her shoulders shook. "Our little sister is stealing from under the noses of the beast horde." Just as Lu Nange was reaping a bountiful harvest, a voice cried out, "Humans, humans, there are humans!" The tiger's massive paw still rested upon the lion's face, yet all the mutated creatures simultaneously turned their heads, eyes locking onto Lu Nange's figure. Some animals, due to their size, even developed a cross-side gaze to better see her. Lu Nange twisted her waist, rising fluidly, her mental energy pressing against the beast horde as a gust of wind propelled her away. "Run!" The hearts of the distant onlookers raced, nearly leaping from their throats. Lu Shixi and the others turned to dash downstairs, but Gucci swiftly grasped their arms. "Wait!" Nan'an has evaded them. The beasts, rising to pursue Lu Nange, found their size hindering them, resulting in chaos as they collided with one another. The tiger crushed the lion's head underfoot, exhaling a fiery blast. The lion's mane ignited in a furious blaze, causing it to roll in agony. Surprisingly, the rhinoceros obeyed the tiger's command, directing a stream of water at the lion to extinguish the flames. Just as the lion staggered to its feet, an elephant delivered a crushing stomp, reducing it to a bloody mess. With a roar, the tiger commanded all mutated beasts to line up in formation and follow it deeper into the city. Midway through her escape, Lu Nange abruptly halted. After scanning with her mental energy to confirm the beasts had departed, she flashed a cunning smile and turned back stealthily. "For you, to awaken, I shall risk everything for those crystal cores." Despite the herd's retreat, Lu Shixi and her companions sprinted along the dilapidated streets, racing towards the direction of Lu Nange. At that moment, Lu Nange was preoccupied with harvesting crystal cores. In addition to the third-level crystal cores from the mutated lions, she had thoroughly searched the vicinity for any other heads. Just as she was about to extract a lizard's crystal core, a shiver ran down her spine, causing her to instinctively roll to the side. Whoosh! Several ice spikes hurtled through the air, impaling the lizard's corpse like a hedgehog. Lu Nange abruptly looked up to see the macaw circling above. "Beauty! Beauty!" The macaw squawked in a peculiar tone, its voice laced with a hint of mockery. "Silence!" Lu Nange snapped, brandishing her hand to unleash a flurry of wind blades, forming a triangular blockade to cut off the macaw's escape. "Wicked woman! Wicked woman!" the macaw retorted, executing a graceful dive while flapping its wings, unleashing a cascade of ice spikes upon her. Chapter 86. The Diamond Parrot as Lu Nange swiftly dodged. She unleashed her mental energy, causing the diamond parrot to plummet as if intoxicated by false spirits. Its vibrant feathers fluttered chaotically in the air. With a swift motion of her fingers, Lu Nange aimed to capture the parrot, only to see it suddenly open its beak, shooting forth a chilling ice spike. Utilizing the recoil, the parrot flapped its wings and retreated rapidly. Not far away, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning, intertwining with fire. As a violent surge of energy swept toward them, it was the extraordinary powers of Qi Yanzhou and her elder brother. Oh no! Her eyes darkened as she retaliated with 3 razor-sharp wind blades, forcing the diamond parrot back. Yet, behind her came its raucous shrieks. Bad woman! Bad woman! Take me with you! Lu Nange had no time to spare. She surged forward at breakneck speed toward the direction of the thunderstorm. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Shixi and his companions were rushing toward her, only to collide head-on with a horde of mutated crocodiles. Concerned for Lu Nange, they wasted no time and unleashed their full powers. In an instant, elemental forces of wood, water, fire, earth, and thunder rained down with ferocity. By the time Lu Nange arrived, only charred crocodile corpses remained strewn across the ground, the air thick with the acrid scent of burnt flesh. Lu Shixi scooped up Lu Bai and turned. Leave 3 to extract the crystal cores. The rest follow me to find Nange. Brother, aye. Lu Nange called from a distance. Upon hearing her voice, they rushed toward her, their eyes filled with concern. Are you hurt? I'm fine, she replied, just as the diamond parrot fluttered closer, mimicking in a high-pitched voice. Beauty. I'm fine. I'm fine. Lu Shixi and Lu Bai exchanged sharp glances. One hurled a fireball while the other threw a golden dart. Scare the bird, scare the bird. The diamond parrot screeched, dodging frantically before suddenly flapping its wings, causing the temperature to plummet as fine frost formed in the air, an icy chill enveloping them. Originally intent on slaying it, Lu Nange's expression shifted, and the wind blades, aimed at its vital points, abruptly veered off course. Simultaneously, she unleashed a powerful mental force upon the diamond parrot. Creak! The diamond parrot hesitated momentarily, tilting and descending, only to be seized by Lu Nange around its neck. Recalling the tales of beast taming, she promptly stuffed 2 crystal cores into the parrot's mouth. As the saying goes, first offer a gift, then discuss terms. Seeing this, Lu Shixi and the others instinctively ceased their assault. Qi Yi Wenqing and Luo Xingyou turned to extract the crystal cores from the mutated crocodiles. Crunch! Crunch! The diamond parrot's beak cracked the crystal cores, its eyes glimmering with eagerness. Beauty! Beauty! More! More! Lu Nange teased the crystal core before it, playfully stating, "Want to eat?" Suddenly, she clenched her fingers. Then how about following me from now on? Caw! The parrot's feathers flared as it instinctively attempted to peck at Lu Nange's wrist, but she tightened her grip around its neck, applying another round of mental pressure. In pain, it shielded its head with its wings, swaying as if under the influence of 2 tails of false spirits, its beak clattering incoherently. Unfazed, Lu Nange again stuffed several crystal cores into its beak. Chew, resist, endure. Chew again, resist again, endure again. After several exchanges, the diamond parrot even began to cooperate. I understand you comprehend. I shall ask you once more. Will you follow me? The macaw continued to struggle, even shaking its head vigorously. My beautiful one, make my head spin, and I shall comply. Then you may feed me. Lu Nange gently tapped its vibrant beak with her fingertips. Playing the fool? Suddenly, she tossed her hand, and the parrot flapped through the air in a comical arc. Yet it promptly returned eagerly, flapping its wings with fervor. My lady, more please. Lu Nange warned, follow me again, and we shall feast on roasted parrot tonight. The macaw protested, no meat, not delicious, not delicious. Lu Nange chose to ignore it. The parrot, in a frenzy, began to spin in circles, just as it was about to chase after her when it was repelled by Lu Shixi's fireball. Lu Bai, aware that his sister had taken a liking to the noisy bird's ice abilities, refrained from intervening and simply led his sister forward. The macaw unleashed ice spikes, while Lu Shizhi and Gu Wan hurled fireballs. Occasionally, Qi Yanzhou would strike it with bolts of lightning. With you. The macaw shrieked as it dove toward Lu Nange, but mid-flight, it suddenly shrank, landing delicately on her shoulder. The macaw nudged its head against Lu Nange's neck, its wings gently fanning, the icy power transforming into a refreshing breeze, a flattery that was almost unbearable. The commotion from dealing with the mutated crocodiles was tremendous, and rustling sounds echoed from all directions. The crumbling building trembled slightly, and a distant tiger's roar could be faintly heard. Lu Nange's psychic energy seeped out, pinpointing the most vulnerable direction of the beast horde. Let's go. A sharp cry pierced the air. The speed of the birds was astonishing. An eagle or a hawk plunged into view. The macaw instantly expanded several times, its resplendent feathers standing on end. Caw, my lady, look at me. Don't gaze upon that ugly creature. Ugly creature, stay away. The macaw scolded as it unleashed a barrage of ice spikes, its wings stirring a biting cold wind. Lu Nange continued her pace, turning back to shout, Gongzi, be careful. Caw. The macaw stumbled, nearly tumbling from the sky. It flapped its wings in protest, furious. Caw, what a ridiculous name. Does it even deserve to be associated with my splendid feathers like a rainbow? Lu Nange, observing the macaw's exasperated demeanor, called out, Win, and you may choose your name, Gongzi Twa Dogdan. The choice is yours. Not only the macaw, but the corners of Qi Yanzhou's and others' mouths twitched, and Hejuan nearly stumbled to the ground in disbelief. The macaw, incensed, ruffled its feathers, venting its frustration upon the fierce bird. Its wings spread wide, and with a frigid breath, it instantaneously froze its opponent into an ice sculpture, stomping its claws down. Crack! The macaw proudly shattered the ice statue. Caw. No, I must take this back to show my lady. These ugly creatures outside cannot compare to me. Clutching its trophy, the macaw navigated through the ruins, accurately locating Lu Nange and her companions, soaring proudly to her side. Slap! As the mouth loosened, the corpse of a mutated bird was deliberately cast at the feet of Lu Nange, crushing several mutated lizards beneath it. My beauty! The macaw instantly shrank in size, gracefully landing upon Lu Nange's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling her earlobe. With an air of pride, it emitted a couple of triumphant caws. Look, this ugly creature cannot compare to me. I am a mightiest. Lu Nange observed the lifeless mutated lizards and casually fed a few grade 1 crystal cores to the macaw. The bird eagerly chewed, producing contented clicks, its feathers fluffing up in bliss. Indeed, humanity is enamored with beauty. Only a bird is magnificent as I may grace the presence of such a beauty. The macaw joyfully chewed with its eyes closed, entirely oblivious to the actions of Lu Shizhi and the others who were excavating animal crystal cores. Even the spoils it had brought back were being rummaged through by Lu Beiyi. Had it merely opened its eyes, it would have realized that the crystal cores nestled within these creatures' brains were far more delectable than the treats it was currently savoring. Chapter 87. The four great beasts. A thunderous roar of a tiger drew near, echoing ominously. Lu Nange, sensing an extraordinary energy, exclaimed, We are surrounded. The group swiftly positioned themselves back to back. The onlookers, who had just witnessed a fierce altercation between a tiger and a lion, found themselves encroached upon from all sides. Lu Shizhi swiftly inquired, Nange, which direction should we break through? Lu Nange replied, Brother, can I confess that I cannot distinguish between the directions? To my left is an elephant, to my right a gorilla, behind me a rhinoceros, and directly in front, the tiger. Qi Yanzhou interjected, A gorilla? Hejuan's voice trembled as he urged, Yanzhou, perhaps you should look up? A shadow loomed overhead as a towering 5-story gorilla bent down, its rotting wounds exuding a foul stench, with dried blood and flesh clinging to its fangs. Let us not approach the rhinoceros, Gucci began, but before he could finish, all four colossal beasts suddenly sat down simultaneously. With a resounding crash, they began to dismantle the structure as if it were child's play, sending clouds of dust swirling as the group scrambled to evade the chaos. With a sharp squawk, the macaw soared into the sky, delivering a flurry of aggressive pecks at the rhinoceros' eyes. Amidst the swirling debris, Lu Nange shouted, "It seems a confrontation is unavoidable. Listen closely. The tiger and gorilla are level 3, while the rhinoceros and elephant are level 2. Qi Yinzhou declared, "I will take on the tiger." Lu Nange responded, "I will handle the gorilla. The rhinoceros is mine." Suddenly, Liu Bei, who usually clung to his sister, spoke up. Amidst the flying rubble, the group took cover behind a broken wall, their gazes fixed intently on Liu Bei. He stood tall, exuding determination. "I can do it." Lu Shizhi placed a reassuring arm around his brother's shoulders, stating, "I will assist with the rhinoceros. Leave the elephant to me." Gu Qi cracked his knuckles. Ready for action. Lu Nange swiftly scanned the team, her words rapid yet clear. The remaining members will split into 2 teams. Brother Qi, Sister Xingyao, and Ji Xian will join Gu Qi to tackle the elephant. Brother Yu Wanwan, Brother Zhuang, and Sister Wenqing will work with Ai on the rhinoceros. She raised her voice, resonating through the debris. "Remember, if we cannot fight, we must flee. Survival is our priority." The group echoed her resolve. They charged in 4 distinct directions. The gorilla's colossal form was daunting. Lu Nange lightly tapped her toes, attempting to harness the wind's strength to leap into the air. To her astonishment, she truly soared, propelled by the gusts. The gorilla's massive body was marred with bite marks, some wounds deep enough to expose bone, with decaying flesh hanging from various spots. Lu Nange unleashed dozens of small wind blades that sliced through the gorilla's skin. A roar erupted as the gorilla's fist barreled towards Lu Nange, and to her dismay, the beast wielded wood-based abilities. Countless vines and the gorilla's fist converged towards her. Lu Nange sprang onto the gorilla's forearm, her mental energy piercing into its mind like a sharp spike. In that fleeting moment of hesitation from the gorilla, she seized the opportunity to leap, directing a large wind blade straight at its brow. Alas, the gorilla managed to evade at the last moment. The vine surged forth uncontrollably, and as Lu Nange spun around, she unleashed a wind blade, causing numerous severed vines to plummet to the ground. She danced and leaped upon the colossal beast, its enormous hands flailing chaotically against its own body, resembling a peculiar attempt at scratching an itch from a distance. Lu Nange soared across the surface of the gorilla. Each gust of wind she created etching new wounds upon its decaying flesh. Suddenly, the gorilla rose to its feet with a thunderous crash. It began to leap wildly, causing the ground to fracture under its weight. Its massive hands, imbued with a foul wind, swatted down, and Lu Nange narrowly evaded them, slipping through the gaps between its fingers. In a fit of rage, the furious gorilla summoned vines from its feet, ensnaring itself in a verdant cocoon. Lu Nange's pupils constricted. Seizing the moment before the vines enveloped its head, she charged directly at the gorilla's skull. She sprang from its shoulder bones, her hands pressed together as she unleashed a massive blade of wind. A flash of azure light erupted, and half of the gorilla's head, complete with its orange eye, was sent flying. Yet, astonishingly, the creature continued to move. Within the hollow cavity where its crown had been, murky brain matter mixed with black blood erupted violently. It shook its mutilated head and flung Lu Nange away with force. Meanwhile, the battle on Qi Yinzhou's side was equally brutal. The mutated tiger had lost half of its cheek, revealing stark white bones and a crimson gum line. As it roared, it seemed as if air was escaping through its facial wounds. Qi Yinzhou opened his arms and, with a swift motion, summoned a tempest of thunder to envelop the giant tiger. Amidst the rampant electricity, the tiger convulsed violently, but instinctively expelled a fireball. Fearing that the fireball might inadvertently harm Lu Nange and her companions, Qi Yinzhou stomped the ground and raised his palms to the sky, calling forth lightning. A bolt as thick as a child's arm struck the tiger's head with precision. The wounded beast finally noticed Qi Yinzhou's presence and unleashed a flurry of fireballs from its paws. At the same time, Liu Bei was being carried by Lu Shizhi as they rushed towards the rhinoceros. The frenzied beast's horn sent the parrot flying, crashing into a ruined wall and rendering it unconscious. When Qing dragged it to safety behind cover, with a wave of his small hand, Liu Bei commanded a storm of scrap metal to rain down upon the rhinoceros. A golden aura emanated from its body as the metal rained down like autumn leaves. Boom! The fireballs from Lu Shixi and Gu Wan struck repeatedly, but were deflected by the metallic surface upon contact. The earth heaved as Hijua cursed. With your entire body fortified by metal abilities, let us see how you withstand this. With a swift thrust, Hijua sent earthen spikes toward the rhinoceros's vulnerable areas, its rear, eyes and nostrils. The rhinoceros swatted away the incoming spikes, but failed to evade the assault on its rear, letting out a pained bellow. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Shixi hurled a compressed fireball directly into its gaping maw. Almost simultaneously, the golden darts manipulated by Liu Bei surged like a swarm into its throat. Moo! The darts penetrated deeply, igniting a chaotic celebration of flames and blades within. The rhinoceros entered a frenzied state, rampaging wildly. Just as Hijua prepared to strike again at its rear, it was kicked by the rhinoceros's hind leg, sending him flying several meters into a heap of rubble. The fireballs from Lu Shixi and Gu Wan bombarded its eyes and nostrils like a relentless barrage. Amidst this cover, Liu Bei leaped through the ruins and ultimately executed a graceful somersault onto the rhinoceros's back. On the back of the undulating bull, Liu Bei shouted, "Sister Wanwan, keep the bull away from Hijua. Brother, scorch its behind." Gu Wan immediately rushed to the unconscious Hijua, and when Qing arrived, just in time to assist. Together, they swiftly dragged Hijua to safety. Lu Shixi, meanwhile, positioned himself behind the rhinoceros, launching fireballs that struck fiercely against its rear. The rhinoceros bellowed in pain. Jumping about in discomfort, Liu Bei clung tightly to the undulating back of the bull, seizing the opportunity while the rhinoceros was distracted by its own agony. Golden daggers pierced the creature from all angles. With a firm grip on the hilt, he propelled himself forward, akin to ascending a steep mountain. At the moment the rhinoceros reared its head in excruciating pain, Liu Bei had already slid down to its horns. Countless golden darts pierced through its brow, splitting its bloodshot eyes in twain. Chapter 88. Bathed in blood, the injured rhinoceros did not collapse immediately. Instead, it succumbed to an overwhelming frenzy of pain. Its powerful limbs trampled the debris as it charged towards the collapsed buildings ahead. Liu Bei's small fingers turned pale as he gripped the horn tightly, his right hand shimmering with golden light as a long blade materialized from thin air. With precision, the golden blade pierced the rhinoceros's brow, and as the beast reared its head in agony, he propelled himself upwards with a forceful push against the horn, clutching the hilt with both hands. He utilized the momentum of his descent, driving the blade deeper into the rhinoceros' skull. With the creature instinctively recoiling, the force of the strike intensified, and in a flash of cold light, the entire rhinoceros was cleaved in two. In midair, Liu Bei twisted his body, attempting to dissipate the force of his fall. Lu Shixi dashed forward, his tall figure cutting through the smoke, arms outstretched as he caught the plummeting Liu Bei. The impact was tremendous, sending him staggering back several steps before he managed to stabilize himself. Meanwhile, Gucci faced a scene of devastation. The elephant's back was riddled with gaping, honeycomb-like wounds. Its limbs bore injuries deep enough to expose bone. Both tusks had broken off at the roots, leaving only one eye intact, while the other socket was merely a grotesque pit of flesh. Most horrifying was the trunk, marred by festering bite wounds, the skin peeling back as though it had been relentlessly gnawed upon by countless zombies. Gucci commanded a jet of water towards the colossal creature, yet the elephant seemed to revel in this deluge, shaking its massive body in delight. The mingled blood and water surged forth from the numerous holes in its hide, and one could almost imagine it letting out a triumphant roar of relief if it could speak. Qi pressed his hands to the ground, and suddenly, a multitude of thorns erupted from the earth, their sharp barbs piercing into the elephant's flesh. The beast let out a low, pained roar, thrashing wildly. But the more it struggled, the tighter the thorns ensnared it, digging deeper into its wounds and drawing forth more dark blood. Luo Xingyo gazed at the battered elephant, a flicker of pity crossing her eyes. Elephants were her favorite animals, but at this moment, she felt a pang of remorse. With a determined bite of her silver teeth, she swung her arms forcefully, launching a flurry of golden darts that sliced through the air, aimed directly at the elephant's face. Almost simultaneously, Guqi's arms bulged with veins as he pushed the water pressure to its limits. A sharp blade of water formed, screaming through the air as it pierced straight for the elephant's brow. The elephant, in pain and fury, stomped its front legs down with tremendous force. The ground trembled violently, unleashing a flurry of sharp earth spikes that surged towards everyone in a frenzied assault. Jixian dropped to one knee, slamming his hands onto the ground. As the spikes emerged, he countered with his own earth-based abilities. However, his newly awakened powers were still limited, and the enraged elephant was far beyond his capacity to contend with. His complexion began to pale. With a guttural cry, the elephant's trunk, like a massive serpent, lashed out, ensnaring Ji Xian around the waist. The grip tightened mercilessly, causing his face to turn a deep shade of crimson, veins bulging at his neck, his eyes beginning to bleed. Let him go. Luo Xingyo's final shred of hesitation was shattered. She retaliated by throwing a flying dagger that embedded itself into the tendons of the elephant's trunk. Seeing this, Qi immediately joined forces, raising his hands as several thorny vines shot towards the elephant's remaining eye. The elephant let out a mournful cry. Its trunk, severed by 1/3, sprayed forth a torrent of crimson blood, finally releasing its grip on Ji Xian. Ji Xian fell heavily to the ground, a prominent purplish-red mark adorning his neck. Nearby, the roar of a tiger and the commotion of a gorilla echoed through the air. Guqi's gaze sharpened. Both Yin and Nan were engaged in their own battles, and swift resolution was imperative. Listen, Guqi swiftly strategized. Old Ji, protect yourself. Qi, ensnare the elephant with vines. Luo Xingyo will perform the cranial assault, while I will target its brow. On my count of 3, we attack simultaneously. Understood. 3, 2, 1. 3 distinct powers erupted in unison, enveloping the frenzied giant elephant. Boom! The rhinoceros and the massive elephant collapsed one after the other, stirring up a cloud of dust. The feathers of the diamond parrot regained their luster, and Hejua's wounds healed rapidly under Wenqing's restorative abilities. The group excavated the crystal core and turned to dash toward Lu Nange and Qi Yinzhou. Lu Nange was deftly evading the constricting vines and the fists of the gorilla, yet did not anticipate the gorilla suddenly lowering its head. Splash! The gorilla, its skull brutally cleaved, toppled, and the stench of blood mixed with viscous brain matter cascaded over Lu Nange. Qi Yinzhou likely did not foresee that Lu Shizhi and his entourage would charge towards Lu Nange's location. Liu Bei and Lu Shizhi were the first to arrive. Upon seeing Lu Nange drenched in blood, a tempest of murderous rage surged in their eyes. Nan, sister. Lu Nange, gripping the gorilla's fur, agilely scaled its muscular back. She cast a glance back. Brother, I'm fine. I'll be all right soon. You dare harm my sister, you shall pay dearly. Lu Shizhi bellowed, flames swirling in his palm as a searing curtain of fire struck fiercely at the vines enveloping the gorilla. Liu Bei grasped the air, conjuring 2 gleaming golden blades. Small in stature, yet swift as a specter, he leapt, driving the blades deep into the gorilla's flesh, then used the momentum to whirl away. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sounds of blades tearing through flesh echoed, trailing behind him a mist of scarlet blood. The gorilla roared in fury, frantically slapping at the flames engulfing it, spinning in agony as it struck at its own body. Lu Nange clutched its fur tightly, scaling its head amidst the violent upheaval. She grasped the edge of its cranium and leaned down, her gaze locking onto the entwined orange crystal core. Several wind blades sliced down with precision. Sizzle. The lines surrounding the core, akin to the gorilla's neural pathways, shattered at once. The gorilla's roar ceased abruptly, its massive form collapsing like a crumbling mountain. Crashing to the ground, Lu Nange, propelled by the residual force of the wind blades, leapt, and caught the back collar of Lu Bei. "Let's go." The diamond parrot dove down, its sharp beak grasping Lu Nange's collar and gently placing her on ground. It then shook its head vigorously, spitting out with a series of papa sounds. "Gah. The beauty has turned foul. Stinky, stinky." Lu Nange, recognizing its intent to save her, refrained from reprimanding it, merely wiping the blood from her face. Turning swiftly, she dashed towards the gorilla's cranium. When Gu Qi and his companion arrived, they beheld a bloodied figure emerging from the gorilla's hollow head. Gu Wan gasped in shock and hastened towards Lu Nange, exclaiming, "Nan Nan, are you hurt?" Gu Qi and his group internally screamed, "Is the bloodied figure Nan Nan?" "It's not my blood," Lu Nange replied, shaking off the sticky strands of her hair. Without hesitation, Wenqing grasped her wrist. Lu Nange instinctively recoiled, saying, "Sister Wenqing, I'm filthy. I truly am uninjured." "Do not move," Wenqing commanded, her healing abilities swirling around them, confirming no harm before restoring some of Lu Nange's energy. Observing the group, Lu Nange inquired, "You've all come. Where is Qianzhou?" Silence spread among them. Suddenly, a chilling tiger's roar echoed in the distance, mingled with the sound of thunderous explosions. Lu Nange instantly projected her mental abilities, realizing, "This is bad. That tiger has evolved. Run." Lu Shizhi shouted, and the group surged towards the direction of Qianzhou. As she ran, Lu Nange rummaged through her belongings for wet wipes, roughly scrubbing the dried blood crust from her face. The sensation of her hair sticking to her neck was irksome, yet at that moment, she could not afford to dwell on it. Chapter 89. Haircut. The lightning bindings cast by Qianzhou ensnared the tiger tightly within an electric net. Ferocious bolts of lightning struck down relentlessly, yet unexpectedly, they only served to empower the tiger further. By the time Lu Nange and his companions arrived, they were met with a hellish scene. Flames and thunderstorms entwined, rendering it impossible for anyone to approach even a step closer. "Ah Yan, Brother Yan, rein in your abilities." Gu Qi's shouts were swallowed by the sound of explosions. Qianzhou, with reddened eyes, had nearly exhausted his powers, relying solely on his mental fortitude. Completely oblivious to the cacophony surrounding him, Lu Nange made a swift decision. Zhuik Gu Ji Xian extinguished the fire with earth. He and Ji Xian simultaneously bent down to strike the ground, causing it to tremble violently as countless clumps of earth rained down upon the sea of flames. In that fleeting moment, as the fire subsided slightly, they finally caught sight of the figure at the center of the storm. Qianzhou's powers were nearly depleted. He faintly heard Lu Nange's voice. His figure paused momentarily, and his once distracted gaze suddenly sharpened. He raised both arms, extracting the last remnants of his abilities. Boom! The sky erupted with lightning above the tiger's head, and amidst the blinding brilliance, the tiger emitted a heart-wrenching roar. Yet, astonishingly, the white tiger continued to struggle, spewing fireballs from its maw. The diamond parrot, having been fed a few crystal cores, let out an excited squawk. Obediently, it expelled an icicle and soared into the circle of flames, retrieving the precarious Qianzhou. "Gu Qi, now's our chance." Gu Qi unleashed a column of water towards the tiger. "Aye, Sister Xingyou." Lu Bei's golden flying knives and Luo Xingyou's darts launched from all directions towards the tiger. In the moment when water and metal intertwined, the power of the lightning surged dramatically. The tiger convulsed frantically within the conductive net. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Nange conjured a whirlwind, transforming the remaining flames into a towering wall of fire that encircled the tiger. Roar! The tiger's anguished cry resonated through the skies. Just as the group released a collective sigh of relief, roar! From the blazing inferno, a charred skeleton suddenly leaped forth. The ominous white bones, trailing sparks, surged towards the crowd with astonishing speed. "Gongzi, freeze it!" The diamond parrot flapped its wings, exuding an icy chill. In an instant, the skeletal tiger, poised to pounce, became encased in glistening ice. "Beauty, beauty, I'm not called Gongzi. I'll change your name another day." Lu Nange managed to respond, but inwardly pondered, as expected. Beasts of level 3 and above are driven by crystal cores. As long as the core remains intact, even a mere skeleton can move. Gongzi, after all, lacks the requisite level and can only temporarily freeze this severely injured level 4 beast. Without hesitation, she extended her mental prowess, locking onto the ice sculpture. With a swift motion of her right hand, several blades of wind sliced precisely into the icy layer. Clink! The orange crystal core rolled a few circles on the scorched earth before finally resting at Lu Nange's feet. With a sharp crack, the icy sculpture of the tiger shattered, scattering ice shards across the ground. Simultaneously, Gu Qi and He Zhuo raised their hands to extinguish the remaining flames entirely. The group leaned against broken walls or collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, even reluctant to move a finger. Qi and Zhou was tossed into Lu Shixi's embrace by the diamond parrot. As when Qing advanced without hesitation, a pale, healing light enveloped Qi Yinzhou entirely. When the last wisp of black smoke from the flames dissipated, Qi Yinzhou's eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes. Before his vision could focus, it fixated on the blood-soaked Lu Nange. Nan, are you injured? I'm fine. Everyone is fine. Lu Nange tugged at the fabric clinging to him, a frown of distaste crossing his features. Can we find a place for me to take a shower and change clothes? The various creatures that once roamed the sandy city lay dead, leaving only a treacherous macaw. A horde of mutated animals, drawn by the scent of blood, swarmed like locusts over the corpse of a gorilla, ravenously devouring flesh. Lightning crackled in Qi Yinzhou's hands, and the entire area was immediately filled with thunder and flashes of electricity, reducing the low-tier mutated beasts to charred remains. Have you leveled up? Lu Nange raised an eyebrow. Qi Yinzhou, feeling the surging powers within him, shook his head. Not quite there yet. Lu Nange smiled, a hint of envy in his eyes, thinking to himself, I wish I could have another round with the tiger. This region was nearly devoid of intact structures. The fierce battle had ravaged most of the block, and the remaining residents had long since vanished. The group found a patch of shade beneath a tree, a makeshift refuge of sorts. Lu Nange retrieved a vehicle from his spatial pocket. Nan, grab another off-road vehicle. Kiansu Sujinli spoke. Without looking back, Lu Nange waved his hand, and another modified off-roader materialized out of thin air. Caw! You've scared the feathers off me. The macaw flapped its wings, pacing back and forth atop the vehicle. Soon, the two off-roaders flanked the RV, providing protection. The boys instinctively spread out to keep watch on the vehicles while the girls entered the RV to freshen up. Just as Lu Nange stepped into the bathroom, the macaw shrank down and followed him inside. Lu Nange swiftly grabbed it and unceremoniously tossed it out the door. Thud, thud, thud. The persistent bird pecked at the bathroom door with its beak. Beautiful one, open the door. Beautiful one, open the door. It was only after Gu Wan used a crystal core as bait that the bird finally wandered off. Warm water cascaded down, and Lu Nange washed for a full 5 rounds before he was satisfied. The most challenging part was his hair. After the appearance of the zombies, he had cut his long hair to shoulder length, contemplating a complete shave, yet fearing the heat would become unbearable. He opted for a shoulder-length cut, tying it up in a bun every day, which turned out to be quite refreshing. As he emerged from the bathroom, he twirled the ends of his hair and muttered, I need to trim it a bit more later. Wen Qing was feeding the macaw alongside Gu Wan when she looked up at the mention. Nan, are you thinking of cutting your hair? Yes, Lu Nange responded, shaking his damp strands. It's too long and gets in the way. Then, after I finish my shower, shall I help you cut it? Wen Qing's voice softened slightly. I used to often cut my daughter's hair. The sentence trailed off into silence. Gu Wan immediately chimed in, grabbing her own hair. Sister Wen Qing, help me shorten mine too. Otherwise, I'll be at a disadvantage in fights if someone grabs my hair. This abrupt interjection made Wen Qing chuckle. All right, once I'm done, I'll cut both your hair. The macaw squawked, cut them all, cut them all. Once Wen Qing had finished a shower, he and Lu Nange descended from the camper. Lu Nange instructed her brothers to set up a small awning, while the golden parrot flapped its wings, obediently circling around to cool the air. One by one, everyone completed their baths and donned fresh attire, lining up to have Wen Qing assist with their haircuts. Lu Nange retained her shoulder-length locks, while Gu Wan and Luo Xingyo opted for shorter styles, Gu Wan with a chic bob and Luo Xingyo with a blunt cut. The boys all sported uniform chestnut hairstyles. Only Liu Bei wore the meticulously trimmed fringe crafted by Wenqing, his chubby cheeks perfectly complementing the hairstyle, resembling an adorable little dumpling. However, when it was Yijua's turn, a predicament arose. His half-red, half-black hair presented an unconventional sight. The parrot flitted around him, squawking and leaping. Ugly freak. Shamate. You dead bird, be quiet. Gah, red hair monster. The banter escalated, becoming increasingly profane, until the parrot, ruffled and indignant, appeared ready to freeze Yijua into a statue of ice enough. Lu Nange, quick-witted, seized the bird by its neck and offered it a crystal core. Don't you want a treat? The parrot immediately drooped its head. Just as Yijua was about to flaunt his hairstyle, snap. Chapter 90, Yijua's sudden head shake caught Wenqing off guard, resulting in a tuft of hair being severed at the roots. The atmosphere fell abruptly silent. Yijua stiffly raised a hand towards his scalp, feeling an unexpected flatness. In the mirror, his signature red-black gradient hair now resembled a field of wheat gnawed by a dog. A snicker escaped Guwan first, unable to contain her amusement, which was soon followed by a chorus of laughter from the others. Wenqing, stifling her laughter with a cough, suggested, "Why not just shave it all off? It's hot anyway." The parrot, Guozi, was rolling on the car roof in fits of laughter, chanting, "Baldy, Baldy." Ultimately, Yijua, sporting an awkward crew cut, squatted next to the off-road vehicle, utterly despondent as the sun bore down on his pale scalp. From a distance, Gucci chuckled derisively, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Serves you right. Who told you to cut your hair all by yourself like a hyperactive child?" Guwan, sitting cross-legged under the canopy, tilted her head and offered a reluctant consolation. "It's not too bad. A crew cut is the ultimate test of a handsome man. Congratulations, you barely pass." The parrot flapped its wings and landed on the table, its raspy voice heckling, "Ugly. Ugly. You're the ugliest." Yijua sprang up in a fit of rage, lunging towards the bird. "Guozi, you dare claim that name? From now on, you shall be called Dog Egg, a fitting name for a wretched bird like you." The parrot swooped low, teasingly fluttering around him, the wind from its wings brushing against Yijua's face, all the while squawking malicious. "Hat Leslie Ugliman." Beneath the canopy, Lu Nange and her companions formed a circle, some munching on sunflower seeds, others sipping water, all enjoying the spectacle. The mischievous parrot, flaunting its ability to fly, deliberately soared high and low, leading Yijua in circles. Finally conceding the chase, Yijua collapsed into a folding chair, turning to Lu Nange with a gaze filled with sorrow. "Nana, dear sister, might we indulge in roasted parrot tonight? The kind that is crispy on the outside and tender within?" No sooner had he spoken than the parrot dove down, its sharp beak aiming for his fingers, declaring, "Ugly and poisonous. Murderous ugly man." Lu Nange, quick as a flash, scooped up the parrot into her arms and handed it a bowl of water, saying, "Calm down. Oh, ancestor, your voice is about to break." The parrot, with a haughty demeanor, held its head high but obediently leaned down to sip from the bowl. With a flap of its wings, it took to the table, seized a sunflower seed, and with a satisfying crack, the shell split open. It then tilted its head, casting a sidelong glance at Yijua, shaking its wings in triumph, much like a victorious general. Taking a step back, Yijua reminded himself that it was unwise to quarrel with a mere bird. He gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead throbbing. The parrot continued its taunts. "Baldy, Baldy." Frustrated, Yijua snapped back off. "I won't yield an inch." He lunged toward the table, declaring, "Dog Egg, today it's either you or me." The parrot was prepared, its wings flaring wide as it yelled, "Ugly man, ugly man." Lu Shitzi remarked, "This is truly a recipe for chaos." The weather was sweltering, and the group led by Lu Nange relied solely on the ice-cooling abilities of the diamond parrot. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings resembled a jumble of shattered blocks, with collapsed buildings blocking the roads completely. Driving was utterly impossible. In such heat, traversing the city on foot could easily turn one into jerky. As the sun gradually dipped below the horizon and the temperature slowly fell, Lu Nange finally stowed away the vehicle. The city was teeming with chaotic wildlife, not to mention the zombies. Nighttime would only bring greater peril. Spending the night outdoors was tantamount to delivering a meal to them. The group waded through the ruins, their footsteps echoing ominously on the creaking floorboards beneath them. Lu Nange brought up the rear, waving her hand as she gathered shattered stones and broken beams into her space. She couldn't collect the bodies, but these steel and concrete fragments served as a ready arsenal. After walking for over half an hour, the sky grew dimmer, and the ground became somewhat more even. Suddenly, Lu Nange's mental energy trembled slightly. There was the essence of survivors nearby. They sought refuge in a relatively intact, low-rise building, intending to spend the night before departing from Shushi City and continuing their journey. After a brief tidying up, they prepared to make do for the night. After dinner, the group silently emptied their pockets of crystal cores, piling them in front of Lu Nange. She considered awakening Yu but refrained, promising to replenish everyone later. Stowing the crystal cores, Lu Nange readied herself to climb onto her air mattress. The diamond parrot, chattering excitedly, fluttered over, tilting its head to look at her. "Beauty, let us sleep together." Lu Nange's heart raced. How had the wind blade taken such a turn at that moment? Rising from the bed, she fashioned a makeshift crib for the parrot, even hanging a colorful mobile above it. The diamond parrot flapped its wings in delight, pacing around the crib and occasionally pecking at the jingling bells. Lu Nange lay back on her air mattress, storing the crystal cores in her space. As those softly glowing energy entities entered, they dissolved rapidly like snowflakes in boiling water. Consumed entirely. "Yu?" she softly called in her consciousness. Silence. "TSK, did I raise a gold guzzler?" So many crystal cores, yet it remains asleep? "Nan, are you unhappy with how much I eat now?" A youthful voice suddenly chimed. Startled, Lu Nange sat up. "Yu, you're awake?" Thanks to Nan, finding so many crystal cores, the energy replenishment is quite sufficient. "Wonderful. How many days can you stay awake this time?" "Don't worry, as long as Nan feeds me on time." "Wait." The voice suddenly surged in pitch. "How did your system backpack upgrade to a space? And what else with these house-like, yet fragmented stones?" I wanted to say that if we encounter something we can't defeat, we can just crush it. If one building doesn't do it, then two will." Yu fell silent for a moment, as expected of Nan. The voice then brightened. "We've arrived at Shushi City, and I've awakened my abilities, even unlocking Dark Line missions. Truly, you're the host I chose. Today, I shall refrain from indulging in flattery." Lu Nange's fingertips danced in the air. "Why don't you first elucidate the meaning of a covert mission?" "So, I still have a main quest." "Well," the voice suddenly wavered, betraying a hint of uncertainty. Chapter 91. Lu Dongjua takes the stage. The piercing shriek of a macaw interrupted the conversation between Lu Nange and Yu. Beauty, there are bad people. Lu Nange jolted awake, her eyes flying open to find the parrot frantically flapping its wings and hopping back and forth on the window frame. "What's wrong?" Guwon sprang up from the air mattress, all remnants of sleep vanishing. Lu Nange immediately projected her mental energy outward. The next moment, she sighed. Once again, they were surrounded. Outside the door, a group of individuals was conversing. "Old 3, are you certain these people came from outside the city? They're all carrying bags?" A voice, gruff like that of a duck, inquired. "Absolutely, big brother." The man referred to as Old 3 replied excitedly. "I saw them with my own eyes. Coming from the direction of the city, clean-cut young folks, all with bags. That night, when Fonkwai Si and I passed by, we even caught a whiff of delicious food." "Big brother," interjected a man in a dirty tank top, his voice laced with hesitation. "Do you think the mutated tigers and gorillas might be them?" "Liuzai, for heaven's sake, can you show a bit of ambition? Your cowardice is astounding." Old 3 interrupted impatiently. "I witnessed this group entering from outside the city, each one with a backpack surely filled with food. They looked too clean to have been in a fight. And they didn't drive into the city, which means they must have hidden their vehicle. Who knows how many supplies are in there?" Just as Lu Nange and Guwon were about to wake their companions, there was a frantic knock on the door. "Nana, Guwon, wake up, someone is coming," Lu Shitzi called. When they stepped outside, they found everyone gathered in the living room. Lu Nange's gaze sharpened. A midnight raid was upon them. and the intruders likely sought supplies. She swiftly stored the provisions from the room into her space. At the moment, the last bed vanished. A sudden burst of golden light flared outside. Crash! The glass shattered under the force of golden energy. A hoarse shout echoed from outside. Prepare to die. Old Three's eyes widened as he watched a dark object trailing flames crash through the window. He swiftly delivered a sharp slap to Feng Si. Damn it. Who told you to throw bombs? If people die, that's one thing, but what about the supplies that got blown away? Feng Si, clutching his head, looked aggrieved. Third brother, it's just the old rule. You break the window, I throw the thunder. Clang. Lu Nange flicked her wrist, and a surge of azure light erupted. Wind blades, carrying lethal intent, returned with the ferocity of their own. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion sent tremors through the entire wall. A crimson fireball shot into the sky, staining the night with its blood-red hue. Amidst the swirling debris of stones and glass shards, heart-wrenching cries pierced the air. My leg. My leg. The heavy door creaked open with an ear-piercing screech as Lu Nange and her companions stepped into the moonlight. A few of the ability users from Chueda's group reacted swiftly, deploying their powers just in time to narrowly avoid fatal injuries. Now, they rose from the ground, covered in dust and debris. The man at the forefront spat out a mouthful of blood. You little brats, if you wish to live, obediently hand over the supplies. Before he could finish his sentence, a blinding flash of lightning erupted from Chi Yinzhou's palms, and with a wave of his hands, Chueda and his group were left charred and tender, burned to a crisp. Amidst the brilliance, Chueda finally discerned the faces of several individuals. He trembled all over. Wasn't this the very group of fiends that had single-handedly battled the mutated tiger and gorilla? He had seen them escape the city earlier that day. Bang! Chueda's knees crashed heavily against the ground, his forehead striking the shattered stones with a dull thud. A few esteemed gentlemen possess great magnanimity. We have been blind. His voice quivered with a hint of desperation. There is simply no food left in the city, and my brothers are so hungry their eyes have turned green. I beseech you, show mercy. Brother, have you lost your mind? The third one tugged at his arm. Chueda forcefully shook him off, hissing in a low voice. They're the ones I saw kill the tiger and those mutated beasts during the day. The third one eyed the group of youths with skepticism, sneering them. Impossible. How could they possess such abilities at their age? Get away. Chueda rose, kicking the third one aside. If you wish to die, do not drag me down with you. He Zhuang interjected. Have you finished your performance? What are you singing about in the middle of the night? Kui de Stiefend. Offering an apologetic smile as he began to retreat. Pardon us. We shall take our leave. He Zhuang pressed. Did we agree to that? You think you can simply walk away? Chueda asked. What do you gentlemen mean? Gu Wan replied. Attacking us in the dead of night without any prior acquaintance. How can we know who you are? It would be better to perish swiftly. Chueda, drenched in cold sweat, pleaded. We harbor no ill intentions. Lu Shitzi retorted. No ill intentions? You come at us hurling grenades? That is quite a unique way to greet someone. The third one, standing behind Chueda, suddenly flashed with a menacing glint in his eyes. He thrust a golden dagger brutally into Chueda's back, the blade piercing through to the front, blood cascading down the edge. With a twist of his wrist, he cruelly twisted the blade, then kicked Chueda away. Chueda staggered back 2 steps, blood gushing from his mouth, disbelief etched on his face as he turned back. The third one sneered coldly, old fool in these times. Indecision is tantamount to seeking death. I told you they possess supplies. Why were you so cowardly? With a malicious grin, the third one raised his hand, signaling behind him, but his actions had already been laid bare within Lu Nange's psychic field. The wind surged violently without warning. In the next instant, an explosion erupted behind the third one. His companions had no chance to react, exploding into clouds of blood mist, bones, shredded flesh, and entrails scattering in the tempest. Their cries extinguished before they could even escape their lips, leaving behind a gruesome crimson residue. The third one's pupils constricted, his sinister grin freezing instantly. How is this possible? You, Lu Shitzi, and the others hardly lifted their eyelids, their murderous intent resolute. The girls, including Lu Nange, remained unmoved, their expressions indifferent. The golden parrot flapped its wings, eager to join the fray, but was restrained by Lu Nange, retreating its claws in disappointment. The third one's entire group was annihilated. The silence was deafening. Hijua cast a fleeting glance at the corpses strewn across the ground before turning back inside. All eyes were fixated upon him. Hijua's steps faltered suddenly, and he turned his head with a sidelong glare. "What are you all staring at me for? Did I say something wrong?" The golden parrot flapped its wings in an agitated manner, squawking loudly, "Ugly man, noisy! Ugly man, noisy!" Hijua glanced at the crowd, a look of feigned innocence on his face. "So you all think I am noisy?" The parrot quickly chimed in, "Yes." "Ugly man, noisy?" His expression darkened, and his knuckles cracked ominously as he enunciated each word with deliberate intensity. "If I do not pluck your feathers and roast you tonight, I shall no longer bear the surname he." With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, sealing off the scene of carnage. Lu Shizhi remarked, "It seems dinner will be a no-show tonight. You've been wishing to change your surname to Lu for quite some time." Gucci leaned casually against the wall, commenting, "The intentions of Sima Zhao are known to all. Brother Ci, with Nan Nan and Yi already accounted for, we are merely missing a dong." He raised an eyebrow mischievously, suggesting, "How about we rename you Lu Dongjua?" Hijua sighed, "Heavens, has my standing at home sunk so low that I am inferior, even to a bird?" The group erupted into laughter as they dispersed, leaving only the golden parrot flapping about in the living room, chanting, "Dongjua, Dongjua, ugly man Dongjua." As night fell, silence reclaimed the space. Chapter 92. Farewell, Shushi. At 4:30 in the morning, before dawn had broken, Lu Nange and her companions had already risen. Time was of the essence. They needed to exit the city before the temperature began to rise. Otherwise, traversing the city on foot would render them akin to wax figures under the scorching sun, gradually melting away. With a hasty wash of their faces and a light meal to sustain them, they stepped outside. The soles of Lu Nange's shoes crunched over the uneven debris, fragments of concrete tumbling beneath her feet. In her mind, she lamented to Yu, "Why must every road in this world pass through one city after another? Would it not be feasible to construct highways and national roads on the outskirts?" Yu's electronic voice crackled with amusement, because humanity delights in a sense of ritual. They euphemistically call it. Even if just passing through, one should appreciate the charm of each city. Lu Nange remained silent. They followed the precariously tilted road signs for 4 hours. It was not until nearly 9 o'clock that the road was finally free from the wreckage of collapsed buildings. Lu Nange's psychic energy quietly seeped out as she retrieved 2 vehicles from her spatial dimension in a corner of the ruins. The group squeezed into the RV for a brief respite. After consuming a steaming bowl of wontons, her nerves began to ease. With the 2 vehicles ready, they set off once more. To their utter astonishment, as they attempted to enter the city, they were obstructed by a massive python leaving the city. Conversely, upon their exit, they were confronted by a blockading scorpion. Chi slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the gravel. Ahead, a row of gigantic pincers opened and closed violently, resembling rusted mechanical guillotines, grasping at the scorching air. Lu Nange fixated on the scorpions, which were now the size of tricycles, and found it absurd. "It's quite peculiar. I used to scream at the sight of snakes and scorpions, but now that they have grown larger, I find myself unafraid." The group swiftly disembarked. Lu Nange swept her psychic energy across the surroundings. There were no survivors. With a touch of her palm, the 2 vehicles were instantly absorbed into her spatial realm. The sun had ascended to its zenith, and the heat waves distorted their vision. She licked her cracked lips and murmured, "Let us resolve this swiftly, or we'll surely roast by noon." The golden parrot flapped its wings and screeched, "Roasted parrot! Roasted parrot!" The entire road was effectively blocked by the colossal scorpions, rendering any movement impossible. Even Qi Yinzhou's lightning could not fully penetrate the mass. They could only fight their way through while advancing. "Yinge, Qige, prepare to unleash a wave," Lu Nange commanded. Qi Yinzhou swung his arms. Dazzling bolts of lightning danced like silver serpents, closely followed by Gu Qi's water column. The front row of giant scorpions immediately convulsed and collapsed. The atmosphere which had been tense, was suddenly lightened as Hijua burst into laughter. Honestly, with a fitting tune, they resembled dancers at a disco. The golden parrot immediately flapped in agreement. Baldy, play the music. Baldy, play the music. Behind the fallen scorpion corpses, 3 or 4 rows of giant scorpions surged forth over their charred brethren. As they stepped into the electric field, the residual currents erupted in radiant blue sparks across their exoskeletons, causing the swarm to convulse and retreat. Brother, Wan, prepare the fireballs. The searing orbs of flame shot forth with a howl. In an instant, the acrid scent of burning protein wafted through the air, accompanied by the crackling sound of explosions. 3 rows of massive scorpions transformed into walking torches, their exoskeletons twisting and bursting under the intense heat. Step back. I'm about to add some seasoning, Lu Nange instructed, prompting everyone to retreat. The golden parrot perched on Lu Nange's shoulder bounced excitedly back. Back! It's going to explode, as flames danced, and the retreat reached a sufficient distance. Lu Nange conjured a bag of flour from the void and hurled it into the air. Simultaneously, she unleashed a blade of wind to slice open the package. The pure white flour cascaded like mist onto the inferno, carried by the heat waves into swirling clouds. Zhuge, Ji Xian, too done. Hijua and Ji Xian stomped the ground in unison, causing earthen walls to rise abruptly. Gangzi, flap your wings. Almost in the same breath, the golden parrot swelled in size, its 5-meter wingspan flapping vigorously. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar of the explosion, the searing shockwave collided fiercely with the earthen shield. Sparks flying were frozen by the icy winds stirred by the parrot, transforming into a flurry of glistening ice crystals cascading down. Ahead, sparks flared and heat billowed. Behind, a cool breeze swept in, with ice crystals swirling about. Where the hot and cold converged, white mist ascended. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, cracked earth shifting beneath their feet. The long dormant mound in the rear erupted, revealing the outline of a level 3 scorpion king, sending clouds of dust swirling. As it moved, the earth heaved, and the flames gradually subsided. Lu Nange retracted her psychic powers. The level 3 scorpion king has awakened. Do you wish to engage in a battle beyond your current level? It can rapidly enhance your strength. Lu Shixi and others nodded eagerly. Withdraw the shield. Lu Nange spoke rapidly. Yinge, Yi, cover me and hold them off. 30 seconds. Discuss your strategy. She traced a semicircular defensive line in the sand with a blade of wind. The golden parrot exploded into a plume of colorful feathers. Beauty! And don't forget about me. Lu Nange tossed a crystal core to it. Gangzi, your task is to create aerial distractions. The golden parrot flapped its wings and soared toward the Scorpion King, unleashing a rain of ice spikes from above. Lu Nange, Qi Yinzhou, and Lu Beiyi unleashed wind blades, lightning, and golden darts simultaneously upon the Scorpion King. While the 3 controlled the intensity of their attacks, Gangzi unleashed full firepower. The Scorpion King's exoskeleton shattered, oozing a strange orange-purple blood. Nan, we're ready. Lu Nange and her companions swiftly retreated. Lu Shixi and others entered the fray. The golden parrot spiraled down, its tail feathers bursting open, landing on Hijua's head. Baldy, give it all you've got. Lu Shixi and Gu Wan unleashed fireballs and curtains of flame, clearing out the ordinary giant scorpions attempting to reinforce the Scorpion King. Chi's thorns ensnared the Scorpion King, but it suddenly stomped the ground, causing dozens of earthen spikes to erupt. Split! Hijua and Ji Xian shouted in unison. Each took charge of a section, blocking the spikes with their earthen shields. Luo Xing seized the opportunity to fling several golden darts, forcing the Scorpion King to retract its offensive and hurriedly conjure an earthen shield for protection. Guqi's high-pressure water column washed over the earthen shield, causing the viscous mud to peel away with the flow. Chi's thorns seized the moment to infiltrate the gaps in the exoskeleton. Luo Xingyo suddenly wiped away the beads of sweat rolling down her brow, a glint of fierce determination flickering in her eyes. She propelled herself off the ground, hurtling towards the Scorpion King like an arrow released from a bow. Utilizing the force, she leapt into the air, her fingers claw-like, seizing the gaps in the Scorpion King's exoskeleton. As soon as Qi witnessed Luo Xingyo's movement, thorny vines erupted instantaneously, ensnaring the Scorpion King's pincers tightly. The spiked tendrils burst forth with green sap under the immense strain, buying precious time for Luo Xingyo. Yizhua and Ji Xian simultaneously thrust earth spikes towards the Scorpion King. Guqi's water column suddenly compressed to an extreme, the high-pressure stream slicing through the Scorpion King's brow. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Xingyo launched golden flying daggers, each piercing the joint gaps of the Scorpion King with a sound akin to the breaking of air. The Scorpion King's body writhed in a frenzy. Luo Xingyo's arms bulged with veins as she coalesced a golden dagger. With a resounding shout, the dagger was driven forcefully down the Scorpion King's brow. Amidst the sharp sound of tearing exoskeleton, the grotesque head was cleaved in half, purple-black fluid gushing forth like a fountain. Exhausted, Luo Xingyo knelt on the back of the Scorpion King, panting heavily. Lu Nange delicately peeled away the writhing neural tendrils surrounding the crystal core. With a clang, the orange glowing crystal core rolled onto the scorched earth. The colossal body of the Scorpion King crashed to the ground with a thunderous sound. The golden parrot flapped its wings, spiraling joyfully, even emitting a whistle-like sound. Little beauty. Guan finished off the last few giant scorpions that were still resisting nearby. Then she leaped onto the Scorpion King's carcass, lifting the weakened Luo Xingyo. Just as she was about to jump down, Lu Nange and Wenqing arrived at the perfect moment. Sister Wan, I'm here. Aware of Lu Nange's strength, Gu Wan released her grip, and with a princess carry, Lu Nange effortlessly brought her down. They reached the shaded area where the golden parrot flapped its wings. Wenqing's healing light, a soft pale glow, enveloped Luo Xingyo's body tenderly. Chapter 93. Yu emphasizes participation. After Lu Shizi and the others dealt with the remaining giant scorpions, they pried open the exoskeletons and retrieved the crystalline cores hidden within the flesh. They meticulously scoured every corner of the battlefield, leaving no trace unexamined, even the corpses half buried by sand and wind. Fortune favored them. Lu Shizi deftly lifted a red glowing core with the tip of his dagger. Among the first batch of scorpions they had vanquished, they surprisingly found a few of the second level. He tossed the core into his bag. Once they confirmed nothing was overlooked, they stepped over the charred shells of the scorpions towards Lu Nange and the others. Lu Shizi poured the collected cores into a water bucket. Nan, they are all here. Lu Nange replied, what you gave me earlier was sufficient. Each of you should absorb one first to see if you can level up. The 3 extra cores should be given to Sister Wenqing. She needs the second level cores for healing. As for this third level core, before she could finish her sentence, a flash of colorful light surged forth. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed as the golden parrot's throat bobbed with delight, flapping its wings exuberantly. Delicious, exquisite, top-tier delicacy. Lu Nange rubbed her forehead, just as she intended to retrieve the parrot. Suddenly, the golden parrot burst out in feathers. Beauty! Hot so hot! It shrank like a deflating balloon, plummeting straight into Lu Nange's embrace. A soft luminescence emanated from Wenqing's fingertips, swirling around the parrot. The energy fluctuations are unusual. It seems poised for an upgrade. Lu Nange shook the parrot's tiny claw. Is this straightforwardness a bit too blunt? Yizhua Xiao nodded earnestly. After all, it's a bird. It's just like eating and then, well, you know. The group, except for Lu Nange, Liu Bei, and Qi Yinzhou, prepared to absorb the cores. Lu Nange merely retrieved the mobile home. The fierce wind swept through, violently clearing the scorpion corpses aside and revealing a path stained with purple-black blood. The group squeezed into the mobile home, the interior quickly becoming as cramped as a can of sardines. Gu Wan and her companions occupied one room to cultivate and level up, while the rest sprawled haphazardly in the living room and secondary bedroom. With hardly any space to spare, Qi Yinzhou drove, while Lu Nange cradled the sleepy Liu Bei, who held the golden parrot, the 3 of them occupying the passenger seat. Outside the window, the number of zombies gradually overwhelmed the mutated beasts, and they had finally exited the borders of the Sand City. The electronic voice of Yu you suddenly chimed in her mind, brimming with excitement. Congratulations, host, for independently triggering the covert mission. Eliminate the potential crisis in the Sand City. Reward: permission for unrestricted access to space for the host as sole use. It was then that Lu Nange recalled she had not finished her conversation from the previous day. Brother Yinzhou, are you sleepy? She inquired softly. Qi Yinzhou glanced at her, seeing Liu Bei soundly asleep, and lowered his voice further. Not sleepy. Nan, if you're tired, you can rest. If I feel sleepy, I'll call you. Lu Nange nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Yinzhou. I'll close my eyes for a bit. She shut her eyes, entering into a mental dialogue with you. You, can I enter the space by myself? Nan, you can only enter the space when no one is watching. Moreover, this is quite impressive. You were last rewarded for the ecological planting model. Now you can enter the space, scatter some seeds, and await the results. The rate of growth in the planting sector varies, and within a week, you shall be able to reap the benefits. In this apocalyptic world, you will never lack for vegetables and fruits. Lu Nange, is your sole purpose for allowing me into this space to assign me labor? Completing tasks will yield rewards from the intelligent steward. You will merely need to direct it. So, you're not the intelligent steward. You and the steward are not the same service terminal. You retorted with confidence. Lu Nange, then what is your significance in my presence? You, the essence lies in participation. Lu Nange pondered in her mind. What then are the main and side quests? Nanchan, the electronic voice of Yu suddenly took on a pitiful tone. Program constraints prevent me from divulging anything right now. It requires your natural triggering to unlock. What if I miss it? That will not happen. The system responded enthusiastically. Nanshan, rest assured, as long as you remain true to yourself, you shall not miss out. If I were to inform you prematurely, it might be detected and lead to task failure. Lu Nange sighed in exasperation. So, what difference does it make whether you are awake or not? You suddenly burst into tears. Nanshan, sob. I heard that. I am immensely useful. I brought you here, and I can help shield you from detection by this intruder. I even prepared sign-in rewards. A system backpack, and I can level up. The rewards are plentiful, yet you dare say I am useless. I'm quite upset. No, I merely spoke thoughtlessly. Our Yu is the best. She consoled like one would a child, nodding in her mind before withdrawing from the mental conversation. Since there was no further inquiry to be made, Lu Nange opened her eyes. Shall I take the wheel? Qi Yinzhou raised an eyebrow. Have you obtained your driver's license? Yes. She instinctively nodded with the memories of the original owner. I just received it during the summer vacation. At that time, my parents... Her voice trailed off. The jarring sound of brakes suddenly erupted in her mind. A tumbling vehicle, blood, her mother standing in front of her, a bloodied palm. Her father pushing her out of the car, the heat against her back. Lu Nange instinctively tightened her embrace around Liu Bei's arm, while her other hand unconsciously gripped the seatbelt. She turned her gaze towards the window. The hint of red at the corners of her eyes transformed into an amber hue under the sunlight. Qi Yinzhou sensed the shift in Lu Nange's emotions, his fingers brushing the steering wheel. When I can no longer bear it, I will let you take over. She replied softly, her gaze fixed on the scenery outside. The cracked asphalt road was eerily desolate. Only the distorted giant trees receded in her view, their thick roots upheaving the pavement like numerous twisted black veins. As the sun began to set, the aura of supernatural abilities surrounding Lu Shizi and the others gradually dissipated. They found a roadside parking spot, the tires crunching over the wildly growing weeds, producing a soft, rustling sound. Lu Nange took out another off-road vehicle. The group continued their journey. As I drive along the marked route of Jia City, the scenes outside the window grow increasingly unsettling. The highway, which should be strewn with abandoned vehicles, is eerily pristine, and the wandering zombies are nowhere to be found. Even more perplexing is the complete absence of any intact structures along the way, be it residential homes, gas stations, or rest areas. All have vanished without a trace. The once spacious four-lane road has, almost imperceptibly, narrowed to 2 lanes, while dense mutated flora encroaches from both sides. Chapter 94. Trees, only trees as dusk deepened. Lu Nange and her companions had yet to find a place to spend the night. The path ahead narrowed continuously, resembling the entrance to a dark, secluded tunnel, utterly pitch black and eerily silent. Outside the vehicle, even the sound of the wind had vanished, leaving only the faint crunch of tires over gravel. Lu Nange extended her mental energy outward, revealing nothing but an endless array of twisted tree shadows, devoid of life, devoid of sound. Even the low growls of mutated beasts were absent, as if the entire world consisted solely of their small group. "Stop the car." Hijua's radio suddenly crackled to life with Lu Nange's cool voice. "Let us remain in one vehicle for now." Ji Xian slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the asphalt. Bang! The side door of the RV swung open. Lu Nange stepped out. Lu Bai stood obediently by the door like a well-trained puppy, cradling the disheveled macaw closely in his arms. The bird drooped limply, nestled against his elbow. Lu Bai's eyes were fixed intently on his sister's silhouette. Only when he saw Lu Nange lightly tap her fingertips to draw the off-road vehicle into her space and turn back did he cautiously step up the creaking metal steps to re-enter the RV. The group huddled inside the RV. The driver, Lu Shitsi, had been replaced by Qi Yi, while Qi and Zhou occupied the passenger seat. The others squeezed into the living room and bedroom. Unlike earlier that afternoon, they now sat down, which made the RV feel less cramped. Hijua cast a glance at the macaw in Lu Bai's arms and raised an eyebrow. "Is the little guy still asleep?" Guan let out a derisive laugh. "You're just asking for trouble. Once it wakes up, you won't stand a chance against it." "Who says that?" Hijua retorted stubbornly. "I was merely being lenient for Nange's sake." Lu Shitsi noticed the subtle furrow of Lu Nange's brow and lowered his voice to inquire, "Nange, is something the matter?" Lu Nange lifted her gaze, a glimmer of alertness flashing in her eyes. "This entire area is solely comprised of vegetation. There isn't a single mutated creature in sight. In fact, apart from us, I cannot sense any living being in this vicinity." Hijua leaned heavily against his seat and exclaimed, "Returning to the capital is more challenging than embarking on a journey to the west." Qi and Zhou's voice came from the driver's cabin. "Shitsi, it seems we are completely blocked ahead. You might want to come forward and toss a few fireballs to probe the way." Lu Shitsi stood up and moved toward the passenger seat. Qi pressed the brake, causing the vehicle to jolt slightly. Qi and Zhou made room by shifting positions. "Reverse the vehicle." Qi maneuvered the car backward for several meters. Lu Shitsi rolled down the window, and from his long fingers erupted a flurry of fireballs. The blazing flames sliced through the darkness, illuminating the eerie scene ahead. Branches, which had been obstructing the road, began to recede slowly like tentacles. "Goodness!" Hijua and Guan exclaimed in unison, rubbing their eyes. "Are they moving?" Lu Nange replied, "Be confident. Remove the seams from your statement." Under the flickering firelight, the plants on either side writhed frantically, retreating. Countless branches lashed out, attempting to extinguish the flames, producing a rustling sound. "Brother, allow me." Lu Nange withdrew her mental powers and swiftly exchanged places with Lu Shitsi. With a swift motion of her hand, a fierce wind erupted, and flames instantly expanded into two walls of fire, forcefully cleaving a path through the dense foliage. "Qi, charge ahead." The engine roared as the RV zipped through the fiery barrier. In the rearview mirror, the burning trees extinguished their flames at an uncanny pace, their twisted branches dancing wildly in the air. The moment the RV burst through the firewall, the road ahead miraculously transformed back into a dual carriageway, as if the harrowing moment had never transpired. "Look behind us." One Qing and the others crowded by the window, their eyes wide with astonishment as the plant barrier slowly sealed off behind them. The writhing branches resembled some living entity breathing. Did the trees extinguish the fire? Hijua exclaimed. Guwan clutched the armrest of her seat, exclaiming, "This defies logic." Lu Nange suddenly stiffened, warning, "Stop questioning logic. A battle is imminent." Hijua howled in frustration. "Can we not have a moment's respite?" Guwan tilted her head. "Shall I accompany you?" Hijua looked at her in bewilderment. Luo Xingyo chimed in, "It's time to bid farewell." Hijua rolled his eyes. "Having you all around is truly a blessing." "Incoming," Lu Nange warned sharply. In an instant, the entire forest erupted in chaos. countless vines whipping through the air from all directions. The car windows lowered immediately, and vibrant bursts of supernatural light exploded in the dimly lit woods. Bang, bang, bang. Plant tendrils, as thick as an adult's arm, lashed violently against the vehicle. Dark green vines wriggled like living creatures, wrapping around the tires and the body of the RV. Lu Nange unleashed dozens of translucent air blades, shredding the incoming branches into fragments. Yet, more vines surged forward, seemingly inexhaustible. Get out! Chi Yinzhou's voice pierced through the turmoil. The space inside is too confined. Chi Yinzhou, Lu Nange, Lu Bai, and Chi Yi unleashed their powers from the windows, and with the exception of Wenqing, the others swiftly burst out of the doors. Spread out, Lu Shizi growled, leaping out first. The group instinctively dispersed around the vehicle, forming a defensive perimeter. Yizhua and Jixian struck their hands down simultaneously, raising earthen walls that temporarily blocked the writhing vines outside. Lu Shizi and Gu Wan unleashed fireballs like a cannonade towards the plant cluster, the blazing light casting a crimson hue upon their profiles. Swish, 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 Luo Xingyou's golden flying knives severed vines cleanly. On the other side, Gu Qi manipulated a high-pressure water column, but the vines twisted excitedly under the deluge, launching themselves at them with renewed fervor. Qi Yi's thorns erupted from the ground, entangling with the attacking vines. He wielded a dagger, weaving through the dense greenery, each flash of cold light spraying forth green sap. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lu Nange and the others exited the vehicle. With a flick of her hand, the entire RV vanished from sight. The group immediately regrouped, forming a protective circle back to back. Wenqing, wielding a tang knife and cradling the slumbering golden parrot, stood at the center. The surrounding branches writhed as if alive, surging forth relentlessly. Just as Chi Yinzhou's thunder crackled, Lu Nange's psychic energy expanded. Brother Yin, Brother Gu, Brother Qi, Brother Zhua, Ji Xian, take charge behind us. Her words flowed rapidly yet distinctly. Everyone else, split the right side with me. The five of them swiftly repositioned. Lu Nange intertwined her hands, unleashing dozens of slicing wind blades that forcibly cleaved a passage through the verdant wall. Brother, Wan, fire attack, she commanded sharply. Lu Shizi and Gu Wan struck simultaneously, targeting the sides of the passage. Sister Xingyou Yi strike. Lu Bai's flying knives and Luo Xingyou's shurikens followed close.